Chapter 1. The White Cat General. In the bleak midwinter, snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the world in white on the desolate long street. The snow piled up a foot high, and the doors of homes and shops stood tightly shut, revealing not a hint of life. Frozen corpses lay scattered about, while those who had yet to succumb to the cold huddled beneath layers of straw mats, shivering in the corners. They too would not endure another day against the biting wind, destined to join the lifeless on the roadside as they journeyed to the afterlife. Go! Faster! Amidst the shouts, 3 noble steeds bore 3 knights as they galloped across the street, their hooves sinking into the snow before lifting again, releasing a warm mist that melted the frozen ground beneath. Quicken your pace, lest we miss the appointed hour. Failure will cost us our heads. The leading knight cracked his whip, urging his mount to a greater speed. The 2 remaining knights remained silent, yet their fervent wielding of the whips spoke volumes of the urgency that thrummed through their veins. They raced through the street, heading straight for a grand estate at the end. In no time, the long street was left behind, and the grand estate loomed before them. The guard stationed at the gate, upon seeing the 3 riders approach, immediately raised their long spears, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent. By the order of the master, no one shall impede their passage. The foremost knight reined in his horse, swiftly dismounting with the grace of a falling leaf, landing without a whisper of dust. As he touched the ground, he tossed a token, then hoisted a chest from his mount and dashed into the estate. The 2 knights that followed quickly leaped from their horses, closely trailing the first into the dwelling. The sentries at the gate glanced at the bronze token in hand, their hearts suddenly gripped with trepidation. Send a falcon to deliver the news immediately. You 3, see to the horses. Yes, sir. In an instant, a proud falcon soared into the sky, screeching sharply as it flew towards the heart of the grand estate. Simultaneously, within the estate's core, in a pavilion by the water, a petite figure stood transfixed before a painting on the wall, behind her a meal long forgotten growing cold. The meal, exquisite in presentation, still emanated an enticing aroma, yet this small figure paid it no heed, her gaze locked upon the painting. This figure was a girl of about 6 or 7 years, clad in royal attire, her cherubic face still bearing the remnants of baby fat, which did nothing to diminish her beauty. Though small, she was a vision of delicate charm, her features already hinting at an enchanting allure that would captivate many when she matured. Yet this exquisite child remained fixated on the painting, which depicted a singular cat. This cat, with fur as pure as jade, shone with brilliance, its snowy coat unmarred by any blemish. Its eyes appeared as if forged from gold, exuding a languid gaze that seemed to connect with the viewer. Crowned with a golden headdress adorned with a goose feather, the cat stood proudly, its eyes shadowed with a hint of crimson, while beneath its paws, it toyed with a ghastly creature resembling a deflated ball, its inky form shadowed with dark hues, the blood-red eyes striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Caw! Suddenly, the piercing cry of a falcon pierced the air, and scarcely had 5 breaths passed when a girl, draped in finery befitting a noble, entered the room where the young girl stood. Little miss, news has just arrived from the gate. The elegantly attired maid knelt on the floor, her hands tucked within her sleeves, her demeanor exuding humility and reverence. They have returned with the one who sought the white cat general you dreamt of. At these words, the girl's eyes sparkled with life, and she spun around eagerly, exclaiming, "Have they found my white cat general? It appears they have, though the person is yet to arrive. That I shall go greet them." Just as the girl rose, the maid intercepted her. The maid fell to the ground, her forehead touching the floor, trembling as she implored, "Little miss, this is not permissible. You are of noble birth. How can you personally welcome mere servants? Please, wait here a moment. Do not make it difficult for your maid." Hesitation flickered in the girl's eyes at her maid's words, but she glanced at her devoted servant and nodded. "Then I will spare a moment for you, Chiu Shui, and wait here." "Thank you, little miss, thank you." As the maid expressed her gratitude, it revealed a startling truth. This maid, garbed as if she were a daughter of high rank, was merely the young girl's attendant. The girl observed the scenery outside for a moment before returning to her place before the painting, her chubby little hands propping her baby-soft chin, lost in contemplation. As time passed, nearly 3 hours later, a call from Chiu Shui broke the stillness. "Little miss, the one who sought your white cat general has arrived. Would you like to meet them now?" "Indeed." A distinct sparkle lit up the girl's previously serene visage as she sprang from her seat, nearly running to the door. Thank you, that moment. A towering figure blocked her path. Chaw, father! Upon seeing this imposing figure, the girl, Chaw, called out to her father. He nodded slightly, and with a casual lift of his hand, an unseen force lifted Chaw, allowing her to settle upon his shoulder. The maid, having previously announced their arrival, now cowered on the ground, trembling as she stammered, "I pay my respects to the master." The man, referred to as the master, did not spare a glance at Xiao Shui, carefully supporting his daughter as they exited the pavilion and approached the entrance. There, three figures knelt, the very knights who had once galloped across the street. Before them lay a chest inscribed with intricate runes. "I pay my respects to the master," the leading knight intoned, bowing deeply. "Have you brought it back?" "Indeed, we have fulfilled our mission and located the White Cat General from the Little Miss Dreams." The knight spoke softly, and the master's gaze fell upon the chest, while Kilyuo's eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation. "Open it." "Yes, sir." The knight struck the chest with his palm, and an invisible force burst forth as the chest slowly creaked open. As the lid cracked, the chest disassembled, scattering wooden boards across the ground. Within lay a cat, identical to the one Chalaw had gazed upon in the painting. Kilyuo's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. "Is this your White Cat General?" Her father, Su Yu Dao, asked with affectionate inquiry, as Chalaw gazed at the curled white fur ball, tears welling in her eyes. "Yes, father. It is the White Cat General I have seen in my dreams." Chalaw could hardly contain her excitement, yearning to leap from her father's shoulder, but he held her steady. "Oh, not rush. The cat is right before you. It cannot possibly escape." "You are right, father, yet I still wish to hold him." Kilyuo's delight nearly overwhelmed her as the cat, at that moment, twitched its ears and began to unfurl its form. Duke inhaled sharply, slowly opening his eyes. "Why head aches terribly had I known better. I would not have foolishly taken my father's treasure cauldron to store wine." As Duke opened his eyes, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a pair of black knee-high boots, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. Following the line of the boots upward, a strikingly handsome yet stern visage came into view. The individual's gaze was devoid of emotion, as if observing a mere handful of gravel. Moreover, the figure appeared colossal, towering like a giant. "Sir, who are you?" Instinctively, Duke inquired, only to realize that what escaped his lips was a soft, plaintive meow. Meow. How could I possibly utter such words? Duke became acutely aware of something amiss, although the giant before him was bewildering. It was his own voice, resembling that of a cat, that left him utterly confounded. Retracting his gaze, Duke slowly glanced downward, only to behold a pair of paws, covered in white FURMY hands. How could my hands have transformed into this? Duke lifted his furry paws, and, as his gaze followed them, he discovered a fluffy belly beneath that MY body. How could I have become like this? An unspeakable panic surged within Duke's heart, compelling him to flee instinctively. Though he was uncertain of where to run, the urge to escape felt paramount. When confronted with the incomprehensible, one's first instinct is often to evade or retreat. However, as Duke made a move, he suddenly felt as though a noose had tightened around his neck. Not only was he immobilized, but he also struggled to breathe, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread that "I cannot move." Any motion could prove fatal. Yet this bizarre transformation only intensified Duke's terror. Desperately, he attempted to stretch his limbs, releasing a heart-wrenching meow. His paws left scratch marks on the ground as he sprang forth. "Oh no, my White Cat General!" Su Chalaw instinctively exclaimed, yet the knight escorting the chest withdrew a jade pendant, slicing his thumb with a sharp nail, allowing blood to seep onto the pendant. "Fine." In the next moment, Duke felt as if ensnared by an invisible noose, lifted off the ground by an inexplicable force. Meow. With a pitiable cry, Duke's eyes rolled back, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "I will not allow you to harm my White Cat General." Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. The knight, who had drawn the pendant, felt as though he had been struck heat by a mighty steed, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. The jade pendant he had used to control Duke was knocked into the water. Gasping for breath, Duke looked upon the petite figure. The girl had merely pushed the cloaked man, and he had been sent flying. It was akin to a collision with a colossal truck. Not only that, but the man crashed into a pillar, sliding down it and spitting out blood, yet somehow still alive. Such injuries would have proven fatal to most, yet this man not only survived but struggled to rise, kneeling upon the ground. "Spare me." The agonized plea jolted Duke back to reality. He glanced at the young girl before turning to flee. Regardless of the circumstances, escape was the immediate priority. Chapter 1. The White Cat General. In the frigid depths of winter, the sky was thick with falling snow. On the desolate long street, the snow lay a foot deep, with the doors of homes and shops tightly shut, revealing not a single crack. Frozen corpses were scattered across the street, and those who had not yet succumbed to the cold were wrapped in straw mats, huddled in corners. Even they could hardly endure the biting wind for a day, destined to join the lifeless remains by the roadside. Go. Faster. Amidst the shouts, 3 noble steeds, bearing 3 knights, galloped across the street, their hooves sinking into the snow before rising again, releasing an inexplicable warmth that melted the snow beneath them. "Quickly. We must not miss our appointed time, or we shall lose our heads." The knight at the forefront cracked his whip, urging his steed to hasten. The 2 remaining knights remained silent, but matched the urgency in his actions, their whips slicing through the air with determination. Fully aware of the gravity of their mission, they raced through the street, heading towards a grand estate at the end. Before long, the long street faded behind them, and the grand estate loomed near. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the trio, immediately raised their pikes, cold menace gleaming in their eyes. In accordance with the master's orders, no one may impede. The leading knight reined in his horse and swiftly dismounted, landing as lightly as a falling leaf in autumn. Without stirring a speck of dust as he touched the ground, he flung forth a token and dashed into the estate, carrying a chest on his back. The other 2 knights quickly followed suit, dismounting and rushing into the mansion. The guard at the door glanced at the bronze token in his hand, feeling a sudden chill. "Send an eagle to report immediately. And you take care of the horses." "Yes." In an instant, a proud eagle soared into the sky, letting out a cry as it sped towards the heart of the grand estate. At that very moment, within the central hall of the estate, a petite figure was lost in thought, gazing at a painting on the wall. Behind her lay a long cold meal. The meal, though cold, was exquisitely prepared, its aroma tantalizing enough to entice anyone. Yet the small figure, a girl of merely 6 or 7 years, clad in royal garb, paid it no heed. Her cherubic face still bore the softness of childhood, yet it did not detract from her beauty. Though small, she was a delicate beauty, her features already hinting at a future that would captivate many. Yet this enchanting child remained fixated on the painting before her. The painting depicted a simple subjecta cat, but this cat, with fur as lustrous as jade, was pure white, unblemished by any other color. Its eyes sparkled like molten gold, gazing lazily back at the observer. Adorned with a golden crown of wild goose feathers, one feather raised high, the cat's eyes were shaded with deep crimson, and beneath its paws lay a grotesque creature, its inky, foremarred by blood-red eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Squawk! An eagle's cry suddenly echoed from outside, and within the span of 5 breaths, a girl, dressed like a noble maiden, entered the room where the young girl stood. "Little miss, news has just arrived from the gate." The girl, resembling a daughter of high status, knelt on the floor, her hands clasped within her sleeves, speaking with reverence. "They have returned with the one who sought your White Cat General from your dreams." At these words, a spark of excitement ignited in the eyes of the girl, who swiftly turned, exclaiming, "Have they found my White Cat General?" "It seems they have, but the person has yet to arrive. I shall go greet them." Just as the girl stood, she was gently restrained by the maiden. The maiden prostrated herself on the ground, her forehead touching the floor, fear evident in her voice. "Little miss, this is unseemly. You are of noble lineage. How can you personally greet mere lowly servants? Please wait here a moment. Do not make it difficult for your servant." Hearing her maid's words, the girl hesitated but eventually nodded, saying, "Then I shall spare a moment for you, Chioshui, and wait here." "Thank you, little miss, thank you." The maid, Chioshui, expressed her gratitude with tears of appreciation, revealing a startling truth. This seemingly highborn maiden was merely a personal servant to the young girl. The girl gazed out at the scenery for a moment before returning to her seat before the painting, resting her chubby hands beneath her chin, lost in thought. Time passed, and nearly 3 hours later, Kushwi's voice broke the silence. "Little miss, the one seeking your white cat general has arrived. Would you like to meet them now?" "Yes." A different light shone upon the young girl's calm features as she sprang from her seat and hurried to the door. Like a tea that moment, a towering figure blocked her path. "Chila, father!" Seeing this imposing figure, the girl, Chila, called out to her father, who acknowledged her with a nod. He casually raised a hand, and an unseen force lifted Chila, settling her upon his shoulder. The previously announced maid, Chioshui, now resembled a quail, trembling on the floor, stammering, "I pay my respects to the master." The man addressed as the master did not spare her a glance, carefully holding his daughter as they exited the pavilion. At the entrance, 3 figures knelt, those same knights who had galloped through the long street. Before them lay a box, marked with mystical symbols. "We pay our respects to the master." The leading knight prostrated himself in reverence. "Have you brought it back?" "Indeed, we have fulfilled our mission. We have found the white cat general that the little miss saw in her dreams." The knight spoke softly, and the master's gaze fell upon the box, as did Kilyuo's, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Open it." "Yes." The knight struck the box with his palm. An invisible force erupted as the box slowly began to open. As a gap appeared, the box disassembled, scattering wooden planks across the ground. Inside, however, lay a cat identical to the one Choa had gazed upon in the painting. "Ah!" Kilyuo's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. "Is this your white cat general?" Her father, Suyu Dao, asked with a soft smile, looking at his daughter perched on his shoulder. Chilua gazed at the curled-up white fur ball, tears pooling in her eyes. "Yes, father, it is the white cat general I saw in my dreams." Chilua could scarcely contain her excitement, eager to leap down from her father's shoulder, but he gently held her back. "Do not rush, the cat is right before you. It cannot escape." "You are right, father, but I still wish to hold it." Kilyuo's joy was nearly overwhelming, and as she spoke, the cat slowly unfurled its body, its ears twitching. "Hiss!" Duke inhaled sharply, gradually opening his eyes. "My head aches terribly. Had I known, I would not have acted so foolishly, nor would I have used my father's treasure cauldron to store wine." As Duke opened his eyes, the first thing he beheld were a pair of black knee-high boots, adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix designs. Raising his gaze from the boots, he encountered a strikingly handsome, yet stern visage. The gaze of the other was devoid of emotion, looking at him as one might regard a handful of pebbles. Moreover, the figure appeared colossal, towering like a giant. "Who are you, uncle?" Duke instinctively spoke, only to realize that the sound that escaped his lips was a soft, plaintive meow meow. How could I utter such a sound? Duke became aware of his peculiar predicament. It was bewildering enough that this person resembled a giant. But why was he communicating with a cat's cry? Retracting his gaze, Duke slowly looked downward and was met with a pair of paws, covered in white FUR.MY hands. How could my hands have transformed into this? He raised a paw, covered in soft, white fur, and as his gaze trailed further, he discovered a fluffy, little-bellied MY body. How have I become like this? A profound sense of panic surged within Duke, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. Though he was uncertain of where to escape, the impulse to run was undeniable. When confronted with the incomprehensible, the immediate reaction is often to evade and escape. Yet, as soon as Duke attempted to move, he felt an invisible force constricting his neck, rendering him immobile and struggling to breathe, while an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. He could not move. Any action might spell disaster. But this bizarre transformation only intensified Duke's terror, and as he desperately tried to extend his limbs, a shrill cry escaped him. His paws dug into the ground, leaving behind a trail of claw marks as he sprang forward. "Oh no, my white cat general!" Sakura instinctively exclaimed, but the knight escorting the box produced a jade pendant from his cloak, slicing his thumb with his pinky nail to let blood flow, which he smeared upon the pendant. "Control." In the next instant, Duke felt as though a noose had tightened around his neck, lifted by an unseen force. Meow! With a heart-wrenching meow, Duke's eyes rolled back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. "Do not harm my white cat general." A sudden, melodious voice rang out. In a flash, the knight wielding the jade pendant felt as if he had been struck heated by a galloping horse. His body propelled away like a kite severed from its string. The pendant he had used to control Duke fell into the water. Gasping for breath, Duke looked up to see the petite figure of a girl. She had merely pushed the cloaked man, and he had flown away as if struck by a truck. Not only that, but the man collided with a pillar, sliding down it while spitting blood, yet still clinging to life. Such inju. Chapter 2. In my heart lies a cauldron, capable of refining all things into elixirs. I have truly transformed into a cat. Duke gazed incredulously at his reflection in the water, his round eyes brimming with disbelief. The feline staring back at him, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, bore an uncanny resemblance to him. If not identical, then so close it was indistinguishable. What on earth? Duke wanted to curse aloud, but he was at a loss for whom to blame, or where to even begin. Awakening in an unfamiliar place, he found not only his surroundings altered, but also his very essence transformed. Why had such a bizarre fate befallen him? Duke lay on the ground, his paws covering his head, releasing a muffled wail of despair. Was it merely for indulging in a drink from his father's cherished cauldron, for a moment of bravado, or for an act of folly? How had he ended up here, in this bewildering state? The reality of his situation eluded him entirely. Awakening to find all that was familiar vanished, and himself in a foreign land, transformed into an entirely unrecognizable form, compounded his sense of dread. No matter how resolute one's mind or how steadfast one's will, being abruptly cast into an unknown realm, clad in an inconceivable guise, naturally elicits a primal panic. Imagine, everything you once knew has slipped away, leaving you to confront the unfamiliar, disoriented, and uncertain of your direction or purpose. This unutterable anxiety can engulf a person like rampant weeds choking a garden. Duke, crouched with his paws over his head, emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries, as if to vent his inner turmoil and sorrow. Yet, this instinctive lament drew attention from those wandering the grand estate, though it was the dead of night. Countless figures with lanterns traversed the paths, while others scoured the nooks and crannies in search of a white cat, a beloved pet of the estate's young mistress. As Duke's cries echoed, several lantern-bearing youths happened upon his hiding spot by the water's edge, each one adorned in finery, reminiscent of young aristocrats. Yet within the confines of this grand residence, they were merely lowly servants, bound to the whims of their masters. Meow. After a piercing cry, the lantern-bearing servants turned their attention toward the sound, raising their lanterns to illuminate the shimmering water. Did you hear that? One asked. You mean that eerie cat cry? It sounded just like a child's wail. Indeed, we heard it. But do you know whose cat that is? It's the master's cherished daughter's. Right, we must tread carefully. To utter such words could cost us dearly, our tongues would be severed, and should it come to scrutiny, we might be flayed and left to rot. I've said nothing. You've heard nothing. Regardless, we've located the feline ancestor. Let us hurry and report back. Meow. The anguished cry resonated clearly in the night sky. Duke, concealed within a rocky outcropping by the lake, lifted his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stared into his reflection. A round face, pointed ears, a white coat, and wide, expressive eyes stared back at him. A surge of uncontainable frustration welled within Duke. What am I now? He struck the water's surface with a paw, and in that moment, a resounding clarity struck him. His vision blurred, and he found himself transported to a star-studded void. In this ethereal space, a colossal black cauldron with 2 ears and 3 legs stood at the center, flames dancing within. Upon beholding this cauldron, an indescribable understanding blossomed within Duke. It was akin to the instinctive knowledge of hunger leading one to food, or thirst prompting a search for water. A primal urge surged through him, compelling him to reach out and touch his reflection. His delicate palm met the clear water, sending ripples across its surface, distorting his image. At that moment, the great cauldron trembled, and a stream of water flowed from the void, pouring into it. The water flowed incessantly until Duke withdrew his paw, causing the influx to cease. Evidently, this stream was born of the same water his paw had disturbed. As it cascaded into the cauldron, it circled the flames, swirling around them. Refined. A single word escaped Duke's lips instinctively, and the flames within the cauldron surged to life. Water and fire, elements that should never coexist, began to merge in a manner beyond Duke's comprehension. As time elapsed, the water vanished, replaced by a shimmering orb that floated from the cauldron, glistening like a star in the void. Duke trembled at the sight of this water elixir, realizing that the black cauldron was indeed his father's prized possession, the very vessel he had foolishly appropriated for his revelry. Though this cauldron had cast him into such a dire predicament, it also bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability. Anything Duke touched, whether tangible or intangible, solid, liquid, or gaseous, could be cast into the cauldron and refined into a potion. Even sunlight and moonlight could be transmuted into pure elixirs, should Duke so desire. Is this a form of compensation? Duke gazed at the cauldron. Only he could perceive a mix of bemusement and sorrow in his expression. Could I forfeit this compensation in exchange for a return home? Yet the cauldron remained unresponsive, only reacting when Duke expressed his desire to refine something. Damn, 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 damn. Cursing inwardly, Duke banged his head against the ground. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from his reckless actions. Regret flooded him. But it was too late. The die had been cast, and he must face the consequences of his folly. Now, he had to confront a pressing question. Where to go from here? General, General, General. The urgent call snapped Duke from his thoughts. He looked up to see the little girl he had first encountered, her face alight with excitement as she waved at him. In that moment, Duke's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration. In such dire circumstances, a person's latent potential could ignite in unforeseen ways. Gradually, he lowered his posture, retreating cautiously. Perhaps his next steps would hinge upon this exuberant child. Yet, before arriving at any conclusion, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Chapter 3. Take care of yourself and cultivate the young ones early. General, dressed in elegant palace attire, Su Chilua, with her short legs, stood precariously atop the corridor's railing, an act that alarmed the attendants behind her. Young miss, please come down. Young miss, you cannot stand up there. Please, I implore you. Come down quickly, do not hurt yourself. Despite the pleas from her maidservants and attendants, Su Chilua ignored their warnings and leapt from the railing toward the artificial hill in the center of the lake. Though merely 6 or 7 years of age, her small limbs propelled her forward, and she soared into the air like a bird, leaping an astonishing 5 meters high. As the ribbons of her palace dress fluttered in the wind, Duke, hidden among the crevices of the artificial hill, stared in disbelief as this tiny figure vaulted across the distance to land before him. Is this even human? Duke thought, astonished at the sight of the girl gliding through the air, feeling as though he had opened his eyes for the first time. What child can jump such a distance? With a firm landing on the artificial hill, Su Chilua hurried down and squatted before the crevice where Duke was hiding, beaming at him with a radiant smile. General, we meet again. Duke found himself retreating, akin to a startled cat, letting out a frightened yowl. Meow. Su Chilua watched her beloved white cat General shrink back into the deepest part of the crevice, leaving her with only a single eye visible, filled with wariness and scrutiny. At that moment, several figures descended gracefully from the night sky, approaching Su Chilua and halting beside her. Upon touching the ground, the newcomers immediately knelt. Young miss, please return to Langya Palace. It is time for you to rest. One of the palace-attired women gently urged her, but Su Chilua remained obstinate, throwing a childish tantrum. No, I want my cat General to come back with me. Upon hearing her insistence, the attendants exchanged glances, revealing bittersweet smiles. Their young miss had never been so willful. Yet today, she stubbornly pouted over a cat. Young miss, we shall bring your cat General back for you. Please, return to Langya Palace to rest. The palace-attired woman reiterated softly, but Su Chilua remained unyielding. No, I want my cat General. In a fit of childish rage, Su Chilua slapped the artificial hill, causing it to tremble and leaving a deep imprint of her hand within. Witnessing this, the palace-attired woman could only smile wryly. For their young miss had been gifted since birth, able to inadvertently break the midwife's fingers upon her arrival into the world. She resembled not a human, but rather a creature from the wild mountains. Yet such words remained unspoken, as both the family patriarch and the noblemen of the Su family cherished Su Chilua dearly. Even the most savage of lords would smile and lift her into their arms, calling her their precious darling. Now, with her temper flaring, they could only comply with her wishes, despite their concerns. After a silent exchange of glances among the palace attendants, one man quietly suggested, Young miss, perhaps you could entice your cat General out with some food. The knight who seeks your white cat General would have returned to the Su residence without pause, surely not having time to feed him in this bitter cold. Upon hearing this, Su Chilua's eyes widened. You're right. Quickly, call the kitchen to prepare some food. Hurry. Responding to their young miss's urgency, the man nodded and swiftly departed from the artificial hill toward the nearest kitchen. Su Chilua continued to patiently squat in the crevice, softly calling out, General, cat General, please come out. Duke remained nestled deep within the crevice, motionless, peering at Su Chilua with one vigilant eye, uncertain of his own breed. He found that despite the darkness of night, his vision remained as clear as day, albeit slightly dimmed, without any discomfort. While a normal person would perceive nothing but blackness in such an environment, he saw clearly. 2 hours later, the earlier departure returned, carrying a food box. Sweat glistening on his brow, indicating the arduous journey he had undertaken. "Young miss, I have fulfilled your request." As he knelt before her and placed the food box down, Suchilua did not even glance at him, engrossed in opening the box to reveal exquisite dishes. The aroma wafting from each dish made mouths water, even provoking Duke to swallow involuntarily as he eyed the tempting delicacies. However, he remained patient, choosing to stay hidden in the crevice. His actions were not merely to evade the little girl, but rather to gauge his significance in her heart. Children often have fleeting interests. What they adore today may vanish tomorrow. Though it seemed that Suchilua adored him now, the future remained uncertain, and he needed to conduct a test. He aimed to discover how much time and energy she would invest in him. Although he had become a cat, Duke still approached the situation from a human perspective. He had raised cats in his previous life and understood the strong bond they share with their caretakers. A mere meow could compel one to dutifully attend to their needs with food and comfort. If the cat graced you with its affection, it was a blessing. If it withdrew, it was a sign that your offerings were insufficient. Drawing from his past experiences and combining them with his current feline form, Duke sought to secure a place in Suchilua's heart. He aimed not to become merely a fleeting fancy, but rather an indispensable part of her life, allowing him to influence her subtly over time. As the saying goes, one must care for oneself in order to thrive. Nurturing the young must begin early. Duke stifled his hunger and retreated deeper into the crevice, silently observing the little girl, Suchilua. General, come eat." Suchilua grasped a piece of fish, as white as fresh snow, and extended it into the crevice. "General, I have waited for you for so long. I knew you would come, just like in my dreams, banishing my nightmares and rescuing me from peril." Suchilua's soliloquy caught the attention of the palace-attired guards, who recalled the events of the past. Their young miss had suffered from nightmares. Restless nights plagued her sleep, and despite all efforts, no remedy could dispel them. This torment continued for a month until one morning. She awoke calling for her white cat general, claiming to have seen a powerful white cat in her dreams that had captured the nightmares troubling her. What, precisely, the white cat in the dream signifies remains a mystery to all. However, this elusive white cat, concealed within the crevice, is undoubtedly the extraordinary spiritual feline that the master dispatched servants to seek amidst the desolate mountains, perfectly aligning with the young lady's description. The endeavor to bring this cat back is, of course, to alleviate the young lady's profound yearning. Upon hearing her speak thus, the women in palace attire dared not shatter Suchilua's whimsical reverie, opting instead to observe the unfolding events quietly. Crouched by the crevice, Suchilua incessantly chattered to Duke, who was hidden within. "General, I always knew we would meet again. Just as in my dreams, you assured me that you would return to my side, to guard and protect me from harm. I understand you must be frightened now, as those wicked individuals have treated you so harshly. I have already compelled my father to punish them, so fret not. There is no need for fear any longer. General, please, speak to me. Would you like a bite of this fish? It is quite delectable. Come, have a taste. General, please come out. Chiloa would never harm you. I have waited for you for so long." As Suchilua vigilantly kept watch over the crevice where Duke was concealed, her initial enthusiasm waned, for her youthful spirit could not withstand the strains of the night. As time progressed, she leaned against the rock formation, her eyelids fluttering increasingly, her voice fading to a whisper, and the weight of slumber settling heavily in her eyes. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of her guardians, Suchilua succumbed to sleep against the foam mountain. Observing the slumbering young lady, a burly man with a shaved head whispered to Yunshan, the chief steward, "Should we not escort the young lady back?" "Absolutely not. The young lady is resolutely determined to wait for this white cat. If we were to hastily return her to Langya Palace, it would likely result in a fate no better than that of the individual who startled the white cat and caused it to flee. Indeed, it was meant to be a grand achievement, yet it has regrettably resulted in the exile of that poor unfortunate, relegated to a mere insignificant post." Silence. "The matters decreed by our Lord are beyond our purview. Let us focus on watching over Miss Chiao." "Yes, Steward Yun, you're correct. Look, the white cat has emerged." A gasp drew the attention of the others, who beheld the white cat gracefully stepping out from the crevice. Although still somewhat wary, it made a beeline for their young lady. Emerging from the gap, Duke regarded the sleeping girl nestled against the foam mountain, a flicker of brilliance igniting within his eyes. He approached her slowly, eventually standing before the delicate child, and gently nudged her with his head. Little did he expect that this seemingly frail girl, capable of leaping great distances and effortlessly sending a robust man flying, would be toppled over by his gentle push. As Suchilua tumbled to the ground, her eyelashes quivered. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of the white cat she had longed for, prompting an instinctive urge to rush forward and embrace it. However, She managed to temper her emotions, maintaining a respectful distance as she whispered, "General?" "Meow," Duke replied, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Only then did Su Chilua beam with joy and take a step closer to Duke. 1 step. Duke did not retreat. 2 steps. Duke remained still. 3 steps. Su Chilua enveloped the white cat Duke in her arms, her heart brimming with ecstasy as she rubbed her cheek against him. "General, General, General, my white cat General." Overcome with joy, Su Chilua's excitement caused a bubble of mucus to form at her nose as she continued to nuzzle Duke. However, Duke, somewhat disdainful, pushed the little girl away. "Control yourself. I cannot have your mucus on me." Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the first step has been successfully accomplished. The remaining task is one of patient nurturing, essentially, the cultivation of a little girl. Chapter 4. The Trials of Childhood 3 days later. Within the residence of the Su family. At the Langya Palace, atop the tower, Duke, a cat with a wide, open mouth, lazily sprawled over the railing, his long tail dangling down. The expanse before him was truly vast. From his elevated vantage point, Duke surveyed the entirety of the Su family estate. Its size exceeded his wildest imagination, overwhelming him with awe during his first ascent. From this height, he could see the courtyards layered before him, undulating with the natural contours of the land, rendering boundaries nearly invisible. At the heart of the estate lay a grand lake named Reflecting Moon, sprawling across hundreds of hectares, dotted with islands like stars scattered across the night sky. Duke found himself situated on an island at the center of this lake, within the Langya Palace. To Duke, the Su estate seemed comparable in size to a county town from his previous life. However, the true lineage of the Su family, passed down through generations, amounted to no more than 100 individuals, perhaps even fewer. Within the estate, pavilions and halls rose in succession, harmonizing with the scenic beauty of lakes and mountains. Adorned with silk drapes, pepper-patterned walls, and trees embellished with gold and jade. The presence of glazed tiles, white jade lanterns, exotic beasts, and vibrant flora made it a veritable treasure trove. Yet, the splendor of the Su estate extended far beyond these descriptions. Even the servants and maids were adorned in gold and silver finery, resembling the offspring of affluent families. The girl who had taken Duke in, Su Chilua, was the most significant scion among the Su family's direct descendants. This girl was cherished by her kin, with a retinue of several thousand servants and guards dedicated to her service. It could be said that not only within the Langya Palace but throughout the entire Su estate, Su Chilua was the center of attention, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. As Duke, her beloved pet, his status within the Langya Palace was notably elevated. Indeed, aside from Su Chilua, he was the most esteemed presence there. Throughout the Su estate, aside from a few restricted areas, he was free to roam as he pleased, unimpeded by anyone. Ah, the evils of a feudal society. Duke mused internally, his ears twitching slightly as he caught the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. "General! General! General!" Su Chilua dashed up to the top floor, calling out to Duke. Over the past 3 days, he had come to accept this title. After all, he could neither speak to refute it nor write to explain his true name to the girl. As Su Chilua rushed onto the terrace, she barely approached Duke before he raised a paw to gently press against her forehead, halting her in front of the railing. "Meow?" Duke called out before yawning again. Did this little girl not understand the dangers of heights? Casting a sidelong glance at Su Chilua, Duke leapt down from the railing. Su Chilua touched her forehead where Duke had pressed and broke into a silly grin, following closely behind him as she chattered on. "I just went to see Father, and he scolded me for what happened yesterday. But I don't care. With you around, I'm not afraid of anything. I have to go back to class now. I've missed so many lessons because of nightmares and worrying about you, General. Ugh, I really don't like those teachers. They always talk in such complicated ways. It gives me a headache." As Su Chilua trailed behind Duke, her chatter continued incessantly. Duke's ears twitched, but he remained silent. Over the past 3 days, he had realized that this little girl possessed an extraordinary physical constitution and was quite the chatterbox. Yet, her loquaciousness seemed exclusively directed at him. When she had the time, she would chatter away like a bird, sharing trivial matters with unabashed enthusiasm. To put it plainly, children around 6 or 7 years old are often the most clingy, yet her parents had little time to spend with her. Thus, she poured her affections into words directed at Duke. As the pair descended from the top floor and reached the mid-level, Su Chilua's personal guard, Yunshan, stood in the room and addressed her. "Miss, the teacher has arrived." Yunshan slightly bowed her head, informing Su Chilua, "It is time for your lesson, but I haven't played with the general yet." Su Chilua exclaimed, scooping Duke into her arms. Duke, being held by the small child, rolled his eyes in resignation. yet allowed her to carry him. This was the master's command. Yunshan, recognizing Su Qilua's reluctance to attend class, wisely invoked her father as authority. Knowing the girl would have to comply. Very well. Su Qilua pouted, but in an instant, she lifted Duke high, declaring, "Then I want the general to attend class with me." Yunshan hesitated, glancing at the white cat held aloft by Su Qilua. Duke exchanged a look with the beautiful woman, who appeared to be in her 30s, and let out a meow. "As long as you are willing to attend class. The rest is up to you." "Yay. That's wonderful. The general will accompany me to class." Su Qilua cheered, spinning around joyfully with Duke in her arms. The world around Duke spun rapidly, threatening to make him dizzy. This girl needed some proper guidance. She could not be so reckless. Once Duke caught his breath, he was enthusiastically dragged by Su Qilua down the stairs to her study. Though it was called a study, it was essentially a large room of about 300 square meters. Inside, bookshelves surrounded the space, and a desk sat in the center, already prepared with ink and paper. Awaiting the lesson, Su Qilua entered the study with Duke in tow, but her earlier exuberance quickly faded. Pouting, she set Duke down. After catching his breath, Duke shook his body, while Su Qilua respectfully called out, "Sir." Dressed in a scholar's robe and high hat, holding a book, the pale-faced scholar nodded slightly. "No need for such formalities, Mississippi. Please, take your seat. Today, we will continue discussing the concept of disrespecting the virtuous from the Book of Documents." "Yes, sir," Su Qilua replied, tightly pursing her lips as she took small steps to her desk. Kneeling before it, she cast a glance at Duke, though he initially intended to ignore her. The moment Su Qilua pouted with a look of impending tears, he could only comply, slowly making his way to her side and settling down. The scholar, Luo Wenxiang, noticed the cat beside Su Qilua and raised an eyebrow but said nothing, placing his hands behind his back and beginning the lesson in a leisurely manner. As soon as he began to speak, Duke could not help but yawn, lying beside Su Qilua as the instructor's words filled his ears with an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. Stealing a glance at the little girl, Duke observed her serious expression as she nodded in agreement with the teacher, though her attention seemed to waver, drifting elsewhere. Seeing Su Qilua in this state, Duke sighed internally. It seemed that children everywhere faced such burdens. They were constantly required to learn and study. Duke shifted his gaze from Su Qilua to the shelves filled with a multitude of books. In truth, not all the volumes housed in the study were paper. There were also turtle shells, stone inscriptions, bamboo slips, and various other forms of literature. Gazing at the books before him, Duke squinted, in the image of a black tripod, with 2 ears and 3 legs, materialized in his mind. His perception divided, he focused on the black tripod while also surveying the multitude of tomes surrounding him. And a thought began to take shape within him. He pondered whether this black tripod could transmute the books into elixirs. If so, what effects might such concoctions possess? As this notion sprouted in his mind, Duke felt a surge of impatience. However, upon glancing at Su Qilua, he restrained his burgeoning desires. Perhaps it would be best to wait until later to experiment. For now, it was more prudent to accompany the young lady to her lessons. Speaking of which, just how many classes did this girl have in a single day? As this thought crossed his mind, he unwittingly drifted into slumber, lulled by the sound of the teacher's recitation. When he awoke, it was already midday. Cradled in Su Qilua's embrace, he opened his drowsy eyes, a glistening droplet of saliva lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Miss, it is time for lunch," Yunshan announced, having taken over from the teacher, and approached Su Qilua with utmost respect. "After lunch, you have your martial arts class." The mention of martial arts made Su Qilua shiver with excitement, her previously drowsy eyes now sparkling with vitality. It was evident that she held a fondness for the martial arts class spoken of by Yunshan, and Duke felt a similar exhilaration. He had not forgotten the astonishing sight of Su Qilua effortlessly propelling an adult several meters away with a mere shove, or her ability to leap across vast distances with ease. Martial arts, indeed. Duke narrowed his eyes, curious about what knowledge would be imparted in this class. Chapter 5, The Beast-Taming Ring. The jade-feathered cloud in the Su family's garden, the Xiaowu Pavilion stood majestically. "Young miss, please watch your step and do not trip," the attendant of the Xiaowu Pavilion said with a smirk as he ushered the cat holding Su Qilua into the grand hall, while also offering a gentle reminder. After all, the threshold of the Xiaowu Pavilion was nearly as high as an adult's knee, making it somewhat challenging for a 7- or 8-year-old child to traverse. Nestled in Su Qilua's arms, Duke squinted as he surveyed the hall. The most striking feature within was a crimson armor displayed prominently in the center. This armor, a vibrant scarlet, appeared to be enveloped in flames, akin to a burning inferno. Its shoulders bore beastly rings, while the surface was intricately covered with scales resembling those of a serpent. The breastplate was adorned with a pattern of a beast's head woven from various metallic threads, and the skirt armor exhibited flowing flame motifs. 4 back banners of green, red, blue, and black fanned out like a peacock's tail behind the armor, while a goose feather crown rested atop its neckguard. "This is our ancestors' armor. Isn't it magnificent?" Su Chilua noted, observing Duke's rapt attention on the crimson ensemble. She whispered to him, "Father once told me that our ancestor was a military general before mastering the way. This is the armor he wore in battle. Even after he ascended, he kept this armor, wearing it until he founded our Su family. Mastering the way through martial prowess?" Duke absorbed the phrase, linking it with the extraordinary sights he had witnessed 3 days prior, leading him to conclude that this world indeed harbored supernatural forces. Regrettably, he could not articulate his thoughts, nor inquire further, and could only respond passively with meows. "Little sister, you have come too." A hearty voice broke through, and Duke spotted a chubby figure approaching Su Chilua, clutching a bag of candied fruits. "Ah, 6th brother." Su Chilua greeted the rotund boy, raising Duke's paw to wave at him. "General, this is my 6th brother, Su Xingquan." Su Chilua introduced the plump boy, though her focus remained on her beloved cat, which the boy seemed to disregard. The entire family was aware that Su Chilua had been so preoccupied with a white cat in her dreams that she had scarcely eaten or slept. Now that she had acquired such a treasure, it was only natural for her to cherish it dearly. "6th brother, this is my general. He looks quite adorable." Su Xingquan replied dismissively, turning to offer Su Chilua the bag of candied fruits. "Would you like some? I had lunch already, so I'll pass." "All right then. I shall enjoy them myself." Su Xingquan stuffed a handful of treats into his mouth as several other children entered the grand hall of the Xiaowu Pavilion. Clearly, this martial class was not the one-on-one format of the morning's literary class. The presence of so many children suggested they were all descendants of the Su family. "TSK. That little brat from the 13th branch has arrived," Su Xingquan remarked, clicking his tongue as he pulled Su Chilua aside a few steps. "Little sister, let us keep our distance from them, so that the annoying brat from the 13th branch does not bully you." Su Chilua nodded obediently, following her 6th brother closer to the armor, steering clear of one of the newly arrived children. Duke lay in Su Chilua's arms, curiously observing the child from the 13th branch, who even made Su Chilua, the little heir of the Su family, retreat. It was easy to identify who it was, the one surrounded by other children. Among the 3 newcomers, one stood out, merely 7 or 8 years old, yet exuding an air of arrogance. With delicate brows, elongated eyes, and thin lips, he emanated a distinctly unkind demeanor. As Duke scrutinized the child from the 13th branch, the latter surveyed the hall, eventually fixing his gaze upon Su Chilua. "Little sister, it has been quite some time since we last met," he approached, hands clasped behind his back, adopting an affected manner, and tilted his chin slightly. "Why do you not greet me, your 13th brother?" Su Chilua felt a twinge of fear towards this so-called 13th brother, shrinking her neck as she whispered, "13th brother, hello." The boy, with his piercing gaze, seemed poised to say more when a sudden light cough resonated throughout the hall. Cough, cough. The singular sound drew the attention of all the children, including the one who had previously harassed Su Chilua, who now lowered his head in deference. However, Duke had observed everything and remembered it well. Anyone who dared to bully his little Chilua would surely face his reckoning later. "Are we all gathered now?" A pale-faced young man clad in fur and cradling a warm stove appeared at the entrance of the Xiaowu Pavilion, looking somewhat unwell. As he stepped inside, Duke's gaze met his. The moment the youth entered the hall, he turned to lock eyes with Duke. Duke instinctively averted his gaze, feeling an unsettling sensation wash over him. The young man's mere stare ignited an inexplicable sense of danger within Duke. "Little Chilua, have you found your white cat, General?" The youth approached Su Chilua, gently ruffling her hair, while she proudly lifted Duke high. "I have found him. Look, third uncle, isn't my general quite handsome?" Duke, being held aloft, felt a surge of indignation, thinking, if I could truly become invisible, would I still be in your arms? And is this invisibility even real? "You possess a truly remarkable cat," the youth affirmed, stroking Duke's back. "Indeed," Su Chilua chimed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she nuzzled Duke's cheek. "But you must take good care of your cat." The youth retrieved a copper ring from his pocket and handed it to Su Chilua. "Third uncle, what is this?" "This is a beast-taming ring, capable of controlling your cat." "Why give this to me?" "Because your cat is an extraordinary spirit cat. Ancient texts say in the land there exist strange beasts. Spirit cats are the most enigmatic. Your cat, originally named Jade-Feathered Cloud, possesses remarkable abilities by nature." The youth stroked Duke's ear. only to be gently pushed away by Duke's paw. This cat is still young, but once it matures, it will reveal various extraordinary powers. The most formidable of these is the ability to conceal its presence. The youth's gaze softened as he looked at Duke nestled in Su Qilua's embrace. At that time, even if it is right before you, you may not perceive it. Really? Su Qilua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Duke in awe. No wonder I haven't dreamed of my general since that day. It turns out you have been hiding. Duke gave her a bemused look, thinking, if I could truly hide, would I still be here in your embrace? The celestial jade soars gracefully. It seems I must devise a way to investigate it later. As for the beast taming ring, I'll find a way to toss it into the toilet later on. Chapter 6. Acquired and Innate. Entering the path through martial arts. All right, everyone. Settle down. Today's martial arts class is about to commence. Su Xiaowu, accompanied by a group of children, ascended to the second floor of the Xiaowu Pavilion, with Su Qilua cradling Duke nestled among them. The moment this girl reached the second floor, her eyes gleamed with an unquenchable sparkle, clearly enamored with the martial arts course. Duke felt a sense of helplessness regarding her enthusiasm. He couldn't shake the feeling that nurturing this little girl would prove quite challenging. The second floor of the Xiaowu Pavilion featured a spacious training hall, its floor enveloped in soft fabric, with a scroll inscribed with characters from this world prominently displayed at its center. In previous martial arts lessons, I have imparted the foundational stances of our Su family's immortal martial strategy to you. Today, we shall delve into essential concepts that you must grasp. Su Xiaowu positioned himself before the scroll, cradling his warming device, as he observed the children dutifully moving stools and settling before him. As Su Qilua took her seat, Duke adjusted his position in her embrace for greater comfort. Once Duke was comfortably settled, the other children too sat attentively, poised for the forthcoming lesson. Our family's ancestor forged his path through martial prowess, establishing this legacy through extraordinary combat strength. As descendants, we must uphold the traditions bequeathed by our forebears. Today, I will elucidate the distinctions between the acquired and innate realms, as well as the concept of entering the path through martial arts. The so-called acquired martial artist lays the groundwork for advancing to the innate stage, focusing on honing the physical form. As the adage goes, thick accumulation leads to thin release. In the acquired phase, the deeper the cultivation of one's physical vitality, the greater the combat prowess one can unleash upon reaching the innate realm. As Su Xiaowu spoke, four attendants clad in training garments ascended the staircase to the second floor. The acquired stage comprises 4 levels: flesh, bones, internal organs, and true energy. These 4 individuals represented the pinnacle of each respective stage. Barely had Su Xiaowu finished speaking when the 4 stood before him. A master of flesh is impervious to ordinary blades. Their skin is as resilient as armor, and their sinews possess the toughness of steel. While explaining, Su Xiaowu drew a long blade from a nearby attendant. The fully realized acquired martial artist would shed their clothing, revealing a robust physique. Duke, observing Su Xiaowu wielding the blade, was struck by a thought. Just as this notion arose, Su Xiaowu struck the flesh master with a single blow. The impact left merely a white mark upon the warrior's body, with no wounds or blood to be seen. Not content with just one strike, Su Xiaowu transitioned to thrusting the blade into the flesh master's chest. The blade bent, yet the flesh remained unbroken, leaving only a white imprint. Did you all see that clearly? Su Xiaowu addressed the children. Did you understand? Yes, we did. They chorused. Uncle, can I try? Uncle, I want to try too. The children eagerly exclaimed, which sent a chill down Duke's spine. The intensity of the Su family's martial training seemed brutal, directly striking individuals. However, despite Duke's reservations, he had to concede that such a teaching method was undeniably direct and expedient, allowing the children to grasp the allure of martial arts swiftly. Words alone were ineffectual. Only through practice could one attain true knowledge, albeit with potential risks involved. Do not fret. You shall each have your turn shortly. For now, let us discuss the remaining 3 stages. Su Xiaowu waved his hand, and the flesh master stepped back, standing at ease. The master of bones is distinguished by sheer strength. Bones serve as the foundation of power. The stronger the bones, the more formidable the force. A master of bones possesses the strength to lift a cauldron. Upon finishing his explanation, the second warrior approached, using the other 2 as demonstration props, lifting them effortlessly with his hands. Duke observed the bone master, who lifted his companions as if they were mere feathers, then glanced at his little girl, pondering just how strong she might be. The master of internal organs is characterized by the refinement of strength within. As their internal organs are tempered, they become resilient, birthing the first threads of inner power, signifying their entry into this realm. Finally, the true energy stage represents the fullness of internal power, transforming into true energy that courses through the limbs and bones, capable of shattering rocks and bending mountains with ease. At this point, two other warriors stepped forward. One exhibited a swirling, intangible energy in his palm, clearly representing internal power, while the other radiated a soft luminescence from his hand, signifying true energy. At that moment, not only the Su family children were captivated by the display. Duke stretched his neck, eyes wide in astonishment. This was a domain he had never encountered, although he was aware of the extraordinary power system of this world. Witnessing it unfold effortlessly before him evoked an overwhelming sense of unreality. It dawned on him that humanity could achieve such feats. A longing welled within him. What if he could reach such heights? With the body of a cat, how powerful could he become? And could a cat practice martial arts? If so, how would one go about it? As Su Xiaowu spoke of the journey from acquired to innate, it symbolized the shedding of mortal limitations, cleansing oneself of impurities, allowing for the emergence of a pure spirit. He gestured toward the ground, and Duke watched as a spark ignited from Su Xiaowu's fingertip, landing on the fabric-covered floor and creating a small hole. After reaching the innate stage, every movement could summon profound energies, which could manifest as fire for offense, water for healing, wind for agility, or stone for fortitude. However, while the innate realm possesses myriad mysteries, it lacks the fluidity of those who have truly entered the path. Our Su family venerates the concept of entering the path through martial arts, rooted in the mastery of martial techniques leading directly to the innate realm. Upon achieving the innate status, one must harmonize all bodily channels, perfecting the physical form, and cultivate the spirit, unifying the essence, energy, and spirit into true energy. When the first thread of true energy manifests, one has entered the path through martial arts, becoming a practitioner. Yet, the challenges encountered on this journey are formidable indeed. If one does not advance to the innate realm by the age of 30, the path to greatness becomes elusive. Moreover, achieving the innate stage before 36 is crucial. Otherwise, one risks living a life as a mere mortal, skilled only in combat. Having said this, Su Xiaowu ceased speaking, allowing the children time to ponder. As for whether these concepts were too advanced for them, that was of no concern. The Su family had attained their current standing through strength. To acquire power and maintain their present circumstances, one must strive to vie for resources, status, and everything else. Thus, martial training must begin in childhood. Aside from resources, the most vital elements are perspective and starting point. These qualities are often the most accessible, yet simultaneously the most challenging to attain. The children of the Su family are among those who have the easiest access, while those outside, the common folk, would find it impossible to grasp such concepts without risking everything. Duke, lost in thought, began to develop a rudimentary understanding of the power dynamics in this world. Had he chosen to flee back then, he would undoubtedly not have so effortlessly acquired this wealth of knowledge. Knowledge can be deemed both the most affordable and the most precious of treasures. As the saying goes, one benefits from the shade of a great tree. At present, Su Qiluo stands as that great tree for him. With Su Qiluo's support, he can position himself at the same starting line as the scions of the Su family. Furthermore, with the black cauldron capable of refining all things into elixirs, Duke is filled with anticipation for his future. Third uncle. A child raised his hand and boldly inquired, "Why don't we cultivate directly?" I recall that the Yi family in the neighboring city cultivates directly and can manifest magical power. As soon as the child's question was voiced, Su Xiaowu interjected, "To enter the Tao through martial arts is our ancestral decree. It must not be altered or tampered with. Moreover, while they may directly cultivate magical power, when you reach their level, you will find that slaying them is as easy as slaughtering a chicken." As he spoke, Su Xiaowu's eyes narrowed slightly. "It is exceedingly simple. Then, third uncle, how long will it take for us to cultivate magical power? As members of the Su family, if your progress is smooth, you can attain magical power before the age of 16 and successfully enter the Tao." Upon hearing this, Duke's eyes widened in astonishment. The fact that Su Xiaowu could say such a thing signifies that the Su family possesses a comprehensive system and methodology for nurturing extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, he would not have made such a statement. It is noteworthy that Su Xiaowu mentioned that a normal person cannot cultivate magical power before the age of 36. Otherwise, they would be rendered useless for life. Yet, these children of the Su family can begin their training at the tender age of 7 or 8, traversing a third of a lifetime in merely 8 or 9 years. One can only conclude that the foundation of the Su family far exceeds Duke's imagination. Third uncle. Can animals cultivate? Suddenly, Su Qiluo inquired, garnering Su Xiaowu's attention. He glanced at the white cat nestled in Su Chilua's arms and chuckled. Are you asking about your little general? Yes. Su Chilua tightened her embrace around Duke, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. I want my general to stay with me always. If he could cultivate too, he could accompany me for eternity. Upon hearing this, Duke felt a surge of emotion. Truly, he had not loved her in vain. How incredibly thoughtful. Chapter 7. On the 108 methods of becoming a monster, I wish the general could always accompany me. If only he could attain enlightenment. Then we could be together for eternity. Upon uttering these words, Su Chilua held Duke close, who appeared to be on the verge of tears. You are such a good girl. My affection for you has not been in vain. This inquiry struck a chord deep within Duke's heart. A cat attaining enlightenment? Su Chiwu, holding the warm stove, focused his gaze on Duke nestled in Su Chilua's arms. In response to Su Chiwu's scrutiny, Duke feigned innocence, lying docilely in Su Chilua's embrace, his large eyes sparkling as they met Su Chiwu's. With such an adorable cat, don't you wish to say something? Su Chiwu chuckled, shaking his head. Little Chilua, when will you grow up? Uncle 3, Su Chilua pretended to cry, a tactic she had employed successfully in the past. All right, I concede. Su Chiwu sighed in resignation, covering his forehead with his hand. Had it been any other child, he would have kicked them away for such a question. But Su Chilua was different, from birth. She had exhibited a remarkable lineage, her bloodline purity rivaling that of their ancestors. This was precisely why every member of the Su family doted on her. There were indeed precedents for cats attaining enlightenment. Yet, upon hearing Su Chiwu's words, Duke's expression fell. He realized he could not cultivate. How disappointing. Su Chilua's face mirrored his disappointment as she tenderly stroked Duke's fur, lamenting, Then the general cannot stay with me for long? Little Chilua, I merely stated that your cat cannot cultivate, but that does not mean he lacks other possibilities. At this, Duke's eyes brightened. But as he discerned the teasing expression on Su Chiwu's face, he understood that the old fellow was merely toying with Su Chilua. Is there truly a way? Su Chilua eagerly pressed for an answer. Su Chiwu adjusted the warm stove in his arms, cleared his throat, and said, There is a way. Well, Su Chiwu pondered for a moment before raising his brows slightly and continuing, Let's do this. I had intended to conclude today's lesson. But since little Chilua brought up this topic, I shall share some insights on the cultivation of beasts. After all, you will inevitably encounter those creatures. As he spoke, a peculiar smile graced Su Chiwu's lips. Duke caught sight of this smile and narrowed his eyes, sensing that the frail man had something further to convey. Ahem. Su Chiwu cleared his throat a few times and stated directly, regarding beasts achieving enlightenment, there are several methods according to my understanding. The first is that a beast encounters extraordinary fortune, receives guidance from a great power, or hears a profound teaching. Obtaining either of these could lead to immediate enlightenment. However, such occurrences are only found in ancient texts. We have yet to encounter any such instances here. As he spoke, he glanced at the children below, all of whom rested their chins on their hands, captivated by his tale. Clearly, they were treating his words as a story. The second method, which you are familiar with, is becoming a monster. At this point, Su Chiwu's expression grew serious, and his voice lowered. Monsters are a menace. Any beast we of the Su family encounter must be exterminated. Remember this. His words carried a chilling intent, causing Duke to shudder. It was evident that this frail man harbored an unspoken aversion and loathing for the monsters he spoke of. In response to Su Chiwu's warning, the children nodded in naive understanding. Uncle 3, how do monsters cultivate? One child raised his hand. Su Chiwu glanced at him and replied, There are 3 methods. The first is to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. As they age, their power deepens, and this is known as spiritual monsters. The second is to directly consume rare materials from heaven and earth to awaken intelligence and cultivate, with only a few becoming spiritual monsters. The vast majority, however, become the third type, blood monsters. Blood monsters are violent and ferocious. They must be exterminated upon sight. Otherwise, they will gather in the mountains and wreak havoc on humanity. Upon hearing this, the children erupted in fervent chatter. I will definitely slay monsters in the future. Yes, I will too. To not slay monsters is unworthy of a Su family descendant. Observing the enthusiasm of the Su family children, Su Chiwu nodded in satisfaction. Had he possessed a beard, he might have stroked it to express his inner contentment. Uncle 3, what about the third type? Su Chilua clutched Duke tightly, anxiously inquiring of Su Chiwu. Su Chiwu smiled and replied, The third type is more common compared to the first 2. We refer to them as spirit creatures. Most spirit creatures arise from prolonged existence, breaking free from ignorance, awakening intelligence, and hiding among the ordinary beings of grass, trees, and animals. compared to monsters, spiritual monsters, and blood monsters. Spirit creatures are the least threatening. Are there many monsters? Another child asked, while Duke perked up his ears, not daring to miss a single word of today's lesson. Monsters are neither abundant nor scarce. Su Xiaowu shook his head, and before anyone could ask further, he declared, monsters differ from humans. Humans are the spirit of all things. Whether in cultivation or otherwise, we seem to have divine assistance. Conversely, monsters face divine retribution. At this moment, Su Xiaowu fixed his gaze on Duke in Su Qilua's arms. Speaking meaningfully, monsters, the moment they seek enlightenment, must undergo heavenly scrutiny, known as the heavenly tribulation. Each trial is a hurdle. If one can endure, they may achieve longevity. If not, their lives are forfeit. Then, Uncle 3, my general cannot cultivate. Su Qilua exclaimed in disappointment, clutching Duke tightly. Su Xiaowu regarded Duke in Su Qilua's embrace and replied, at this stage, it is quite difficult, unless we can find rare materials or seek alternative paths. The rare materials. Well, your father possesses some. As for other methods, we must search gradually. Oh, I understand now. Su Qilua's eyes sparkled with determination. I will go find father and tell him that Uncle 3 sent me to ask for rare materials to help the general attain enlightenment. As soon as she spoke, Su Xiaowu began to cough vigorously. Cough, cough, cough. After a lengthy bout of coughing, he managed to recover. Eyeing Su Qilua with a mix of concern and trepidation. You must not say such things. If you do, your father will surely skin me alive. But I want my general to attain enlightenment. Well, Su Xiaowu felt a headache coming on, regretting that he had engaged in this conversation to begin with. Let me look into the ancient text when I return and see if there is a solution. All right, today's martial arts class ends here. Class dismissed. With that, Su Xiaowu hastily departed from the second floor of the martial arts pavilion. Observing his hurried exit, Duke couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. It was clear that this frail man was merely stringing the children along. Nevertheless, knowing so much was already a boon. At least he understood the path that lay ahead. Moreover, the notion of becoming a monster left Duke's thoughts swirling. At last, class is over. Second brother, I caught a grasshopper earlier, as big as a cow. Do you want to see? Eighth sister, let us go home. Once Su Xiaowu left, the group of children erupted into chaos, each seeking out familiar companions to play with after class. Su Qilua stood up from the mat, cradling Duke in her arms, with her small hand gently caressing his back. She declared to Duke, General, I will surely find a way to help you ascend. I promise I will. You must believe in me. I will ensure your path to enlightenment. In my dreams, you protected me, and now it is my turn to protect you. Chapter 8, The Blessing for the Underachiever. In the depths of the night, within the confines of Langia Palace, the girl has finally succumbed to slumber. Duke stealthily extricated himself from Su Qilua's embrace, standing at the head of the bed as he gazed down at the girl now lost in dreams. As if responding to some unspoken call, Su Qilua murmured in her sleep, turning over to envelop herself in the blanket once more. Ah, what sins must I have committed in my past life? Duke bit down on the corner of the cotton quilt, retreating while gently ensuring that the blanket was properly draped over Su Qilua. Having secured the quilt, Duke squatted at the bedside, observing Su Qilua for a moment before silently descending from the bed and stealthily making his way out of her room. His golden eyes, as if forged from the finest gold, were now veiled by the inky darkness of the night, allowing him to navigate as if the night were as clear as day. He hurried towards the central study. He distinctly recalled pondering the effects of refining scrolls into pills with the black cauldron while accompanying the girl to class. Now, in the stillness of the night, it was the perfect time for experimentation. The corridors of Langia Palace lay shrouded in silence, with the night watchmaid leaning against a doorpost. Her hands tucked into her sleeves, her head nodding gently, a stream of drool escaping as she dozed, lending her an adorably innocent appearance. Duke, moving with the utmost stealth, circumvented the slumbering maid and proceeded directly to the study. Upon crossing the threshold, he hastened to the desk where Su Qilua typically attended her lessons. The desk, now barren, was usually adorned with the 4 treasures of the study when Su Qilua was present. Perched upon the desk, Duke scanned the circle of bookshelves before him, his mind replaying the teachings from the afternoon session at the martial arts pavilion. Su Xiaowu had explicated the pathways for mortals to attain enlightenment and gain power, elucidating the distinct markers at each stage. Such knowledge was indeed enlightening for the offspring of the Su family. As the saying goes, to know the what is not as valuable as to know the why. One must hone their tools before embarking on any craft. With a solid theoretical foundation, one would not tread blindly on the path ahead. In addition to the knowledge of mortal cultivation, Duke had also gleaned insights regarding the cultivation of beasts. Though Su Xiaowu's discourse was riddled with talk of violence, Duke had nonetheless reaped considerable benefits from the lessons. Not to mention the distinctions among various demon kinds and the critical junctures encountered during their cultivation had he not been alerted. Duke would have been left to stumble in ignorance and would surely have faced dire consequences. Su Xiaowu's teachings were indeed invaluable, and it seemed imperative that he accompany the girl to her lessons henceforth, forsaking his previous laziness. Nevertheless, such matters required careful consideration. His foremost objective was to survive, to grow, and to refrain from recklessness. Utilizing the girl as a shield while quietly amassing strength was paramount. With this resolve, Duke began to clarify his thoughts. Though he had previously entertained similar notions, the day's experiences had firmly planted the desire for strength in his heart. Not only must he cultivate in silence, but he also needed to unravel the mysteries of the Black Cauldron, discerning its capabilities and refining all things into pills, and understanding the attributes of the elixirs produced. As he pondered, Duke descended from the desk and approached the nearest row of bookshelves. He recalled the girl mentioning that the shelves were organized by genre. Thus, he contemplated which section to commence his exploration. Scanning from left to right and then right to left, he ultimately decided to select the most visually appealing book. Alas! Duke straightened his posture, exerting a slight force on his hind legs, and leapt onto the bookshelf. With his limbs aligned in a straight line, he instinctively prowled along the edge, his black nose twitching as he pinpointed a particular tome. This one would do, its musty scent suggested it had long been neglected. Duke raised his foreleg, his paw slightly spreading to reveal sharp claws, which snagged the silk thread binding the spine of the book. As his claws caught the thread, Duke squinted, envisioning the three-legged Black Cauldron. In an instant, the book vanished from the shelf, appearing within the confines of the cauldron. "Refine!" Duke exclaimed as he beheld the book engulfed by the flames of the Black Cauldron, which surged forth, enveloping the tome and rapidly permeating its pages. The flames consumed the book, causing its surface to crinkle, twist, and contract, shrinking it down until it transformed into a pill no larger than a thumb. Duke fixated on the book pill, the flames still scorching the elixir within the cauldron. Soon enough, the book pill soared from the cauldron. Suspended in the air much like the water pill he had previously refined during his first encounter with the Black Cauldron. The first step had been accomplished. Duke exhaled deeply, feeling a profound weariness wash over him. It appeared that utilizing the Black Cauldron drained his stamina. He realized that during his initial attempt, the tension had obscured his awareness of this fact. Given his current energy levels, he surmised he could manage no more than 2 uses before reaching his limit. With a release of breath, he internalized this understanding and focused on the book pill before him. How was he to consume it? As he stared at the pill, it seemed to magnify in his vision, adorned with mysterious patterns reminiscent of tadpoles. Just as Duke was wholly absorbed in contemplating the elixir, he felt something unexpected in his mouth. Instinctively biting down, he realized the book pill had vanished, leaving something else in his mouth. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Duke's eyes widened in surprise. The flavor of the pill was rather delightful. As he crushed the pill, it transformed into a refreshing sensation that cascaded down his throat and surged into his mind. Duke shivered, overwhelmed by an indescribable ecstasy. Concurrently, as he ingested the book pill, torrents of knowledge not his own unfurled within his mind, accompanied by a sudden clarity. 3 Morning Chronicles. Duke's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The effect of refining books into pills was, in fact, the extraction of the knowledge contained within, directly imparting it to him. Closing his eyes to contemplate the knowledge he had just acquired, a smile of increasing delight graced his lips. So that is how it works. The book pill possesses such extraordinary utility, it appears that henceforth, I need not study at all, merely consuming the text will suffice. No. I mean refining the books will do just fine. Duke opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination illuminating his gaze. This was no mere book pill. It was undoubtedly the salvation for the underachiever. Chapter 9. A pill settled in my belly, the paper money burned, and the banquet laid out. Oh dear. I cannot endure any longer. Duke, dragging his weary and heavy body, ascended the stairs step by step. At this moment, he felt as if lifting his legs bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, utterly unable to raise them, and even the slightest movement left him gasping for breath. What I once thought was merely an assumption has proven to be a harsh reality. It appears my current limit is to refine the elixir twice. For any attempt beyond that would sap my strength entirely. Having tasted the sweetness of concocting the book elixir, Duke selected 2 tomes within the study, one inscribed on oracle bones and the other on bamboo slips. When he refined the first book elixir, he realized his limitations. However, he was unprepared for the exhaustion that followed the creation of the second elixir, which left him utterly drained. Climbing the stairs felt like a monumental task, and his entire body was languid and weak, as if he were burdened by an immense load. It seems I can only refine 2 elixirs from now on. I must also find a way to enhance my physical stamina. Yet, the remarks made by Su Xiaowu earlier today, regardless of their nature, seemed to promise little benefit. Nonetheless, it was evident that Su Xiaowu's statements were tinged with bias. I cannot take them entirely at face value. Clearly, I must navigate my own path. As Duke lay sprawled on the floor, taking a moment to catch his breath, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. Once he felt a semblance of strength returning, he once again hoisted his heavy frame towards Su Qilua's chamber. Her room was on the top floor, and he needed to ascend 3 more flights before reaching her sanctuary. Who designed this building with so many floors? Are they not concerned about the risk of fire and the lack of escape? While silently cursing, Duke struggled to drag his cumbersome body up the stairs. The joy he felt while descending was now replaced by sheer misery. Upon finally reaching the 3rd floor, he realized he lacked the energy to open Su Qilua's door. Darn it! Duke collapsed before her closed door, lying on his back and gazing at it with a heavy heart. I must find a way to grow stronger. If I cannot discover a method, I must at least bolster my physical condition. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Yet he focused intently on transferring the 2 refined book elixirs from the black cauldron space into his mouth, swallowing them one by one. The knowledge embedded within the elixirs swiftly flowed into Duke's consciousness, taking root and solidifying, transforming into his own understanding. Duke closed his eyes, savoring the newfound wisdom. The Legend of the Celestial Fish. Tonight, I refined 3 books, 1 on history, 1 fiction, and 1 on popular science. It was rather fruitful, somewhat fruitful. Gradually, Duke's mind settled into tranquility, and he drifted into a deep slumber, instinctively curling up into a small, white, rice ball shape, right there in front of Su Qilua's door. The next morning, amidst a flurry of calls, General, 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 Duke struggled to open his eyes. As he did, he was greeted by Su Qilua's cherubic face. Meow, please don't disturb me, little one. Duke raised a paw to gently push her face away, then promptly returned to sleep. His body was but a month or 2 old kitten, with limited stamina, having refined 3 elixirs last night. He was utterly drained and yearned only for rest. What is the matter with the general? Su Qilua exclaimed, her face etched with concern. Could he be unwell? Miss, when I came to attend to your morning routine, I noticed the general guarding your door. He must have stayed awake all night to ensure your peace. Qiu Shui replied with a light chuckle. Su Qilua's expression transformed from worry to joy, and she beamed at Duke with affection, planting a kiss upon him. All right, miss. Let the general rest well. You should wash up. After breakfast, it will be time for your morning lessons. Yun Shan, with a gentle smile, softly reminded her. And Su Qilua tenderly stroked Duke's head. Very well, I shall carry the general back to his nook. All right, miss. After being placed in his designated camp bed, Duke curled into a fluffy white ball and fell into a deep slumber. Su Qilua glanced at him for a moment before heading to freshen up and begin her morning lessons. After her wash and breakfast, Su Qilua made her way to the training room. The space was akin to the 2nd floor of the martial arts pavilion, with a thick layer of fabric covering the ground, alongside several wooden training dummies. Miss, the elixirs, Yinshan said, presenting a wooden box filled with rows of vibrant red pills, exuding a unique fragrance. Good. Su Qilua pinched one and swallowed it, her rosy cheeks visibly deepening in color. Feeling the surge of energy within her, she spread her slightly plump legs apart, raised her arms above her head, and with a spirited shout, sank down. Wisps of white smoke emanating from her crown. Watching her practice, Yinshan noted that Su Qilua was performing the foundational stance from their family's ancestral technique, a method that nurtures strength and refines the body. Coupled with the specially crafted blood vitality pills, it would be enough to expedite her progress tremendously. As Su Qilua radiated warmth, her skin pulsing with energy, Yinshan sighed internally. For the scions of the Su family, success was almost guaranteed. Outside, children striving for mastery often spent their entire fortunes, and even then, success was not assured. Techniques, elixirs, and tutors each required significant resources. Yet, the Su family children had advantages from the womb, receiving enhancements through their mothers, and upon birth, they were bathed in special herbal baths until they were a month old. Even their daily meals were meticulously curated to fortify their foundations and amplify their potential. This was merely the preliminary preparation for the Su family children to embark on their path by the age of 16 or 17. Setting aside other matters, just the elixirs in hand could incite a frenzy among so-called martial artists. As Yinshan contemplated this, she turned her gaze back to Su Qilua. who was exhaling a long plume of white smoke and reaching for another pill. Another one, please. Certainly, Mississippi. With another pill consumed, Suchilua resumed her stance, her body undergoing the dual refinement of the elixir's power and the foundational training. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Miss, today's morning session concludes here. When Suchilua reached for her fourth pill, Yinshan promptly closed the box. Suchilua blinked in surprise. So soon? That is because you are exceptionally gifted. An hour of your training equates to a day's advancement for others. Very well, prepare warm water for my bath. I shall cleanse myself. With that, Suchilua hurriedly exited the training room. Observing her haste, Yinshan surmised that the girl was off to see her feline general. However, as a servant, her foremost duty was to obey her mistress. With the orders given, it was her responsibility to comply. On the other side, Suchilua burst into her room, still carrying the scent of sweat, and leaned over Duke's cat bed, admiring the curled-up figure of Duke. Gently poking him with her finger, she felt the soft and smooth texture beneath her touch, prompting a smile to break across her face. The general is so soft. She poked him again, exclaiming, "How can you be so adorable? My general is simply marvelous." He. Suchilua lay directly on the floor, her gaze fixated on the peacefully slumbering Duke, poking him with her fingers one by one. Yet, Duke remained in a deep sleep, oblivious to Suchilua's antics. "Miss, the bathwater is ready," Chioshui announced respectfully at the door of Suchilua's room. However, Suchilua inquired, "Chioshui, why does the general sleep so soundly? Perhaps he was too fatigued from keeping watch over you last night." Chioshui suggested. "Should he take medicine?" Suchilua lifted her head to look at Chioshui, who blinked uncertainly and replied, "This servant truly does not know. Miss, you need not worry overly about the general. He is merely exhausted and will feel better after some additional rest." Exhausted. Suchilua's small face scrunched up in concern as she furrowed her brow and gently stroked Duke's fur. "Surely, he should be fine with some medicine. The elixir I consume every morning gives me great strength. If I give the general that elixir, he will surely awaken." The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes shone. As children often indulge in whimsical thoughts, unable to restrain themselves once an idea takes root. "Chioshui, go fetch my elixir." "But, Mississippi." Chioshui displayed a troubled expression. Suchilua stood up, hands on her hips, insisting, "Hurry, or I shall not be kind to you." "Very well, miss, I shall go at once." Unable to defy Suchilua, Chioshui turned to retrieve the elixir. Before long, Chioshui returned, holding a crimson elixir in her hand. "Miss, the medicine has arrived." Suchilua took the elixir and promptly began to pry Duke, curled up in a ball, apart. She pinched his mouth open and placed the elixir inside. "Be good, General. Take your medicine. Once you do, you won't need to sleep anymore." After receiving the elixir, Duke instinctively bit down and swallowed it in his sleep. Moments later, he opened his eyes, bloodshot and filled with a fiery sensation in his belly, letting out a howl. "Whoa!" The heat consuming him caused Duke to leap from his cat bed and start racing chaotically around the room. Suchilua watched in bewilderment as Duke dashed about. And just then, Yinshan entered the room, equally astonished by the sight of the frantically running Duke. "Miss, what have you done?" "I simply fed him the elixir I take, hoping he would recover quickly." "Miss, that elixir should not be administered lightly. If he cannot withstand its potency, it could be fatal." Chapter 10. The veterinarian arrives. "Miss, that medicinal pill should not be administered casually," Yinshan exclaimed anxiously, watching Duke, the cat, darting chaotically around the room, his mouth emitting continuous cries and his body radiating heat. "If he cannot withstand the potency of the medicine, he may explode." "What?" Suchilua was taken aback. Her intentions were noble. She simply wished for Duke to consume the pill and awaken from his slumber to play with her. After all, every time she ingested that pill, it filled her with vitality. Empathizing with her beloved cat, she believed that the same pill would surely rejuvenate him. Yet, unexpectedly, while the cat had indeed awakened, he was now on the verge of collapsing. "What should we do?" Suchilua's small face flushed with urgency as she observed Duke wreaking havoc in the room, toppling various ornaments and crying out incessantly. Her heart raced with anxiety. "Yinshan, you must think of a solution." Yinshan, equally distressed, contemplated her options. In ordinary circumstances, if a human consumed the blood chi pill, one could easily utilize their true energy to help disperse the overwhelming medicinal force. Not only would there be no adverse effects, but they might even benefit from it. However, the one who had ingested the blood chi pill was a cat, and the disparity between humans and felines was vast. She was well aware of the complexities of human physiology, yet she was utterly clueless about the feline anatomy. If she recklessly attempted to disperse the medicinal force using her true energy, the consequences could be dire, resulting in the cat being obliterated without even a chance to collapse. Yunshan. Su Qilua urged once more, her heart racing as she sought a solution. Do not panic, Mississippi. The immediate priority is to capture the general. We cannot allow him to run amok. If he escapes, under the influence of the medicine, he will flail about like a headless fly. Once he is out of the room, capturing him will become increasingly difficult. As soon as Yunshan uttered these words, Duke darted out the door right before the eyes of the three individuals in the room. Just like that. Yunshan blinked in surprise. Su Qilua inhaled deeply and then screamed, General! It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Duke, moving with rapid agility, transformed into a white blur as he dashed across the ground, his eyes bloodshot. The inferno within him tormented him ceaselessly. Not only that, but the searing flames spread through his limbs, making him feel as if his veins were on the verge of combustion. His heartbeat quickened, reverberating loudly in his ears, and an unbearable pressure coursed through his entire being, akin to a balloon being inflated relentlessly, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him, to run, to flee, and to find something to extinguish the fire raging within him. Jiachi, Jiaba, Jiargio, Jiashur. Quickly intercept the young lady's cat. Yunshan leaped from the pavilion of Langia Palace, her garments billowing as her voice echoed throughout the vicinity. Jiashur. Send a message via the Arrow Eagle to the Beast Academy, summoning the veterinary experts. Hurry. If anything happens to the young lady's white cat general, they shall all be turned into fertilizer. The instant Yunshan's words fell, four figures sprung swiftly from various corners of Langia Palace, making a beeline for the white cat that had bolted from the palace. Simultaneously, an arrow eagle soared into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Be careful. Do not harm my general. Su Qilua cried out from the window, while Duke leaped toward the waters near Langia Palace. Oh no! The cat is going to jump into the water, she exclaimed in despair. Damn it! There are venomous snakes in the water. A single bite could kill an elephant. We must not let the cat fall in. Quickly, everyone, move faster. Spread the net. Four figures surged forth, each unleashing their utmost speed. One figure swept their hand across their waist, launching a net as they did so. As the net soared toward Duke, he, as if sensing danger, swiftly climbed up a pillar. With claws unsheathed, Duke gripped the pillar and ascended. It's so hot, it's unbearable. All that occupied his mind was the shimmering waters of the lake, longing to leap in and douse himself in coolness. Reaching the top of the pillar with nimble grace, Duke propelled himself toward the lake. Yet, in the next moment, four nets converged from various angles, blocking his path. Just as the nets were about to close in, Duke curled his body and narrowly slipped through the gaps. Escaping the encirclement of the nets, Duke instinctively stretched out and dove toward the lake, head first. Whoosh! A ribbon suddenly soared from the distance, ensnaring Duke and pulling him toward the shore. Plop! In no time, Duke was tightly wrapped in the ribbon and landed on the grass, surrounded by the four guards identified as Jiachi, Jiaba, Jiargio, and Jiashur, who lifted the cat with relief. At last, we have captured him. Had it not been for Chief Yun's intervention, this cat would have been devoured by the water snakes the moment it fell in. All right, everyone, quiet down. Do not speak recklessly. One of the guards cradled Duke and hastened toward the pavilion of Langia Palace, while Duke continued to thrash about, the fire within him causing immense discomfort. Miss, I have fulfilled my duty. The guard knelt before the pavilion, raising Duke in his hands. Su Qilua rushed down the stairs, her heart racing as she beheld the bloodshot eyes of Duke, her anxiety palpable. General, Yunanti, what shall we do? Do not worry, Mississippi. I have dispatched an Arrow Eagle to notify the Beast Academy. The veterinary experts there specialize in managing such matters and may have a solution. Yunshan approached Su Qilua, placing her hand on Duke's chest. Our immediate concern is to safeguard the general's heart, preventing him from perishing due to the excessive medicinal force. Locating a cat's heart is rather straightforward, and Yunshan quickly pressed her fingers against Duke's chest, channeling her innate true energy to protect his heart. Though she lacked knowledge about feline meridians and physiology, locating the heart was relatively simple. Ensuring the heart's protection was also a common task. After enveloping Duke's heart with her true energy, she prevented it from erupting under the medicinal strain. However, blood seeped from Duke's pores, staining his fur and placing his life in jeopardy. It's all my fault. I hastily fed the general the medicinal pill. Tears streamed down Su Qilua's cheeks, each droplet a testament to her distress. While Yunshan continued to shield Duke's heart, she reassured Su Qilua, do not blame yourself, Mississippi. You acted with the best of intentions for the general. It is merely a lack of experience that led to this predicament. perhaps against all odds. The general may find fortune in this misfortune. As Yunshan comforted Su Qilua, she anxiously awaited the arrival of the veterinary experts. Should anything happen to the cat? Although the primary responsibility would lie with Su Qilua, they, as guardians, would inevitably face repercussions for their inadequate oversight. In simpler terms, if Su Qilua made a mistake, they would bear the brunt of the blame, indeed, a significant burden. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Upon hearing the beastly cry, Yunshan's expression lit up with hope. Miss, the veterinary experts from the Beast Academy have arrived. Su Qilua immediately looked up, wiping her tears as she scanned the surroundings. Where are they? Over there. With a languid gesture, Yunshan pointed towards the approaching beast in the distance. This creature resembled a magnificent steed, yet it bore a singular horn upon its brow, was adorned with feathers, and sported a tail reminiscent of a bird's plumage. As Su Qilua beheld this extraordinary beast, it had already traversed the water to stand before her. An elderly man seated upon the creature swiftly dismounted as it steadied. Taking 2 steps to kneel before Su Qilua, Dr. Sun Xiang of the Beast Pavilion greets the young lady. Please, I implore you, save my general. Su Qilua grasped the elder, known as Sun Xiang, and began to lead him away. Despite his advanced age, he possessed considerable weight. Yet he was being pulled along by Su Qilua with remarkable ease. Do not be alarmed, young lady. I shall tend to your beloved pet without delay, Sun Xiang exclaimed, attempting to discreetly free himself from her grasp. However, just as he slipped from her small hand, he noticed a hole had appeared in his robe. Su Qilua clutched a piece of fabric, and Sun Xiang's expression contorted in surprise. It was said that the young lady possessed divine strength, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed astonishing. Dr. Sun quickly examined this feline. Yunshan urged, handing Duke over to Sun Xiang. Upon seeing Duke, Sun Xiang gasped sharply, Is this a rare spiritual cat, the Shiyuphilian? Enough chatter. Hasten to treat it. Yunshan commanded, glaring at Sun Xiang, who sheepishly chuckled, Apologies, I could not help myself. What ailment afflicts this cat? The young lady has fed it a blood chi pill. Sun Xiang was momentarily flabbergasted, stammering. Is that something one can give to a cat? Stop dawdling, act swiftly. Very well, no need to rush. Sun Xiang rolled up his sleeves and addressed Yunshan. If you would be so kind, please remove this ribbon. Certainly. Yunshan promptly untied her ribbon, and as Duke was freed from restraint, he instinctively attempted to struggle. Yet Sun Xiang denied him the chance, seizing the scruff of Duke's neck with one hand while the other formed a precise gesture that he pressed against the cat's abdomen. Were it anyone else, they might have been at a loss, but with me, success is assured. Sun Xiang's fingers danced with precision, and the effect was immediate. Duke ceased his struggles, surrendering to Sun Xiang's ministrations as he felt an inner fire rapidly subside, replaced by a soothing warmth coursing through his limbs. I hail from the esteemed Beastmaster sect, where my first lesson was to understand the structure of animal skin, muscle, organs, and meridians. This cat of yours has merely lost its senses due to the overwhelming potency of the blood chi pill. A simple realignment will not only avert disaster, but may also yield unexpected benefits. Chapter 11. You just need to lie down. Leave the rest to me in the Langya Palace, at the entrance of the pavilion. An elderly man adorned in a long robe embroidered with intricate beast patterns crouched on the floor. With his left hand gripping a white cat by the scruff of its neck, his right hand pointed like a sword, delicately tapping the cat's body. The white cat, once as flawless as white jade, was now marred with spots of blood, its body radiating heat, occasionally emitting heart-wrenching whimpers from its throat. Dr. Sun, when will my general be cured? Su Qilua, squatting nearby, anxiously wiped her tears. Yet, Sun Xiang, the master of the beast garden, remained remarkably composed. Do not fret. Young lady, your cat will not only escape harm but will also benefit from this misfortune. I'm currently employing the secret techniques of the Ganji Beast Master sect to channel the medicinal power of the blood chi pill into your cat's limbs. It is akin to your usual training. However, while you would typically cultivate the medicinal energy yourself, your cat is now absorbing it with my assistance. After this ordeal, your cat will not only be more vigorous but also livelier than before. As Sun Xiang spoke, he meticulously guided the medicinal energy within Duke. Yunshan, standing nearby, added, Miss, do not worry. The Ganji Beast Master sect was once renowned within our Changshan Heavenly Empire, with disciples commanding beasts as if they were mere extensions of their own will. Moreover, their inherited techniques are designed for nurturing and controlling beasts. Your white cat shall surely turn adversity into advantage. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Su Qilua sniffled, her gaze hopeful as she turned to Sun Xiang. Dr. Sun, is this true? Absolutely, Sun Xiang replied with a smile. Otherwise, I would not be here. Besides, have you not been troubled by how to assist your white cat in its training? Yun Shan continued, redirecting Su Qilua's attention. Perhaps Dr. Sun has a solution. With this suggestion, Su Qilua's focus shifted to how to help Duke cultivate. The guilt and self-reproach she felt for mistakenly administering the blood chi pill began to dissipate. Dr. Sun, do you have a method? She inquired earnestly. Meeting Su Qilua's eager gaze, Sun Xiang glanced at Yun Shan, who nodded encouragingly. The elder replied, Indeed. That is splendid. Dr. Sun, you must help my white cat achieve its training. That is certainly feasible, but as the current doctor of the Beast Garden, I fear I am somewhat stretched thin. I shall discuss this matter with my father. Without hesitation, Su Qiluo responded, but Sun Xiang shook his head. No need to rush. Your cat has already been treated, so take it back to your quarters and ensure it is comfortable. As he spoke, Sun Xiang gently set Duke down. After being infused with substantial medicinal energy, Duke had fallen into a deep slumber, yet his breathing was noticeably stronger, affirming Sun Xiang's claims of benefit. At that moment, Qiu Shui presented a soft cushion for Sun Xiang to place the cat upon, ensuring it did not catch a chill. Once Duke was settled inside, Sun Xiang clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Young lady, I have fulfilled my duty. Your cat has been healed. Watching as Qiu Shui carefully carried the cushion inside the pavilion, Su Qiluo continued, Dr. Sun, I will speak with my father shortly to request your transfer to Langya Palace to oversee my general's care. Your kindness is appreciated, young lady. But I hold a significant position and cannot leave my post. Without my supervision, the Beast Garden would be thrown into disarray. But I want my general to train. Ah. Sun Xiang stroked his beard, chuckling as he proposed. I have a disciple who is quite capable and has experience with beasts. He is currently unoccupied, and I could assign him to assist you. Your disciple? Su Qiluo frowned. Is he reliable? Absolutely reliable. I have personally trained him. He is more than capable of attending to your white cat, and guiding it in its training would be exceptionally easy, even if he does nothing else. He can certainly handle the more mundane tasks. Miss, considering Dr. Sun's esteemed position in the Beast Garden, requesting him directly from the family head might provoke rumors. It would be wiser to have his disciple serve your general. This way, you would avoid any gossip. And a young person would be more energetic in looking after your general. I see, Su Qiluo pondered for a moment. All right then, let Dr. Sun's disciple come. However, if he does not care for my general properly, I shall have my father impose penalties upon you. That will not happen, young lady. Sun Xiang assured her with a bow. Then please have your disciple come promptly, Su Qiluo commanded with a flick of her sleeve. Yungu, please, she called. Miss. Yun Shan responded, hands clasped within her sleeves and bowing slightly. Today everyone has worked hard. Please present them with some gifts. Of course, Mississippi Yun Shan nodded slightly. And Su Qiluo waved her hand. I will check on my general. Farewell, Mississippi. As Su Qiluo entered the pavilion, Yun Shan turned to Sun Xiang. Congratulations, Dr. Sun, for securing such a favorable position for your disciple. Indeed, I must thank you, Manager Yan. Were it not for your assistance, my wayward disciple would still be in the Beast Garden, tending to the horses. Sun Xiang bowed his head in gratitude. Yun Shan smiled and shook her head. The needs of the young lady are our duties. That is the way of things. Quite right, Sun Xiang chuckled, and they exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. With that, I shall take my leave. I must return the borrowed feathered beast to the estate promptly. Otherwise, I shall find myself in great trouble. As Sun Xiang prepared to depart, Yun Shan interjected, There is no rush. I shall write you a note. Should anyone trouble you, present this note to them. We, too, have our dignity here in Langya Palace. Indeed, we do, Sun Xiang acknowledged. Later in the afternoon within Langya Palace, Duke, just awakening, gasped in pain, his entire body aching, causing him to grimace. Master Cat, you are awake. Upon opening his eyes, Duke was met with the sight of a chubby, dark-skinned boy whose wrinkled face loomed into his view. Duke widened his eyes in confusion. Who is this little black fatty? The boy, seeing Duke's astonished expression, hurriedly grinned and said, I am Yu Yun, specially sent by the young lady to attend to you. If you have any desires for food or drink, just let me know. Attend to me? Duke straightened himself in the cat nest, but every movement sent jolts of pain through him, making him wince. Master Cat, you mustn't move around too much. Earlier, you mistakenly ingested a blood chi pill meant for martial artists, and the overwhelming energy caused you to lose your senses, running about recklessly and nearly falling into the water. As Yu Yun recounted the events, Duke recalled the chaos that had ensued. If not for Yungu's timely message to the Beast Garden, summoning Dr. Sun, who helped him regulate the energy. He might have been overwhelmed by the potency of the pill. Duke glared, realizing he had been unwittingly set ablaze due to that little girl Chihuahua's reckless feeding of the medicine. Curse her. Almost cost me my life. However, esteemed cat master, it is indeed true that the feline possesses a celestial disposition. Not only has this incident failed to induce any ailments, but it has also turned misfortune into fortune. Thanks to my master's careful administration of medicinal energies, you have greatly benefited, and your physical constitution has ascended to new heights. Duke, take a moment to sense it. As the chubby black one has asserted, you possess an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within you. Presently, you could refine 3 elixirs in a single breath without encountering any difficulties. Moreover, in addition to attending to you, I am also tasked with aiding in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Duke leapt toward the chubby black one, opening his mouth in a playful woof. Woof. The chubby one, caught off guard by the feline's leap, gazed into Duke's golden eyes and couldn't help but reflect on the extraordinary nature of this spirit cat, whose innate awareness is profoundly attuned and whose intellect has already blossomed. Had it been any other creature, they would have been utterly bewildered. This is precisely why he chose to explain the circumstances to Duke upon his awakening. Duke belongs to the extraordinary spirit cat breed, known as Chiuxiophilian, which not only possesses remarkable qualities but is also exceedingly astute and shrewd. To regard this cat as a mere simpleton, akin to those commonly kept by ordinary households, would indeed render one the true fool. I speak nothing but the truth. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Simply recline, and leave the rest to me. Chapter 12. Is this a little pain? Master Cat. All you need to do is lie down. Leave the rest to me. On the floor, Yiyan beamed with a simple smile, while Duke, perched on his chest, cast a dubious glance at the chubby little figure. Noticing the change in the white cat's gaze, Yiyan hurriedly said, Master Cat, you must be feeling sore all over, right? Duke's eyelids twitched. How did this little chubby fellow know? My master advised me before I came here. Yiyan's dark, plump face broke into a grin. He mentioned that although he alleviated the effects of the medicine for you, the residual impact on your meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs still lingers. Therefore, it is essential to give you a massage after you wake up to help dissipate the remnants of the medicinal impact. So, Master Cat, would you like to give it a try? After a moment of contemplation, Duke slowly nodded in response to the obsequious little chubby figure. Surprised by Duke's reaction, Yiyan was taken aback. Although he was aware that Shiyu Xiaofei, as an extraordinary spirit cat, possessed innate intelligence and remarkable wisdom, this was his first encounter. Primarily, each spirit cat had its unique abilities. Ordinary people might not even recognize them, even if they passed by. Now, witnessing Duke firsthand, Yiyan reflected that the depictions in books were indeed accurate, perhaps even conservative. The cat before him, with its discerning eyes and graceful demeanor, was hardly distinguishable from a human. Please wait a moment, Master Cat. As Yiyan reached out to embrace Duke, the latter deftly jumped away and returned to his cat nest. Watching Duke settle in, Yiyan quickly stood up, crouching in front of the nest with a smile. Master Cat, I will prepare hot water for your bath. Look at you. Your white fur is stained red with blood and matted. Let me concoct a medicinal bath for you, and then we can alleviate that soreness, shall we? Duke nodded once more, prompting Yiyan to dash out of the room. At this moment, Duke realized that his cat nest had been moved from Su Qilua's room. He was now in a side chamber outside Su Qilua's boudoir, a place where the night maids would stay. Although puzzled, Duke did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he squinted his eyes and awaited Yiyan's return while perusing the contents of the 3 books he had refined the previous night. The 3 chronicles and legend of the celestial fish could wait. He decided to examine the record of seeking immortality first. This record of seeking immortality was penned by an ancient figure named Li Xuanxian, who harbored aspirations of seeking immortality from a young age. As he grew, he dedicated himself to the pursuit of immortality and truly ventured forth to seek enlightenment. This book documented all the extraordinary phenomena he encountered along his journey. Let me take a look. Duke mused, becoming engrossed in the intriguing content, which was perfectly suited for him, a novice who comprehended little. Just a quarter of an hour later, Yiyan returned, carrying a bucket of water. With sleeves rolled up, he embraced a bucket as tall as an adult's calf. Showing no signs of fatigue, his arms steady as a rock. Master Cat, the hot water is here. Duke glanced at the steaming medicinal bath emerging from the wooden bucket and promptly leaped out of his nest into the tub. However, the movement caused him to grimace in pain. At that moment, Qiushue entered the room, bowing respectfully to Duke before saying, The young lady instructed me to inform you before she left for class. From now on, Yiyan will be your devoted servant, attending to your daily needs. You may command him as you see fit. Additionally, due to Yu Yun's presence, you must make do and reside in this side chamber from now on. Meow? Duke nonchalantly responded while soaking in the warm tub. Seeing his demeanor, Qiu Shui let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, Yu Yun will not only take care of your daily affairs but will also oversee your cultivation. As Qiu Shui spoke, she cast a glance at Yu Yun, who was already submerging his hands in the hot water, massaging Duke's fur and kneading his muscles to relax the pores, allowing the accumulated toxins to be expelled. Meow? Duke lazily called out, resting his chin on the edge of the tub, enjoying Yu Yun's ministrations, his ears twitching slightly to indicate his understanding. Since you are aware, I shall not disturb you any further. Qiu Shui bowed once more and exited Duke's chamber. Master Cat, is this pressure okay? Please roll over. Look at your fur now. After washing, it will be so white. Under Yu Yun's eager prompts, Duke was soon cleaned thoroughly. Emerging from the tub, he was wrapped in a warm blanket, resembling a cozy caterpillar, and gently placed back in his nest. After ensuring Duke was comfortable, Yu Yun stepped outside, only to return shortly with a warm stove. Placing it beside Duke. Master Cat, I've added a herb called cat's laughter to this stove. It will greatly benefit you. You should soak in it for half an hour. Half an hour? Duke's eyes widened. Did he think he was curing meat? However, it was quite pleasant, so he acquiesced. As he settled back into his nest, basking in the warmth, he began to read the record of seeking immortality in his mind. Having set everything right for Duke, Yu Yun removed the wooden tub and closed the door, allowing Duke to rest undisturbed. Once alone, Duke's eyelids fluttered as he caught sight of a story about wild demons cultivating. The tale was brief, yet one passage piqued Duke's interest. On the night of the full moon, residing within the mountains, I chanced upon a wild fox worshipping the moon. The moonlight was ethereal. With each bough, the fox absorbed a wisp of moonlight, repeating this until dawn. As the sun rose, the fox then worshipped the sun, absorbing a ray of its essence before departing. It was quite extraordinary. This may be a method of cultivation for wild demons, but my goal is to seek immortality. So I merely noted it down. After reading those lines, Duke squinted thoughtfully. Su Xiaowu had mentioned that demons varied. Some absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, while others preyed upon humans. Although he had taken note of it back then, seeing the description again made him ponder deeply. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Although he was unsure how to proceed, he had the Black Cauldron. The Black Cauldron could refine all things into elixirs. Surely it could handle the essence of the sun and moon as well. Perhaps he could attempt to refine the essence into elixirs. The record of seeking immortality noted that the wild fox worshipped the moon on the night of the full moon, indicating that the moonlight would be most potent then. Yet, while Li Shu and Xian observed the fox absorbing moonlight throughout the night, it only took a ray of sunlight at dawn. Why not at noon, afternoon, or evening? Was there some significance to this? It seemed he would have to experiment gradually. Master Cat, half an hour has passed. We can begin now. With a needle bag in hand, Yu Yun pushed the door open. He first moved the stove aside, and then spread the needle bag in front of Duke. Master Cat, given that you have not practiced before, I shall now use my sect's secret technique to impart internal energy to you, helping you cultivate a stream of inner breath. It may be slightly painful. Please endure. Duke glanced at the densely packed silver needles within the needle pouch and immediately inhaled sharply. Is this intended to turn me into a hedgehog? Moreover, once I assist you in refining the first stage, you will be able to cultivate independently. Upon hearing the phrase cultivate independently, Duke's gaze shifted back to the multitude of silver needles, and his resolve solidified. One cannot achieve greatness without making sacrifices. As a beast, he was already at a significant disadvantage compared to humans. Now that he had access to a method of cultivation, he could not afford to be picky. Here we go. Do not pity me simply because I am a delicate flower. Observing Duke close his eyes and raise his head defiantly, Yu Yin could not help but smile slightly. Rest assured, my feline friend, it will only hurt a little. As Yu Yun spoke, he deftly loosened the fabric binding Duke and deftly extracted a silver needle, aiming it at Duke's tail. Just bear with it. It will be over swiftly. The next moment, a heart-wrenching howl echoed from the room. You little black chubby. I'll give you a good thrashing. Is this what you call a little pain? Chapter 13. Master Cat, are you preparing for the scholar examination? As dusk fell over the Langya Palace, the little girl Su Qilua, just returned from the Xiaowu Pavilion, rushed eagerly up the stairs, exclaiming, General, I'm back. Are you feeling better? Bursting into the ear room recently occupied by Duke, she found him sulking in his cat bed, while the chubby black figure of Yu Yin stood nearby, his face smeared with blood. Miss, I pay my respects, Yu Yin exclaimed, dropping to his knees upon seeing Su Qilua in her. She paid him no mind, her excitement directing her towards Duke as she scooped him up. "General, how do you feel?" In her arms, Duke let out a soft meow in response. "Miss, I have already assisted the general with his bath today, using a special medicinal soak. I also administered acupuncture with silver needles to strengthen his constitution," Yu Yun spoke softly. Su Chilua shifted her attention to him. "Stand up and speak." Sitting squarely on Duke's cat bed, she cradled him and repeatedly groomed his fur with her small hands. "Ah, thank you." Mississippi Yu Yun stood awkwardly, casting a nervous glance at her. Before coming here, Sun Xiang had specifically instructed him on the importance of Su Chilua's status within the Su family, emphasizing the necessity of fulfilling his responsibilities. She was destined to be a pillar of the family, and he needed to secure his position in the Langya Palace while she was still young. The Beast Garden held little promise, merely a caretaker for horses. However, by staying close to Su Chilua, his future could be vastly brighter. "How is the general's condition now?" Su Chilua inquired, her gaze fixed solely on her cat. Yu Yun cautiously replied, "The general's condition is excellent. After I employ the acupuncture technique for 7 days, he will cultivate a vital essence, allowing him to practice our unique beast cultivation method." 7 days? Su Chilua raised her head, her brow furrowing. "Yes, due to the innate limitations of beasts. I need to provide the general with energy for 7 days to cultivate this essence. Once established, paired with our unique method, his progress will be remarkably swift." Yu Yun explained, his confidence evident. Though he may lack in other areas, he was a specialist in beast care and training, armed with generations of ancestral knowledge and his master's teachings. Indeed, Su Chilua nodded slightly before asking, "Is there anything we need to be cautious about?" "Well," Yu Yun scratched his head, pondering before continuing, "During this time, we must continuously nourish the general, ideally with substantial blood-based food. In fact, once the essence is cultivated and the general begins practicing, he can cultivate both internally and externally, saving a great deal of time. However, the consumption will also increase. Though humans and beasts differ, they share similarities in certain aspects. Just as humans require nourishment for martial training, so too do beasts, often requiring even more." "What about blood chi pills?" Su Chilua inquired directly. Yu Yun's expression shifted, knowing the rarity of such pills, which were coveted even by innate martial artists, as they were said to be crafted by legendary cultivators. "Certainly, but one must be divided into smaller portions due to its potent energy," Yu Yun replied earnestly. Su Chilua nodded, declaring that from now on, all matters concerning the general would be entrusted to him. "If you achieve results, rewards will follow, but if the general falters, I shall hold you accountable." At this, Yu Yun knelt again. "I will surely dedicate myself and not disappoint your expectations." "Very well, you may leave now. I wish to spend some time alone with the general." Right away, Yu Yun stood and retreated, bowing as he exited the room. "General, this Yu Yun is the servant I have prepared for you. Feel free to summon him whenever you require assistance." Su Chilua gently stroked Duke's back, who responded with a soft hum, recognizing the effectiveness of Yu Yun's acupuncture technique. Just a single session had introduced a warm sensation within him, though it lay dormant. It filled him with a comforting warmth. This piqued Duke's curiosity about the unique method spoken of by the chubby black figure. "General, I attended martial class today, and it was quite dull without you. The 13th brother from the 13th house was a nuisance, but thankfully, 6th brother protected me from his bullying. Uncle San inspected our training progress today and praised me for my rapid advancement and solid foundation. As long as I continue diligently practicing every day, I will reach a physical peak within 7 days, after which I can further my studies. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to protect you." As Su Chilua poured out her heart, Duke's ears twitched, contentedly nestled in her embrace, listening to her voice until he drifted into slumber. Later that night, Duke awoke in his cat bed, his golden eyes gleaming brightly in the dark. With a stretch and a yawn, he leaped out of his bed, nudging open the door to the ear room and stepping outside. "Master," came a sleepy murmur, and Duke turned to see the chubby black figure of Yu Yun, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, head bowed, drool trickling from his mouth. Duke shook his head disapprovingly. Such behavior. Turning away, Duke headed downstairs. Moments later, he arrived at the study. Surrounded by the multitude of books, he licked his lips in anticipation. After a brief moment, Duke dragged a book towards his room, reflecting on his current limit of concocting 5 elixirs. He had already completed 4 books, and feeling the warm energy within him, the so-called vital essence, he nodded to himself. Indeed, as the chubby black figure had indicated, this essence was tremendously beneficial for him. Moreover, The blood sheep pill, which had been mistakenly fed to him by the girl, had significantly enhanced his constitution. His stamina and capacity for alchemy were intricately connected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to concoct 3 elixirs last night and 4 tonight, all while having the strength to carry a book upstairs. As Duke approached his room, just as he was about to open the door, he heard a groggy voice from the side. "Master Cat?" Looking over, he saw Yuyun waking up, rubbing his eyes, and staring at Duke, who was holding a book, his expression perplexed. "My goodness, Master Cat, are you preparing for the scholar examination? Why are you dragging a book?" Duke and Yuyun locked eyes for a moment, and under Duke's steady gaze, Yuyun suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. "Oh, heh. I must have been sleepwalking. How could Master Cat possibly drag a book? Yes, indeed, I must have been confused. As he spoke, Yuyun closed his eyes once more. Duke let out a soft grunt as he dragged the books into his room, giving the door a swift kick to ensure it closed behind him. He brought the tomes to his cozy nook and yawned widely. Having absorbed the essence of 5 books in one sitting, he felt a touch weary. Once he completed this final volume, he would surrender to slumber. Contemplating this, he cast a glance out the window. The moon hung high in the sky, its luminous glow wafting into the room like mist. With the full moon still some time away, he decided to focus on his studies for the moment, postponing the refinement of solar and lunar energies. For now, he would immerse himself in knowledge. Chapter 14. The Beast Garden, the 4 Great Spirit Cats. 6 days later, at the Langya Palace. "Master Cat! Master Cat!" As Yuyun burst into the room, he was met with incessant clamor, and Duke, still groggy, opened his eyes just a sliver to glance at him. The lingering irritation in his gaze rendered him formidable, causing Yuyun to involuntarily shudder. "Oh, Master Cat, please continue your slumber. I shall return once you awaken." Yuyun quickly closed the door behind him and hurriedly exited. Through their interactions over the past few days, Yuyun had come to understand that his Master Cat possessed an extraordinary temper. A mere glance could send chills down one's spine. While it is often said that cats are neurotic, Yuyun felt this description fell short. If his Master Cat were to be deemed neurotic, it would certainly be the fiercest among them. With Yuyun's departure, Duke nodded in satisfaction and drowsily settled back into bed. If it weren't for the little black chubby fellow's ability to aid in nurturing his internal energy, Duke would have long since given him a piece of his mind. Suddenly, Duke's eyes flew open as he recalled something significant. Just yesterday, the little black chubby fellow had administered his 7th acupuncture treatment, allowing Duke's internal energy to solidify, marking the commencement of his formal cultivation. With this thought, Duke's sleepiness dissipated rapidly. He stretched languidly before letting out a resounding howl. "Ah!" His cry prompted a crack in the door, and Yuyun's head peeked in. "Master Cat?" Duke yawned widely while signaling to the little black chubby fellow that it was time to prepare the bathwater. After a night's sleep, his fur was tousled, with some tufts sticking up. Naturally, Duke was unwilling to groom himself. Thus, bathing each morning had become his new ritual. "I'll prepare the bathwater for you, Master Cat." Yuyun closed the door and stepped out once more to get the water ready. Duke reclined in his cat nest, reflecting on the past week. Over the last 7 days, he had spent his mornings receiving acupuncture from the little black chubby fellow, nurturing his internal energy. After 7 treatments, this warm flow within him had reached its zenith. With this internal energy pervading his body, Duke felt invigorated each day, and his alchemical endeavors had increased from 5 to 8 attempts. In the afternoons, he accompanied the young lady to martial arts classes, observing a gaggle of children frolicking in the training grounds. In the evenings, he would sneak into the study for books to refine his alchemy. "What? You say Duke is stealing books? What a jest. The entire Langya Palace belongs to Suchilua, thus, what is hers is also his. In other words, the palace is his as well. What of his few books? In 7 days, he has merely refined 42 volumes. These 42 books encompassed a vast array of subjects, including history, novels, art, chess, and music. Through absorbing the knowledge contained within these texts, Duke was no longer a complete illiterate, but had become somewhat literate. Moreover, Yuyun had also curated a dietary plan for Duke, and adhering to it, he had grown considerably over the past week. Yuyun mentioned that with the commencement of his formal cultivation, he would soon enter a phase of rapid growth and development. "Master Cat, the water is ready." As Yuyun entered with a bucket, he interrupted Duke's reverie. Duke glanced at the bucket and promptly leaped in. His agile and graceful form evoked admiration, earning him the title of a splendid cat. Half an hour later, a rejuvenated Duke was cradled in Su Chilua's arms as they exited the Langya Palace. Today marked the official beginning of his cultivation journey. At Su's estate, in the Beast Garden, a small boat glided across the water towards a small island. where a white cat perched on the edge, intently observing the vibrant water snake swimming beneath. TSK. The corners of Duke's mouth curled into a smirk as he clicked his tongue. Throughout their journey, he had encountered numerous venomous water snakes gliding through the depths. The vast waters of Sue's estate, dotted with islands, had puzzled Duke. He had wondered if anyone would dare to hide within. However, on this day, as they ventured towards the beast garden, he understood no one would be foolish enough to do so. With so many water snakes lurking, even an elephant would be devoured in an instant should it fall in. He resolved to keep his distance from the water. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he was suddenly lifted by a pair of chubby hands, cradled in Su Qilua's embrace. "General, keep away from the water. You would be devoured if you fell in." Su Qilua gently stroked Duke's little head while Yu Yun added, "Miss, we are nearing the beast garden." Indeed, Su Qilua nodded. This was the moment Duke would officially step into the realm of cultivation, and she felt compelled to witness it. As the small boat docked, several figures quickly approached, deftly tossing ropes to secure the boat to the pier. Duke stared at the figures assisting with the docking, momentarily taken aback. They were monkeys clad in servant attire. "Master Cat, these are our specially trained servant monkeys from the beast garden. Don't let their scruffy appearance fool you. They are quite adept at their tasks," Yu Yin explained with a smile, tossing a few pieces of fruit to the eager monkeys. Upon seeing the fruit, the monkeys rushed to snatch it up. "All right, let's disembark. The master has surely prepared everything for Master Cat." Yu Yin led Su Qilua and the others into the beast garden, which was more akin to a beast island. As they arrived, Duke was greeted by the pungent scents of various wild beasts wafting through the air. TCH. Duke wrinkled his nose. His ears perked up as he heard the roars of beasts resonating from deep within the garden. The beast garden housed a staggering 1,326 species of beasts, totaling over 5,000 individuals. As Ian guided Su Qiluo, he began to elaborate on the garden's offerings. Among the inhabitants were not only the more common wolves, tigers, and leopards, but also rare and exotic beasts and birds. However, none could rival Master Cat, who was one of the 4 great spirit cats, the Qi Yu Xiao Fei Lian, a true rarity in the world. Yu Yun's modest flattery earned an eye roll from Duke, yet Su Qiluo appeared quite pleased. "Indeed, my general is the finest. Yu Yun, you mentioned the 4 great spirit cats. What are the other 3? Yun Shan, trailing behind, gently inquired as Duke perked his ears in interest. Yu Yun counted off on his fingers, recounting with fondness. "Our esteemed Beastmaster's record documents the existence of extraordinary beasts, the Earth's rare beasts, and the celestial dog spirit cat. The 4 great spirit cats are the Qi Yu Xiao Fei Lian, the Yuing Wu Tong Jin Si Hu, the Sier Jin Hua Zai, and the Shi Mian Luo Han. Each of these 4 spirit cats is born with innate supernatural abilities. The Qi Yu Xiao Fei Lian can blend with light, rendering it invisible, while the Yuing Wutong Jin Si Hu possesses a tiger's visage, able to discern danger and ward off evil. The Sier Jin Huazai can appear and vanish without a trace, foretelling fortune and misfortune, while the last, the Shi Mian Luo Han, oh, what a marvel." Yu Yin suddenly shook his head, clicking his tongue before continuing. "In truth, no one has ever seen the Shi Mian Luo Han, and its existence remains uncertain. However, the records state that the Shi Mian Luo Han possesses golden boy ears, a jade girl waist, and a celestial back. It can hear the world's happenings from within the home, discerning loyalty and treachery with its divine eyes, and can even sniff out karma, transforming disasters into blessings. Little black chubby fellow, where does my general rank among the 4 great spirit cats?" Su Qiluo, being a child at heart, could not help but feel a surge of curiosity upon hearing Yu Yun's words. Before Yu Yun could respond, a hearty and boisterous laughter echoed through the air. "Naturally, the cat raised by my niece, Su Xiaoshan, is the finest in the world. If anyone dares to disagree, I shall sever their head and offer it to my niece as a plaything." Chapter 15. The Tiger-Leopard Stance, the Thunder of the Tiger and Leopard. "That damn fool who dares to disagree, I shall sever his head and use it as a ball for my niece." Amidst the raucous laughter, a robust man with a shaven head, a rugged face, and a muscular build, clad in a flowing skirt armor and iron boots, came into view. "Ah, Uncle Wu." Upon seeing this burly, bald man, Su Qiluo instinctively stepped back. "Uncle Wu." Yu Yun, upon sighting the imposing figure, dropped to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. "I present my respects to you, Uncle Wu." Yun Shan also bowed to Su Xiaoshan, but he paid them no mind, pursuing Su Qiluo instead. "My dear niece, why do you run from Uncle Wu? Every time I see you, I want to tease you with my beard, but you're afraid of the pain and keep your distance." Su Qiluo, cradling Duke, hastily evaded. while Su Xiaoshan stroked his bald head, chuckling, "Oh, you little rascal, Uncle Wu only wishes to dote on you." "No." Su Qilua was evidently resistant, clearly disliking the sensation of whiskers brushing against her face. Noticing her aversion, Su Xiaoshan's eyes widened. "I was just about to say that my red-blooded golden-eyed beast has just given birth, and I intended to gift you one. Since you are so averse to me, I shall give it to another child." Upon hearing this, Su Qilua's eyes lit up, and she eagerly approached Su Xiaoshan. "Uncle Wu, are you truly going to give me a red-blooded golden-eyed beast?" "Of course." Su Xiaoshan scooped Su Qilua into his arms, playfully poking her with his beard, then thumped his chest, declaring, "When I make a promise, I always keep it. If I say it, I shall deliver. Then I want it now." Su Qilua exclaimed joyfully. Su Xiaoshan set her on his shoulder, grinning broadly. "No need to rush. Uncle Wu will first take you to see it, and we shall choose carefully." "All right, Uncle Wu." Forgetting her original purpose for being there, Su Qilua clutched Duke tightly, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Oh, this girl. My lady, today is the general ass." Yun Shan softly reminded. Su Xiaoshan's eyes flared. "General? Where's there a general?" "Uncle Wu, Aunt Yun meant my white cat general." "Is this the white cat general you have been yearning for?" Su Xiaoshan exclaimed, lifting Duke from Su Qilua's arms, pinching the scruff of his neck with 2 fingers. Suspended in midair, Duke grinned at the burly man before him. "Oh my, this cat-ass smile is truly unsettling," Su Xiaoshan remarked, yet he held Duke firmly. "But this creature is quite robust. Is it the black boy who raised it?" Casting a glance at Yu Yun, who wished to disappear into the ground, Su Xiaoshan queried. "Is it you who raised this cat?" Yes, I raised it," Yu Yun stammered, lifting his head, trembling. "Humph, you certainly did your utmost. Go collect your reward later." With a snort, Su Xiaoshan placed Duke into Yun Shan's arms. "But be cautious. Do not forget the mishaps caused by your beast-taming sect. Take good care of this cat. If it goes astray, I shall flay both of you." Yes, I understand. I shall not mess up." "All right, Yun Shan. You and this little black fellow take the cat to find old son," Su Xiaoshan commanded without ceremony, then turned to Su Qilua with a smile. "I shall take my niece to see the offspring of my red-blooded golden-eyed beast." "Yes, we bid farewell to you, Uncle Wu." Yun Shan held Duke, bowing again, while Yu Yun prostrated, not daring to lift his head. "Farewell to you, Uncle Wu. Niece, let us go. To see the offspring of my red-blooded golden-eyed beast." "Oh, let us go see the horses." Once the uncle and niece departed, Yun Shan said, "All right, they've gone far. You may stand up now." "Aunt Yun, wait a moment. My legs are weak. I can't stand." Yu Yun stuttered, nearly collapsing. "Aunt Yun, follow me. I will lead the way." Yu Yun guided Yun Shan toward the place where his master usually worked, while Duke leaned against Yun Shan's chest, meowing in confusion. "What is that bald man, Su Xiaoshan, done to instill such fear in Yu Yun?" Yun Shan, perceptive as ever, understood Duke's inquiry and whispered, "General. Uncle Wu Su Xiaoshan is the great general in charge of our Su household's military affairs. He is known as the bloodied hand of the Reaper. And due to some old grievances, Yun's sect has suffered from his military campaigns. It is only natural for him to be fearful." Upon hearing this explanation, Duke nodded in realization. "Ah, so that is the reason. No wonder he is so scared. Aunt Yun, Cat General, we have arrived." As Yun Shan elucidated the circumstances, Yu Yun led them to a courtyard. "My master is inside. Let us go in." "All right." Yun Shan nodded and entered the courtyard with Yu Yun. As they stepped inside, Duke was greeted by a pungent odor. In the next moment, a black leopard lunged from the yard, knocking Yu Yun down and nuzzling against him. "Hey Sha, I'm here, don't be unruly." Yu Yun, accustomed to the black leopard, pushed against its large head while urging it to calm down. After the leopard, named Hey Sha, retrieved a roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper from Yu Yun's chest, it finally dismounted him and sauntered back into the courtyard. Duke watched the leopard astonished. Isn't that a bit too large? Standing over 2 meters at the shoulder, not including its tail, it measured 4 to 5 meters in length. Such a massive leopard is raised by this little black fellow, Yu Yun? "Oh, esteemed guests have arrived." At that moment, Sun Xiang emerged from the courtyard, bowing to Yun Shan from a distance. "Manager Yun, it has been a long time. Doctor's son, I have come once more for the young lady's white cat general." Yun Shan explained her reason for visiting with an ever-present gentle smile. Sun Xiang nodded, stroking his beard. "Well, I have already made preparations for this matter." "Hey Sha," Sun Xiang called, and the leopard, having just snatched the chicken from Yu Yun, perked up its head, licking its lips as it rushed over at its master's command. "Ah, I beg your pardon, Manager Yun. My leopard has caused a bit of a scene." It is nothing, Dr. Sun, your leopard is quite magnificent. Ah, it is merely a token left for this incompetent disciple. Sun Xiang glanced at Yu Yun, who sheepishly scratched his head. What are you still doing standing there? Go brew some tea. Sun Xiang scolded Yu Yun, who immediately complied. Understood, master. As Yu Yun hurried to prepare tea, Sun Xiang beckoned Duke over. Come here, cat general. Meow. Duke leapt from Yun Shan's embrace and, upon hitting the ground, was immediately engulfed in darkness. At the same time, a warm breath incessantly puffed against his cheeks, accompanied by the distinctive purring of a feline. Stepping back a few paces, he realized it was the Black Panther that had approached him. Haisha, behave yourself, Sun Xiang admonished, prompting the panther to obediently settle onto the courtyard's blue brick floor, though its eyes still sparkled with curiosity. General Cat, you shall follow Haisha's lead. Do as he does. Sun Xiang politely instructed Duke, who nodded eagerly. He had been awaiting this moment for far too long. Haisha, assume the stance. Sun Xiang commanded with a flick of his sleeve. The panther instantly extended its body and struck an offensive pose. The very moment it did, Duke's tail bristled as if it had been struck by lightning, for in that instant, he felt as if the panther were lunging at him. General Cat. The stance Haisha is demonstrating is known as the tiger-leopard stance, a technique crafted by our ancestors of the beast mastery sect specifically for tiger and leopard beasts. Sun Xiang explained gently. The most crucial aspect of the tiger-leopard stance is its balance of relaxation and tension. Your form should be loose, allowing you to be in the most comfortable state, while your spirit must be taut, enabling your entire being to respond instantaneously to the call of your mind. The tiger-leopard stance comprises 6 forms, 3 for each animal. The tiger perch, the reclining tiger, the tiger pounce, the leopard leap, the leopard circle, and the leopard shift. Among these, the tiger embodies stillness, while the leopard signifies movement. The fusion of motion and stillness, the resonance of inner and outer energies, will invigorate your blood and qi, while the strength generated through this stance will continuously refine your entire being. Moreover, the tiger-leopard stance will perpetually awaken your instincts, generating the thunderous roar of the tiger and leopard, thereby refining your internal organs, bones, blood, and flesh from within. Sun Xiang continued, his tone reflective. My disciple must have cultivated your internal essence. Once the thunderous roar manifests, this essence will transform your body through its refinement. At that point, you will transcend the shackles of ordinary beasts and step into the realm of martial arts. However, the martial arts techniques for beasts that I possess are limited to this fundamental stance. Beyond this, I cannot assist you. Nevertheless, even with this limitation, you can enhance your physique and extend your lifespan through the practice of this stance, coupled with the resources provided by the young miss. Living an additional 40 to 50 years should pose no difficulty. Sun Xiang's exposition was captivating, and even Duke found it easy to follow. Yet, was Sun Xiang serious about entering the martial arts realm? Could a meerkat truly pursue the path of martial mastery? Furthermore, the subsequent techniques were incomplete. Why were they absent? What would he do to progress further? Wait, no, something was amiss. Duke's thoughts raced, and he quickly grasped several insights. What he lacked was merely an entry point. With the assistance of the Black Cauldron, he could refine all things into elixirs, which indicated he possessed boundless potential. Now, with the tiger-leopard stance as his catalyst, he could gradually explore the subsequent techniques. He also recalled the process of refining the essence of the sun and moon. Perhaps he could intertwine the tiger-leopard stance with the essence of the celestial bodies. Additionally, lacking the beastly cultivation techniques did not mean he had to rigidly adhere to the path outlined by Sun Xiang. Duke's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. He had begun to form a rough blueprint for his forthcoming development. All that remained was to continually implement and practice it. Thus, he set a modest goal. Duke turned his gaze towards the panther, Haisha, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. First, let us awaken the thunderous roar of the tiger and leopard. Chapter 16. The Pinnacle of the Four Realms, the Beast Garden in the exclusive courtyard of Sun Xiang. Yun Shan sat gracefully on a chair, attended to by Yu Yun standing behind her. Both gazed at an expanse of open ground, paved with, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, combining aesthetic beauty with functionality to prevent slipping. Under their watchful eyes, Duke was practicing the tiger-leopard stance, while Sun Xiang, wielding a ruler, corrected his posture. Your chest must be flat, your back rounded, your head aligned with a straight line, and lower your hips slightly. Your tail should hang down without touching the ground. As Sun Xiang explained the stance, he used the ruler to adjust Duke's movements. The precision of the stance is crucial. Any deviation would disrupt the fluidity and naturalness of the form. Once satisfied with Duke's posture, Sun Xiang nodded. Maintain this position without moving, breathe naturally and steadily, and the effects will manifest. Sun Xiang truly exemplified the expertise of a beast master, demonstrating exceptional proficiency in training creatures. Observing Sun Xiang approach with the ruler, Yinshan couldn't help but commend him. Sun Xiang settled into a grand chair beside Yinshan, sipped his tea, and then, stroking his beard, remarked, "I merely inherit the wisdom of my predecessors. Our founder was a true genius, who derived techniques suitable for beasts from the martial arts circulated in the world, observing the movements of various creatures to develop training methods. I simply teach what he has distilled. It is nothing extraordinary." Yinshan, moved by Sun Xiang's humility, responded, "Indeed. While many claim that martial arts masters create their techniques through observing beasts and birds, your sect, on the contrary, reverses this, imparting the beast form fist to strengthen the physique and enhance intelligence. This is truly remarkable. To think as the common man does not, to act as they would not. That is what makes a master." The sentiments expressed by Yinshan resonated with both Sun Xiang and Yu Yun, who nodded in agreement. Yet, Yinshan remained unaware of the profound impact their conversation would have on Duke. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him regarding the origins of the tiger-leopard stance. He admired Sun Xiang and Yu Yun's ancestral wisdom as masters. Transforming the beast form fist into a technique suitable for animals was no simple feat. Moreover, the implications of their words stirred within Duke a desire to learn. With the assistance of his unique abilities, he could swiftly grasp new concepts. Provided there was a sufficient accumulation of knowledge, even without extraordinary intelligence, he could still achieve transformative breakthroughs through consistent effort. Perhaps reversing the beast form fist would not be insurmountable after all. It seemed he had more refining to do. While Duke pondered, his form inadvertently faltered. "Cat General." Sun Xiang instantly noticed and offered a prompt correction. Duke snapped back to attention, swiftly realigning his posture, earning a smile of approval from Sun Xiang. "Focus, focus." Duke concentrated, slightly bending his limbs, allowing his tail to hang in a manner that almost touched the ground, while extending his head forward, assuming a stance of readiness to attack. Yet, his muscles remained relaxed, his power coiled yet unexpressed, his head, tail, and back forming a straight line, languid yet alert. Initially, this position felt effortless to Duke. But soon he began to feel a soreness in his legs, and his heartbeat quickened. As his heart rate escalated, he suddenly sensed an inner vitality circulating within him, gradually flowing through his body and warming his flesh. Sun Xiang's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "What a splendid Cat General! In barely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, you have already entered the state. The flow of energy surges like a relentless river. Your inner vitality has been thoroughly mobilized, beginning to refine your flesh and sinews. As long as your nourishment is adequate, coupled with the simple-mindedness and focus of beasts, you will soon embark on the path of martial arts, entering the stage of refining the flesh. We at the Langya Palace are certainly not lacking in nourishment. With the full support of the young lady, your breakthrough into the flesh refinement stage is merely a matter of time." Yunshan smiled, to which Sun Xiang concurred. "I have faith in your words, Chief Yun. However, I wonder if you have any insights regarding the legendary 4 ultimate realms of postnatal martial artists. Are you implying?" Yunshan's eyes flickered as she gazed at Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang nodded slightly. "Indeed, the ultimate realms are the flesh, bone, internal organs, and true energy. The water and fire immortal garment, Mercury blood silver marrow, 5 temples divine abode, and the 4 great ultimate realms." Yinshan scoffed. "This is merely a ruse from ancient texts meant to deceive. No one has ever achieved the ultimate states of flesh, sinew, internal organs, and true energy. The Su family, possessing a vast estate, has not produced a single individual capable of mastering any of these 4 achievements in centuries. It seems to be nothing more than a fabrication by ancient scholars to mislead posterity." Sun Xiang exchanged a glance with Yu Yun, who promptly retreated into the house. After dismissing Yu Yun, Sun Xiang dismissed any concern for Duke, reasoning that a mere cat would neither speak nor comprehend written language. What could it possibly matter if he overheard? Would he even be capable of articulating or documenting it? But what if I speak the truth? "Oh?" Yunshan's demeanor shifted, her previous mirth fading as she replied, "If it were true, I would have no choice but to extend my congratulations to you, Doctor. You would ascend to wealth and prosperity in serving the master family. I am too old to care for such pleasures anymore." Sun Xiang waved his hand dismissively. "My only remaining thought is singular. You surely cannot still be pondering that matter?" Yunshan's eyes glimmered as she spoke softly. "That incident involving your sect caused quite a stir, and it is now a taboo to mention. I spared you and your disciple only because you cured the old master's most cherished Danyang phoenix. You must understand, after that incident. Your sect could only speak of it. Yun Shan's sharp gaze narrowed. Doctor, do not deceive yourself. I am unwilling to accept this. Sun Xiang's fists clenched tightly. His teeth gritted as he nearly growled. The blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors, our century-old legacy, all lost to that aberrant beast. I cannot resign myself to this fate. If I cannot restore our sect's honor, I would die with shame before my forebears. Yet, even if you were to find a martial artist who has achieved any of the 4 ultimate realms documented in ancient texts, they would offer you no leniency. Yun Shan lifted her teacup, taking a gentle sip as she subtly hinted to Sun Xiang. However, Sun Xiang seemed oblivious to her signal, murmuring, "What if I could help the young lady achieve it?" "What?" Yun Shan gasped, nearly spilling her tea. "You have lost your mind. To set your sights on the young lady. If others were to discover this, the family head would surely flay the skin from your bones. I do not have long to live, and thus I must take risks." "What do you mean?" "I possess 2 formulas that can produce elixirs to aid in achieving the water and fire immortal garment and mercury blood silver marrow within the 4 ultimate realms of postnatal cultivation. If I could use these as leverage, might I exchange them for a modest mountain gate?" "I cannot say." Yun Shan shook her head. "I am but a servant. I cannot promise so much. Only seek the assistance of the esteemed Cloud Steward." Sun Xiang's words were laced with earnest supplication. The young lady's innate talent, coupled with the aid of medicinal elixirs, was sufficient to reach the pinnacle of the 4 realms. Should she succeed in her alchemical endeavors, would not the Cloud Steward rise accordingly? What use are merely 2 prescription forms? I am also aware of the whereabouts of the other 2. Sun Xiang whispered a closely guarded secret, affirming that the pinnacle of the 4 realms indeed exists. Although practitioners are few and far between, my sect, the Beast Mastery Sect, conducted experiments with beasts 50 years prior, confirming its feasibility. At that time, though I was just a stable boy, I witnessed the terrifying prowess of those beasts that transcended the 4 realms. Invulnerable to water and fire, impervious to blades and spears, these creatures, though merely at the fleshly realm, could contend with warriors of the inner realm, earning the title of ferocious beasts. Now consider, esteemed Cloud Steward. With the aid of these elixirs, even beasts could achieve the pinnacle of the 4 realms. How much more so for humans? Even that monstrous beast of yours attained its form because it possessed the ability to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Sun Xiang divulged a secret known to scarcely anyone, and Cloud Shan, in disbelief, crushed the teacup in his hand. "Is what you say true?" "Of course it is true. If it were false, may lightning strike me." Suddenly, a sound broke the tension, drawing their attention. Cloud Shan and Sun Xiang turned to find Duke sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, his fur soaked with sweat, a testament to his grueling training that had depleted his strength. Upon noticing Cloud Shan and Sun Xiang's gaze, Duke looked back, tilting his head in confusion. Seeing Duke in good condition, Cloud Shan and Sun Xiang resumed their hushed conversation, unaware that every word had reached Duke's ears, stirring a tempest within him. The pinnacle of the 4 realms? Becoming a monster? Duke suppressed his astonishment and turned his gaze towards Sun Xiang. "Well, you old man. Though you usually remain inconspicuous, you have trained a rather simple-minded apprentice. Who would have thought you harbored such explosive secrets? If I were not but a cat, overlooked by all, I would never have heard of such profound revelations." Chapter 17. The Northern Spirit Dog? Clearly a husky. This matter carries great significance, and I dare not speak carelessly. Yun Shan gathered the shattered pieces of the teacup in her delicate fingers, slowly kneading them as if they were dough. Although Yun Shan appeared to be in her early 30s, her complexion and figure resembled that of a youthful maiden, her alluring curves reminiscent of a ripe peach. Yet, at this moment, this seemingly frail woman was manipulating the sharp shards of porcelain with a surprising intensity. Duke, who lay nearby, watched as the fragments gradually turned to powder in her hands, his tongue involuntarily flicking out. This woman, though breathtakingly beautiful, was truly terrifying. "I only seek to restore the prestige of my family. If successful, I shall forever be indebted to Manager Yun for her great kindness. I have committed this matter to memory, but I cannot guarantee success." Yun Shan slowly nodded, uttering a statement that brought immense joy to Sun Xiang. It is enough that Manager Yun is willing to assist. However, regarding the elixir formula, Yun Shan cast a sidelong glance at Sun Xiang, who immediately called out to the room. "Yun Master." Yun scampered out, saying, "Master, did you call for me? Bring out the longevity lock I gifted you." "Oh." Yun promptly produced a golden longevity lock from his bosom. This lock, gleaming and coated with a layer of luster, clearly had been cherished for many years. "Very well, return to your room. Sun Xiang waved his hand dismissively while holding the longevity lock. Yu Yun blinked but dared not protest. At that moment, a servant burst in, panting. Dr. Sun, what is it? Sun Xiang frowned at the servant, who lowered his hands and head respectfully, replying. The people from the 7th house have arrived, stating they wish to take the northern spirit dog puppies. However, you have been overseeing them, and the young ones do not dare to act without your permission. Please proceed to the kennel to assist the 7th house. Who has come from the 7th house? Sun Xiang stroked his beard, and the servant replied earnestly, it is the personal servant of the young master of the 7th house. Tell him to wait. I have urgent matters to discuss with Manager Yun of the 1st house, and will be there shortly. Understood. The servant quickly departed, and Sun Xiang turned to the still present Yu Yun, saying, you should return to your room. Ah, yes, master, I shall go. Yu Yun dashed back inside, and once his precious disciple was inside, Sun Xiang handed the longevity lock to Yun Shan. Manager Yun, the longevity lock is divided into 2, and within it lies the recorded elixir formula. As Yun Shan received the longevity lock from Sun Xiang, she shook it lightly in her hand. Dr. Sun is indeed a cautious individual. Initially, this longevity lock contained the secret of the 4 realms that my master bestowed upon me. Now it is merely the transfer of a long-hidden jewel to its rightful owner. Sun Xiang sighed, and Yun Shan nodded in agreement, saying, I shall attend to this matter. Within 3 days at the shortest, and 7 at the longest, you shall have a response. During this time, Dr. Sun, perhaps you should consider where the other 2 elixir formulas might be. It is wise to prepare early. I shall indeed do so. That is good. Yun Shan nodded, rising to place the longevity lock into her sleeve. After securing the longevity lock, Yun Shan produced a jade box from her sleeve, containing crushed blood chi pills. General, come. It is time for your medicine. Yun Shan pinched a piece of blood chi pill and handed it to Duke, who sprang to his feet, leaping through the air to catch it in his mouth. After being crushed, the potency of the blood chi pills diminished, making them easily absorbable for Duke, especially as he had just completed his training and required substantial nourishment. In that case, I shall not linger. Let us first seek out the young lady. Manager Yun, I shall see you off. Sun Xiang accompanied Yun Shan to the door, but before he could speak, a piercing scream and sharp barks erupted nearby. Oh no. Oh woo. The cries and barks came in quick succession, and Sun Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. Trouble had arisen at the kennel. Even as he spoke, Sun Xiang had already leaped several yards away. This display of agility left Duke, nestled in Yun Shan's embrace, momentarily stunned. This old man possesses remarkable strength. General, I must ask you to bear with me for a moment. We shall delay our search for the young lady and follow after him. Seeing Sun Xiang's urgency, Yun Shan lightly pushed off the ground and followed his lead, ensuring Duke remained concealed within her clothing. Upon entering the kennel, the distinctive odor of canines intertwined with Yun Shan's fragrance wafted into Duke's nostrils. He raised a hand to cover his nose while peering out from beneath Yun Shan's garment. Inside the expansive kennel, which was as large as a football field, the space was divided into several enclosures, each housing dogs of various colors and temperaments, all glaring intensely at Yun Shan from their confines. Duke swallowed hard and instinctively shrank back into Yun Shan's arms, though he was not afraid of dogs. The sudden presence of so many made him uneasy, particularly the few fierce mastiffs whose expressions were exceedingly menacing. Were it not for the barriers, they might have charged out. What has happened? Sun Xiang's booming voice echoed as the servant stammered an explanation. Reporting to Dr. Sun, the servant from the 7th house disregarded my warnings and trespassed into the spirit dog's enclosure, only to be bitten by the mother dog. This reckless fool. The spirit dog has just given birth. Its maternal instincts are heightened, and its ferocity surpasses the norm. Even I would not dare approach unprepared. How could this fool? Yet, despite his reproaches, the damage had been done, and Sun Xiang found himself in a predicament. The personal servant's status in the Su residence is ambiguous at best. It is said that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. The higher the master's status, the greater the authority of the servant, and vice versa. This servant hails from the 7th house, and although his status is not on par with Su Qilua, he is nonetheless of the Su lineage. Now, Sun Xiang found himself in a dilemma. Bitten by the spirit dog? Yun Shan, too, approached, reaching the enclosure where the northern spirit dog had given birth. A young man, pale and trembling, with a substantial chunk of flesh missing from his calf, was being shielded by the kennel's attendants. The enclosure's door was securely closed, but a nearly 2-meter-tall, menacing black and white wolf dog stood glaring at the young man from inside. The wolf dog's mouth was stained with blood, clearly indicating that the missing flesh from the young man's calf had been bitten off by it. A personal servant of the 7th house? Yun Shan addressed the young man with an air of authority. The young man, trembling, replied in a low voice, "I am Liang Quan, personal servant to young Master Su Xinjia of the 7th House. Possessing a name suggests he comes from a reputable family." Yunshan nodded slightly, and Liang Quan, pale-faced, confirmed. "Yes. Then I ask you, why did you, under Dr. Sun's explicit instructions, not wait and instead recklessly invade the kennel?" "I did not." Liang Quan began to protest, but Yunshan interrupted. "Should I summon the enforcers to inquire further?" As Yunshan pronounced the words trial hall, Liang Quan's expression immediately turned sour. He had indeed disregarded the instructions relayed by the servant, relying on his modest martial skills to intrude into the enclosure. Consequently, he was bitten on the calf, resulting in a piece of flesh being torn away. Although the responsibility for today's incident rested upon him, Dr. Sun from the Beast Pavilion would not pursue any blame for disturbing the spirit hounds. "What?" Liang Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, but Yunshan continued. "Do you require me to elaborate on the family rules?" "And no, I would not dare to trouble my aunt," Liang Quan stammered. While Yunshan flicked her sleeve dismissively. "Very well, first tend to your wounds, and then return with the pups to the 7th room's all-night pavilion." "Yes." With just a few words, Yunshan resolved the matter, and Liang Quan was carried away from the dog kennel. As he was taken away, the blood spilled onto the ground, inciting the pack of dogs within the kennel to become agitated, their barks filling the air. "Chief Yun, I must thank you for your assistance. It was merely a trifling matter." Yunshan clasped her hands within her sleeves and shook her head. Sun Xiang added, "Once I retrieve the pups for the 7th room, I will escort you from this kennel." Despite the constant cleaning, the kennel inevitably harbored an unpleasant odor. Sun Xiang opened the door to the enclosure and stepped inside, where a black and white wolf dog bared its sharp teeth as he entered, its tail lowered, muscles taut, poised to attack. Now, do not panic." Sun Xiang raised his hand to soothe the wolf dog, while Duke seized the opportunity to peer through the gap in Yunshan's attire. At that moment, the so-called Northern Spirit dog came into view. The female dog had a completely black back and a white belly, her short fur complemented by striking blue eyes. Particularly noteworthy was the mark on her forehead resembling 3 flames, accentuating her exceptional stature. However, Duke tilted his head, feeling that the Northern Spirit dog seemed increasingly peculiar. Just then, Sun Xiang produced a plump, well-fed puppy. Upon hearing its yelps, Duke clicked his tongue, realizing the husky had not escaped. The northern region was a place of extreme cold, and huskies thrived in frigid climates. This particular husky was nearly as tall as an average adult, with bright, spirited eyes, qualifying it as a spirit dog. To his surprise, even in this new world, he encountered one of the trio of sled dogs, the second fool. Duke sighed in wonder. But at that moment, a soft bark emanated from within the enclosure. Sun Xiang had yet to close the door, allowing the puppy and the female dog to share a moment together. The little husky stumbled out of the enclosure and made its way to Yunshan's feet, where it lay down, howling and wriggling. "Dr. Sun, this spirit dog." As Yunshan looked at the puppy at her feet, her expression softened. She crouched down and gently patted its small head. Duke, feeling the pressure as she bent down, struggled to breathe. With wide eyes, he gasped for air, marveling at Yunshan's understated demeanor. Such a magnanimous figure, and he had never noticed it before. Could it be that her feline nature had vanished? That shouldn't be the case. While Duke oscillated between joy and pain, the little husky continued to frolic at Yunshan's feet. At that moment, Sun Xiang was delighted to let the pups and the female dog enjoy their time together, turning to Yunshan with a smile. "Chief Yun, it seems this puppy has a special bond with you." "Indeed it appears so," Yunshan replied with a smile, only to notice the little husky's expression suddenly turned serious, its brows furrowing as if contemplating something. In the next moment, a warm stream cascaded onto Yunshan's shoe, causing the jade-like beauty's expression to sour instantly. Duke, catching a glimpse of the scene through the fabric, couldn't help but grin widely. Truly, it is a husky, with that familiar formula and scent. It never disappoints. Chapter 18. The pack of hounds pursues the cat. Bloodlines awaken. With a whimper, the little husky's expression transformed back to one of joy, while Yunshan's face darkened considerably, resembling the depths of a dark pot. Sun Xiang, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate the husky's behavior. However, he soon chuckled. "Manager Yun, it seems this pup has taken quite a liking to you, marking you as its own." Yet, Yunshan, whose shoes were soaked with the husky's urine, did not share his amusement. Rising abruptly, she glared frostily at Sun Xiang, declaring, "Dr. Sun, I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned to depart. Being naturally fastidious, Yunshan could hardly tolerate filth, let alone the fact that the husky had relieved itself on her footwear. However, As she attempted to walk away, the husky was relentless in its pursuit. Its short legs flailed with a wobbly gait, and in a high-pitched bark, it chased after her. Clinging to the hem of her skirt without letting go, a soft whimper escaped the husky as it was dragged along the kennel's floor by Yunshan. The female dog, who had been nurturing her soon-to-be separated pup, abandoned her maternal instincts and dashed out of the kennel in pursuit of Yunshan. The moment she stepped outside her enclosure, her scent, infused with puppy essence, incited a cacophony of barks from the other dogs, with a chorus of growls and barks echoing through the kennel. Yunshan noticed the stubborn husky clinging to her. How annoying! As her socks grew damp within her shoes, she contemplated the urge to dispose of the bothersome creature. Yet, the dogs belonged to the Sioux family. Despite her status as a steward, she was merely a servant. To harm any of the animals, even indirectly, would invite severe repercussions. Suppressing her irritation, Yunshan lightly kicked at the husky, but it clung on tightly, growling softly in response, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against her skirt. At that moment, the female dog, witnessing Yunshan's actions, charged towards her with eyes burning red. "Manager Yun, be careful," Sun Xiang exclaimed, rushing from his enclosure, handing the pup in his arms to an attendant while sprinting towards the female dog. Yunshan, entirely focused on the husky, was caught off guard by the sudden attack from the female. Fortunately, her remarkable agility allowed her to spread her arms wide and lean back, creating distance from the oncoming dog. Just as the female dog passed by, Yunshan appeared to fall to the ground. However, her feet remained firmly planted, unwavering. In that instant, the husky relinquished its grip on her skirt and swiftly climbed up her leg. Duke, the cat nestled in Yunshan's embrace, was jolted by her unexpected fall, causing him to bump his head and become momentarily disoriented. At that moment, the husky reached Yunshan's abdomen, its nose twitching as it burrowed into her clothing. Clearly, the husky's target was not Yunshan herself, but rather the cat nestled within her arms. What? Yunshan realized as the husky wriggled into her garment, suddenly understanding its objective. Just then, Duke let out a yowl. Meow. Emerging from Yunshan's embrace, Duke found himself with a husky firmly clamped onto his tail, refusing to let go. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Duke yelled as the husky clung to his tail, causing all the dogs in the kennel to cease their barking and fix their gazes upon him. The kennel fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Under the intense scrutiny of the pack, Duke's fur bristled, and in a swift motion, he swatted at the husky gripping his tail. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself towards Sun Xiang, realizing that seeking his aid was far more beneficial than approaching Yunshan. "Why are you running towards me, General?" Sun Xiang exclaimed, catching Duke as he attempted to nestle him into his arms. Just then, a sudden noise interrupted the moment. Sun Xiang turned to see the previously uncontrollable female dog dislodging the latch holding the kennel door shut. The sound was unmistakable, the latch scraping against the lock. Standing at 2 meters tall, the female dog easily removed the latch and proceeded to free half of the dogs in the kennel. After this swift act, she returned to her enclosure, closing the door behind her, only to reopen it moments later to retrieve the husky from the attendant's grasp, bringing it back into her own space. Damn these clever creatures. Sun Xiang cursed inwardly, realizing that the intelligent beasts, especially the northern spirit dogs with their pups, had anticipated the consequences of their offspring's scent attracting the other dogs, prompting the female to create a diversion. Compared to a litter of pups barely a month old, Duke, the cat, was far more enticing to the pack. Oh no. Duke's mouth opened wide, releasing a brief sound from his throat. This was it. Half of the spirit dogs emerged from their enclosures, their eyes fixated on Duke with predatory intent. With his body taut and fur bristling, Duke felt the weight of their gaze bearing down upon him. Moments later, meow. Duke bolted from the kennel, pursued by a cacophony of barking dogs. The spirit dogs, emerging from the kennel, coordinated their movements with extraordinary precision, surrounding Duke in a tight formation. Amidst the chaos, a plump little figure, the husky, tumbled out, chasing after them with all its might. Barking incessantly, the determined husky paused momentarily to catch its breath before resuming its pursuit. However, Duke, now ensnared by the pack, was merely a helpless child, barely a month or two old. Though he engaged in mischief, he was still a mere infant, now facing trials far beyond his years. Chased by a throng of dogs. With a fierce growl, a wolf-like spirit dog lunged forward, snapping at Duke. In a swift motion, Duke leapt to evade the attack. But just as he did, another figure descended upon him. Duke curled into a ball, darting between the two converging spirit dogs. As he landed, he extended his limbs and sprinted with all his might, desperate to escape. Yet, The tide of the pack was unyielding as dozens of spirit dogs encircled him, trapping him in their midst. Ah, grr, woof. Amidst the low growls of the pack, Duke arched his back high, his tail erect like a flagpole, his fur bristling with intensity. In his golden eyes, the pupils narrowed into fine slits. With his mouth agape, the unformed fangs of Duke protruded, giving him a fierce appearance. Simultaneously, he instinctively assumed the pouncing stance of a tiger from the tiger-leopard stance. As this posture solidified, the internal energy within Duke surged rapidly towards his limbs, his heart pounding fiercely, blood coursing through his body, unleashing an aura of formidable power. At that moment, Sun Xiang and Yunshan rushed out from the doghouse. Upon witnessing Duke surrounded by the pack, they exchanged a glance, both sensing the ominous air in each other's eyes. Should anything happen to this feline general, they would be left to face dire consequences. Duke, now tensed, could hear the pounding of his own heart and the roaring rush of blood through his veins. In this critical moment, his instincts began to awaken. Yunshan and Sun Xiang quickly approached the pack, with Sun Xiang speaking rapidly. Director Yun, I will draw the attention of the pack. I will rely on you to retrieve the cat general. Clutching her precious silk ribbon, Yunshan nodded determinedly, ready for action. Sun Xiang took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his hidden prowess, but just then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The figure of the white cat, encircled by the pack of spiritual dogs, began to fade rapidly, as if correcting a mistake inscribed on a bamboo slip, meticulously scraped away with a knife. Duke's form also gradually diminished into nothingness, until he vanished completely. Witnessing this scene, Sun Xiang could not help but let out a shrill scream. The spiritual cat's extraordinary ability. Merging with the light. Chapter 19. I stand before you, and you ponder how much I resemble my former self. What has happened to me? Duke shook his head, a veil of mist obscuring his vision, akin to gazing at flowers through fog. More precisely, it felt as though the periphery of his sight was veiled with frosted glass, rendering everything but the center indistinct. He felt enveloped by the dense fog, his body sticky and lethargic. In contrast, the pack of dogs surrounding him seemed to have lost their target, their gazes wandering aimlessly. Can they not see me? Duke furrowed his brow, maintaining his stance. Yet before he could make a move, he heard Sun Xiang's piercing scream. The supernatural abilities of the spirit cat, merging with the light. Merging with the light? Duke tilted his head, recalling the conversation with that little black chubby fellow, Yu Yun, regarding the 4 great mystical cats upon entering the beast garden. The innate ability of his own lineage, the Qi Yu Xiao Fei Lian, was indeed merging with the light, rendering him invisible. Was this the state he found himself in now? Su Xiaowu had also mentioned that the Qi Yu Xiao Fei Lian possessed the power of invisibility, a phenomenon of vanishing without a trace. Had he awakened the innate abilities embedded in his bloodline? Duke cautiously stepped forward, his paws landing silently on the ground. As he moved a few steps away, the nearest spirit dog appeared oblivious to his presence, its fierce gaze scanning the surroundings in confusion. It seemed they could not see him. A sense of calm washed over Duke, emboldening him. You enjoyed chasing me earlier, did you not? Now, I shall show you who is truly hunting whom. Merging with the light. Yunshan, upon hearing Sun Xiang's cry, momentarily froze, quickly regaining his composure. The exclusive powers of the 4 great mystical cats? Perhaps, yet not entirely. Sun Xiang, observing the spot where Duke had previously been, stroked his chin, adorned with a goatee, and remarked, the term divine ability typically applies to demonic creatures, while the extraordinary manifestations of beasts yet to become demons are often referred to as supernatural abilities, signifying powers beyond the ordinary. Now that General Bai had awakened the bloodline abilities of the mystical cat, this perilous situation had somewhat alleviated. After a sigh of relief, Sun Xiang realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Those wretched northern spirit dogs, which appeared foolish at times, had unexpectedly caused him such distress today. Rations must be cut. It was the only way to appease his anger. However, while the threat had eased, where had the cat general vanished to? Yunshan squinted, searching for Duke's silhouette, yet all he could see were various spirit dogs, with no trace of a cat in sight. Ah! Sun Xiang's expression faltered. Both good and bad news had arrived simultaneously. The good news was that the cat would not be torn apart by the pack, sparing them from becoming fertilizer. The bad news was that the cat had gone invisible, making it impossible to locate him, and it was merely a matter of time before they too became fertilizer. This timing depended on when Su Qiluo would come to find Duke. Hurry and search. Yunshan shot an irritated glance at Sun Xiang, who shivered and hurriedly sought Duke's whereabouts. The name of the 4 great mystical cats had long been renowned, their extraordinary abilities known to the world. Yet none had witnessed their true form, which was a testament to the marvel of their bloodline abilities. Though one was a peak postnatal warrior and the other an innate warrior, they had yet to attain enlightenment and were merely mortals. How could they possibly find Duke? Just as Yunshan and Sun Xiang found themselves at a loss, a shrill scream erupted from the pack of dogs. Awoo! The agonizing howl caught the attention of both Yunshan and Sun Xiang. Following the sound, they saw a spirit dog rearing up on its hind legs. Blood marks marring its face, evidence of Duke's handiwork. The two, witnessing this sudden turn of events, felt a surge of excitement. At last, they had caught a glimpse of the cat, yet a new concern arose. The cat had begun to retaliate while cloaked in invisibility. Was he not afraid of inadvertently revealing himself and being torn apart by the pack? Yunshan and Sun Xiang exchanged glances, both recognizing the worry in each other's eyes. Dr. Sun, quickly call back the pack, Sun Xiang urged, exasperated. Sun Xiang put his fingers to his mouth, producing a sharp whistle. Upon hearing the whistle, many spirit dogs turned their attention to Sun Xiang, yet before he could calm and recall them, another spirit dog yelped in agony, leaping into the air. This dog, tail tucked and legs clamped together, had evidently suffered a grievous injury. Witnessing this, Sun Xiang gasped, empathizing with the plight of the spirit dogs, all of whom were bred for their strength. After Duke struck the first two spirit dogs, more began to scream in distress. In the realm invisible to ordinary eyes, Duke's claws lashed out repeatedly, each strike targeting the vital points of his foes. A woof, howl, a woof. The cacophony of cries echoed, drawing the attention of others within the beast garden. Uncle Wu, it seems quite chaotic over there. Su Qiluo, riding atop a creature with golden eyes and a thick mane, pointed towards the commotion with curiosity. Su Xiaoshan, the burly man beside her, furrowed his brow and muttered, "What are those idiots doing in the beast garden? Come, let us see. Oh, a spectacle to behold." Su Qiluo squeezed her mount, the red-blood golden-eyed beast, urging it forward towards the pack of dogs. Observing his niece's impulsiveness, Su Xiaoshan, far from scolding her, felt a swell of pride, patting his bald head. What a spirited girl, just like her uncle. However, he too set off to follow her. As the pair approached the tumultuous scene, they were taken aback. What in the world is happening? Su Xiaoshan exclaimed, gazing at the scattered, howling spirit dogs, his heart racing. Some of those dogs were earmarked for his military. Though they were still in the breeding phase, he had ample time to spare. Furthermore, with sufficient blood and food, the spirit dogs would mature in a year, and post-breeding, within 3 years, his army would boast a cadre of hunting dogs for reconnaissance, search, and pursuit. Yet now, these spirit dogs might not even survive. What exactly transpired here? Su Xiaoshan roared, catching the attention of Sun Xiang and Yunshan. Upon seeing the furious Su Xiaoshan, the two hurriedly approached and knelt before him. "We pay our respects, Fifth Master. I, Sun Xiang, offer my greetings. Old son, is this how you conduct your affairs?" Su Xiaoshan seized Sun Xiang, his towering frame looming over him, his eyes bulging like brass bells. This. Fifth Master, I can explain. Where is my general?" Su Qiluo scanned the area, her eyes searching for her white cat, and immediately inquired of Yunshan. The once calm Yunshan now broke into a cold sweat at her question. "Mississippi. The general, he." Seeing Yunshan's hesitation and unusual composure, even Su Qiluo, though still a child, sensed something amiss. "Yunshan, where's my cat, general?" Su Qiluo let out a scream, but at that very moment, a meow echoed before her, drawing the attention of numerous spirit hounds. However, Su Xiaoshan swiftly cast a fierce glare at the pack, and under the overwhelming aura he exuded, all the spirit hounds obediently tucked their tails and remained still, not daring to act out. Meow? The plaintive cry of the cat persisted, yet Su Qiluo could not catch a glimpse of Duke's figure and could only follow the sound. General, where are you?" she called out. Meow. Perched atop the head of the blood-red golden-eyed beast, Duke sighed helplessly and remarked, "Dear girl, I am right before you. How is it that you cannot see me?" Chapter 20. The General. Meow. The sound of a cat echoed in the air, and Su Qiluo's little ears perked up. Yet she could not catch sight of her beloved white cat. "General, where are you?" Su Qiluo squinted, attempting to locate the source of the voice. However, Duke's voice remained elusive, impossible to trace. "General." Raising her voice, Su Qiluo endeavored to find Duke, but having dismounted from the young crimson blood golden-eyed beast, she was unable to spot him anywhere. She even searched beneath the belly of the crimson blood golden-eyed beast she had just acquired. But Duke was nowhere to be found. "Yunshan, where is my general?" Frustrated, Su Qiluo turned to Yunshan, recalling that Yunshan had been with Duke when she had chosen the crimson blood golden-eyed beast. hearing the sound but seeing no sign of Duke. It was only logical to inquire of Yunshan. Miss, your white cat general encountered an unexpected incident, Yunshan began, but Su Qilua's shrill interruption cut her off. Incident? What has happened to my general? At that moment, Su Xiushan also glanced over at Yunshan. With a pained smile, Yunshan replied, Miss, your white cat general is fine. He was merely startled, causing his bloodline to awaken. Bloodline awakening? Su Xiushan murmured, and Duke let out a timely meow. Hearing the erratic meows, Su Xiushan set down the grandson figurine he held and rubbed his bald head. Well, this cat is rather intriguing. Even I, a seasoned practitioner, was nearly deceived. Fifth uncle, do you know where my general is? Su Qilua blinked her large eyes, gazing at Su Xiushan. He nodded and reached towards the head of the young crimson blood golden-eyed beast. Isn't he right here? Before Duke could react, Su Xiushan grasped the nape of Duke's neck and gave him a little shake. Duke, caught by the nape, felt a wave of discomfort, and the foggy veil that had clouded his vision dissipated, along with the mist that had enveloped him. Su Qilua, Yunshan, and Su Xiushan, along with the grandson figurine, beheld a small cat materialize from thin air into Su Xiushan's hands. Ah, my general! Upon seeing her familiar white cat return, Su Qilua exclaimed joyously. Snatching the cat from her uncle's grasp, Su Xiushan then turned his attention to Yunshan and the grandson figurine, snorting, Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Merits and demerits balance out. Next time, beware of your skins. Thank you, fifth master, for your mercy. The grandson figurine immediately bowed down, understanding Su Xiushan's meaning, and Yunshan too comprehended. They had caused quite a ruckus, which was indeed a fault. Yet, Duke had awakened his bloodline abilities, and as he belonged to Su Qilua, her happiness at this awakening was a merit. Balancing the two, they escaped unscathed. I thank you, fifth master, for your kindness. Yunshan followed the grandson figurine in expressing gratitude. But Su Xiushan ignored them, turning to Su Qilua with a cheerful grin. Little girl, fifth uncle has other matters to attend to. I shall play with you later. All right. Goodbye, fifth uncle. This visit to the beast pavilion had yielded a crimson blood golden-eyed beast, and her white cat general had become even more formidable, filling Su Qilua with immense joy. You ungrateful little girl, Su Xiushan muttered, preparing to depart. Just then, a high-pitched dog bark suddenly drew the attention of all four individuals and one cat. The little rascal responsible for the commotion, a small husky, came bounding towards Su Qilua. More precisely, it was headed for Duke. Ah, such a cute little puppy. Su Qilua, cradling Duke, bent down to extend her hand towards the husky. Duke, upon seeing the pup approach, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? This little brat still has its sights set on me. Just as Duke attempted to withdraw, the familiar sensation of pain struck him again. The husky sank its teeth into the tip of Duke's tail, as if it were a fish swallowing bait, refusing to let go. Meow. Duke yelped in pain, wanting to flee, yet he was held fast by Su Qilua's embrace, unable to escape the grip of this peculiar little girl. Ah! Su Qilua gasped at the sight of the husky biting Duke's tail, surprised that the dog was indeed targeting her cat. Miss, do not panic. The grandson figurine stood up, hurriedly approaching Su Qilua, grasping the husky by the nape while inserting his pinky into the pup's mouth to pry it open. Duke took this opportunity to retract his tail. With his tail raised, Duke glared at the now damp tip of his tail, eyeing the husky with ire. The little dog, still clutched by the grandson figurine, continued to bark at Duke, relentless, as if they were mortal enemies. This little pup is quite amusing. Su Xiushan chuckled upon witnessing the scene. Such a delightful little dog. But it bites the general, quite wicked indeed. Su Qilua stood up with Duke in her arms, distancing herself from the husky. Seeing the white cat retreat, the husky began to struggle, emitting distressed yelps. Oh whoa! The grandson figurine thought he had hurt the little dog and loosened his grip. However, to his surprise, the husky broke free from his hold, tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, the grandson figurine had been crouching, so the pup did not suffer greatly. After rolling on the ground, the husky relentlessly charged towards Su Qilua, its eyes fixated solely on Duke. Ah, it seems this dog has taken a liking to your cat. Upon hearing Su Xiushan's words, Su Qilua frowned. But how could they keep a dog that would bite the general? Continuously dodging the pursuing husky, Su Qilua watched as Duke leapt onto her shoulder, furrowing his brow at the relentless little creature. Why is this dog so stubborn? Miss, they say cats and dogs are natural enemies. Perhaps the general and this little dog share a past life connection. Yunshan interjected. Su Qilua halted, observing the husky barking at Duke while resting against her leg. The notion of past life connections was a belief propagated by monks. The truth of such claims was difficult to discern. Shaking his head, Su Xiaoshan spoke again, however. Since this little dog is so fond of your cat, why not take it home and raise it? Fifth Master, this is a spirit dog reserved by the 13th house. The grandson figurine replied quietly, but Su Xiaoshan was not one to tolerate defiance. With a glare, he boldly declared, "What does it matter what the 13th house desires? In this entire estate, I recognize only my niece. Let that brat from the 13th house choose another dog. This pup I shall give to my dear niece. Fifth uncle, is that appropriate?" Su Chilua frowned upon hearing the dog was reserved by the 13th house. Duke raised an eyebrow, recalling the incident when that little brat from the 13th house had troubled his girl. Since it was that insufferable child's request, he would ensure it was not fulfilled. With this thought, Duke leapt from Su Chilua's shoulder, landing on the ground, after which the husky abandoned Su Chilua, dashing towards Duke. Duke swiftly evaded the pup's pounce, using his tail as bait to spin the husky in circles while seizing its nape. Oddly, the husky, which had relentlessly pursued Duke, suddenly settled down, allowing Duke to carry it as if it were a docile pup. How curious. The grandson figurine observed this turn of events, marveling. Usually, this little dog would not remain calm even if carried by a female dog, yet now, being held by the general, it has quieted down. It appears, indeed, as the esteemed manager Yun has suggested, that the general shares a peculiar bond with this canine. Duke cast a glance at the little husky he had picked up. The husky, seemingly aware of Duke's gaze, immediately made an effort to lift its head and meet Duke's eyes. Upon encountering those striking azure orbs, Duke couldn't help but smile. Ah, what a delightful twist. Chapter 21. The Essence of the Moon. 8 days later, in the Langya Palace, the ear room. Woof, 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 woof. The chubby little black dog, Yu Yun, had his rear end perched on the carpet, barking incessantly at the little Shih Tzu named Shirsan, who was slumped on the ground with a tilted head. Duke, nestled in his cat bed nearby, watched the scene with amusement. 13, just like I called you earlier. Give it a try. The Shih Tzu, named 13, tilted his head and then opened his mouth to howl. Oh, whoa. Oh no, dogs don't sound like that, Yu Yun exclaimed. Exasperated, he had been teaching 13 for nearly an hour, his mouth dry from the effort. Yet, the foolish dog continued to howl in an unconvincing manner. 13, please, grant me this favor. After a moment of mutual staring, 13 finally sprang into action, scampering over to Yu Yun before losing control and relieving himself. Oh dear, Yu Yun exclaimed as he quickly grabbed 13 by the scruff of his neck, placing him back on the carpet before dashing out to change clothes. Meow ha ha ha. Duke erupted into laughter, although he could only manage a chortle. Seeing Yu Yun leave, 13 trotted over to Duke, who promptly leaped from his cat bed to a nearby cat tree. The ear room had been completely transformed into a cat paradise. The floor was covered in a thick layer of wool carpet, and exquisitely crafted cat trees were scattered throughout the space. These cat trees were marvelously designed, built by artisans in the style of pavilions. In addition to Duke's cat bed and 13's dog bed, there were intricately woven cushions adorned with pearls, night pearls, the size of a fist, were scattered about, along with an assortment of cat and dog toys filling the room. Oh woo. Upon spotting Duke on the cat tree, 13 stood up on his hind legs, pawing at the wall and barking incessantly. Duke paid him no mind, continuing to navigate the cat tree until he reached a specially constructed platform on the wall. This platform was merely the size of a small table and held a wooden box. Duke crouched in front of the box, using his paw to open it. Inside, there were small hemispherical recesses, each no larger than a soybean, filled with blood-red pills of the same size. These were the blood chi pills prepared for his cultivation by Su Chilua, specially adjusted for Duke's current physical condition. Extracting a blood-red pill the size of a soybean, Duke lowered his head and rolled it into his mouth before swallowing. As the pill settled in his stomach, a surge of warmth erupted within him. With the warmth spreading through him, Duke raised his hindquarters, lowered his head, and positioned his legs as if preparing to pounce like a hunting leopard. The internal energy began to flow within him, mingling with the medicinal properties, refining Duke's flesh and skin. Duke felt his entire body tighten and stretch, his eyelids drooping as he silently absorbed the effects of the pill. Moments later, Yu Yun, now dressed, entered the room and immediately noticed Duke in the midst of his training. He discreetly withdrew his foot, closed the door, and stepped back out. Once Duke commenced his training, time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, an entire afternoon had passed. Duke had consumed 3 blood chi pills, and outside, twilight descended, casting a warm yellow glow through the window. Roar! A low growl resonated in the room, and upon hearing the commotion, Yun pushed the door open and entered, glancing at Duke, who was shaking off his body. Master Cat, would you prefer a bath first or dinner? Meow? Duke responded, and Yun nodded eagerly. All right, I'll prepare your bath water right away. A fragrant incense stick later, Duke soaked in a wooden tub as Yun washed his fur. Master Cat, your progress has been astonishing lately, Yun remarked, gently pulling tufts of fur from Duke's coat. The realm of flesh and skin differs between humans and animals in cultivation, as one delves deeper into their practice. Human skin gradually sheds, giving way to new skin, whereas animals continuously lose fur, growing new hair in its place. The progress in the realm of flesh and skin is gauged by the amount of fur shed. When an entire coat is replaced, it signifies great achievement. Duke initially feared becoming a hairless cat, but after learning about the process from Yun, he grew indifferent. Meow, Duke replied nonchalantly. Indeed, you are correct. Miss Sue has been quite generous with the resources allocated to you. In just 8 days, I've provided you with 5 or 6 batches of pills, Yun continued, his astonishment evident. A box of pills contained 49 pieces, and Duke had consumed hundreds during this period, though these were a special version for cats. The materials used were worth enough to support 10 families for a lifetime if sold in the city. However, Master Cat, you must take care to balance your training. It's not wise to practice relentlessly. Meow? Duke flicked his tail, splattering water droplets onto Yun's face. Yun, unperturbed, recognized it as Duke's playful irritation. But you really ought to step outside occasionally. Being cooped up all day isn't beneficial for your health. Oh woo. Duke barked, causing Yun to flinch. All right. I won't say another word. Let me focus on giving you a proper bath. With the little black dog quieting down, Duke allowed Yun to wash him, cleansing the dirt and shedding caused by his rigorous training. Yun understood Duke's motivations. Ever since arriving in this world, Duke felt an indescribable urgency. Though he seldom showed it, the feeling was always present. Given the opportunity to cultivate and grow stronger, he could not afford to waste time wandering aimlessly like an ordinary cat. He had his own plans. Additionally, he believed that self-reliance was paramount. One must forge their own strength. In the dead of night, Duke slipped out of Suchilua's embrace, glancing at the little girl whose mouth dribbled with drool in her sleep. He gently wiped her mouth with his paw, then tugged at the corner of the blanket to cover her properly. In recent days, he had become engrossed in his training, inadvertently neglecting Suchilua. Fortunately, her heavy coursework kept her too busy to complain. Most nights, she simply held him as they slept. However, Duke often slipped away to practice his stances. As soon as his paws touched the ground, Duke vanished, seemingly blending into the shadows. Activating his bloodline abilities, he refrained from leaving the premises, instead heading towards the terrace. Suchilua's room featured a scenic balcony, reminiscent of Duke's previous life. Perched on the railing, Duke gazed up, noting that Suchilua's chamber was on the top floor, 3 meters above him. Peering down, the expansive lake appeared like a mere bathtub, while the nearby pavilions looked like child's playthings stacked together. He now finds himself perched at an elevation of no less than 27 or 28 meters above the ground, a height from which a fall would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere pulp. Alas, it is fortunate that he has transformed into a cat in this life. Otherwise, my acrophobia would surely frighten me to death. Duke straightened his body and leapt effortlessly into the air, soaring over 2 meters high. With outstretched forelimbs, he grasped the eaves of the roof and propelled himself upward with a powerful surge. As Duke treaded upon the glazed tiles, he quickly ascended to the pinnacle of the pavilion. Standing atop the structure and gazing at the night sky, he beheld a resplendent moon hanging high above, its silvery light akin to smoke and mist. As Duke's silhouette gradually emerged, he too became illuminated by the moonlight. Bathed in this ethereal glow, Duke's gaze deepened, and the black cauldron materialized within his sight. The outcome hinges upon this moment. Taking a deep breath, Duke tilted his head back to face the moon, while the black cauldron trembled with a resounding force, allowing the elusive moonlight to flow through Duke as a conduit, entering the realm of the black cauldron. Chapter 22. Refining moonlight into elixirs. The shimmering specks of light danced like smoke and mist, swirling around the pitch-black 3-legged cauldron, rolling and undulating. As time passed, these luminous dots gradually enveloped the entire space surrounding the dark cauldron, leaving it merely as a silhouette amidst the haze. It works. It truly works, Duke exclaimed with uncontainable joy as he beheld the moonlight enveloping the cauldron. Indeed, the cauldron could absorb moonlight, and everything drawn into its space could be refined into elixirs. Overcome with ecstasy, Duke began to fervently absorb the moonlight. Positioned at the pinnacle of the Langya Palace, he gazed up at the great moon in the night sky. His white fur bathed in its silvery glow, while all the moonlight that touched him was continuously siphoned into the cauldron. Before long, a sensation of fullness washed over him, prompting Duke to halt his absorption. To his surprise, even the cauldron's space had its limits. As he paused, his eyes flickered momentarily. He had come merely to experiment. Yet he had succeeded beyond his wildest expectations. Although he had gained some insight on the day he awakened the cauldron's power, he had remained skeptical until he engaged in practice. Today's trial had confirmed the truth. Next, he needed to transform this moonlight into elixirs. Duke's gaze sparkled with anticipation as he cast a lingering glance at the full moon, which graced the sky only for a day each month. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting for the next cycle. Fortunately, through diligent practice in recent days, he had elevated his refining limit from 8 to 13 times. This meant he could potentially yield up to 13 moonlight elixirs this time. At the very least, he should obtain 5 or 6. Contemplating this, Duke gradually descended from the top of Langia Palace, stepping lightly on the glazed tiles. With a deft claw, he caught the eaves and swung downwards. In a swift motion, Duke landed back on the balcony. Shaking off his fur, he hastily slipped back into Su Qilua's room, perching at the head of her bed. Observing the slumbering little girl, Duke grinned widely. "Oh, dear girl, you mustn't fall behind me." After silently encouraging himself, Duke focused intently on the cauldron. Refined. The moonlight poured into the cauldron like a gentle stream, which greedily devoured the luminous essence. Inside the cauldron, the moonlight spun rapidly, heading towards the flames as if returning to its nest. The flames welcomed the moonlight's arrival, accepting whatever was offered for refinement. As the moonlight entered, the fire within blazed brightly, and the immeasurable moonlight swiftly condensed into a singular essence, continuously compressing towards the center. With each compression, the flames crackled as if purging impurities. After the span of a jaw stick, a crystal-clear elixir emerged from the cauldron, suspended in mid-air, radiating a soft glow akin to that of the moon. Upon witnessing the successful creation of a moonlight elixir, Duke inhaled sharply. His stamina, which had allowed him to refine elixirs 13 times, was now diminished to less than 10. In other words, each moonlight elixir consumed enough energy for him to refine thrice. Reflecting on this, Duke's expression fluctuated. But he swiftly steeled himself and continued refining until he was exhausted. Once more, moonlight surged into the cauldron, and the refining process resumed. Ultimately, within the cauldron's space, for luminous elixirs materialized, and Duke, thoroughly fatigued, collapsed beside Su Qilua's pillow. Having only produced 4 moonlight elixirs in one night implied he must carefully allocate these before the next full moon. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, his refining capacity would increase, meaning he could produce even more elixirs in the future. In other words, he needed to accelerate his training. Additionally, the efficacy of the moonlight elixirs remained to be tested. Leaning against Su Qilua's pillow, Duke's thoughts raced. He recalled the time the little girl had given him a complete blood chi elixir, nearly causing him to burst. Uncertain of the moonlight elixir's potency, he resolved to conduct an experiment. But all that could wait until tomorrow. In the Beast Garden, within the exclusive courtyard of the Beast Doctor. Finally done. Sun Xiang sighed as he surveyed the beast medicine he had just prepared. These concoctions were unique formulas previously handled by that lad, Yu Yun. However, with him now at Langia Palace, Sun Xiang had to manage on his own. As for delegating the task to the servants, absurd. These proprietary formulas were not only confidential, but also vital to his livelihood. There was no way he would entrust them to anyone untrustworthy. It was nearly 4 in the morning. He needed to sleep. Glancing at the full moon outside, Sun Xiang carried his oil lamp and slowly made his way through the long corridor back to his room. Upon entering, his expression suddenly stiffened, and even the hand holding the lamp trembled. For at his desk sat a towering figure. "Master! Master!" Sun Xiang quickly knelt. Placing the oil lamp aside while addressing the imposing figure, "I humbly welcome your esteemed presence." "Very well, Sun Doctor," Su Xioming, Su Qilua's father, replied calmly. "Rise and speak." Sun Xiang stood up, his face anxious as he looked toward the family head. "Su Xioming, how long have you served the Su family?" Holding a volume of the rare beast record, Su Xioming inquired without lifting his gaze. Replying to the family head, "It has been 36 years. 36 years, indeed an elder," Su Xioming remarked, setting down the book and tossing a bisected longevity lock onto the table. "This formula can refine a 4th-tier elixir. Yet you have kept it hidden for 36 years. What dissatisfaction have you with the Su family that it took you until now to present it?" "None. Absolutely none." Sun Xiang knelt again, trembling as he replied, I simply... Enough. I asked you to stand and speak. Do not kneel at every turn." "Yes. Yes." Sun Xiang quickly stood upright as Su Xiaoming picked up the rare beast record again. I have had the formula verified. It is indeed authentic. However, 2 formulas are not enough. I require them all. If you desire the remaining 2 formulas, I shall retrieve them for you tomorrow. Tomorrow? As Su Xiaoming turned a page, Sun Xiang hastily corrected himself. No, I can depart tonight. That won't be necessary. Tomorrow shall suffice. After all, you should have a proper farewell with your apprentice. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiang's expression brightened. However, Su Xiaoming's next words quickly returned his focus. After you retrieve the remaining formulas, allow your apprentice to take this golden voucher and establish a sect elsewhere. However, do not use the name Beast Control Sect, as it may attract hostility. Yes, thank you, Master. Do not thank me. Su Xiaoming placed a palm-sized gold and silver object on the table, adding, this is merely a transaction. However, you, Sun Xiang, have been under the protection of the Su family for 36 years. At that time, your life was no longer solely yours, but rather belonged to us, the Su family. At this moment, Su Xiaoming set down the book and spoke softly. It is time for you to repay your debts. Without hesitation, Sun Xiang knelt down, his voice resonating with conviction as his forehead touched the ground and his eyes closed. Yet, Su Xiaoming's words did not follow. And Sun Xiang remained in that position until the oil lamp sputtered, casting a few flickering sparks. Only then did he lift his head and gaze toward his desk. The desk was now empty, the doors and windows firmly shut, leaving him alone in the room. Realizing that he had achieved his heart's desire, Sun Xiang collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Once he steadied his breathing, he trembled as he stood up and moved to the desk. Upon his arrival, he beheld the rare beast's record, which lay open before him, sending a shiver through his soul. The page displayed an illustration of a white monkey, accompanied by a small inscription, by Gong Yuan, 7th entry in the Ganji chart, with snow-white fur and piercing gaze, endowed with innate abilities of breath control, often howling atop Mount Zhong on full moon nights. Beside this depiction of the white monkey were his personal annotations, each marked with the word hate, etched with such intensity that they seemed to bleed. Taking a step back, Sun Xiang fell into the chair, his face pale as he murmured in disbelief. Could that monstrous beast still be in this world after more than 30 years? Chapter 23: The beginning of transformation. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and graced the earth, Duke was jolted awake by vigorous shaking. General, it's time to rise, Su Qiluo exclaimed, cradling him in her arms. With bleary eyes, he blinked at the golden sunlight streaming through the window. Had the night passed so swiftly? Indeed, after exerting considerable energy the previous evening, he had slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time. It was time for breakfast, and following that, the morning lessons awaited. Responding to Su Qiluo's insistence, Duke lazily yawned, discreetly slipping from her embrace and leaping off the bed to head towards the door. Upon opening it, Yunshan entered Su Qiluo's room, attending to her morning ablutions and dressing. Duke naturally sought out Yueyin for his bath. Once everything was in order, Duke shared breakfast with Su Qiluo before proceeding to the training room to commence the day's lessons. After consuming a blood qi pill, Su Qiluo's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a determined stomp of her feet, the ground trembled as she began her cultivation. Simultaneously, Duke swallowed his own blood qi pill, adopting the posture of a tiger and leopard as he initiated his morning practice. An hour later, with beads of sweat dotting her forehead, Su Qiluo was escorted by Yunshan for her bath, while Duke also sought a wash, albeit under the care of the stout Yueyin rather than the lovely Yunshan. Once all was settled, Su Qiluo ventured off to class, while Duke retreated to his own room. Upon entering, Duke slammed the door shut with a foot, causing Yueyin, who had followed closely, to collide with the door frame. Ouch! The cry echoed from outside. But Duke paid no heed to the stout boy as he swiftly pinned the approaching little Hao, 13, to the carpet, struggling beneath Duke's hold. 13's eyes fixated on Duke's tail, whimpering with desire to bite. Meow. Patience, Duke thought, conjuring a moonlight pill from the depths of his black cauldron space, allowing it to rest in his paw. As soon as the pill appeared, 13, as if electrified, shifted its gaze from Duke's tail to the moonlight pill grasped in Duke's claws. Oh whoa! With eyes shimmering at the sight of the pill, drool dripped from Xi's mouth, intensifying its struggles. Calm down, it's not like I'm withholding it from you. Duke, with a sigh, brought the moonlight pill closer to Xi's mouth, releasing his grip. In one swift motion, 13 devoured the moonlight pill, even swallowing Duke's claw in the process. What a foolish dog! Duke rolled his eyes, pushing 13 away and shaking off the drool covering his paw, scrutinizing the dog's condition. This observation consumed the entire morning. Remarkably, 13 exhibited no adverse effects after consuming the moonlight pill. In fact, it appeared more vibrant than ever, its azure eyes sparkling with clarity. In essence, the dog seemed to have gained some intellect. Evidently, the moonlight pill posed no harm to its consumer, yet the extent of its efficacy remained to be discovered through experience. A glimmer of realization crossed Duke's eyes as he swatted 13 aside, signaling the end of his experiment. It was time for him to partake in his own medicinal regimen. Leaping onto the cat tree, Duke arrived at his usual platform for cultivation. Lifting the wooden box containing his pills, he opened it, and with a focused intent, he slightly parted his lips, allowing wisps of ethereal light to escape. Gulping down the moonlight pill in one swift motion, Duke closed his eyes, attuning himself to its effects. As the pill settled within him, a refreshing coolness enveloped his entire being. He shivered with delight, feeling his consciousness sharpen, every cell in his body rejoicing. Particularly, his golden eyes sparkled with heightened vitality. What a delightful experience it was to consume this pill. Duke exhaled a breath of stale air as the potency of the moonlight pill coursed through him. At that moment, he eagerly ingested 2 more blood chi pills, preparing for his standing meditation. As he established his stance, Duke felt the warm currents from the dissolved blood chi pills surge through him, akin to tumultuous waves cleansing everything in their path. Simultaneously, the refreshing essence of the moonlight pill penetrated deeper into his being, merging with the fiery warmth of the blood chi pill, granting him the exquisite pleasure of experiencing the duality of ice and fire. The transformations brought forth by the moonlight pill were likely far-reaching, yet in this fleeting moment, he could not articulate the full extent of the changes. Thus, he quietly continued his standing meditation, swiftly digesting the residual energies of both the blood chi and moonlight pills. As his chi circulated rapidly, refining his skin and muscles, Duke reveled in the exhilarating sensation of rapid enhancement. In what felt like an instant, an hour had elapsed, and Duke gracefully descended from the cat tree. As he landed soundlessly, he immediately stretched, his bones cracking as he released a low growl, reminiscent of a contented cat. His physique had grown comparable to that of an adult feline, and with continued practice, his growth would only accelerate. A woo! The sound of barking pierced the air, causing Duke to tense his tail. Turning to see 13 gnawing at his own tail, Duke watched as the dog, upon noticing him, blinked and reluctantly released his tail, nudging it back towards Duke. Duke flicked his tail, shaking off the saliva, and gently tapped 13 on the head. The dog appeared considerably brighter, confirming the moonlight pill's potent effects on animals. Yet, Duke pondered what the effects of collecting sunlight and refining it into a pill would entail. Gazing out at the blazing sunlight, he smacked his lips, refraining from a hasty attempt. From the tomes he had studied, any mention of cultivation consistently noted that only the first rays of dawn could be harvested. The remainder was not to be recklessly gathered. If he wished to experiment, he would have to wait until the morrow's dawn. Meow. Duke let out a call, but Weiyun did not appear. Growing impatient, he flicked his tail once more and howled again. At that moment, the door swung open, but instead of Weiyun, it was Su Qilua's personal maid, Jiao Shui, who entered. General, Weiyun is currently unavailable to attend to you. You must wait a moment. Meow? Duke tilted his head, prompting Jiao Shui to explain. Yuyin's master came to see him just now, and after their conversation, he is quite upset. Meow. Duke's eyelids twitched. How could the stout boy be reduced to tears after meeting his master? Was there perhaps more to the story? Ah, General. Jiao Shui suddenly recalled something and addressed Duke. The family head just sent word that a new pill chamber is to be constructed in our Langia Palace. It may be noisy in the afternoon. If you find it bothersome, feel free to take a stroll. A pill chamber? Duke's eyes lit up. Though he was accustomed to consuming pills, he had never witnessed the process of their creation. With the black cauldron at his disposal, he could observe how the inhabitants of this world refined pills. Perhaps he could glean insights and draw parallels for his own practice. Chapter 24. The Cat-Hating Taoist General. General, Jiao Shui called out twice. Yet his pleas did nothing to deter Duke from his pursuit of the alchemical workshop's construction. The white cat darted from its abode, unresponsive to Jiao Shui's summons. Oh no, if the general gets lost, Master Yun will surely flay me alive. Jiao Shui fretted, stamping his feet in anxiety. He soon noticed Xiaohua Shisan energetically trailing behind. Oh dear, Shisan, what mischief are you adding now? Jiao Shui exclaimed, scooping him up and cradling him. Shisan, gazing at the already distant Duke, began to whine in distress. Stupid woman, I must follow my cat brother. Calm down, Shisan. Don't squirm. I'll fetch you a big bone from the kitchen later. While soothing Shisan, Jiao Shui placed him into the doghouse and hurried away from the cat's quarters to inform Yunshan of the troublesome white cat. Meanwhile, Duke, light on his feet, departed from his usual quarters in the Langia Palace, striding along the corridor towards the source of the commotion. The structures of Su Mansion were predominantly built upon the scattered islands of the reflective Moon Lake, including the Langia Palace, Beast Garden, and other facilities. The residence of Su Chilua wasn't confined to a single pavilion, but comprised an entire complex, featuring kitchens, stables, water rooms, warehouses, and servants' quarters. With his tail held high, Duke trotted along the corridor, the newly constructed alchemical workshop not far from his quarters. The raucous sounds were enough to guide him. Turning a corner, he spotted a previously unused storeroom bustling with activity. A middle-aged Taoist, dressed in a robe, with a gaunt face and 3 wispy whiskers, appeared to be scolding the workers incessantly. "Be careful with the items, you lot. If you break anything, you'll regret it," he hollered. "Hey, you over there. Handle that herb with care, don't let it touch the ground. If it absorbs the earth's energy, its potency will diminish. And you, watch the alchemical furnace. If you break it, I'll have you for dinner." As the Taoist continued to bellow, Duke leapt onto a nearby beauty's rest, perching there with keen interest as he observed the laborers hauling items into the storeroom. Upon hearing the words alchemical book, Duke's eyes brightened, fixating on a box being carried by 2 individuals. The box, crafted from high-quality pine, bore the marks of age and wear, with a corner patched in iron, signifying its owner's fondness for it, or perhaps their reluctance to part with it. Duke's claws extended and retracted with anticipation as he licked his lips. There were no texts on alchemy in the little girl's study, nor did he know where to find any elsewhere. However, encountering this opportunity, he was resolute not to let it slip away. Where did this cat come from? Suddenly, a shrill shout caught Duke's attention. The beady-eyed Taoist glared at him with disdain, pointing from a distance. "Someone, drive that damned cat away. Hurry, get rid of that cat for me. I cannot abide such a wretched creature." The Taoist's furious commands drew 2 laborers, who, under his direction, approached Duke, shouting, "Shoo! Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb the Taoist's peace. Get lost." Unperturbed, Duke yawned in boredom. As the 2 laborers closed in, he leapt down from the beauty's rest and gracefully maneuvered around them, advancing towards the Taoist. The Taoist's evident disdain for him was palpable, and Duke could sense the tension. "Why has that cat come over here?" the Taoist exclaimed, his agitation mounting as Duke approached. "What are you 2 dawdling for? Hurry and chase the damned cat away. Move it, move it." The 2 laborers, previously hesitant, lunged at Duke. They were robust and agile, yet they paled in comparison to Duke's prowess. As they neared, Duke sprang off the ground, landing on one laborer's head, sending him sprawling. Using this momentum, Duke launched himself at the Taoist. Seeing Duke charge, the Taoist drew a whisk and wielded it with intent, sweeping it through the air with a sharp whoosh. Duke quickly twisted his body, sinking low to the ground, and as he landed, he bolted forward like a cannonball. With a fierce roar, Duke surged towards the Taoist's chest, his claws raining down upon the Taoist's robe. Enraged, the Taoist shouted, "You audacious cat! How dare you insult me? I shall flay your skin today." As he swept his whisk back, the Taoist channeled his internal energy, the whisk slicing through the air with a howling wind. Duke felt a rush of wind behind him, igniting a sense of danger. With a piercing yowl, he powered up his 4 paws, scaling the Taoist's robe like a tree. However, the Taoist, skilled in martial arts, wielded the whisk as if it had a life of its own, rapidly coiling towards Duke. The multitude of silken strands from the whisk threatened to ensnare him, and if they struck, Duke would meet a grim fate. Duke's eyes widened, his pupils narrowing to slits as he began to fade from sight. Just as he vanished, the whisk struck the air with a resounding crack. Once hidden, Duke distanced himself from the Taoist, feeling a chill of fear. That last strike could have shattered a tree embraced by 3 men. This beady-eyed Taoist possessed considerable skill. Duke lamented his earlier recklessness, wishing he had called for help. Regretful, he acknowledged that in the eyes of those unfamiliar with him, he was merely a cat, an insignificant creature whose life mattered little to anyone. His recent progress felt diminished, shattered by this encounter. He was still too weak. Having barely grasped the rudiments of his abilities, he was inconsequential in the vastness of Su Mansion. "I demand to know what you are doing?" a sharp voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Yun Shan, accompanied by Chiu Shui, approached swiftly, her brows furrowed with fury. "What was that commotion just now?" Chapter 25, Compensation. What was that commotion just now? Upon her arrival, Yun Shan exclaimed sharply. As an innate martial artist, her keen senses picked up the earlier disturbance, and her beautiful eyes narrowed as she scanned her surroundings. "Manager Yun." A furtive-looking Taoist waved his whisk and draped it over his arm, bowing respectfully towards Yun Shan. It was merely a minor mishap, nothing of consequence. A minor mishap? Yun Shan furrowed her brow, and at that moment, Duke manifested himself. Leaping from the ground to perch upon her shoulder, surveying the Taoist from a superior vantage point. Upon seeing Duke, the Taoist's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. But he quickly smiled. Ah, so this cat is Manager Yun's beloved pet. I was wondering where such a charming feline had come from. As the Taoist reached out to pet Duke, the latter unceremoniously swatted his hand, leaving 3 distinct white marks. Hiss. The Taoist recoiled, staring at the marks on his hand. Gasping in surprise. This cat possesses quite a strength. Master Zhao, you misunderstand, Yun Shan said, stroking Duke's back. This is the Mrs. Beloved White Cat General. The Mrs. Beloved? The Taoist's expression stiffened as he recalled the recent rumors circulating within the estate. It was said that the head of the household's daughter, the most favored young lady Su Qilua, had taken in a cat and doted on it. Could this be the very same? Hiss. Did that mean he had just walked into a trap? Yet, it was merely an animal. Could it truly reveal everything that had transpired? As long as no one spoke of it, it was as if it had never happened. Just as the Taoist pondered this, he heard a rather aggrieved meow. Meow? Looking up, he saw Duke on Yun Shan's shoulder, raising a paw and pointing at him while meowing in distress. This scene sent a chill down the Taoist's spine. Earlier, this cat had vanished mysteriously, only to reappear abruptly upon Yun Shan's arrival. Could it be one of the legendary 4 mystical cats? Master Zhao, you ought to know. Yun Shan's expression darkened as she spoke. Our Mrs. White Cat General is one of the 4 mystical cats known as the Feathered Jade Celestial. With innate understanding and awakened intelligence, the Miss had even sought out methods for its cultivation, dedicating half of her own training resources for the General's improvement. If you regard the Mrs. Cat as a mere mundane creature, then you are truly foolish. Having said this, Yun Shan flicked her sleeve and demanded, what exactly happened just now? This. Manager Yun. It was merely a cat, a lowly creature appointed by the head of the household. Huh? Merely a cat? Yun Shan scoffed. The Taoist, emboldened by his status as one of the few alchemists in the estate, had become quite audacious. That is still the Mrs. Cat. Right now, the White Cat General has come to me to lodge a complaint. If the Miss returns from her martial training and hears of this, you shall see who faces the dire consequences first. With that, Yun Shan no longer wished to discuss the matter further. She gently lifted Duke from her shoulder and turned to leave. Master Zhao's eyes flickered as he hurriedly pursued her. Manager Yun, let us discuss this. Such a trivial matter does not warrant troubling the Miss. Master Zhao, do you still not understand? Yun Shan halted and coldly replied, this is no longer a question of whether I wish to pursue the matter. It is about whether the Mrs. White Cat General wishes to pursue it. The White Cat General is a rare and intelligent creature, akin to a child in understanding. As the Mrs. Pet, its intellect is extraordinary. Do you truly believe that resolving things here means all is well? Foolish. Faced with Yun Shan's resolve, Master Zhao's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. As one of the few alchemists in the estate, he was accustomed to being treated with deference wherever he went. Even the lords above did not require him to bow. Yet now, he was being asked to humble himself before a mere cat? A wretched cat. This. Anger simmered beneath the surface of Master Zhao's eyes. Seeing his defiance, Yun Shan coldly stated, it seems you still do not grasp the severity of the situation. You shall explain yourself to the Miss tonight. She is not as easy to deal with as I am. Yun Shan made to leave. But Master Zhao quickly blocked her path, forcing a smile as he spoke. Oh, Manager Yun, please do not be in such a hurry to leave. I acknowledge my wrongs. May I offer my apologies? He bowed slightly to Duke, ingratiatingly saying, my Lord Cat, please forgive me this once, will you? Duke regarded the obsequious Taoist with a cold sneer. If he were not Su Qilua's beloved pet, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Of course, his earlier reckless behavior had also been the root cause of the Taoist's aggression. While both parties were at fault, Duke now held the upper hand. How could he let this slip away? If he forgave once, would others think him easy to bully in the future? Strength must be backed by genuine power. And before he could rely on his own strength, he needed to lean on Su Qilua, the great tree. The influence that this tree provided was now glaringly apparent. Meow. Duke beckoned to Master Zhao with his paw. Upon seeing the cat gesture, Master Zhao approached with a grin. Meanwhile, he internally scoffed at the foolishness of the cat. It could be easily placated with a few words, eliminating the need for further complications. However, as Master Zhao leaned in closer, Duke swiped at him once more. Just as before, after being struck, Master Zhao staggered back, clutching his sore face in shock. This cat. Meow. Duke's fur bristled as he continued to hiss at Master Zhao. Observing this, Yun Shan realized that Duke was not going to calm down easily. Although Duke would give a few swipes at the servant who displeased him, it would end there. However, it was evident that Master Zhao had committed some egregious offense that had left Duke's wrath unassuaged. Manager Yun, this cat. Master Zhao forced a smile through his pain, but Yun Shan coldly responded, you know full well what you have done. It seems you cannot escape the consequences of today's incident. With that, she turned to the others, commanding, everyone, cease what you are doing. Return everything to where it came from. I will inform the head of the household to replace the alchemist. Upon hearing this, Master Zhao panicked. If he truly were to be dismissed, he would never have another opportunity to rise again and would be condemned to concocting mundane potions for the rest of his life. Wait. Master Zhao exclaimed urgently, reaching into his robe and producing a jade vial with a pained expression. I have some excellent elixirs here, highly effective for beastkind. I am willing to offer them to the White Cat General in exchange for forgiveness. After presenting the vial to Yun Shan, she accepted it, her expression softening slightly. The vial's design was exquisite, indicating that the elixir within was indeed of high quality. Had it not been so, the alchemist would not have displayed such a pained demeanor. General, do see if this elixir suits your palate. Yun Shan withdrew the cork from the jade vial and poured out a small, plump pill, roughly the size of a pinky finger. The pill exuded a fragrant aroma that stirred within Duke an overwhelming impulse to consume it. This was the tiger bone strengthening pill, meticulously concocted by the alchemist to nourish my little rodent. The primary ingredient of this elixir was the marrow from aged tiger bones. Master Zhao gazed at the pill in Yun Shan's hand, feeling a pang of regret, for this potion, once ingested, possessed remarkable effects on the skeletal structure of beasts, fortifying their bones and significantly enhancing their strength. Within this vial, there were 8 tiger bone strengthening pills, and by taking one every 3 days, within 24 days, the general's skeletal structure could undergo a remarkable transformation. I implore you, General, to spare this humble alchemist this time. As Master Zhao spoke, he once again bowed deeply to Duke. Duke inhaled the scent of the pill, but found it lacking. Meow, with a resounding cry. Duke's will prompted Yun Shan to promptly return the pill to the vial. Still insufficient? Master Zhao was taken aback. What more could this feline desire? At that moment, Duke leapt from Yun Shan's embrace and landed atop Master Zhao's cherished cedar writing box, pounding upon it with cries of protest. That is my precious alchemical tome. Master Zhao was momentarily stunned. This was a collection he had painstakingly gathered. What do you intend to do with it? Duke extended his claws, scratching the surface of the cedar box, casting a disdainful glance at Master Zhao. Am I not entitled to take it back and tear it apart for amusement? Chapter 26. What? The girl has been bullied. Master Yun, take care. The tearful Zhao Dan, dressed as a Taoist, waved goodbye to Yun Shan, who left with her white cat without looking back, lacking even the inclination to bid farewell. After all, this blind alchemist, relying on his identity, had the audacity to offend the young lady's cat. He should have faced dire consequences, yet he only managed to take away a bottle of elixirs and a few books, which could be considered a leniency. However, Yun Shan's thoughts did not align with Zhao Dan's. Zhao Dan glanced at his wooden bookcase, feeling desolate. A third of the alchemical texts he had accumulated over a lifetime had been whisked away by that white cat, although he no longer needed those texts. Each one contained his annotations, treasures he intended to pass down to future generations. As for the tiger bone strengthening pills, they were meant for his herb-finding mouse, a creature ranked at the bottom of the exotic beasts list. Despite its humble status, it possessed the innate ability to locate rare herbs, and its droppings were excellent fertilizer. In his youth, it was this cherished mouse that had led him to his current achievements. Because of this mouse, he harbored a deep disdain for cats. Though his current mouse was not the original, merely a descendant, it was still young and required the elixir to strengthen its bones. Now, it was all gone, snatched away by that accursed cat. How foolish he was to provoke it. Zhao Dan watched Yun Shan's retreating figure, clutching his heart, overwhelmed with pain. As evening fell, within the main hall of Langya Palace, Meow, why do you need so many alchemical texts? Yu Yin inquired, puzzled, as he placed a book on Duke's cat tree upon Duke's return from outside. Meow, Duke replied nonchalantly, stretching his claws, revealing his pink pads before retracting them. What? Are you planning to shred the books? Yu Yun's eyes widened. Meow? Duke cast a sidelong glance at Yu Yun, questioning his disapproval. I have no objections. Yu Yun retorted, retracting his neck. Duke noticed the puffiness under Yu Yun's eyes, sitting up and meowing softly while pointing at his eyes. Seeing Duke's attention, Yu Yun sighed. Master has left. Meow? Duke tilted his head. Your master merely left, not passed away. Why weep? But before leaving, he entrusted me with the token of our beast master sect, a relic from my master. Master treasured that token dearly, and now that he has given it to me, I feel uneasy. Yu Yun squatted, addressing Duke. Master, you are a spiritual cat. Surely my master will be fine, right? Duke tilted his head, gazing at Yuyun as if observing a dimwit. I am not a lion-faced warrior. How would I know? Sighing, Yuyun cradled his chin in his hands. I wonder how long it will be until my master returns. Inside the doghouse, Shursan gnawed energetically on a bone, noticing Yuyun's sigh. He peeked out at the little black chubby one, then returned to the doghouse, pushing his bone inward, turning his back, and indulging in his treat. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang, revealing a sullen Su Chilua. Seeing her return, Yuyun immediately bowed. Oh, miss, you are back. Su Chilua waved her hand, unwilling to converse with the little black chubby one. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yuyun retracted his neck and murmured, You and Duke stay here. I shall check if Duke's dinner is ready. Once Yuyun exited, Duke stood up, stretched lazily, and looked at Su Chilua, bewildered. Meow? The young girl frowned upon seeing Duke, her small face scrunching up, tears welling in her eyes. Meow? Duke yelped sharply, as if his tail had been stepped on, rushing towards Su Chilua. What happened? Who bullied you? Su Chilua picked Duke up, burying her face in his fur, sobbing softly. During martial arts class today, Uncle San made us spar. Meow? Duke urged her to continue. 13 deliberately made things difficult for me, trying to make me look foolish. 6th brother intervened, but ended up getting beaten by 13 too. Since it was a mutual competition, Uncle San couldn't intervene and scolded me instead. Before leaving, 13 warned that if we sparred again, he would embarrass me again. What should I do, Duke? Listening to Su Chilua's grievances, Duke couldn't help but sigh. Though Su Chilua held a noble status and garnered respect, she remained a child. Conflicts among children cannot always be resolved by adults. Seeking adult intervention would result in isolation and bullying by peers. Now, Su Chilua felt wronged outside and, naturally, wouldn't confide in her father or Yun Shan. Seeking solace in him instead. That troublesome brat from the 13 house. A flash of determination crossed Duke's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He couldn't confront the brat directly, lest Su Chilua face reprimand. Yet, there might be a way. Meow? Duke called out, and Su Chilua lifted her head, blinking in curiosity. The white cat and Su Chilua exchanged glances, both sighing in empathy for the poor girl. Yet, this could also be an opportunity. Meow. Duke leapt from Su Chilua's embrace, meowing at her while gesturing for her to follow. Are you hungry? Su Chilua, hugging her knees, looked perplexed, and Duke shook his head, sweeping his tail across the ground. Do you want me to help you clean? Duke shook his head again, then began scratching the carpet. Are you going to relieve yourself? Duke, with a paw slapped on his face, wore an expression of helplessness, glaring at Su Chilua. How could a young lady speak so crudely? However, every time he witnessed her doing her business, he had to scratch twice afterward. Su Chilua wiped her nose, chuckling, I'm no longer sad, with you by my side. I fear nothing. Hearing this, Duke felt warmth in his heart, his resolve strengthening. Duke extended his paw, mimicking writing on the floor. And Su Chilua watched him with growing confusion until realization dawned, leaving her feeling absurd. Are you trying to write? Duke nodded vigorously, scratching again, signaling his need for ink and paper. Su Chilua's eyes widened, and they exchanged a meaningful glance. Moments later, she sprang to her feet and dashed out of the room. Duke squatted on the floor, waiting anxiously. Before long, Su Chilua returned to the cat house, cradling ink, paper, and brushes in her arms. Upon the entrance of Su Chilua, Duke promptly shut the door and secured it with a bolt from within. Once the door was firmly closed, Su Chilua arranged the writing materials, eagerly gazing at Duke. Seemingly eager to ascertain whether her conjectures would bear fruit, Duke approached the writing desk, observing the ink and paper before him, and flexed his fingers. In recent days, he had been refining books into elixirs, and he had developed a preliminary understanding of the written language of this world, finding no difficulty in reading and writing. Duke settled himself at the writing desk, while Su Chilua held her breath in anticipation, awaiting any action from him. Taking a deep breath, Duke tapped the inkstone lightly. Meow? What are you still staring at? Start grinding the ink. Chapter 27. A Binding Oath. A Century Without Deceit. He-ho, he-ho, he-ho. Su Chilua grasped a piece of ink stick, diligently grinding it in the inkstone. The previously added clear water gradually transformed into a deep shade of ink as the stick turned. Done, General. Setting the ink stick aside, Su Chilua picked up a nearby towel to wipe the ink stains from her fingertips, then looked expectantly at her feline companion. Since the nightmare, she harbored a beautiful wish for the white cat before her, to become like the divine cat general in her dream, capable of protecting her and driving away all evildoers. Now that the mystical abilities of the white cat were beginning to manifest, she felt both anxious and excited. However, it was not only Su Chilua who felt this anxiety. Duke shared the sentiment as well. He was uncertain of the effectiveness of his plan today. If it succeeded, his relationship with Su Chalaw would deepen, laying a robust foundation for their future. But if it failed, the consequences would be dire, ranging from enslavement to execution. Thus, Duke was gambling on the hope that Su Chalaw would keep his secret due to her feelings for him. Duke's hind legs stood firmly on the carpet, supporting his body. As a feline, his hind legs formed a stable triangle when fully grounded. Steadying himself, Duke grasped a brush with his paws and made a laborious approach towards the inkstone. Observing Duke's struggle, Su Chalaw lifted the inkstone closer to him. After saturating the brush's tip with ink, Duke moved it towards the nearby rice paper. Just as the brush touched the paper, a drop of ink fell, creating a deep blot. Duke inhaled deeply, relying on the stability and balance honed through his daily practice, and began to write on the paper with the brush. The moment he started, Su Chalaw gasped in surprise, but quickly covered her mouth to stifle any sound. Duke concentrated intently, his eyes fixed on the paper as he wrote with great difficulty. After some time, he set down the brush, revealing a few crooked characters on the page. Hit him? Su Chalaw tilted her head, puzzled by the words. Hit him hard? Duke nodded vigorously, encouragement shining in his eyes. However, concern clouded Su Chalaw's expression. But, General, he is my 13th brother. Upon hearing this, Duke sighed and resumed writing. If you do not retaliate, he will continue to trouble you. But if I strike him without reason, he will report me, and his mother is quite fierce. Su Chalaw frowned, still hesitant. Duke continued to write, then make sure to hit him until he fears you. What if he still bullies me afterwards? She asked. Then you must hit him until he submits, until he calls you sister, until he trembles at the sight of you. After writing this, Duke laid down the brush, while Su Chalaw stared at the words on the paper, murmuring, but my father will punish me. Duke, feeling helpless, wrote again. That is why you must go to his mother to report him after you strike. Huh? Su Chalaw blinked in confusion. You mean I should hit my 13th brother and then complain to his mother? Why? Strike first, Duke wrote succinctly. Su Chalaw pondered over these 4 words before stammering. General, I do not understand. Duke sighed again, writing, he bullies you. You retaliate. It is only just. Oh. Su Chalaw nodded, though still uncertain. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she asked, General, when did you learn to write? Duke's heart raced at this pivotal moment. He paused, deep in thought, and then slowly began to write again. Not long ago. Really? How did you learn? She pressed. Duke continued, I am not quite sure. Perhaps it is because I am your white cat general. Upon reading this, Su Chalaw's eyes widened with excitement. General, do you remember the events from the dream? Duke hesitated for a moment, but then wrote, I vaguely recall some things, but many memories are hazy, like flowers seen through mist. Perhaps, with time, I shall remember more clearly. Really? Su Chalaw gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Duke nodded affirmatively and then gently placed his paw on her forehead. Once he withdrew, Su Chalaw was ecstatic, covering her mouth in delight, her entire being trembling with excitement. Duke allowed her time to process, recognizing that children are often filled with wonder. The night shadows cast by trees might easily be mistaken for monsters. They are easier to persuade, as long as the narrative is coherent and the logic consistent, while also addressing what matters to them. If it were an adult, they would likely feign agreement while secretly calculating how to profit from the situation. After a brief moment, once Su Chalaw had regained her composure, Duke took up his pen and continued to write on the paper. However, I hope you will not disclose this matter to anyone. Why not? Su Chalaw blinked in confusion. Can't father, Aunt Yun, grandfather, or uncle be told? Absolutely not. Duke emphatically inscribed 3 words, followed by 3 exclamation marks, shaking his head vigorously. Because I am the celestial white cat general sent to protect you. If you tell them, they will perceive me as a monster, and I will have to return to the heavens. That way, I will no longer be able to safeguard you. As Duke penned these words, he gazed intently at Su Chalaw, who, upon reading this line, felt as though her heartstrings were plucked. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Duke. General, I knew you were sent by the heavens to protect me. With that, Su Chalaw enveloped Duke in a tight embrace, as if she wished to crush him within her grasp. Duke, whose eyes rolled back in exasperation, struggled to breathe while attempting to pat Su Chalaw's sides. This girl was far too strong. He felt as though he might be suffocated. After a brief interval, Su Chalaw released Duke, who gasped for air, overwhelmed. At this moment, his modest martial arts achievements were no match for the embrace of this little girl. After regaining his composure, Duke resumed writing. Therefore, this is a secret between the two of us. A secret that cannot be shared with anyone else. Mm, mm, mm. I want to say a word, not to anyone. Su Chilua fervently nodded, vowing to keep the secret. Duke paused his writing, silently observing Su Chilua. This course of action was a necessity. Only by continually demonstrating his uniqueness could he secure Su Chilua's affection and sentiments toward him. With her protection, he could rest easy. As Su Chilua and Duke exchanged glances, they extended their pinky fingers. General, if you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise. Duke looked down at Su Chilua's delicate pinky and slowly lifted his claw to entwine it with hers. As their pinkies locked, Su Chilua softly recited, "Pinky promise. For 100 years, we must not deceive." Upon finishing this phrase, they both raised their heads and shared a smile. A moment that felt as if it had been etched into eternity. Chapter 28. A Peeress Unleashing of Power. As night descended, Duke stepped out from Su Chilua's chamber and returned to his cat house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a symphony of purrs. Following the sound, Duke discovered little Ha Shursen sprawled in his dog bed, his head resting upon a large bone that had been thoroughly devoured. Finding the dog in such a state, Duke fetched a nearby blanket and draped it over the dog's belly. Having completed this act of care, Duke picked up a spirit pill and leaped onto the windowsill, gazing at the still brilliant moonlight outside, while simultaneously absorbing the pill into the black cauldron for refinement. Having already showcased his uniqueness to Su Chilua, Duke's next objective was to continually enhance his strength and influence her transformation. Children possess the utmost purity and sensitivity, acutely aware of who treats them kindly and who does not. Although Duke's intentions were not entirely pure, his genuine treatment of Su Chilua would undoubtedly foster a deeper reliance on him. Moreover, the shared secret between them would further solidify her affection and dependence on him. Besides this, relentless training to grow stronger was imperative. The founder of the Beast Master sect was indeed a genius, capable of reverse engineering the beast form fist to create techniques suitable for animal cultivation. However, Duke currently possessed only the most rudimentary techniques, which were insufficient. At this stage, his only option was to utilize the Black Cauldron in conjunction with the Tiger Leopard stance, pushing it to its limits to enhance his own power. With this thought in mind, Duke retrieved the recently refined spirit pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill settled in his stomach, knowledge surged into Duke's mind, causing him to squint and involuntarily smile. Acquiring these spirit pills from the alchemist surnamed Zhao was indeed a sagacious choice. Although they were foundational texts for novices, they proved immensely beneficial for Duke. After a moment of basking in the moonlight, he leaped down from the windowsill, traversed the cat tree, and arrived at his regular training platform. The jade vial containing the tiger strength pill lay on the platform, and after removing the cork, he poured a pill into his mouth, followed by 2 blood chi pills. As the 3 pills slid down his throat, an indescribable warmth ignited within him. Duke's posture shifted as he assumed a stance, his expression neutral, and began to refine his body through standing meditation. The next day, at noon, General, it's time for class." After lunch, Su Chilua waved at Duke, who emerged from his cat house, yawning as he approached her. Cradling the white cat in her arms, Su Chilua, accompanied by attendants, departed from Langya Palace, heading straight for the martial arts pavilion. They once again traveled by boat, journeying from Langya Island, where the palace was located, to the island housing the pavilion. The little boat sliced through the water, the vessel's sides dancing with serpentine waves, while Duke, nestled in Su Chilua's embrace, gazed up at the sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, a question surged in his mind. What season was it? Within the Su residence, for reasons unknown, it seemed as if the seasons changed not, with a climate perpetually reminiscent of spring, warm and comfortable. Furthermore, aside from the occasional absence of rain or wind, clouds were a rare sight. It was quite peculiar. "General, we have arrived." Su Chilua's voice broke Duke's reverie. He buried his confusion deep within as he looked ahead, spotting the island gradually revealing its array of pavilions as their boat approached. "Miss, please be careful disembarking," an attendant cautioned as Su Chilua prepared to step off the boat. Yet she paid no heed. Her cultivation level had nearly reached the pinnacle of the flesh realm, and even a brick to the face would pose little danger, let alone a leap from the boat to the dock. "Xiao Shui, you may return. Come back for me in the evening." After instructing Xiao Shui, Su Chilua turned and walked away, cradling Duke. Xiao Shui called after her, "Miss, remember to study hard in class." Su Chilua offered no reply, proceeding along the dock until she reached the grand hall of the martial arts pavilion. Upon entering, Duke noticed that others had arrived before Su Chilua, including the previously mentioned chubby boy, Su Xingquan. Cradling the cat, Su Chilua scanned the hall and whispered to Duke, "13 brother, They are not here yet. Duke gently patted her arm, signaling her to exit first. Su Qilihua lingered for a moment before turning to leave the hall, prompting Su Xinquan to blink in surprise. Sensing something was amiss with his little sister today. General, what shall we do next? As Su Qilihua stepped out of the hall, Duke glanced around and patted her shoulder. Letting out a playful growl, Su Qilihua blinked, guessing, are you suggesting I go find them? Duke, however, leaped from her arms and began to run, following a scent. Seeing Duke dart away, Su Qilihua hurried to keep pace with him. Before long, they arrived at the lavatory behind the martial arts pavilion. Observing the rather unseemly location, Su Qilihua frowned. General, what are we doing here? Duke pointed toward the lavatory and then at Su Qilihua. You want me to wait here? She asked tentatively. Duke nodded vigorously. You wait here. I will fetch that little brat for you. All right, I will wait here. Su Qilihua obediently stayed put. But Duke shook his head and nudged her, indicating she should go inside. You want me to go in? Duke nodded again. Su Qilihua hesitated, saying, Then I will wait inside. General, be careful. Before she could finish, Duke turned and dashed away. At the dock, a child clad in fitted training attire leaped from the boat onto the dock. Having just steadied himself, he instructed the attendant behind him. All right, you all may return. Come back for me later. Understood. Young master, do please be careful of slipping, the attendant replied. Enough chatter. I'm off to class. Su Xindu of the 13th house waved his hand dismissively, his expression indicating a desire for silence. As he took a few steps toward the martial arts pavilion, he noticed a white cat sitting leisurely at the end of the dock, observing him with casual indifference. This cat. Duke, wait for me. Just then, Su Xining and Su Xinqi, who were close companions of Su Xindu from the 12th and 10th houses, approached the dock and greeted him upon seeing him. Ah-ing. Ah-chi, you've arrived. Su Xindu nodded at the other two children. Su Xining leaned closer and asked curiously, What were you looking at just now, Du? Look at that white cat. Isn't it your little sister S? Su Xindu pointed toward the cat, and after a glance, Su Xinqi replied, It must be hers. She is the only one who brings a cat to class. There have been no word of dogs or cats residing within the martial arts pavilion. Du, are you thinking? Su Xining sensed Su Xindu's intentions. A cold smile crept across Su Xindu's face as he replied. That girl snatched the spirit dog I had reserved at the beast garden. I still haven't gotten over it, and she dares to bring her cat. So, Du. What do you mean to do? Capture that cat and then dispose of it. A glimmer of ruthlessness, unbefitting of his age, appeared on Su Xindu's face, prompting the other two children to become eager for action. I've never killed a cat before. Su Xining rubbed his hands together, saying, Du. What do you suggest we do? First, seize that cat, and then we can play however we wish. Upon finishing his words, Su Xindu exchanged glances with the other two, and they all approached Duke in unison. They did not directly look at him. Instead, they engaged in casual conversation as they ambled closer. Duke, observing the trio of mischievous spirits drawing near, narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, catch him. Su Xindu was the first to spring into action, letting out a low growl as he lunged at Duke with astonishing speed, one that an ordinary person would struggle to respond to. However, the reflexes of felines far surpassed those of humans. Even though the three little spirits were adept in martial arts, they were still too slow for Duke. With a fierce cry, Duke leapt into the air just as Su Xindu lunged, turning to dart towards the well. Missing his target, Su Xindu landed on the ground, rolling as he made contact. Pursue him. The trio of children hastened after Duke, who was sprinting low to the ground. Glancing back, Duke noticed the three little spirits in hot pursuit and couldn't help but smirk. He had been contemplating how to lure them into chasing him, and now they had taken the initiative. Block him. The cat was heading towards the well. He is courting death. There were few people around the well, and if he were to be killed, no one would be the wiser. As the three little ones chased the cat, their eyes silently observed. What were these little rascals up to? Simultaneously, Duke arrived at the entrance of the well, where the cat paused to glance back at the pursuing spirits before slipping inside. The cat has entered the well. He is seeking his own demise. Chase. The three little spirits followed suit, and upon entering, they immediately spotted Su Qilihua waiting for them inside. Little sister, what are you doing here? Panting after sprinting hundreds of meters, Su Xindu, unfazed, looked at Su Qilihua, while Duke appeared behind her, casting a mischievous glance at the trio. Su Qilihua cast a downward glance at Duke, who offered her an encouraging look. Fear not, my dear. With me standing guard, you shall prevail against your peers. Chapter 29. Whimpering, little fist striking your chest. Little sister, what are you doing here? Su Xindu. The young master of the 13th house inquired as he observed his cousin Suchilua standing in the latrine. Suchilua, gazing at the three boys before her, closed her eyes to gather her thoughts before suddenly shrieking, "Ah, 13th brother, 12th brother, 10th brother, why are you spying on me while I'm using the toilet?" Her piercing scream reverberated through the air, causing Duke to instinctively cover his ears, the intensity of her voice almost painful. The three bewildered boys exchanged confused looks. And Su Xinxie stammered, "Little sister, you're talking nonsense." Slap. A resounding slap landed on Su Xinxie's face, sending him spinning several times before he collapsed onto the ground. Dazed, the little boy saw stars and felt warm blood trickling from his nose. A chill ran down the spines of Su Xindu and Su Xinling as they witnessed their cousin, struck down by Su Qilua, unable to rise. They realized they had been caught in a trap. Before Su Xindu could voice his thoughts, Su Qilua's fist flew toward him, silencing him as he was sent crashing against the latrine wall. With a thud, he slid down the wall, the fiery pain leaving him momentarily bewildered. He could hardly comprehend that his usually meek little sister had struck him. Touching his nose and seeing the blood on his hand, Su Xindu felt dizzy. Blood, he was bleeding. Su Xinling stood frozen, aghast at the sight of his two brothers, both incapacitated. The usually docile little sister had turned violent, a revelation that left him in shock. Trembling, Su Xinling looked at Su Qilua, whose face was flushed and breathing labored, revealing her own confusion. As Su Qilua stared at her fallen cousins, her mind blank. She realized she had indeed struck her brothers, the very ones who often tormented her. This feeling was exhilarating. With her breath growing heavier, the little girl instinctively summoned her inner strength, causing the ground beneath her to crack as she took a step. Duke, observing her newfound power, marveled at her growing strength. 12th brother, Su Qilua called softly, prompting Su Xinling to shiver and muster a strained smile. Little sister, I've always cared for you. Please, don't do anything reckless. As he backed away, fearing her wrath, Duke stealthily approached from behind. Preoccupied with Su Qilua, Su Xinling failed to notice Duke's presence. Duke leaped, delivering a forceful kick to Su Xinling's back, propelling him forward. In a panicked response, Su Qilua instinctively threw a punch at the oncoming Su Xinling. Wide-eyed, Su Xinling could only watch as her fist collided with his chest, the sound echoing as he coughed up blood and crashed against the wall. Oh no, Su Qilua gasped, shocked that her casual punch had caused such harm. As Su Xindu regained his senses and saw Su Xinling bleeding, his eyes widened in alarm. Duke, witnessing the scene, let out a loud yowl. The startled Su Qilua shivered at Duke's cry. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable surge of courage filled her heart. Clenching her tiny fists, Su Qilua approached Su Xindu, who, seeing her fierce expression, began to retreat in panic. But he was met with an unforgiving wall behind him, leaving him no escape. Su Qilua, what do you intend to do? He stammered, but before he could finish, Duke struck him, silencing his protests and signaling Su Qilua to act. Without hesitation, she advanced towards Su Xindu, whose mouth was now blocked. He had no chance to resist as her fist loomed larger before him. In the next moment, he trembled and fell unconscious, a small fist mark imprinted on his forehead. Duke watched with satisfaction as Su Qilua knocked out Su Xindu, then turned his gaze to Su Xinxie, who had finally come to his senses. Seeing one brother unconscious and the other bleeding, he shuddered. Little sister, 10th brother has always doted on you. Please don't hurt me. Before he could finish, Su Qilua lunged at him, pinning him down and unleashing a flurry of punches. Duke observed with delight as Su Xinxie, still reeling from his earlier blow, succumbed to her assault and fell to the floor, unconscious, gasping for breath. Su Qilua surveyed her three cousins, now all lying defeated. She glanced nervously at Duke. General, did I really do this? Duke nodded vigorously, raising a paw to give her a thumbs up. What shall we do next? She inquired, eyeing her incapacitated cousins. After a moment of contemplation, Duke approached her, standing upright and beginning to tear at her clothing. Moments later, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the entire martial arts pavilion. Wah! Clutching the white cat and disheveled, Su Qilua burst from the latrine, her cries filled with grievance, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the pavilion. Sixth sister, what happened to you? The chubby Su Xinquan was the first to rush out, his eyes widening at the sight of her tear-streaked face. Ignoring him, Su Qilua ran towards the dock. Enraged, Su Xinquan wondered who had dared to bully his little sister. Simultaneously, Su Xiaowu, the head of the martial arts pavilion, descended from the upper floor. Having seen the three children chasing a cat earlier, he now followed the fleeing figure of Su Qilua, pondering the situation. Upon entering the latrine, Su Xiaowu gasped. His three nephews lay sprawled on the ground, in a pitiful state. Su Xinling was bleeding profusely, his chest caved in, clearly having suffered a severe blow. Ignoring his usual composure, Su Xiaowu rushed to Su Xinling, checking his pulse, his eyes widening in alarm. The child was barely clinging to life. In the next moment, Su Xiaowu emerged from the well, cradling Su Xinling in his arms. Su Xingquan, observing his uncle's hasty departure, felt a surge of curiosity and ventured inside. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Su Xindu and Su Xinxiu, both unconscious. Hiss. Su Xingquan inhaled sharply, astonished at the condition of the 13th and 10th brothers. What could have happened? The other members of the Su family merely shook their heads, their gazes devoid of sympathy, instead laced with derision as they beheld the pitiful state of the two. The rascals from the 13th, 12th, and 10th households, who consistently wielded their power to bully others, now found themselves in such misfortune, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from everyone who witnessed it. Could it be the younger sister? Su Xingquan's eyes widened in realization as he murmured, "This is dire. The aunt from the 13th household is known for her sharp tongue and acrimonious nature. Seeing her son in such a state, she would surely not let it go unpunished." Chapter 30. Who is the true victim? In the exquisite garden of the 13th courtyard, a stunning woman adorned with a golden hairpin and dressed in palace attire sat gracefully in a pavilion, gazing at the flourishing blossoms outside. Beside her, two maids diligently attended her. The new year is approaching, isn't it? The beautiful woman lifted a teacup from beside her and took a delicate sip. One of the maids quickly replied, "Madam, it is already mid-December. The new year is but a few days away. As the new year arrives, it will soon be time for the ancestral rites," she continued. "Are the offerings prepared?" "They're all ready, madam," the master inquired earlier. "And everything has been sent to the storeroom," the maid replied earnestly, her head bowed, not daring to meet the woman's gaze. "Have you made arrangements with the beast pavilion?" The woman recalled another matter. The maid responded promptly, "The people from the beast pavilion informed us that Dr. Sun Xiang left the estate a few days ago." "Humph. Those wretched servants," the beautiful woman scoffed. "When it comes time to show loyalty, they vanish without a trace. The northern spirit hound that was promised to Duer was seized by the eldest house's maid. They clearly have no understanding of propriety." As the woman sneered, the two maids remained silent, their eyes fixed on the ground, revealing the weight of the woman's authority. The New Year's Eve ancestral rites would soon take place, followed by the Lantern Festival, and then in a month, the spring hunt would commence. She had hoped to train a fine dog to assist Duer in achieving victory during the hunt, but now the beast pavilion had failed her. Slamming her teacup onto the table, causing the golden hairpin to sway, she coldly declared, "What loyal servants we have." At this moment, a man with a gentle demeanor and an amiable presence entered the pavilion. Upon seeing him, the woman let out a cold huff. "It's those wretches from the beast pavilion. One cannot solely blame Dr. Sun. I heard that fifth brother was involved as well. Wasn't that spirit hound sent away by him? How can you merely laugh it off when your son's hound was taken from him?" The woman glared at her husband, who simply chuckled in response, "As long as peace is maintained, my dear, that is what matters. I do not care for that. Duer must win first place in the spring hunt on the 15th of February next year. I don't care if you have to steal or deceive. But you must find a fine spirit hound for Duer. Why quarrel among family?" The man was unfazed and pulled a cage of crickets from his sleeve. "Look, I found 2 crickets for Duer. He will surely love them. You have no ambition." The woman jabbed her finger at his forehead in frustration, scolding him. "I must have been blind to choose a man so lacking in drive. My poor son, neglected by his father and unloved by his grandfather. As his mother, I wish to secure some advantages for him, yet I face scorn instead." At this point, she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. "My lady." The man embraced her and signaled the maids to leave. The two maids curtsied and retreated quietly from the pavilion. However, before the man could speak, a heart-wrenching wail made him shudder, drawing both their gazes. "Oh dear, who is crying so pitifully?" The man released his wife and turned towards the sound. The woman glared at him but straightened her attire, resolutely stating, "It must be one of the servants feeling wronged. Afterward, we shall use them for fertilizer, and no one will dare behave this way again." "My lady, you cannot be so reckless," the couple conversed, when a petite figure burst into the pavilion, sobbing. Upon seeing the newcomer, the man's expression changed instantly, and he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Oh, my beloved little niece, what has happened?" He scooped up the weeping Su Chalaw and gently bounced her in his arms, whispering, "Tell Uncle 13 who has bullied you, and I shall break their legs." Hearing her husband's words, the woman shot him another glare. How could he be so agitated over a mere maid from the elder brother's house when their own son's spirit hound had been taken? Was the bond between blood and kin so easily swayed? "Uncle 13, Su Chalaw cried. "I am so sorry, Uncle 13. What has happened?" Su Xiaoning, The 13th son of the Su family furrowed his brow, gently wiping the tears from Su Chilua's eyes with his thumb. The woman, witnessing this, stood up and pinched Su Xiaoning's arm, offering the handkerchief. "Your sleeves are filthy. Use the handkerchief." "How considerate of you, my lady." Su Xiaoning accepted the handkerchief with a smile, wiping Su Chilua's tears and snot, while settling down on a stone stool in the pavilion. "Little Chilua, tell Uncle 13, how have you wronged him?" I hit Brother Du." Su Chilua's admission changed the woman's expression instantly. "You struck Dua? How is he now? Why did you hit him?" "Do not be hasty. Let us first clarify the situation." Su Xiaoning soothed his wife, gently asking Su Chilua, "Why did you hit your brother?" I was using the restroom in the well house when Brother Du, along with brothers 12 and 10, barged in." At this revelation, both Su Xiaoning and the woman's faces darkened. "I was frightened, so I hit them all," Su Chilua continued. "I even made them bleed." "Uncle 13, do you think I killed Brother Du?" Gripping Su Xiaoning's clothing, the young girl sobbed, her breath hitching as she cried, clearly devastated. Duke, who had quietly followed, watched Su Chilua's performance and silently applauded her talent for drama. It's all right. Su Xiaoning comforted her, his face still dark. "That wretched boy dared to invade your privacy. You could have killed him, and it would have been justified." "My lord, one must not say such things. Dua is your son." The woman interjected to defend her son, but Su Xiaoning shot her an incredulous glare. "Had you not spoiled him so much, he would not have acted in such a beastly manner. Little Chilua is only 7. That boy dared to bring his brothers to invade her privacy. What will happen when they grow up? Do not say another word. I am going to seek an audience with your elder brother for an apology." The woman was taken aback, wanting to protest. But Su Xiaoning had already stormed out of the pavilion with Su Chilua in his arms. Duke glanced back at the beautiful woman before following Su Xiaoning. Left alone, the woman sat at the table, momentarily stunned, before suddenly coming to her senses and rushing after her husband. My lord, you must not act recklessly. That is our own son. Do not do anything foolish." In the Su family's council chamber on Central Island, the discussion continued. "Did you say the girl struck the children of the 13th, 12th, and 10th houses?" The head of the Su family is also Su Chilua's father. Su Xiaoming furrowed his brow as he gazed at his younger brother, Su Xiaowu, who offered a bitter smile and lamented, "The ribs of the 12th branch have been shattered, nearly endangering the heart. Had I not acted swiftly to provide treatment, the consequences would have been dire. Humph, that wretched girl has been too indulged." With a cold snort, Su Xiaoming soon felt a headache coming on. How could he explain that his child had beaten a cousin to such a state? In the 3rd branch, the 10th and 12th branches might be manageable, but the sister-in-law from the 13th branch posed a significant challenge. This situation would undoubtedly require considerable reparations to quell public outrage. "Where has that girl gone?" Su Xiaoming inquired of Su Xiaowu, who shrugged his shoulders and replied with a pained smile, "I do not know. All I am aware of is that she left Xiaowu Pavilion in tears. Beyond that, I cannot say." Crying? A jolt ran through Su Xiaoming's heart as he furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the conference hall. "Is she injured?" He halted, worry etched on his face. Su Xiaowu, observing his elder brother's demeanor, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Earlier, he had displayed such anger, yet now he was concerned for his daughter, such a hypocritical father. "Master." At that moment, a guard entered the conference hall and spoke in hushed tones. "The lord from the 13th branch has arrived, accompanied by the young miss." "What?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming immediately remarked, "Is he here to seek retribution?" "Brother, why would the girl go to the 13th branch?" Su Xiaowu discerned a different nuance in their situation. Su Xiaoming blinked in realization. Indeed, why would his daughter go to the 13th branch? His earlier worries about her departure in tears had muddled his thoughts. "Let us go and see." With a quick motion, Su Xiaoming gestured for his brother to follow him out of the conference hall. As they stepped outside, they encountered a dark-faced Su Xiaoning, cradling Su Chilua in his arms. Seeing Su Xiaoning in such a state, Su Xiaowu and Su Xiaoming exchanged glances. Usually, the 13th branch's member was gentle and amiable, never exhibiting such a grim expression. Su Xiaoming's heart sank. Could it be? Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Xiaoning spoke first. "Elder brother, I have failed in my duties as a parent, allowing that rebellious child to frighten little Chilua. Whatever punishment the family law dictates for that scoundrel. You may proceed as you see fit. I shall act as though I have never borne that son." "What?" Su Xiaoming stood in stunned silence, puzzled by the stark contrast between Su Xiaoning's words and his own understanding of the situation. Casting a glance at his younger brother, Su Xiaoming's eyes were filled with inquiry, while Su Xiaowu was equally bewildered. "Do not look at me. I am just as confused. Chapter 31. Brother, please don't die. What on earth happened? Standing at the entrance of the council chamber, Su Xiaoming gazed at Su Qi Luo, who was cradled in Su Xiaoning's arms. Her tear-filled eyes shimmering with sorrow as she sobbed quietly, her shoulders shaking in a pitiful manner. Today, I visited the Xiaowu Pavilion, feeling somewhat unwell, and allowed my cat General to play by itself, then went to the latrine. Unexpectedly, halfway through, Brother 13 barged in with Brothers 12 and 10. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoming's expression darkened considerably, resembling the bottom of a pot, while Su Xiaowu gasped in shock. How dare these three scoundrels? This is utterly beastly. Then, I became frightened and ended up fighting them. As Su Qi Luo recounted this, Duke, who had been following quietly, silently gave her a thumbs up. Well done, keep going. To my surprise, I beat them until they vomited blood, and terrified, I ran away. At this point, she broke into loud cries, "Oh, father! Do you think I killed Brother 13? With veins visibly throbbing on his forehead, Su Xiaoming remained silent, and Su Xiaoning spoke up, "Eldest brother, I have failed in my duty as a father. That wretched spawn, I shall consider as never having been born. Handle the matter as you see fit." Oh dear, Brother 13. Su Xiaowu quickly interjected, trying to mediate. We don't have the full story yet. How can we jump to conclusions? Isn't it clear what the girl has said? Su Xiaoning trembled with rage, while Su Xiaowu could only shake his head. Normally, Brother 13 was a good-natured person, courteous to everyone, and rarely displayed such fury. Xiaowu. Su Xiaoming's voice was low and somber. Where are the children from the 13th, 12th, and 10th houses? They are currently receiving treatment at the medical facility on Xuanque Island, Su Xiaowu replied, smacking his lips. Other than the child from the 12th house with a broken sternum, the other two have been disfigured. Disfigured or not, what dignity do such beasts have left to live in this world? Su Xiaoning spat bitterly. However, Su Xiaoming commanded, gather all the servants from the Xiaowu Pavilion and question them thoroughly about what transpired during that time. We shall go to Xuanque Island now and hear what those children have to say. Yes, eldest brother. At this moment, Su Qi Luo remained nestled in Su Xiaoning's embrace. As the group proceeded towards Xuanque Island, she exchanged a glance with Duke, who winked at her, signaling her to maintain her composure. Su Qi Luo did not respond overtly, yet her eyes betrayed her understanding. The silent exchange between the girl and the cat went unnoticed by the adults, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Su Xiaoming was suppressing his anger. Su Xiaoning sighed heavily, while Su Xiaowu observed with a sense of morbid curiosity. The trio departed from the central island and boarded a boat to Xuanque Island. As the saying goes, a healer's heart is benevolent, alleviating the suffering of the world. Xuanque Island served as the Su family's medical facility, dedicated to healing the sick and treating injuries. The journey from the central island to Xuanque Island was not long. Thanks to a special boat, and within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they swiftly arrived. Duke followed quietly, refraining from speaking or causing trouble, embodying the role of a loyal pet. During the journey, Su Xiaowu cast a curious glance at Duke, but considering the gravity of the situation, he chose to remain silent. Upon their arrival on the island, guided by the attending physician, they hurried to the wards of Su Xindu, Su Xinxiu, and Su Xinling. Surrounded by the scent of medicinal herbs, they entered Su Xindu's room. As soon as they stepped inside, Duke spotted Su Xindu, wrapped in bandages with only one eye, a mouth, and two nostrils visible. Su Xindu had awakened and, upon seeing his father, exclaimed excitedly, "Father, you must stand up for me." "Silence, you wretched child." Su Xiaoning, without a hint of paternal affection, raised his hand, channeling his innate energy, prepared to strike his son down. "Enough, Brother 13. Let us hear what he has to say first." Su Xiaowu intervened, blocking Su Xiaoning's hand. Filled with disappointment, Su Xiaoning glanced at Su Xindu before reluctantly lowering his hand. "Speak, what exactly transpired?" Su Xiaoming inquired, looking down at Su Xindu, who nervously swallowed. "Why were you in the latrine? And why did Luoi attack you?" Explained everything in detail. Su Xindu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Should he admit that he had been jealous of Su Qi Luo and had intended to harm her cat, leading him to chase her into the latrine, where he was ultimately beaten? Absolutely not. I went to the latrine with Brother Shiga and Brother Ling, and then my little sister cornered us and beat us. Su Xindu's gaze darted, lacking sincerity. Is that truly the case? Su Xiaoming asked in a low tone. While Su Xiaoning erupted in fury, "You wretched child, how dare you lie? Luoer is such a good girl. How could she possibly have attacked you? And you three little rascals dared to enter the women's latrine?" Su Xiaoning immediately exposed Su Xindu's falsehood, and after a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaoming turned to Su Xiaowu and asked, "What have you learned from the servants at the Xiaowu pavilion? There should be news by now." Su Xiaowu replied just as someone appeared at the door of the ward, addressing him, "Third Master, here are the results of the inquiry." Su Xiaowu took the letter from the messenger and handed it to Su Xiaoming. After a brief glance, Su Xiaoming closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Eldest brother, what does the letter say?" Su Xiaoming inquired. Su Xiaoming remained silent. Seeing his brother's reaction, Su Xiaoming realized the letter contained grave news. "You ungrateful wretch, you beast. I should just strike you dead." With his innate energy gathered, Su Xiaoming raised his hand to strike Su Xindu. At that moment, Duke approached Su Qi Luo from behind, his tail sweeping the air as Su Qi Luo lunged towards Su Xindu. "Brother 13, please don't die." Su Xindu, pinned beneath Su Qi Luo, widened his eye in shock, gasping in disbelief, while she spread her arms protectively around him. "Please don't hit my brother 13. Wretched child, look at your little sister. And then look at yourself." Su Xiaoming was not consoled, but only grew angrier. "Look at how well-behaved she is compared to you. The contrast is simply painful. Enough." Su Xiaoming clenched his fist, incinerating the letter in his hand, and declared, "Su Xindu, Su Xinxiu. And Su Xinling shall reflect on their actions from this day forth and transcribe the family rules 100 times. This matter ends here. Eldest brother." Su Xiaoming turned to Su Xiaoming, who remained silent as he turned to leave. As a father, it was indeed his duty to seek justice for his daughter. Yet as the clan leader, he had to consider the broader implications. The Su family's population was dwindling, with fewer than 100 direct descendants remaining, even counting the daughters married off. Moreover, recent disputes among the branches over resource allocation had escalated. At such a critical juncture, he had not only reassigned a pill master to his daughter, but had also allocated a significant amount of medicinal materials. Now, he can only impose such a punishment. Otherwise, he would be accused of favoritism, allowing all the benefits to be monopolized by the main branch. As the clan leader, maintaining balance is paramount. 13th brother, please do not perish. Su Qilua continued to weep uncontrollably, resting on Su Xindu's body. Observing this, Su Xiaowu clucked his tongue and remarked, "Enough, cease your tears. If you continue to cry, your 13th brother will truly meet his demise." "Huh?" Su Qilua blinked in surprise, exclaiming in bewilderment. "Enough?" Su Xiaowu beckoned to Su Qilua. "Your third uncle will escort you back to Langia Palace. Do not linger here and disturb your 13th brother." "Oh." Su Qilua obediently rose to her feet, and before departing, she turned to Su Xindu and said, 13th brother, you must recover swiftly. I will be waiting for you at Xiaowu Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Su Xindu's eyes widened, and he wished to vehemently scold her, but under the stern gaze of his father, he hesitated, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word. 13th uncle, farewell. Little Qilua, be cautious on your way back." "Very well." Su Qilua followed Su Xiaowu out, with Duke trailing closely behind. The events of the day had truly opened his eyes. Indeed, remarkably so, this girl possesses great potential. I shall teach her a few more skills upon our return. Chapter 32. The world beyond the manor on the island of suspended potions. Within the medical ward of the clinic, Su Xindo gazed intently at his father, whose complexion resembled that of a darkened pot. He hesitated, his lips quivering, and murmured softly, "Do you realize your mistake?" Yet, that was not the case at all. Su Xindo yearned to clarify, but the more he attempted to explain, the more muddled his words became, leading him to despondently close his mouth. No matter how he tried to elucidate, it seemed futile, so he chose silence instead. "Do you think I reprimand you because of your foolish actions?" Su Xiaoning stood by the bedside, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. "Isn't it so?" Su Xindo retorted. "Certainly not." Su Xiaoning scoffed. "I am well aware of your mother's intentions. She merely wishes to advocate for you. However, you must understand who holds authority in this household. Is it my uncle? Him?" Su Xiaoning turned his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, my elder brother is the head of the family. But has the Su family always been led by wise individuals throughout its long history?" "What do you mean, father?" Su Xindo pondered, sensing the underlying implications. Su Xiaoning, speaking earnestly, remarked, "Doer, do you know why I consistently present myself as a modest gentleman? Is it not because you, father, are a soft-hearted man?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Xindo quickly corrected himself. "That is what mother taught me." "Huh. She, a mere woman, only sees the few pieces of broken silver. How could she comprehend the depths of the Su family's waters?" Su Xiaoning waved his sleeve dismissively, continuing today. "Let me impart a lesson. Everything within the Su family is predetermined. All matters have long been set in stone. There are things that rightfully belong to you, which you must claim, Yet there are others that do not belong to you. To seize them would lead to certain doom. As he spoke, a shadow flickered in Su Xiaoning's eyes. Doer, we are the 13th branch of the Su family, positioned at the very end. We must remain compliant. Do not heed your mother's words and pursue what is not meant for us. There are eyes watching us from above. Do you understand? Su Xiaoning's earnest tone prompted a slow, albeit confused, nod from Su Xindo. Father, I understand. Good. During this period, focus on recuperating. Once you have healed, confine yourself within the house for a while. Even after your confinement is lifted, refrain from provoking the eldest branch's maidens. Understood, father. I know you will resent me. But when you reach my age, you will comprehend. Su Xiaoning approached the bedside and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. At that point, you will be grateful to be a peripheral figure rather than the jewel of the clan. On the shimmering waves, a small boat cleaved through the water, heading towards the Langya Palace. At the bow stood a man clad in fox fur, cradling a warm stove in his arms, his expression serene against the flowing wind. Third uncle, is it pleasant to stand at the bow and feel the wind? Su Qilua observed Su Xiaowu from within the cabin. Su Xiaowu turned back with a hearty laugh. My dear girl, when you reach my age, you will understand. I am not merely feeling the wind, but rather, I am embracing tranquility. Tranquility? Su Qilua tilted her head, struggling to grasp the concept, while Duke, sitting nearby, scoffed internally at the pretentiousness of such lofty terms aimed at a child. You will come to understand. Once you attain the Tao, tranquility becomes paramount. As Su Xiaowu spoke, he directed his gaze towards Duke, who sat beside Su Qilua. By the way, your feline companion has grown quite a bit. Of course, the general is diligently training. Su Qilua proudly declared, raising her hand to stroke Duke's fur. The cultivation method of the beast control sect? Su Xiaowu's brows furrowed slightly. Su Qilua nodded. Yes. Third uncle, you know about it? Recently, I reviewed some texts and recalled it, she replied. Su Xiaowu stepped into the cabin and sat beside Su Qilua, lifting Duke into his arms to groom him. However, as Duke lay cradled in Su Xiaowu's embrace, he felt a searing warmth radiating from Su Xiaowu's hand, penetrating into his body. With every pulse, he experienced a sensation akin to being burned. Noticing Duke's discomfort, Su Qilua swiftly reclaimed him from Su Xiaowu's grasp. Third uncle, you have made my general uncomfortable. I was merely conducting an examination, Su Xiaowu said, his gaze playfully scrutinizing Duke. You are nearing the pinnacle of the corporeal realm. You've done well with this cat. Naturally, the general is quite dedicated to his training. Su Qilua, oblivious to the implications behind Su Xiaowu's words, felt a swell of pride, while Duke internally recoiled, realizing that Su Xiaowu had discerned his martial progress merely from a couple of touches. Furthermore, Duke resolved to mask his true capabilities in the future and to inform Su Qilua not to disclose his diligent training efforts. His current martial progress was attributed to Su Qilua's unwavering support in the form of medicinal aids and his own relentless practice, bringing him close to mastering the corporeal realm. However, he struggled with the inability to learn martial techniques. Nevertheless, after poring over numerous texts and through his training, he grasped a crucial understanding. The essence of corporeal cultivation lies not in defense, but in achieving a harmonious unity, preventing any leaks of energy. The ability to withstand blades and swords is merely a byproduct. The true quintessence of corporeal cultivation lies in stabilization and containment, solidifying internal energy and preventing its leakage. In simpler terms, if the human body were akin to a water pouch riddled with holes, corporeal cultivation is akin to mending that pouch, leaving only a single opening for water to enter and exit. The enhanced durability of the pouch post-repair is merely an added benefit. Now, Duke's approach to the corporeal realm has merely enhanced his physical attributes, rendering him more agile, responsive, and stronger. Once he reaches the foundational realm, the refining of his essence will gradually augment his strength, allowing the true might of his martial abilities to manifest. With a single swipe, he could rend gold and shatter stone effortlessly. However, dear girl, you must take heed. Su Xiaowu regarded the cat in Su Qilua's arms with an inscrutable expression. Ensure that no one else learns of your cat's training. And if they do not let them know that your cat is practicing the beast control sect's methods. Third uncle, what do you mean by that? Su Qilua paused her gentle strokes of Duke, while Duke felt a shift in the air, suppressing the urge to look up and waiting for Su Xiaowu to continue. The beast control sect was once the most renowned sect in our celestial empire, but that was in the past. Su Xiaowu's eyelids lowered as he focused intently on Duke. Do you know the reason for their fall? Before Su Qilua could respond, Su Xiaowu continued, it was due to a transgression. They birthed a monster. At this point, Duke's eyes narrowed as he recalled the conversation between Sun Xiang and Yun Shan, where Sun Xiang had mentioned that their sex destruction stemmed from a beast that had achieved martial prowess through the absorption of the sun and moon's essence, ultimately transforming into a monster that brought calamity upon them. What once seemed like a mere tale now resonated with an unsettling truth from Su Xiaowu's lips. Monsters, are they not fearsome? Su Chilua tightened her embrace around Duke, while Su Xiaowu regarded Duke with a cold, calculating gaze. Since your birth, you have scarcely ventured beyond the manor, correct? Correct. Then it is no wonder. You have yet to witness the terror of demons. As Su Xiaowu spoke, he gently patted Su Chi Luo's little head, advising her to keep her feline cultivation a secret. Conceal the information. Do not allow others to speak recklessly about it. Otherwise, it may bring calamity upon you and your father. He continued, furthermore, you must diligently practice the immortal martial strategy. You have already made significant progress in your physical form, and soon you will transition into the refinement of your essence. I will work hard, third uncle, she replied earnestly. That's good to hear. Su Xiaowu responded with a smile. Suddenly, Su Chi Luo shifted the conversation, asking, third uncle, what is the world like outside the manor? Upon hearing her question, a shadow flickered in Su Xiaowu's eyes, but he ultimately replied with a smile, when you grow up, you will discover it for yourself. However, that will be after you have entered the path. Until then, do not venture beyond the manor without permission, not even a single step. His tone turned stern, emphasizing the importance of his warning. Chapter 33, The Delight of Being Pampered by a Wealthy Woman at the Dock of Langia Palace. Su Xiaowu stood at the bow of the boat, advising Su Chi Luo, who was cradling her cat, Duke. In the coming days, focus on your training within Langia Palace and refrain from frivolous distractions. I understand, third uncle, she replied. All right, let's head back. With a wave of his hand, Su Xiaowu signaled the boatman at the stern, who began to row, gently steering the small vessel away from the dock. Goodbye, third uncle, Su Chi Luo called out. Waving vigorously, Su Xiaowu smiled and nodded, and as the boat turned, it swiftly disappeared from her sight. Gently stroking Duke's back, Su Chi Luo leaned down and whispered, General, it seems we cannot speak of your training to others. Duke nodded in agreement, tapping her arm with his paw, indicating that she should hurry back to fetch ink, paper, and a brush. I'll return at once, she assured, clutching Duke as she hurried along the dock back to the tower of Langia Palace. She navigated through the long corridors and water pavilions, and in no time, she was back in her chamber. Just as she stepped inside, before she could prepare her writing materials, a knock sounded at the door. Miss, came a voice from outside. What is it, Jiao Shui? Su Chi Luo asked, her heart racing with a hint of nervousness. Master Zhao Dan, who was previously assigned to our Langia Palace, has just refined a batch of new elixirs that will aid in your martial arts training. Manager Yin asked me to inform you that it is time to prepare for your practice. Understood. Please tell Aunt Yun to wait for me in the training room. Yes, Mississippi. After Chiao Shui departed, Su Chi Luo sighed in relief, patting her chest. That startled me. Quickly, she turned back to Duke. Ah, General. Everything has indeed unfolded as you foretold. Not only will Brother 13 no longer harass me, but I also managed to vent my frustrations. Duke felt a mixture of joy and annoyance at her declaration. He was pleased that his efforts were not in vain, yet frustrated that she seemed to forget her own strength. Had he not cultivated martial arts, he might have been suffocated by her exuberance on multiple occasions. After embracing Duke for a moment, Su Chi Luo released him. Duke coughed a few times and cast a reproachful glance at her. Embarrassed, Su Chi Luo chuckled softly before asking, General, what should I do next? Duke glanced at himself, then at her, realizing her intent. Su Chi Luo rushed out of the room to retrieve the writing supplies. Sitting alone on her bed, Duke pondered deeply, assessing his own situation. He needed to accelerate his training progress and find ways to conceal his strength. As a unique spiritual cat, his innate ability was to obscure his form. If he could turn invisible, then concealing his aura should pose no challenge. Additionally, he needed to prioritize refining solar essence. This task required immediate attention, and he intended to experiment with sunlight beyond just the dawn. At that moment, Su Chi Luo returned, clutching the ink, paper, and brush. As she set them down, Duke decided that their current method of communication could not continue. While it was manageable once or twice, repeated exchanges might arouse suspicion. Shortly, as Su Chi Luo prepared the ink, Duke took up the brush. First matter, for the time being, do not leave Langia Palace. Focus on your training here until the aftermath of recent events settles. Nodding at the characters inscribed on the paper, Su Chi Luo affirmed, I will heed the general's advice. Next, regarding the secrecy of my training, Duke paused before writing, your third uncle's stance is clear. The presence of demons is intolerable in your world. Even as a divine protector sent from the heavens, I could be mistaken for a monster one day. Therefore, you must keep this matter confidential. Understood, I will ensure that. She replied, I'll ask Aunt Yin to handle it. Moreover, we need to find a sandbox for communication. We can no longer use ink and paper. All right, I understand. At this point, Suchi Luo blinked, inquiring, General, how much of your memory has returned? Duke, taken aback, lightly tapped her on the head. I spoke with you just yesterday, and already you're asking about my memory? One day is hardly enough time to recall everything. Kiki. Suchi Luo giggled, patting her head playfully. I'm just concerned about the general. By the way, prepare to have Yin train that little dog, Brother 13, in internal energy. Duke mentioned the little pug, and Suchi Luo tilted her head. That little dog? Yes. But why, you ask? I have my reasons, Duke replied. A smile creeping onto his face as he wrote, You will understand in due time. Oh, Suchi Luo nodded, and Duke recalled another matter, quickly writing again. Additionally, Qiao Shui mentioned new elixirs have been produced. These should assist you in achieving the pinnacle of your martial arts cultivation. What is the pinnacle of martial arts? Suchi Luo asked, her curiosity piqued. Duke, noticing her confusion, wrote, If these elixirs are indeed what I suspect, you will learn about the pinnacle of martial arts soon enough. Reserve a portion for me, and if possible, acquire the formula. Suchi Luo tilted her head. I can ask Aunt Yin for the formula. Then that settles it. Duke contemplated if anything was amiss. After a moment, he wrote, By the way, please find me some books on martial arts. Books on martial arts? She pondered momentarily before turning away from the desk and heading towards the dressing table. At the dressing table, she opened a wooden box and retrieved a thick tome, bringing it back to Duke. General, would this suffice? Duke looked up to find the cover of the book emblazoned with the flamboyant title, Celestial Martial Arts Strategy. Isn't this the martial arts manual passed down in your family? He thought. His intent in acquiring various martial arts texts was to amass knowledge to create his own techniques. However, since this manual was a family heirloom, it must possess unique qualities, making it ideal for alchemical purposes. After a moment of contemplation, Duke wrote, Are you certain it's all right for you to give me this celestial martial arts strategy? Of course. What is mine is yours, General, Suchi Luo declared confidently. Patting her chest, Duke felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Being cared for in such a manner was truly delightful. Yet, he realized he could not solely rely on her. He needed to find ways to generate his own resources. But what if this book gets damaged? He inquired. Suchi Luo waved her hand dismissively. If it gets damaged, I'll just ask my father for another. In truth, as long as it wasn't shown to outsiders, she could handle it however she pleased. Previously, Sixth Brother even used his copy of the Celestial Martial Arts Strategy to wipe his mouth. Duke chuckled, recalling the image of the portly Su Xian Quan. Given his character, such an event seemed entirely plausible. In that case, I shall take this Celestial Martial Arts Strategy. Good. No need for formality, General. Additionally, you may inquire about the location where the Su family stores their martial arts manuals. I shall retrieve them myself later. It is rather suspicious for you to possess so many books alone. Very well, I understand. Miss. A voice echoed from outside as Qiushui gently tapped on the door, urging, It is time for training. Upon hearing Qiushui's knocks, Duke penned his final sentence. Let us conclude for today. Focus on your training, for until I fully regain my strength, I shall rely on you for protection. Fear not, General, I shall safeguard you. Suchi Luo clenched her small fist, nodding earnestly. Duke felt a wave of comfort wash over him as he watched Su Chilao depart the room. Once she had left, Duke promptly stored the Xinwu strategy in his black cauldron space, along with the rice paper he had used for writing. With all arrangements in place, it was now time for gradual development. As Duke refined the Xinwu strategy into a pill, he found himself lost in thought. I must carve out a path that is uniquely my own. Chapter 34, The Pill of Ultimate Realm. Miss, you have arrived. In the training room, Yunshan, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted Suchi Luo as she entered. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Aunt Yin. It is of no consequence. Yunshan shook her head and then retrieved a jade box from her sleeve. The jade used for the box was of the highest quality, even without intricate carvings. Its smoothness was evident to the naked eye. Miss, your physical form has now reached its pinnacle. It is time for you to seal your body and cultivate your foundational strength. As Yunshan spoke, she opened the jade box in her hand. However, not long ago, the master acquired 2 alchemical formulas, which can help individuals transcend the limits of the acquired realms and achieve the ultimate realm. Therefore, The master specially dispatched a dedicated alchemist to our Langya palace to concoct the ultimate realm elixirs for you. And what is the ultimate realm? Su Chi Luo asked innocently. Though her mind recalled Duke's previous words. The elixir Yunshan presented indeed aligned with what Duke had described, yet he had not elaborated much on the ultimate realm. Hence, she could only inquire of Yunshan. Miss, the ultimate realm refers to the four supreme achievements of the acquired realms: physical form, foundational strength, internal organs, and vital energy. These four achievements are known as the water and fire celestial garment, mercury blood, and silver marrow, five temples divine abode, and the cycle of heaven and earth. The water and fire celestial garment renders one impervious to blades and flames, achieving a body without leaks. Mercury blood and silver marrow embodies blood as lead and mercury, with vital energy akin to that of a dragon. The five temples divine abode fortifies the five organs, enhancing vitality and ensuring perpetual life, while also augmenting the five senses. The cycle of heaven and earth establishes a bridge with the universe, allowing vital energy to circulate endlessly and can absorb the pure essence of heaven and earth, cleansing the physical body to attain a pristine state. Achieving any of these martial arts accomplishments renders one invincible among peers, and one can even engage in combat across vast realms. Moreover, the more one cultivates the ultimate realm, the deeper the accumulated foundation becomes, such that when transitioning from the acquired to the innate, you may directly enter the path. Is that so? Su Chi Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yunshan nodded and waved her hand to close the doors and windows. Currently, I possess the elixir for the water and fire celestial garment, which can only be utilized by those who have reached the pinnacle of their physical form. What happens if someone who hasn't reached that level tries to use it? Su Chi Luo inquired further. Yunshan smiled. The light consequence is severe injury, losing all cultivation. The grave consequence is instant death in a gory manner. Upon hearing this, Su Chi Luo couldn't help but stick out her tongue. This is no mere elixir. It is akin to a deadly poison. However, miss, you have already reached your physical pinnacle and can safely use this elixir. Typically, 9 pills are required for success, but given your exceptional talent, you might need fewer. How many do we have? Su Chi Luo craned her neck to see the jade box in Yunshan's hand, sensing the implication in her words. Yunshan sighed with a wry smile. Miss, are you intending to share with your general? What I have, he must also possess. But Yunshan began. But Su Chi Luo's expression turned serious as she interjected. Aunt Yun, you are someone my mother entrusted to me. I have always regarded you as family. We do not speak separately as a family. The general and I share our fates and cannot be apart. What I possess, he naturally must have. If you tell father about this, I shall remember it, and when I come of age, I will settle the score. Yunshan shivered at her words, contemplating when her young mistress had become so assertive and capable of issuing threats. A bittersweet smile spread across her face as she lamented the changing dynamics. Miss, the herbs allocated by the master are limited, and there is also a loss in the alchemist's refining process. These herbs are only sufficient for your use. Then let the alchemist expend a little more. Su Chi Luo insisted, her gaze fixed on Yunshan's eyes. And I view you as family. You must consider us. Yunshan sighed internally, feeling her status diminish since the arrival of that cat. Yet, amidst her resignation, a faint sense of comfort blossomed. The status of a servant is dependent on the master. The higher and stronger the master, the more the servant benefits. Yunshan had previously worried that her young mistress was too gentle and susceptible to bullying, but now it seemed that Su Chi Luo had matured. I understand. I will find a way to ensure the general is supplied with elixirs. Upon hearing this, Su Chi Luo's face lit up with a smile as she embraced Yunshan. I knew Aunt Yun loves me the most. You impudent girl. Yunshan shook her head in exasperation but quickly added, all right, miss, prepare for cultivation. Achieving the ultimate realm can be arduous and may bring about tribulations, so be ready. I am not afraid. Let's get started. In the cat's lair, Duke lounged atop a cat tree, his tail dangling as it swayed back and forth. Below, the small dog, Hashir, stared intently at Duke's moving tail, drool trickling from the corner of its mouth as it swayed its head in rhythm. Before long, the little dog became dizzy and toppled over. Duke paid no mind to the foolish creature, instead immersing himself in the knowledge imparted by the recently completed Celestial Martial Strategy, rather than merely a martial arts manual. Celestial Martial Strategy serves as a comprehensive guide to cultivation. It elucidates the fundamental principles of martial arts and meticulously delineates the various realms of cultivation. For instance, it describes the distinctions and functions of the acquired realms: physical form, foundational strength, internal organs, and vital energy. It outlines what constitutes minor and major achievements, how to refine the body, circulate vital energy, practice breathing techniques, and advance to the next stage of cultivation. It can be said that celestial martial strategy meticulously dissects all aspects of martial arts and presents them in digestible portions for learners. Moreover, it records numerous combat techniques and various methods of exerting force, along with detailed explanations of stances. Duke was utterly captivated by this wealth of knowledge. As time passed, he opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. So this is how one cultivates the acquired realms. He pondered. It seems I must further refine my foundation before achieving the pinnacle of my physical form. Additionally, this celestial martial strategy is likely incomplete, missing sections on combat techniques. Presumably, those records are contained within another volume. If this detailed theoretical knowledge constitutes the first volume, then the second volume must encompass the combat secrets. I wonder when that girl will gain access to the second volume. As Duke mused, he turned his attention to the remaining alchemical texts. He needed to hasten his progress. Besides enhancing his own strength, he sought to explore more applications of the Black Cauldron. He resolved to study these alchemical texts to augment his theoretical knowledge, then devise a method to refine the essence of the morning sun by dawn. The tasks were multiplying, and time was becoming increasingly scarce. Chapter 35. The Principles of Alchemy. The second refinement of pills deep into the night, within the confines of the cat house. General, there's something peculiar about this zenith pill. Suchilua, nestled atop Duke's cat bed with little Ha 13 cradled in her arms, was scratching the husky's belly. The dog, supine in her embrace, squirmed with delight as its legs twitched rhythmically, its canine face beaming with joy. Peculiar how? Duke inscribed a line of text, prompting Suchilua to cease her ministrations and reflect on her experience with the pill's body-refining process. It felt as if I were ensnared in a fishing net. My flesh constricted and subjected to the agonizing pressure of intensified tempering. A shiver ran down Suchilua's spine as she recounted the sensation. It was excruciating. Upon hearing this, Duke paused his writing. Though pampered, Suchilua was neither spoiled nor delicate. If the zenith pill's effects elicited such a reaction, the pain must have been considerable. Through hardship to the stars, Duke penned, offering a word of solace. Suchilua nodded emphatically. I know, no pain, no gain. Duke chuckled wryly at her words. Born into privilege, her very existence was a testament to success. Such a sentiment seemed almost unfair to those less fortunate. The rich are not to be feared, but the rich who are more hard-working than you are. Duke mused, finally understanding the saying. I've spoken to Aunt Yun about the zenith pills, and she'll try to intercept a portion for you. Suchilua's expression was one of eager anticipation. Duke, in turn, showered her with praise. My dear girl, you're the best to me. Her eyes twinkled with delight at his words. However, the zenith pill requires mastery of the flesh realm before consumption. General, you must cultivate diligently to advance to the flesh realm as soon as possible. Suqiang Luo relayed the key points imparted by Yin Shan. Duke nodded in response. I have my own plans. You need not worry. Simply ensure the pills are ready for me. Very well. I will prepare the pills for you. Suchilua affirmed with a vigorous nod. Duke continued to write. At this stage, our priority is to continuously enhance our strength and become more powerful. I understand. Good. It's getting late. Retire for the night. Duke set down his brush. Suchilua, in turn, placed little Ha on the ground. Then I shall retire. General, rest early as well. Duke nodded silently, watching her depart. After the girl had left, Duke tossed the parchment into the Black Cauldron dimension before turning to little Ha, who sat before him. Gazing at the diminutive husky, Duke cocked his head. What do you want now? Little Ha 13 tilted its body, exposing its belly while letting out a soft howl, indicating that Duke should scratch its tummy. Silly dog. Duke's lips twitched slightly as he gently pushed it away. Go play. The husky rolled back to his kennel before sitting up. As his eyes crossed, he shook his head before collapsing in his den. After settling little Ha, Duke ascended to his usual training platform, his gaze fixed upon the chi and blood pills within the wooden box. He harbored a daring idea regarding these pills. This audacious notion stemmed from his consumption of all the alchemical texts obtained from alchemist Zhao, which had granted him a fundamental understanding of the world's alchemy. Before delving into this idea, let us first discuss the alchemy of this world. The alchemical text stipulated that to concoct pills, one must first comprehend the medicinal properties of the ingredients. Herbs were likened to beauties, each possessing its own temperament and capabilities. Understanding these properties typically required 3 to 5 years of diligent study. For Duke, however, it was merely a matter of refining the relevant medical texts. Next came the intricate matter of combining various ingredients. In the realm of alchemy, this was known as the principle of sovereign, minister, assistant, and envoy. In simpler terms, it corresponded to the 5 fingers of a hand. Among the fingers, the thumb was the most crucial, assuming the role of the sovereign. The index, middle, and ring fingers were designated as the minister, assistant, and envoy, respectively. As for the final finger, the little finger, it was deemed useless. Similarly, the envoy was considered inconsequential in the art of pill refinement. In concocting pills, one must consider the interplay of the sovereign, minister, assistant, and envoy. The primary herb served as the sovereign, the secondary herb as the minister, the next as the assistant, and the final herb as the envoy. Only through the harmonious combination of these 4 elements could the finest pills be produced. As for the envoy, the alchemical texts offered no detailed explanation, merely mentioning that those who practiced unorthodox methods prioritized the envoy. Once an alchemical apprentice grasped the properties of herbs and understood the principle of sovereign, minister, assistant, and envoy, they could begin to study pill formulas. As the saying goes, even the most skilled cook cannot conjure a feast without ingredients, without a formula. Even the most accomplished alchemist would be akin to a soldier entering battle with a gun but no ammunition. Besides the aforementioned points, the most crucial aspect of alchemy was refinement. During the refinement process, the alchemist had to consider the condition of the cauldron, the intensity of the flames, the compatibility of the ingredients, and even the weather's influence on the final product. Moreover, the potency of the pill after refinement was of utmost importance. After all, every medicine carried a degree of toxicity. Even pills designed to enhance cultivation possessed a certain level of toxicity, collectively known as pill toxins. Long-term consumption of pills could lead to the accumulation of pill toxins within a cultivator's body, which was detrimental to cultivation. Therefore, the potency of a pill served as the primary measure of an alchemist's skill. A potency of 3 parts was considered inferior, 6 parts average, 8 parts superior, and 8.5 to 9 parts masterful. As for a potency of 10 parts, the alchemical texts merely stated that it was unattainable. Of the 4 aspects of alchemy, Duke considered the first 3 to be of paramount importance. The last, and most crucial, aspect held less significance for him, for he possessed the black cauldron. The black cauldron could even refine moonlight into pills, let alone other substances. As for the potency of the pills produced by his black cauldron, Duke estimated it to be 10 parts, as he had never detected any traces of pill toxins. After studying these theories, Duke conceived a novel and audacious idea. If ordinary pills contained pill toxins due to the alchemist's limitations, what would happen if he used the black cauldron to refine pills crafted by other alchemists? Would the pill toxins still be present? How much would the efficacy be enhanced? Currently, Duke relied on pills concocted by other alchemists. His dependence on these pills was undeniable, as the allure of pay to win was irresistible. Having grown accustomed to cultivating with pills, he could not fathom returning to the arduous task of self-cultivation. Since pills contained pill toxins, and he had consumed hundreds, if not thousands, of them in the past, he could not ignore the potential accumulation of these toxins within his body. Therefore, he had to find a way to reprocess the pills crafted by others. Hence the idea of secondary refinement. Let's give it a try. Driven by a strong sense of initiative, Duke immediately transferred all the chi and blood pills into his black cauldron dimension. As dozens of soybean-sized pills materialized within the black cauldron dimension, Duke uttered a silent command: refine. In the next moment, a handful of medicinal pills was simultaneously cast into the black cauldron. The flames within surged violently, engulfing the pills while simultaneously merging the blood chi pills into a cohesive mass of potion. As the liquid writhed in the flames, tendrils of black smoke began to rise, a byproduct of the impurities being incinerated. Once the impurities were expelled, the potion coalesced rapidly, molded by the flames into blood-red pills the size of grains of rice. Before long, the black cauldron trembled, and a blood-red pill soared forth, suspended in the void. What is this? Duke stared at the tiny pill, blinking in astonishment. Might as well give it a try. With that thought, he extracted the grain-sized pill from the cauldron's depths and swallowed it whole. Then, an explosion. Duke's mouth agape. His eyes widened in disbelief. The potency of this medicine was exponentially stronger than before, a rich and fervent energy erupting within him almost instantaneously. Damn it. This method truly works, but the enhancement is rather excessive. As Duke cursed inwardly, he swiftly assumed a stance to cultivate, mobilizing his vital energy to absorb the medicinal power. The raging energy surged through Duke's body, causing droplets of blood to seep from his pores, staining his once untouched fur a deep crimson. Meanwhile, within the cat's lair, faint beastly roars echoed. Though still juvenile, they already hinted at burgeoning prowess. Chapter 36. The auspicious chi comes from the east, refining the sun into elixir. A low growl reverberated within the cat house, while the little husky in the doghouse shifted positions and continued to slumber. This sound had become a familiar occurrence for him. Duke, perched upon the cat tree, exhaled a cloud of turbid air, shaking his body ever so slightly, causing his bones to crackle. The minuscule elixir, no larger than a grain of rice, had propelled him into the realm of physical mastery. This affirmed that his notion of refining the elixir twice was indeed correct. However, the potency of the elixir after being re-refined in the Black Cauldron was exponentially superior to its initial state. The effects were not only magnified many times over, but were also far more pure and domineering. It felt akin to swallowing a ball of fire, igniting his entire being, as though his blood were on the verge of boiling. The efficiency of his vital energy circulation was several times greater than during regular cultivation, allowing him to break through to the pinnacle of physical mastery. The consumption involved in the second refinement of the elixir was comparable to ordinary alchemy. Thus, what would the third refinement and subsequent refinements entail? As Duke pondered this, a flicker of anticipation kindled within him. He promptly set about refining the elixirs he had previously absorbed into the Black Cauldron. After undergoing the second refinement, only 4 minuscule elixirs remained from the initial 30. Observing the 4 grain-sized elixirs within the Black Cauldron space, Duke clicked his tongue in disbelief. Was it a flaw in the blood vitality elixirs? Or did the second refinement necessitate multiple elixirs? Confounded, Duke did not forget about the third refinement. With a mere thought, he attempted to place the elixirs into the Black Cauldron for the third refinement, but this time, the cauldron remained unresponsive. Strange? Duke blinked, perplexed by the lack of reaction. After several more attempts, he realized the Black Cauldron still showed no response, akin to a television devoid of power. Was the third refinement non-existent? Or was the Black Cauldron incapable of performing it at this stage? Narrowing his eyes, Duke scanned his surroundings, leapt down from the cat tree, and casually picked up a luminous pearl to place into the Black Cauldron. With a flicker of thought, the pearl was drawn inside, and in a burst of flames, a thumb-sized orb, radiating a brilliance several times greater than before, emerged from the cauldron. Gazing at the refined pearl, Duke could not help but click his tongue in admiration. The Black Cauldron was operational, yet unresponsive to the third refinement, indicating that it was currently incapable of such. Was this limitation due to his own abilities? Or was it intrinsic to the Black Cauldron? As Duke pondered this, his ears perked up, and he sprang from the carpet to the window. Peering down, he noticed flickering torches illuminating the thick darkness, with shadowy figures bustling about like ants. The servants of the Langya Palace were already awake, meaning dawn was less than half an hour away. Remembering his intention to gather the essence of the rising sun for alchemical purposes, Duke dashed out of his cat house and into the maid's room. Utilizing the balcony of Suchalua's room, he grasped the overhanging eaves and ascended to the rooftop. Stepping onto the glazed tiles, Duke moved soundlessly, reaching the pinnacle and gazing eastward. He had already refined the moonlight essence, leaving 2 moonlight elixirs suspended in the Black Cauldron space. Since he could only refine moonlight elixirs once a month, he needed to carefully plan their consumption. Conversely, collecting the sun's essence for alchemy did not require such meticulousness. After all, the full moon occurred once a month, yet the sunrise graced each day. Once he had experimented and confirmed the effects of the sun essence elixirs, he could refine one daily for his own use. Crouched atop the pavilion, Duke awaited the sunrise in silence. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, revealing a hint of pale light in the distant sky. As the moments progressed, the pale glow in the east grew brighter. Duke remained fixed on this luminescence. The instant the first ray of golden light, tinged with purple, pierced the horizon, Duke activated the Black Cauldron space, capturing the initial beam of sunlight within. The Black Cauldron space, adorned with several elixirs, was suddenly illuminated by a golden radiance, the crystal-clear light resembling a shimmering expanse within the cauldron. However, the first ray of sunlight vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Duke had barely captured a strand before the distant pale glow was enveloped by the rising sun, gradually disappearing from sight. As his spirit sank, and the world before his eyes split in two, Duke stared at the strand of sun essence within the Black Cauldron, revealing a grin. Success. Yet, he was not eager to commence alchemy. Who knew whether refining sun essence would drain his energy further? If his strength waned abruptly, he could tumble from the rooftop, and that would spell disaster. With a light-hearted step, Duke retraced his path down from the roof, while simultaneously, a letter was delivered to Su Xiaoming's chamber. Master, a letter from Yinzhou. A guard clad in armor entered Su Xiaoming's room, placing a parcel upon the table. Su Xiaoming, seated upon his bed, opened his eyes and glanced at the parcel on the table, calmly stating, "Leave." Yes. Once the guard departed, Su Xiaoming waved his hand towards the parcel, causing it to levitate from the table and glide towards him like a fledgling returning home. With a soft thud, Su Xiaoming utilized the parcel's momentum to open it leisurely. The contents were few: a letter, a token, and a peculiar short blade. As he unfolded the letter, Su Xiaoming scrutinized the paper, his expression shifting slightly. How could it arrive so quickly? He uttered in disbelief, rising from his bed and pacing the room, his face darkening in contemplation. Moments later, he declared, "Summon third brother, fifth brother, and seventh brother." Yes. The ever-ready guards of the Su household promptly set off to gather the brothers. Su Xiaoming, clutching the letter, felt a sense of unease creeping in. Last year was smooth sailing. How had this year turned tumultuous? A fragrant incense later, Su Xiuqian, Su Xiushan, and a dull-looking man entered Su Xiaoming's chamber. "Eldest brother, what troubles have arisen?" Su Xiushan bellowed upon entering. "Regardless of the source, just tell me, and I shall quell them." "You brute, be quiet." The dull man frowned, reprimanding him. Su Xiushan shot a glare at the man, displeased. "Su Xiulin, I shall speak as I please. If you have a problem with that, come at me." "Enough. Fifth brother, eighth brother, cease your bickering and listen to eldest brother." Su Xiuqian interjected, calming the two. Su Xiaoming then revealed the token and short blade, casting them onto the table. "A letter has just arrived from Yunzhou, stating that the old master of the Yun family is gravely ill. I am to rush over with the maid to bid him farewell." "What?" Su Xiushan's eyes widened in shock. "Aren't we supposed to go to war? You fool." Su Xiulin scoffed at Su Xiushan, who glared back at him. Su Xiuqian ignored their squabble and stated, "The old master of the Yun family is nearing his end. The maid, as his granddaughter, should rightfully go to say her goodbyes. However, this token and short blade, these items were sent along with the letter. I suspect the Yun family intends for Qilua to participate in their struggle for succession." "The struggle for succession?" Su Xiushan burst into laughter. "That's splendid. If the maid becomes the Yun family's legitimate daughter, our Su family will wield even greater power." "Foolish man, what do you understand?" Su Xiulin admonished, then slowly continued. "The girl is our Su family's legitimate eldest daughter. How could she possibly become the heir of the Yun family? This holds true in every regard." Su Xiushan stroked his bald head, pondering aloud. "Elder brother, what are your thoughts?" Su Xiuwu inquired of Su Xiaoming, who, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "The old master of the Yun family is nearing his end. It is both a matter of sentiment and propriety that we allow the girl to bid him farewell. However, I fear the journey may be fraught with peril." "Elder brother, do you mean to say?" Su Xiulin squinted his eyes, and Su Xiaoming slowly nodded in affirmation. In the Langya Palace, within the cat house, Duke was currently in high spirits, gazing at a golden pill that resembled a precious orb clasped between his claws. This pill gleamed with a radiant gold hue, adorned with a purple pattern imprinted upon its surface. Merely holding it in his grasp evoked a sensation akin to his paw being scorched. Simultaneously, Duke found himself salivating uncontrollably. Just a glance at the pill incited an overwhelming urge to consume it. This craving stemmed from instinct, from his very lineage, and from an inexplicable calling. Awoof. Little Ha 13 peeked out from his doghouse, curiously eyeing the pill in Duke's possession. With a single glance, the dog's eyes widened, and he dashed out of the doghouse, charging towards Duke. With his mouth slightly agape, it was evident that the dog was irresistibly drawn to the pill, intent on seizing and devouring it. Noticing the dog's movements, Duke swiftly flicked his tail, toppling the creature, then raised a paw and opened his mouth, swallowing the precious medicine whole. With a gulp, Duke, savoring the experience, suddenly widened his eyes and let out a low growl. "Oh, whoa." Chapter 37. What? Are we going on a long journey? Duke, unable to restrain himself, let out a roar, his eyes wide open. After the sun essence pill, akin to a golden pearl, descended into his abdomen, it transformed into an intense, fiery heat. This sensation far surpassed that of any other pills he had ingested before. If other pills, like the blood chi pill, felt like a mere flame entering his belly, then the sun essence pill was akin to a burning ember, an incessantly blazing coal, radiating an overwhelming warmth. After his roar, Duke expelled a stream of heated air, curling up like a cooked shrimp, overwhelmed by the extreme heat of the sun essence pill. The heat was so intense that it felt as if his blood were boiling, his bones cooking, and his organs on the verge of incineration. He regretted not having chosen a test subject instead. Duke lamented his inability to resist the primal urge, swallowing the sun essence pill whole. He knew he had to find a way to alleviate this discomfort. Struggling to support himself, he slowly assumed the tiger leopard stance. Just as he positioned himself, he sensed the burning ember within him beginning to stir. Wherever his chi and blood flowed, the ember followed suit. In no time, Beads of sweat cascaded down his body, while dark impurities were expelled through his pores. As the chi and blood circulated through his body, the searing heat gradually subsided. Astonishingly, after being scorched by this intense heat, he felt an indescribable sense of relief, akin to shedding a heavy burden. Before long, he felt the heat dissipate completely, and he could no longer maintain his stance, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yin entered the room and was taken aback to find Duke sprawled on the floor, deeply asleep. However, it was not just the sight of him that shocked her. Duke's fur was disheveled and emitted an unusual odor. Oh my heavens! What is that smell? Yun covered her nose. How long did you practice last night, Duke? Kneeling beside him, she touched his neck, her fingers brushing against the small, dark lump, causing her expression to change. Goodness, how has your chi and blood surged so much? It nearly made my fingers ache. Have you broken through again? As she muttered to herself, she lifted Duke and placed him in his bed. You've become quite heavy. Growing far too quickly. After settling Duke, Yin turned to prepare a bath for him, knowing his penchant for cleanliness. She decided to clean him up while he was still in slumber. As Duke slowly awoke, a groan escaped his throat. It had been ages since he had slept so comfortably. He yawned widely and stretched, feeling remarkably rejuvenated, almost beyond belief. Not only was his chi and blood vigorous, but his energy was abundant, and his body felt light as though he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Could this be the effect of the sun essence pill? He blinked in confusion, pondering the possibility. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was no other explanation but to attribute it to the wondrous effects of the sun essence pill. Its potency was far superior to that of the moon essence pill, producing immediate results, unlike the latter, which merely offered a fleeting sense of pleasure without significant impact. Duke smacked his lips, yet he had no intention of abandoning the moon essence pill. One cannot thrive in isolation. Consuming only the sun essence pill or solely the moon essence pill would not bode well in the long term. Moreover, many texts asserted that beasts that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon had already transformed into beings of higher order. Regardless of the underlying principles, he resolved to persist in this practice. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, reminding him that he had yet to eat. Awo, awo, awo. Duke howled, summoning Yun, the little dark lump, to provide him with sustenance. After a few howls, the door to his room swung open. Duke intended to scold the little dark lump, but was momentarily taken aback by the figure entering. Raising a paw, he playfully swiped at the air, tilting his head adorably. Father, I told you the general is very well behaved. Soon, a small head peeked out from beside the person entering, who was none other than Su Qilua's father, Su Xiaoming. Well behaved? I haven't witnessed that, but certainly clever, he remarked. May I take the general with me when I visit your grandfather in Yinzhou? Su Qilua seized the opportunity, and Su Xiaoming affectionately ruffled her hair. As you wish. Oh, Su Qiluo cheered, wrapping her arms around her father's leg. Father is the best. All right. Prepare well over the next few days. Once everything is ready at the manor, we shall set off for Yuzhou. Yes, father, I will see you off. Su Qiluo accompanied Su Xiaoming as he departed, leaving Duke puzzled by their conversation. Where was Yuzhou? Were they embarking on a journey? However, the gnawing hunger in his belly prompted him to set aside his curiosity and howl once more for Yun to prepare him something to eat. Catmaster, Catmaster. Stop howling. Your food is right here. Yun entered the room, carrying a large pot of cat food, and the aroma made Duke instinctively lick his lips. This cat food was specially prepared by Yun, containing not only meat, vegetables, and grains, but also numerous medicinal herbs beneficial for Duke's health. Be careful, it's hot. Yun served him a bowl, and as soon as she placed it down, Duke eagerly began to eat. By the time he had consumed half of the pot, Su Qiluo walked in, evidently having just sent her father away from Langya Palace. Miss, the general is having a meal, you see, Yun whispered. And Su Qiluo sat on the carpet, waving her hand. Let him eat his fill first. All right then. I shall step out for a moment and return to tidy up later. Yun turned to leave, carefully closing the door behind her. Su Qiluo pulled a little Ha out from beside her and began to scratch its belly. This little Ha had grown significantly since the day she brought it back from the beast garden, now larger than Duke. Yun had not only nurtured its internal energy, but had also catalyzed its growth with meticulously prepared medicinal dishes, reducing its development time. Now, the little Ha was already bigger than Duke. General, look what I have brought you, Su Qiluo exclaimed, pulling a small scroll from her sleeve. The scroll was no larger than the palm of her hand, but remarkably thick. Meow? Duke inquired curiously as he continued munching. This is the pill formula you wanted me to find. Upon hearing Su Qiluo's words, Duke paused his meal and took the small scroll from her hand, sealing the opening. He unfurled it, revealing the intricate formula inscribed in minuscule characters. Not only did it contain the 2 extreme pills he had previously inquired about, but also an additional 17 or 18 formulas were laid out before him. I had mentioned to Aunt Yunshan that I wished to learn alchemy, starting with the most fundamental formulas. When Father visited today, he handed me this pill scroll directly. Not only does it contain the formula for the ultimate realm pill, but it also includes nearly 20 other elixirs such as the blood vitality pill, healing pill, breath-enhancing pill, and minor returning pill. Duke gazed at the pill scroll, feeling an overwhelming desire to embrace Suchilua passionately at that moment. With this knowledge, he could attempt alchemy. Furthermore, I have also prepared the ultimate realm elixirs for you, General, which I shall present to you shortly. In addition to these matters, there is another crucial concern. Duke shifted his gaze from the scroll, curiously observing Suchilua. She rested her chin on her hands and spoke. Father came to Langya Palace to inform me that in a few days, we shall visit Yunzhou to see my grandfather. He mentioned that grandfather is nearing the end of his days and wishes us to bid him farewell. Duke blinked, while Suchilua continued. Although the journey is long, having you as my companion makes me feel that no distance is insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Duke felt warmth in his heart. When did this little girl become so articulate? Yet, Yuzhou, he pondered how far it truly was. This journey would require significant preparation on his part. Chapter 38. A long journey 2 days later. At the eastern gate of the Su residence, the cold wind howled through the long stone street, still bearing traces of lingering snow. A long line of carriages had assembled in front of the gate, flanked by the armored guards of the Su family. Miss, please be careful not to let the cold wind touch you. Dressed in a fox fur coat and with her hair styled in a bun, Suchilua held onto Yunshan with one hand while cradling Duke in the other. As they stepped out of the gate, Duke couldn't help but shiver. His previous questions were now resolved. Although the Su residents maintained a spring-like warmth throughout the year, the moment one stepped outside, they were greeted by the harsh chill of winter. Observing the icy remnants of melting snow, Duke couldn't help but grimace. Was it truly this cold? Woof. Little Ha, on the other hand, was quite excited. Well-fed and well-cared for, he showed no fear of the biting wind, for after all, he was a husky, bred for life in the snow. Yun auntie, it's so cold outside. With Yunshan's assistance, Suchilua entered the carriage, and after her, Yunshan knelt inside, closing the door behind them. It was the height of winter, with the new year just over a week away. But why did the residents feel like spring? Suchilua lifted the curtain of the carriage window, and the cold air rushed in, prompting her to quickly close it again. This is due to the formation known as the 8 Scenes of Spring, which protects the entire residence, allowing it to remain warm and untouched by the external storms. Yunshan patiently explained. She then opened the warming stove inside the carriage, using a copper fork to stoke the coals, ensuring they burned brighter. After covering the stove again, she turned to Suchilua. Do you remember Yuzhou? Your maternal family? Suchilua shook her head, unable to recall. I only remember that my mother is buried there. Indeed. You were quite young during your visit to Yunzhou, so it is normal not to remember. Just know that it is your maternal ancestral home. We are going there to see your grandfather. Grandfather? Yes. Yunshan nodded with a smile, and at that moment, Duke climbed out of Suchilua's arms and settled by the edge of the bed, his tail hanging over the side, playfully wagging as he entertained himself. The time has come. Suddenly, a powerful voice called from outside, followed by the sound of horses neighing. The carriage jolted and began to move forward slowly. As the splendid horses pulled the carriage onward, Duke swiftly leaped from the edge of the bed to the window. General, seeing Duke's action, Suchilua called out hurriedly. Duke gave her a reassuring look before pushing aside the curtain and leaping out onto the roof of the carriage. From his vantage point, he could see that the armored knights at the front of their caravan had already exited the long street of the Su residence. As they drew closer to the street's end, Duke lay down comfortably, ready to observe the world outside. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been confined within the gardens of the Su residence and had never ventured out. While he had yet to fully explore the Su residence, it did not quell his curiosity about the outside world. With a contemplative gaze, Duke found his vision split. One part remained in the normal world, while the other was consumed by the void of the Black Cauldron. In this space, various items filled the cauldron, including medicinal pills and an array of books. Duke had only just realized that this Black Cauldron could serve as a storage space. Over the past 2 days, he had asked Suchilua to prepare numerous items to place within it, essentials for his journey. As for daily necessities, the caravan could provide those, and upon reaching Yunzhou, arrangements would be made by others. Duke had prepared only the essentials for his current phase of cultivation. Notably, He had secured 9 extreme realm pills for physical enhancement, along with 300 blood chi pills, although they were a special edition for cats. These would suffice for a considerable time. Additionally, he had procured 200 bone refining pills for the second stage of physical enhancement, along with various books and scrolls. His plan was to solidify his cultivation on the journey and to break through the limits of the extreme realm upon arriving in Yunzhou, ultimately progressing to the bone refining stage. According to the text of the Immortal Martial Strategy, a normal human has 206 bones. And to master the bone root mirror, each bone must be refined. Every limb, torso, spine, and skull must be perfected. Once all bones are refined, the bone root mirror will reach completion. However, as a cat, the difficulty is significantly greater, as cats have 230 bones, necessitating a race against time. As he pondered his plans, Duke blinked and withdrew his consciousness from the black cauldron space, returning to reality. The caravan had fully exited the long street and entered the main thoroughfare of the city. As the carriage turned a corner, Duke was met with a sea of people, all bundled tightly against the cold, pressing against the sides of the road. The expressions on their faces, filled with fear, betrayed any semblance of curiosity towards the Su family's procession. As the caravan passed, the sounds of street vendors fell silent. No one dared to speak, instinctively lowering their heads in fear. A distant cry pierced the air, but it quickly faded, and Duke turned to see a woman firmly covering her child's mouth and nose, retreating into a nearby shop. The moment the child cried out, both Duke and the Su family's armored guards glanced in that direction. Though it was merely a cry, it sparked vigilance among the onlookers. It seemed the Su family had built a formidable reputation. Duke sighed inwardly and leaped down from the roof. There was nothing appealing about this oppressive atmosphere filled with fear. Upon entering the carriage, Duke was unaware that, in an elegant room on the second floor of an inn beside the road, a young man dressed in attire akin to an ordinary scholar was lamenting the same sentiments. Is this what a great family of immortals looks like? He tapped his palm with a folding fan. What a display of power. The Su family dominates Qingzhou. Even the usual royal families do not command such grandiosity. Beside him sat a middle-aged man resembling a merchant, who drained his cup with a slurp and remarked casually, in the Longxing Celestial Empire's 28 provinces, Suzhou ranks among the top 3 surnames, which speaks volumes about its heritage. Merely a family of those who have entered the Tao. A pale, sickly man scoffed, causing the scholar to point his fan in the man's direction. Ah, brother one, your words reek of jealousy. The path to entering the Tao is fraught with difficulty. Even returning to the innate state is akin to climbing the heavens. In the eyes of the Su family, we are but common folk. What of common folk? The sickly man scoffed repeatedly. Even ants can bring down an elephant. He continued, they may be Taoists, but they can still perish. It's just that it's not easy. The scholar sighed deeply, rising from his desk and approaching the window, leaning down to gaze below. He pondered when he might witness the glorious sight of that white flag hoisted atop the city walls. Chapter 39. The Assault. 3 days later, at the border of Yunzhou. Miss, we have officially entered the territory of Yunzhou. Behold, one of the famed 8 scenic views of Yunzhou, Xingyun Mountain. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Yunshan pointed towards the distant peaks enveloped in mist, whispering, look, that is Xingyun Mountain. Su Qiangluo followed Yunshan's gaze and beheld a majestic peak, shrouded in clouds, its silhouette emerging and vanishing in the ethereal embrace of the mist. The sea of clouds danced with the wind, at times flowing like a gentle stream, at others crashing like turbulent waves. Yet, despite the shifting winds, the clouds clung steadfastly to the mountain, revealing no sign of movement. How beautiful! Su Qiangluo exclaimed, her eyes wide and her lips slightly parted in awe. Enthralled by the breathtaking scenery, she could not resist sharing the moment with Duke, who was within the carriage. General, come quickly. This is one of the 8 scenic views of Yunzhou. Mew? The drowsy Duke stirred, his ears twitching as he slowly raised his head. The fur on one side of his face had become disheveled from being curled up for too long, resembling a soft bun that had been pinched. With sleep still in his eyes, Duke turned to Su Qiangluo. He had spent the past few days napping, for the confined space of the carriage made it impossible for him to practice his skills, not to mention the frequent interruptions by that foolish dog. Thus, he had chosen to sleep through the journey, waking only to attend to his basic needs before dozing off once more. Come on, General. Su Qiangluo eagerly pulled Duke into her embrace, directing his attention to the distant mountain engulfed in the sea of clouds. Look, that is Xingyun Mountain. One of the 8 scenic views. Isn't it magnificent? Duke followed her finger, gazing at the boundless clouds, akin to standing by the shore of a vast ocean. Observing the waves rise and fall, the spray flying amidst the crashing surf. The drowsiness in his eyes began to dissipate as he rested his head against the window frame, joining Su Qiangluo in admiring the distant beauty. Allo allo. With a burst of barking, Su Qiangluo lifted Shan into her arms, positioning him alongside Duke to share in the view. Shan's front paws rested on the windowsill, appearing to gaze into the distance, yet his eyes were fixated on Duke. Little by little, his paws inched closer to Duke. Mew. Duke, maintaining a stoic expression, raised a paw to push the foolish dog away, preferring some distance between them. If Shan got too close, the risk of a slobbery lick was too unpleasant. Undeterred, the little husky continued to nuzzle closer to Duke, stubbornly ignoring the disdain. Despite Duke's efforts to shove him away, Shan's bulk proved difficult to displace, and Duke found himself cornered at the edge of the window frame. Meanwhile, Su Qiangluo and Yunshan exchanged amused glances as they watched Shan snugly press against Duke, wedging him against the carriage frame. Almo. Shan rubbed against Duke, looking every bit the lovesick companion, leaving Duke baffled at the dog's unwavering affection. Initially, Shan had chased his own tail, refusing to let go. But after being fed the moonlight pill, he had become more enlightened, yet even more clingy towards Duke. Sigh. It's best not to keep a dog in a household with a cat. It's not good for the cat. Fed up with Shan's incessant closeness, Duke leapt out of the carriage, scaling the roof. He curled up into a ball, tucking his paws beneath him, his long tail wrapping around his body. Oh. Seeing the white cat depart, Shan emitted a reluctant whine, his voice filled with sorrow, akin to a forsaken maiden. Duke paid no mind to the foolish dog, choosing instead to lounge atop the carriage, allowing the cool breeze to clear his mind. Crackling sounds reached Duke's ears, puzzling him. In such frigid weather, where could that sound of crackling fire come from? In the next moment, a wave of heat surged towards him, causing Duke's fur to bristle in alarm, a warning surging within him. But before he could react, a fireball the size of a wheel collided with the carriage he occupied. In an instant, upon contact, the fireball exploded, sending flames and debris flying, toppling the carriage and scorching the driver and horses. The vehicle tipped over, and Duke was violently propelled away by the force of the blast, landing some distance away. At that very moment, a piercing cry erupted. Who dares to attack the Su family's convoy? In response to this fierce challenge, several fireballs, each the size of a wheel, shot forth from various directions, appearing chaotic and disorganized. Yet, in reality, they encompassed the entire convoy. Celestial martial handprint. A voice commanded as a figure clad in dark armor dismounted from his steed, raising a hand to confront the fireballs. The air shattered under the pressure, and amidst the howling wind, a translucent palm print several feet in diameter dispersed multiple fireballs. However, some managed to slip through the defenses. A few of the unblocked fireballs struck the ground, wreaking havoc on the convoy. The armored figure landed back on his horse, tearing off his mask to reveal a handsome face, none other than Su Xiaowu. His expression darkened as he gazed upon the charred remains left by the falling fireballs, his face contorting in horror. These ruffians truly dare to target the young lady. Third brother, why are you still dawdling? Su Xiaolin, pale-faced, rushed from the rear of the convoy, his feet barely touching the ground as he leapt several meters ahead with a flick of his sleeve. Elder brother, keep an eye on the young lady. I sense more attackers are lurking. No sooner had Su Xiaowu spoken than a silent short sword appeared at his throat. Its blade barely the length of a palm, yet the icy gleam emanating from it sent chills through his skin. Clang. The short sword halted mere inches from Su Xiaowu's neck, blocked by a thin golden light. Simultaneously, a crack appeared on the jade pendant at his waist. A sword without a hilt? Su Xiaowu retreated swiftly, shouting, "This is the flying sword technique of Shuzhou. You have a keen eye." An old crone, leaning on a peachwood cane, had appeared behind Su Xiaowu without him noticing. With a forceful thump of her cane, a thick, rosy miasma began to spread around her. "But, while you can evade my flying sword, can you escape my peach blossom miasma?" Humph. With a cold snort, Su Xiaowu drew a soft sword from his belt, casually flicking it. The blade tightened, and a beam of light descended fiercely. As the sword light cascaded, the dense miasma was instantly shattered, much like sponge sugar being cut apart. However, the fragmented miasma continued to spread, the rosy hue lightening, accompanied by a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. My peach blossom miasma is crafted from the blossoms of peach trees spanning 300 miles. Inhaling just once will leave you weak, your meridians destroyed in 2 breaths, and you shall perish within 3. The old woman smiled malevolently, her body sinking as if roots were burrowing into the earth, drawing in sustenance. Old hack. Don't mistake our Su family for your rabble. Su Xiaowu roared, his voice creating ripples in the air. At the same time, sealing all his pores, Su Xiaowu vanished, appearing before the old woman in an instant. With his left hand forming a seal against the ground, his right hand wielded his sword, aiming for her neck. The old woman sensed the impending danger, her expression shifting drastically as she prepared to sink into the earth. Yet, Su Xiaowu was faster, as his palm struck the ground. Shattering it, a glimmer of sword light descended upon her forehead. The blade pierced the forehead of the old woman and emerged from the back of her head. After Su Xiaowu retracted his long sword, another corpse lay upon the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a resounding roar echoed. "How dare you!" Turning towards the source of the shout, an ominous feeling washed over Su Xiaowu, his elder brother. Before the overturned carriage, Su Xiaolin grasped a short firearm in each hand, their muzzles gleaming like venomous serpents ready to strike. Several bodies, mired in the earth, lay with their heads thrown back, each possessing a gaping wound at the center of their foreheads, evidently pierced by the short guns wielded by Su Xiaolin. Peering past Su Xiaolin, Su Xiaowu beheld a golden light standing resolute amidst the flames. Relieved, he recognized it as a protective charm belonging to his daughter, once activated. Even his elder brother would be incapable of breaching that golden barrier within the span of a single incense stick. Realizing his niece was unharmed, Su Xiaowu silently moved to assist his elder brother. Simultaneously, a furtive figure crawled from the carriage, skirting close to the ground. Using the charred remains of a horse as cover to swiftly escape from the heart of the battlefield, delving into the dense underbrush by the roadside. Within the thicket, Shirsan's nostrils flared as he detected a faint scent, leading him to a fainted white cat. The cat, once pristine as freshly fallen snow, now bore a sickly yellow hue, with patches of exposed flesh, rendering it a ghastly sight. Shirsan glanced towards the direction of the carriage before sinking his teeth into the cat's neck, hoisting it onto his back. The small creature, bearing the unconscious cat, paid no heed to the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield, plunging directly into the dense forest until it vanished without a trace. Chapter 40. A lone dog start. No hands to even gather what a profound thirst assailed him. Water. Where was water? You, sable simpleton, fetch water. Bring water here. In his fading consciousness, only a single imperative remained. Duke's eyelids fluttered open, revealing a sliver of starlight filtering through the bare canopy above. Where am I? Duke slowly opened his eyes, endeavoring to discern his surroundings. A biting wind swept through the forest, chilling him to the bone and eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Aru, as Duke reeled in bewilderment. A canine visage forcefully intruded upon his vision. A simple dog? Upon seeing 13, Duke's perplexity deepened. What are you doing here with me? And where is Yadu? Duke attempted to rise, but a searing pain coursed through his entire being with the slightest movement. A pain cry escaped his lips as he followed the origin of the agony to a gruesome wound on his left flank. The fur was entirely gone. The dermis vanished without a trace, leaving only a layer of scabbed flesh exposed. That's right. The sight of his injury triggered a recollection of the events preceding his unconsciousness. He had scolded the bothersome dog and jumped onto the carriage roof, but moments after lying down, he heard the sound of roaring flames. Before he could react, an errant fireball had struck the carriage. The carriage was consumed by the inferno, and he was hurled away by the blast and the ensuing firestorm. He surmised that his injuries were sustained during that cataclysm. Did you save me? Duke turned his gaze toward the dog. 13's fur was matted with dirt and grass, but its tail wagged furiously as it barked in response. Woof! The little husky emitted a yelp, and a warmth spread through Duke's heart. Despite the silly dog's penchant for annoying the cat, it had proven reliable in a critical moment. It seems I've become separated from Yatu and the others. I wonder how they are faring. Duke tried once more to stand, but his efforts were futile. Defeated, he slumped back down, sighing softly. His injuries were too severe. Even the slightest movement sent waves of pain through his body. He hadn't brought any healing elixirs, only those required for cultivation. Furthermore, his supplies of food and water were also. Wait. Duke rummaged through his black cauldron space, locating a pill that emitted a soft, watery glow. It was a water pellet, unintentionally created when he first activated the black cauldron and came into contact with flowing water. He couldn't recall the exact amount of water it had absorbed, but it would surely be beneficial in his current state. With a thought, Duke retrieved the water pellet from his black cauldron space and placed it in his mouth, refraining from swallowing it directly. As the pellet touched his tongue, it released a rich, misty vapor that flowed down his throat, providing a temporary respite from his dehydration. Revitalized by the water, Duke noticed the little husky nudging him and whining for food, its gaze fixed on the object in his mouth. Here, you can have some too. Duke removed the water pellet from his mouth and held it in his paw, allowing the husky to lick it. He dared not let the silly dog swallow it whole, lest it burst from overhydration like an overfilled balloon. Pop! and all that would remain would be a pile of dog meat. The little husky eagerly lapped at the pellet, each lick releasing a surge of moisture that quenched its thirst. As he listened to the dog licking the pellet, Duke began to gather his thoughts. Although he had been rescued by the silly dog, he was now left with only a collection of cultivation elixirs and various books. These items were of no use as sustenance and did little to improve his situation. Moreover, his injuries were so severe that it would take at least a month to fully recover. And to make matters worse, it was the dead of winter, a time when all things were dormant. He was severely wounded, unable to move, without food, medicine, or even sufficient water. His situation could hardly be more dire. Thus, the immediate challenges facing Duke were the procurement of food and the assurance of his and the silly dog's safety. As for locating Suchilua and the others, that would have to wait until he had healed. One must take things one step at a time, starting with finding a safe haven. My body is too weak, and the mountain air is too cold. I need to find shelter first. With this in mind, Duke turned his gaze toward the husky. The silly dog was now his only hope. 13 met his gaze. Before Duke could say a word, the husky began to lick him profusely. Unable to move, Duke could only grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. After a moment, Duke, now covered in saliva, retrieved the water pellet. The pellet contained a concentrated form of water vapor, enough to satisfy both his and the husky's needs. Mew. Duke let out a soft cry. The husky responded with a woof, but otherwise ignored Duke's plea. Duke clicked his tongue. The silly dog was truly useless. Wait. Duke suddenly realized something. How had 13 managed to bring him here? The silly dog had no hands. If it had carried him by the scruff of his neck, his nape would be excruciatingly sore, and the fact that his wound had scabbed over indicated that he had been here for some time. This meant that the silly dog had its own method of transportation. It had relied on its own ingenuity to bring Duke to this place. With this realization, Duke felt a glimmer of hope. He called out to the husky a few times and wriggled his limbs, indicating that he wanted to move. Understanding Duke's intention, the husky promptly crouched down and gently bit the scruff of Duke's neck, hoisting him onto its back. Duke's eyes widened in surprise. The silly dog was actually quite clever. It seems my previous assessment of him was tainted by prejudice. Perched on the husky's back, Duke gritted his teeth and shifted his position, attempting to lie prone. Enduring the searing pain, he finally managed to settle himself on the husky's back, creating a piggyback-like arrangement. Mew. Duke cried out, signaling the husky to move forward. Woof. The husky responded with a bark and set off into the depths of the forest, carrying Duke on its back. As he rode, Duke felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. His injuries demanded rest, but he couldn't afford to sleep. He absolutely couldn't fall asleep without his guidance. The silly dog might lead him anywhere. He might wake up to find himself in a wolf den. The silly dog might be on friendly terms with the wolves, and he might become the offering that secured the dog's acceptance into the pack. With this thought in mind, Duke clenched his jaw to stave off sleep. He also used his ability to see in the dark to help guide the husky along the path. At first, the husky seemed confused by Duke's directions, but huskies were not known for their lack of intelligence. After a few attempts, the husky understood what Duke wanted. A tug on the left side of its neck meant to turn left, and a tug on the right meant to turn right. A nip meant to slow down. They ventured deep into the forest. After what seemed like an eternity, a faint scent of blood reached Duke's nostrils. Duke blinked and turned his gaze toward the source of the scent. He also tugged on the silly dog's neck, urging it to move in that direction. Something is injured, or perhaps something has just perished. Nevertheless, whatever it may be, this could indeed present an opportunity for him and Sher-san. They currently require sustenance, a warm refuge, and all that is essential to endure this most arduous beginning. Chapter 41. Beastmaster, living on blood and flesh. In the pitch-black depths of the forest, the remnants of a waning moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale light reminiscent of frost upon the mountain. A large and small figure intertwined, swiftly navigating through the thicket. Upon closer inspection, one would find a wounded white cat nestled upon the back of a black and white wolf dog. Such a scene would elicit astonishment even from seasoned mountain dwellers, for in these woods, the only creatures known to exhibit such behavior are the wolves and jackals spoken of in hushed tales. With a congenital forelimb disability, the jackal must rely on the backs of other wolves to traverse the terrain. Now, the white cat, crouched upon the wolf dog's back, possessed eyes that sparkled ominously even in the dark, inducing a chill in those who beheld them. Just ahead, Duke sniffed the air, confirming the source of the metallic scent of blood, and sank his teeth into 13's nape, compelling him to slow his pace. The little hound, detecting the scent of blood, grew restless, yet under Duke's firm grip, he complied, lowering his body to crawl stealthily along the ground. Coexisting with the light, whispered the cat within. as its form faded into the shadows, leaving only the black and white wolf dog to advance. As 13 crawled forward, the dry leaves beneath him crackled softly. But the howling wind masked even this faint sound. With each step 13 took, the scent of blood intensified, and the azurite hound, mouth tightly shut, felt his instincts surge within him. His dark fur melded seamlessly with the night, and his limbs moved rhythmically, hastening his approach to the source of the scent. Duke, concealed atop 13's back, peered ahead. A massive tree, broad enough for 5 people to embrace, stood in their path, its roots revealing a hollow from which the blood scent emanated. What could it be? Duke pondered as he bit down harder on 13's nape, yanking him to a halt amidst the withered branches and leaves. With a flicker of his golden eyes, the cat extracted a blood-red elixir the size of a grain of rice, an exquisitely refined blood essence pill. Clutching the pill in his claws, Duke refrained from consuming it. Instead, he deftly flung it forward. The pill landed 5 paces before the little hound, resting atop a dry leaf, perfectly positioned to catch the wind. As the pill settled, a rich, intoxicating aroma wafted into the air. Without a glance at the enticing elixir, Duke remained perched on 13's back, silently awaiting the emergence of whatever lay within the tree hollow. Regardless of what it was, Duke was prepared for a sanguinary confrontation, ready to use the blood essence to vanquish his adversary. Do not scoff. This was a lesson learned through Duke's own experience. An untrained creature that recklessly ingests such a pill will find its body overwhelmed by the potent energy, causing blood to surge uncontrollably. If the creature lacks the ability to regulate this sudden influx of vitality, its blood vessels may rupture, leading to paralysis or even death. Indeed, all medicine has its poison, as the old saying goes. Moreover, the blood essence pill Duke discarded was of the second refinement, containing an even purer and more volatile energy. Duke himself could barely withstand the potency of the second refinement. What chance would an injured beast have? In the cold night air, Duke and 13 waited in silence as time slipped by. Neither feline nor canine exhibited a hint of impatience. Hunting demands patience. After an indeterminate period, the scent of blood suddenly thickened, and a figure emerged from the tree hollow. Duke squinted as the creature revealed its head, its snout elongated, blunt-tipped, adorned with white bristles traversing its skull and flanked by dark markings on its cheeks. Though resembling a dog, the creature's obsidian eyes held an intensity unfound in canines. It was a badger, a small predatory creature. A badger? Duke blinked in surprise. Did these creatures not hibernate? Quickly, the badger clawed its way from the hollow, its body swaying as it bore an arrow embedded deeply in its flesh. The wound, gaping and bleeding profusely, suggested it had been forcibly awakened from its slumber by hunters and had fled here, injured. Duke's mind raced with conjecture, yet the truth mattered little. He awaited the moment the badger would consume the blood essence pill he had strategically placed. Then, he would witness the creature's demise. Despite its severe injury, the badger remained cautious, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing diligently, occasionally rising to catch a scent. Fortunately, the little hound was downwind, ensuring the wind carried the scent away. Duke and 13 watched intently as the badger staggered towards the blood essence pill, instinctively holding their breath. The badger, lured by the pill's alluring fragrance, wasted no time in swallowing it whole. Duke's heart soared with elation at the sight. The consumption of the second refinement blood essence pill guaranteed the badger's demise was merely a matter of time. True to expectation, as the badger turned to retreat to its burrow, its body suddenly stiffened, and blood began to trickle from its eyes as the arrow wound erupted with fresh blood, expelling the arrow from its body. With a heart-wrenching howl, the badger attempted to move, but the violent effects of the potion shattered its heart, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Success! Duke's heart swelled with overwhelming joy as he watched the badger fall, and he urged 13 to quickly approach. The eager hound sprang forth, sinking his teeth into the badger's neck, shaking it vigorously while emitting low growls. Duke steadied himself atop 13, extending a paw to touch the badger, and with a mental command, he drew the creature into his black cauldron space. With the badger's lifeless form now in the cauldron, Duke sighed wistfully, wishing he could keep its hide for warmth. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the flames around the badger's body shifted, transforming from a fierce blaze to a gentle, flowing liquid, slowly enveloping it. As the flames burned, the badger's fur and flesh began to separate, merging into the cauldron's essence. Upon witnessing this scene, Duke was momentarily taken aback. Could he truly influence the refinement of the black cauldron? No, that could not be right. It must be that the cauldron possessed this ability all along, and he had only just realized it. With this thought in mind, Duke once again attempted to silently chant within his heart. Separate the Dan, separate the Dan, separate the Dan, separate the Dan. With each whispered incantation, the black cauldron trembled. Suddenly, a patch of badger fur and 5 blood-colored Dan pills, each the size of a thumb, soared forth from the cauldron. Seeing the 5 pills, Duke was immediately filled with overwhelming joy. He had been pondering how to divide a single pill, yet now the black cauldron had done the task for him, allowing him to uncover a new method of utilizing its power. It seemed that the secrets of the black cauldron were far from exhausted. He would need to explore them further. Duke retrieved the badger fur and 2 blood meat pills from the cauldron. He cast the fur aside onto the ground and decided to keep 1 pill for himself while giving the other to 13. Upon receiving the Dan, 13 promptly swallowed it whole. After consuming it, the little canine let out a satisfied groan and collapsed atop the badger's fur. Observing his foolish dog so content, Duke too consumed the remaining pill. As the essence of flesh and blood entered his belly, Duke was suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of satiety. Moreover, the chill that had pervaded his body began to dissipate, restoring warmth within him. Feeling the comforting heat surging through his body, Duke stretched his limbs toward 13, seeking to shelter himself from the cold wind that gusted through the cave entrance. With this immediate crisis averted, he reflected on the fact that complete recovery from his injuries would require at least a month. 13 was still young and lacked the prowess for hunting. And given his own severe injuries, movement was out of the question. It appeared that he would need to devise an alternative plan. Chapter 42. The bear blocks the path. And the black cauldron develops. A low growl, laden with menace, reverberated through the air as Duke opened his eyes. The moment he awoke, he slapped his companion, the dog, who was barking incessantly in the early morning. However, before he could gather his thoughts, a foul odor wafted in with the chilly breeze, awakening his senses fully. Turning his head, he was met with a furry visage blocking the entrance of their hollow, its brown eyes fixated on them with an unsettling intensity. The growl emanated from the foolish dog, whose fur bristled in terror as it barked at the beast outside. Upon assessing the situation, Duke inhaled sharply, instinctively moving away from the opening of the tree hollow. The bear's face retreated momentarily, only for a massive paw to reach in. Its broad, muscular frame was adorned with coarse brown fur, and its heavy paw was equipped with sharp claws. Recognizing the creature outside, Duke's heart sank. It was a bear. How had it been attracted here after he had cleaned up the badger's blood yesterday? Pressing himself against the back of the hollow, confusion and fear gripped Duke. He and his companion, 13, were a pitiful duo. 13 was small and weak, while Duke was injured. Together, they were no match for the bear. In his prime, Duke might have been able to rely on his abilities to outmaneuver such a creature, but now he was severely weakened, and 13 was merely a pup. As the bear's paw swept through the hollow, stirring up dust, it grazed Duke and 13's fur. Observing this, Duke felt a flicker of hope. The bear's stout limbs were hindered by the narrow entrance, affording them a brief respite. The bear, frustrated by its inability to grasp them, let out a furious roar that echoed painfully in Duke's ears. This beast was undoubtedly seasoned, cunning, and relentless. It would not relent until it captured one of them. Duke's gaze darted as the bear lay down at the entrance, its massive face looming ominously, eyes locked onto Duke and 13. The bear's gaze, far more intelligent than expected, sent a chill down Duke's spine. After a moment, the bear withdrew its head, but Duke was still puzzled by its intentions. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Duke's face paled. The bear was attempting to topple the tree to capture them. This cunning creature was more intelligent than he had anticipated. Duke, feeling the urgency, descended into the depths of his black cauldron space, contemplating the blood essence pills he had used the previous night. Yet, he hesitated, realizing that the bear's size and strength far surpassed that of the badger he had faced. A single pill might disrupt the bear's vital points, but it was delusional to think it could incapacitate such a formidable beast. As he pondered alternative strategies, his eyes scanned the various pills and tomes within the cauldron, landing on the water essence pill that had previously sustained both himself and 13. An idea sparked in his mind. Could he merge 2 different substances into one? Murmuring to himself, Duke's eyes brightened with determination. He instructed 13 to stay close to the hollow's wall while he crouched low, his form becoming ethereal. Utilizing his abilities, he began to inch toward the entrance, despite his injuries. Outside, the bear continued its assault on the tree. Duke reached the hollow's mouth, where the cold wind rushed in, causing him to shiver. Enduring the chill, he focused on capturing the frigid air into his cauldron space. As time passed, a vortex formed within the cauldron, expanding gradually. Duke kept a vigilant eye on the bear's movements. Once the vortex reached its limit, he retreated quietly, leaving behind a blood essence pill at the entrance. As soon as the pill was placed, The bear ceased its assault, descended, and gobbled it down with delight. Duke, having just retreated, was met with the bear's ecstatic howl, indicating the pill had greatly benefited it. The bear, not satisfied with just one pill, leaned closer to the hollow, its eyes now filled with longing. Seeing this, Duke tossed another blood essence pill into the opening, which the bear quickly snatched and devoured. 13 looked at Duke, perplexed as to why he was offering such valuable items to the beast. Duke revealed himself, positioning his injured side against the hollow's interior, his eyes reflecting a calculated glint. He was not concerned about wasting the pills. Rather, he feared the bear would refuse to consume them. After the second pill, the bear continued to peer into the hollow. Fixated on Duke, Duke produced yet another blood essence pill and tossed it toward the bear, which eagerly claimed it. After consuming 3 pills, the bear settled at the entrance, blocking the cold air while it drifted into slumber. Clearly, the bear had reached a state of contentment. Duke smirked, realizing the bear believed it had him cornered. Within the cauldron space, he felt a tremor as a translucent pill the size of a longan emerged, swirling with turbulent energy. Next time, it will be your demise. Duke gazed at the slumbering bear, silently returning the newly refined wind pill into the cauldron, alongside a few blood essence pills. The blood and flesh elixirs produced by the dog badger amounted to merely 5, with each sustaining them for a single day. Thus, he and Little Hawk could only endure for 3 days at most. However, the bear, weighing several hundred pounds, could yield dozens of blood and flesh elixirs. Everything hinges on the awakening of this bear. Chapter 43. Greed kills the bear. In the depths of the night, the hooting of the owl resonated sharply through the darkened forest, adding an eerie quality to the already shadowy woods. Within a tree hollow, Duke and 13 nestled closely together, peacefully asleep against the inner wall of the cavity. Despite the bear blocking their exit, Duke remained utterly unperturbed, confident that the remaining elixirs, the clear water pill and the blood food pill, would sustain both him and Little Ha for 3 days within the hollow. Moreover, he was well prepared to confront the bear should the need arise. Thus, he felt secure enough to drift into slumber. However, a sudden tremor outside the hollow alerted Duke. The massive figure of the bear stirred, its green eyes opening slowly as it sat up and let out a thunderous roar. The sound was akin to rolling thunder, startling several birds into flight. Yet, these birds, reluctant to abandon their nests, circled above the treetops, chattering and calling out, unwilling to depart. The bear's roar not only startled the birds, but also roused Duke and 13 from their slumber. Duke, shaking his ears awake, stifled a yawn and rubbed his face with a paw. 13, disturbed by the noise, grunted in displeasure. Duke swiftly produced the last blood food pill and placed it into 13's mouth, quieting him. After consuming the pill, 13 quickly fell back asleep, while Duke remained awake, his golden eyes fixed silently on the entrance of the hollow. The bear outside continued to move about before leaning down to observe Duke. They exchanged glances for a brief moment before the bear lifted its head and lumbered away with heavy steps. Duke, puzzled by the bear's sudden departure, listened intently. But soon a fallen branch crashed down, completely sealing the entrance. Through the small opening, he caught sight of the bear and couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. This bear had truly become cunning, even knowing to block the hollow's exit with a dead tree trunk. Amused yet exasperated, Duke listened as the bear's footsteps faded into the distance. Shifting his position, he examined his wounds. The side of his body had been scorched by the heat wave from the explosive fireball. Had it not been for his resilient physique, he might have been completely incinerated. Additionally, he speculated whether his rapid healing was a result of his physical prowess. The scab over his wound, initially a thin layer, now had thickened to the size of a pinky finger. Duke pressed his claw against the scab, noting its firmness. There was no swelling or oozing, indicating it had not become infected. Initially, Duke had estimated a month for a full recovery, but observing his healing speed, he realized that with adequate nourishment and rest, he could potentially recover in as little as 2 weeks or even sooner. Contemplating this, he opened his black cauldron space and retrieved a moonlight pill. It had been 10 days since he last consumed one, making it the perfect time for a second. As the moonlight radiated outward, Duke's eyes reflected its glow. The last one, he murmured to himself before swallowing the moonlight pill whole. Although he remained uncertain of the pill's effects, he trusted the process. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a refreshing coolness that spread throughout his body. Duke involuntarily shivered, exhaling a breath infused with the essence of moonlight. Compared to the explosive nature of the sun essence pill, the moonlight pill was a soothing experience. While reflecting silently, Duke noticed a slight itch at his wound, as if the flesh beneath the scab was rapidly regenerating. Enduring the discomfort, he awaited the bear's return, anticipating its next demand for more pills. Time passed, and eventually, Duke felt a powerful tremor outside the hollow. Lifting his head, he watched as the dead tree was moved aside, revealing the bear once more. Its head peering into the hollow at Duke and 13. Seeing that they remained inside, the bear surprisingly nodded slightly before Duke heard the sounds of ravenous eating from outside. This bear had indeed become clever. Duke, silently astonished, continued to wait. The bear consumed whatever it had found, the sounds of chewing echoing unnervingly. Approximately an hour later, the chewing ceased, followed by a satisfied roar. The bear then settled down again, its head blocking the hollow's entrance, its gaze intent. Duke, maintaining his composure, tossed out a blood-cheat pill. The bear's eyes brightened at the sight, eagerly swallowing it whole. After consuming the first pill, the bear lay down again, seeking a second. Duke, however, did not immediately comply, choosing to wait for about 5 minutes. As the bear grew impatient, Duke finally tossed out the second pill. The bear devoured it eagerly and once again positioned itself, requesting a third. This time, Duke did not respond immediately, instead locking eyes with the bear. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 minutes passed, and the bear's patience waned, pounding the ground with increasing urgency. At that moment, Duke retrieved a unique pill from his black cauldron space. This pill emanated a frost-like moonlight and appeared to swirl with a tempest within. As soon as it was exposed, the bear's eyes widened, its mouth slightly agape, drool escaping as it gazed hungrily at the moonlight pill, an irresistible temptation for any beast. With a mighty roar, the bear reached its paw toward the hollow. Its impatience palpable, Duke casually tossed the pill to the bear, which eagerly snatched it up and swallowed it whole. The sound of its gulp echoed clearly, and a cold smile crept across Duke's lips. This pill was one of his precious moonlight pills, albeit enhanced. To incapacitate the bear, he had made a significant sacrifice, utilizing one of his scarce moonlight pills as bait and devised a new application for the Black Cauldron, inspired by a documentary he had seen about bear hunting, where hunters would shape bones and frozen meat into compact lumps and place them in bear territories. Duke had merged the Wind Whisper pill with the Moonlight pill. When the bear consumed this enhanced Moonlight pill, it was merely a matter of time before its demise. 1, 2, 3. Before Duke could count to 5, a heartbreaking roar erupted from outside. Accompanying this mournful sound, the bear violently slammed against the tree sheltering Duke and 13. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. Each strike diminished in strength until a heavy thud resounded, reminiscent of a heavy object hitting the ground. Upon hearing the thud of a heavy object striking the ground, Duke slowly rose to his feet, his silhouette vanishing as he crawled out of the tree hollow. As he emerged, he was greeted by the sight of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one eye dangling grotesquely from his face, while the other had completely burst, lying lifeless on the ground beside the carcass of the bear. Ah, indeed, it has perished. Duke stepped towards the bear, positioned himself before the lifeless body, and pressed his paw down upon it, subsequently drawing it into the abyss of the Black Cauldron space. Having accomplished this, Duke paid no heed to the bloodstains, instead retreating back into the tree hollow, where he delivered a firm slap to awaken 13. Ow? 13 inquired, and Duke first tucked away the badger's pelt before laboriously climbing onto Little Ha's back, inadvertently aggravating his wound and causing him to grimace in pain. We cannot remain here. A new sanctuary must be sought. With a decisive slap to 13's head, Duke howled for Little Ha to hasten their departure. Understanding Duke's intent, Little Ha promptly scrambled out of the tree hollow, while Duke cautioned him to avoid the blood-soaked ground. Swiftly, Little Ha carried Duke away from the hollow, venturing deeper into the forest. Chapter 44. Healing Wounds, Preparing for Breakthrough. 16 days later, in a secluded mountain area, a low growl, reminiscent of a tiger's roar, emanated from a hidden pit, where a white cat was slowly stretching its body. The sensation of recovering from a long illness was truly delightful. Glancing at Duke, who lay beside him, joy sparkled in his eyes. It had been 16 days since he had vanquished the bear, and following that encounter, Duke had directed Xiao Ha to find an abandoned lair of unknown origin, where they had taken refuge for the past 16 days. The bear's flesh had been transformed into 68 blood essence pills, and since the lair was near a water source, Duke had asked 13 to accompany him to collect some river water to concoct a few clear water pills. After creating the clear water pills, Duke and 13 had remained in seclusion, leading a life of abundance and rest. They would indulge in food and drink, sleep, awaken to refine some text into pills, and consume those pills for entertainment. In this pig-like existence, Duke, generous with provisions, saw Xiao Ha grow significantly. Simultaneously, Duke's injuries had fully healed. However, after half a month without bathing, both had become quite dirty, their fur shrouded in dust. Yet, Duke cared little for such trivialities. He was simply grateful to have recovered. With a jubilant howl, 13 leaped onto Duke, licking him in celebration of his recovery. Duke tolerated the dog's exuberance until he became overly raucous, prompting Duke to swan him away, restoring tranquility. Now that he was healed, it was time to contemplate his breakthrough. Lying atop the bear's pelt, Duke immersed his consciousness into the black cauldron space. Within this realm, the medicinal pills for cultivation still remained, their effects seemingly preserved, preventing any loss of potency. After scanning through the pills, his gaze fell upon a jade box containing the breakthrough pills for the flesh realm, which, when consumed, would allow a practitioner to transcend to the water and fire immortal garment achievement. The nuances and precautions regarding the consumption of these pills had been conveyed to him numerous times by the girl. According to her, achieving the water and fire immortal garment required mastery of the flesh realm, without having progressed into the root bone realm. Otherwise, it could lead to perilous consequences. The breakthrough pills were limited to 9 per lifetime, and consuming more would be futile. One must either break through within those 9 or be entirely denied the water and fire immortal garment achievement. Moreover, the girl had specifically informed Duke that during the process of achieving the water and fire immortal garment, his body would undergo a phenomenon known as the extinction phase. In truth, each of the 4 major achievements would induce such a phase. Only those who endure the extinction phase and prolong it the longest could maximize the efficacy of the water and fire immortal garment. Although the garment is characterized by its invulnerability to water and fire, the strength of each individual's garment varies. This variance is manifested through the extinction phase. The longer one withstands it, the greater the rewards. After mentally reviewing the girl's words, Duke took a deep breath. His primary focus henceforth would be to cultivate the water and fire immortal garment. As for reuniting with the girl, that could wait. As a cat without strength, he could not afford to be complacent. The pursuit of power remained his foremost objective. Considering his current state of diminished vitality, he needed to restore himself to peak condition. With this thought, Duke retrieved a blood chi pill from the black cauldron space and consumed it. The 2 previously refined blood chi pills were too volatile and would be counterproductive for him at this stage of recovery. As the pill settled in his stomach, Duke assumed a stance for cultivation. Nearby, 13, seeing Duke begin his training, yawned in boredom and lay on the bear, quietly observing Duke practice. Time swiftly passed until evening, when Duke's throat emitted a deep, tiger-like growl as he shook his body. Ancient texts often say, "No break, no establishment." After suffering an injury, he felt there was still room for progress within the flesh realm. Therefore, he resolved to push the flesh realm to its limits before attempting to attain the water and fire immortal garment, ensuring a more stable approach. With this determination, Duke set aside thoughts of rest and continued to consume blood chi pills, standing firm in his stance to reach his utmost limits. Soon, the moon reached its zenith. After nearly 5 hours of cultivation, Duke finally emerged from his concealed pit into the outside world. The entrance of the pit was cleverly camouflaged by the surrounding brush, making it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Standing at the mouth of the pit, Duke instinctively gazed up at the moon, now nearing fullness. The night of the full moon was once again approaching. The time for gathering lunar essence to concoct pills was drawing near. Reflecting on this, Duke sighed softly, realizing how swiftly a month had passed. He recalled a month ago, when he had been carefree within the tower, and now found himself in the wilderness, cautious and vigilant. Life. Duke suddenly grasped the significance of the mental state he had once heard from Su Xiaowu. However, his immediate focus must remain on the upcoming cultivation of the water and fire immortal garment. It seemed prudent to delay that endeavor, prioritizing the collection of lunar essence on the full moon night for pill refinement. Additionally, before commencing the cultivation of the water and fire immortal garment, he needed to continue refining the sun essence pills. Although he was currently unaware of the specific effects of these 2 pills, he resolved to consume them nonetheless. In the heart of Yunzhou, atop a towering mountain, a pavilion nestled against the slopes stood in orderly array. Within a pavilion on the mountainside, a small jade figure leaned in frustration upon her hands, gazing wistfully at the bright moon outside. "My lady, it is time to retire for the night." A thin figure in a flowing cloud robe approached Su Qiluo. Noticing that Yunshan had lost an arm and appeared considerably frail, Su Qiluo silently nodded in acknowledgement. "My lady, are you thinking about the general again?" Yunshan inquired, having discerned Su Qiluo's inner turmoil. "Yunant, where do you think the general is right now?" "My lady, the general is a divine protector sent from the heavens. Surely he is somewhere searching for you. Perhaps he has already returned to the Su family. But enough. My lady, it is time for rest." "Yes, Yunant, you should also retire early." Chapter 45. the completion of the water-fire immortal vestment. As the first rays of dawn, like golden threads spun from a spindle, unfurled from the rising sun in the east, Duke, bathed in this inaugural light, unhesitatingly chose to absorb it into his black cauldron space. A wisp of golden light, as fine as a thread, entered the black cauldron space, and Duke turned and descended from the treetop. With the tree's natural branches serving as footholds, the feline effortlessly reached the ground in a few leaps. Woof woof. Upon landing, Duke was met by Little Ha 13, wagging its tail and begging for food. Duke, allowing 13 to circle him, led the canine into the cave. Here, your portion for the day. The feline retrieved a blood essence pill from the black cauldron space, silently adding, though unable to speak. Duke had unconsciously developed the habit of muttering to himself. After the canine had consumed the blood essence pill, Duke provided it with water. Satiated, Little Ha turned to slumber on the bearskin mat. Duke allowed it to sleep soundly, his mind descending into the black cauldron space. The solar essence pill had been completely refined. Emerging from the black cauldron, it gleamed alongside a dozen lunar essence pills, resembling the sun and moon in harmonious radiance. The previous night had been a full moon. As his strength grew, the feline's upper limit for pill refinement had also increased. That night, the feline had directly refined 9 lunar essence pills, saturating his black cauldron space with lunar essence before ceasing. After returning to the cave and sleeping, the feline refined the collected lunar essence into pills upon awakening. Simultaneously, he refined the 9 pinnacle pills, reducing them from the size of dragon eyes to that of soybeans, extracting their purest essence. Overjoyed by the initial refinement of the lunar essence pills, Duke had forgotten to store lunar essence. This time, however, Duke did not forget. As a result, he possessed 13 lunar essence pills. 10 of these would be consumed thrice a day, while the remaining 3 would be given to Little Ha, one every 10 days. Although Little Ha had begun cultivating inner breath with Yu Yun's assistance, this journey had been too hasty, even with inner breath cultivation. Little Ha had not begun training in stance work, rendering cultivation impossible. Despite Little Ha's intelligence, it lacked Duke's intellect. Cultivation was not simply mimicking actions. For now, he could only use lunar essence pills to cleanse its body, occasionally giving it half a solar essence pill. After these days, the blood essence pills had been reduced by half. He wondered how long the cultivation of the water-fire immortal vestment would take. It seemed necessary to hunt mountain beasts once more to refine blood essence pills. However, in the dead of winter, where could he find active beasts to refine blood essence pills? The feline pondered for a moment, but did not immediately move. Instead, he remained by Little Ha's side, silently cultivating stance work to perfect his skin and flesh realm cultivation. His current cultivation was akin to feeling for stones while crossing a river, absorbing solar and lunar essence like the orally transmitted tales of beasts transforming into demons, while also learning human martial arts. In truth, Duke himself was unsure of the path ahead, able only to proceed one step at a time, gradually seeking his own way. As the sun reached its zenith, Little Ha awoke. Opening its eyes, 13 stretched, extending its limbs, and played with the feline before being ridden out of the cave by Duke. Before departing, Duke stored everything within the cave into the black cauldron space, leaving no trace. By evening, the feline returned leisurely with Little Ha, their fur slightly damp. After spreading the bearskin mat to cover the entire cave, the feline and Little Ha eagerly lay upon it. Simultaneously, the feline retrieved 3 blood essence pills, 2 for himself and 1 for Little Ha. Throughout the afternoon, he and Little Ha had traversed the entire mountain forest. Although they had found prey, all of them lived in groups, rendering an attack too dangerous. Fortunately, they had found fish in the waterways near their hidden cave. Using powder scraped from blood essence pills to lure the fish, the feline had caught over 40 fish in just an hour. The larger ones weighed around 5 kilograms each, while the smaller ones weighed around 2 kilograms each. He had individually killed these catches and stored them in the black cauldron space. The flesh and blood of these fish would be refined into blood essence pills as preparation. Duke and Little Ha, huddling together for warmth, immersed their minds within the black cauldron space, throwing all the fish into the black cauldron to refine them into pills and distribute them. Before long, over 50 blood essence pills emerged from the black cauldron, hanging in the black cauldron space like stars, emitting a feline enticing scent. Now, all preparations for blood essence were complete. Next, he needed to conserve energy, adjust his condition to its peak, and then begin the cultivation of the water-fire immortal vestment. As the feline contemplated, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. He slept through the entire night. The next morning, the feline uncharacteristically did not gather solar essence to refine pills. Instead, he pushed Little Ha aside, stood in the center of the cave, and adopted the stance of the tiger-leopard stance. Inhale, exhale, taking a deep breath. The feline examined himself for a moment, confirming that his condition was at its best. He then reviewed the key points for pinnacle realm breakthroughs that the girl had told him. This was his independent cultivation breakthrough to the pinnacle realm of skin and flesh, leaving no room for carelessness. Having made all preparations, Duke directly immersed his mind into the black cauldron space, retrieving a secondarily refined pinnacle pill and placing it in his mouth. As the soybean-sized pinnacle pill entered his mouth, the feline did not hesitate. With a roll of his tongue, the pill entered his throat. Instantly, the feline's eyes widened like jujubes. As soon as the pill entered his throat, it transformed into a torrent of vital energy, surging into his body. As the vital energy transformed from the pinnacle pill spread throughout his limbs, the feline swiftly began cultivating according to the tiger-leopard stance. As soon as the stance was formed, the vital energy mixed with his blood energy, initiating an explosion. Each explosion contorted Duke's face, as if iron skewers were piercing his flesh from the inside out. Moreover, in addition to the piercing sensation within his body, the feline felt as if his entire skin was like scorched leather, rapidly wrinkling and tightening, just as the girl had told him. An invisible net enveloped his entire body and tightened forcefully. The net's grid constricted his flesh, as if attempting to embed itself into his flesh, cutting Duke into pieces of blood and flesh. Overwhelmed by the intense pain from both inside and outside, Duke clenched his teeth and desperately resisted. In the process of resisting, he constantly changed his stance. Starting from the initial tiger crouching stance, he transitioned through the crouching tiger stance, tiger pouncing stance, leopard lurching stance, leopard circling stance, and leopard transforming stance, leaving none out. With each cycle of the stance, the fusion of vital energy and blood energy deepened, and the pain experienced by the feline intensified. It hurts this much from the beginning. Martial arts are indeed too difficult. Duke groaned inwardly, but continued to circulate the stance without the slightest hesitation, over and over again. The blood energy fusing with vital energy, impacting his flesh time after time. I chose this path. I will complete it even if I have to crawl. In a sense, Duke was stubborn, an unyielding resolve that could not be swayed. Under the intense pain of impacting the water-fire immortal vestment, the feline could not keep track of the passage of time. He simply circulated the stance again and again. When he felt the vital energy provided by the pinnacle pill weaken, he directly swallowed another one and continued circulating the stance. As time passed, fine cracks became visible on Duke's left foreleg. This was the accompanying phase of destruction mentioned by Su Chilua, a sign of achieving the pinnacle realm. When the phase of destruction appeared, it signified that the cultivation of the four great martial arts pinnacle realms had reached a critical juncture. From here on, the real challenge began. With the emergence of the phase of destruction, the fur on Duke's left foreleg began to fall out, strand by strand. The dissolution of the fur extends wherever the ominous manifestation reaches. Once a flawless white cat, it now transforms into a balding creature under the impact of vitality and the emergence of the ominous form. The left front limb, chest, right front limb, abdomen, left hind limb, right hind limb, posterior, tail, back, and head, every strand of fur has vanished, leaving the cat devoid of its former majesty, resembling an abominably mutated wild feline. Yet, Duke remains unfazed, having consumed 5 extreme realm pills. The vitality provided by these pills surges forth, only to be swiftly merged with blood essence and rapidly depleted. Soon, the cat ingests the 6th extreme realm pill, and it appears as fragile as porcelain, with tiny cracks multiplying and intensifying across its body. The feline seems to be crafted from fine china, as though it might shatter at the slightest touch. Meanwhile, Little Ha observes Duke's cultivation quietly and obediently, occasionally consuming a blood food pill that Duke had prepared, or sipping from a water vapor pill, while the remainder of its focus remains on Duke's training. The cat, now riddled with cracks, experiences a rapid contraction of its pores, shrinking, until they become nearly imperceptible, leaving only the visible fissures. After swallowing the final 3 blood essence pills, the cracks on the cat's surface begin to ooze crimson blood, and it emits a primal roar from deep within. Grant me completion. At that very moment, the black cauldron in the black space trembles violently, unleashing countless sparks that scatter outward like a cascade of fiery blossoms. However, Duke is too engrossed to notice. As the sparks directly affect him, boom. In his mind, the cat's body erupts with robust blood essence, and as a fleeting light circulates around it, the accompanying ominous cracks vanish, and fur begins to sprout rapidly. Initially, only stubble appears, but soon the fur grows swiftly, enveloping its body, more resilient and lustrous than before. Oblivious to its own form, the cat continues to execute the tiger-leopard stance, culminating in a leap where it twists downward, its claws striking the ground first. Thud. The impact resonates like a mighty drum, creating a profound cavity as pure strength ruptures the bare hide. The vitality within Duke dissipates as if it had never existed. The cat pauses in astonishment, then regains its composure, gazing at the gaping hole in the bare hide and the deep paw prints beneath it, its mouth agape in disbelief. Meow? Ha ha ha. The 4 great achievements of martial arts, the water and fire immortal garment, is complete. Before the cat's triumphant laughter could fade, the entire pit begins to tremble, earth and gravel cascading downward, as fissures spread from the deep paw prints. In a moment of hubris, the cat's eyes widen, and without delay, it gathers its belongings, scooping up Little Ha and dashing out. As the cat and dog emerge from the pit, the earth collapses behind them. Whimpering, Little Ha gazes at the crumbling pit, expressing its dismay. The cat, however, remains unperturbed, gently patting Little Ha's head, gazing up at the now imperfect moon. A smile gracing its lips. With the water and fire immortal garment mastered, it has gained the strength to protect itself, signifying that it can now leave the depths of the mountains in search of its companion. Meow. The cat leaps onto Little Ha's back, pointing forward with audacity, and bellows, "Pippy dog, we're off. It's time to head home." Chapter 46. Unintentionally entering the Shura field in Yunzhou, atop the Jinyun mountain. Dense mist enveloped the deep forest, obscuring the view. A cat, its fur pure white and as warm as jade, lay atop the back of a black and white wolf dog, its head resting on the dog's. With eyes that seemed forged from gold, it gazed ahead. Meow? Duke called out, and Sure-san, in response, slowed his pace, coming to a halt beneath a tree. After jumping down from Sure-san's back, Duke opened the black cauldron space, retrieving a blood food pill and a clear water pill. He first offered the blood food pill to the small cat, then placed the clear water pill nearby for it to lick and regain hydration. Next, he spread out a bear skin with a tier beneath the tree, providing a comfortable spot for the small cat to lie on, preventing it from catching a chill from the cold ground. With everything prepared, Duke took a blood food pill for himself, crunching it like a sweet, relishing the sound. The small cat consumed the blood food pill and licked the clear water pill, replenishing its fluids. Once Sure-san was well fed and hydrated, Duke patted his head, encouraging him to rest on the bear skin. The small cat nestled close to Duke, closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. 5 days had passed. Duke sighed as he watched the sleeping small cat. It had been 5 days since he had forged the water and fire celestial robe and escaped that pit. During these 5 days, he and the small cat had wandered aimlessly in the mountains, unable to find a way down. At times, Duke would command Sure-san to move down the slope, yet they would invariably encounter cliffs or ravines. Recently, the fog within the mountain had thickened, and when the mist was dense, both cat and dog would emerge soaked after traversing through it. Even when Duke climbed the tallest tree he could find to survey the area, all he beheld was a sea of clouds. The dense white fog engulfed the forest, revealing only the tallest trees above the mist. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts and the calls of forest birds would echo through the fog, yet the direction remained elusive. This cursed fog thinned only at noon, but once the hour passed, it quickly thickened again, leaving Duke and the small cat wandering blindly like headless flies. When would they escape this wretched Jinyun mountain? Duke lamented internally, pulling out another blood food pill, tossing it into his mouth, and crunching it before swallowing. The pill transformed into a warm current within him, replenishing his energy, dispelling hunger, and warming him. After consuming several blood food pills, the cat bit into a clear water pill to hydrate, then immersed itself in the celestial martial strategy it had previously refined and consumed. Though Su Chilua's strategy did not record any devastating combat techniques, it provided an intricate description of the 4 major realms of the postnatal stage. The detail was astonishing, including knowledge on generating force, channeling vitality, and harnessing blood energy to form combat prowess. During this time, Duke had been exploring and learning from its contents, experimenting as he went. While reflecting on the strategy's teachings, Duke's right paw rhythmically extended and retracted. He unfurled his claws, spreading his 5 toes, then retracted them, akin to a human hand. Although the corresponding toe to a human thumb would eventually atrophy and shorten as the cat grew, one could still clearly see that the kitten's front paws were naturally 5-toed, just like a human's hand. Now, Duke was experimenting with the technique described in the celestial martial strategy, channeling blood energy to fill his upper limbs' meridians, releasing the power as prescribed. The cat's claws opened and closed repeatedly, finally pressing against a nearby tree, leaving a distinct paw print. The mark, resembling a plum blossom, penetrated the wood, appearing effortless and devoid of any sign of external force. The technique had been successfully cultivated. Duke opened his eyes, observing the paw print left at the base of the tree. As he scratched at the plum blossom print, his ears suddenly twitched. The cat sprang to its feet, resembling a tiger sensing an intruder, raising its paw and looking alert. Something was nearby. Duke tilted his head, listening intently, and faintly discerned human voices. Oh, it was indeed human. Could there be people nearby? Duke's excitement surged. If there were people, they might lead him out. Even if they couldn't find the way down, he could follow them, using them as scouts to navigate the perils alongside him and Shursan. Wake up, you foolish dog, Duke exclaimed, slapping Shursan awake. He folded the bear's skin, and the small dog yawned widely, then lowered its body, raising its rear and stretching. Before Shursan could shake off his drowsiness, Duke had leaped onto his back, urging him to move swiftly. Shursan had no complaints, as a northern spirit dog, running and hunting were in his nature. Now, at a height equivalent to an adult's knee, Shursan sprinted silently and swiftly. However, he had a flaw. If he became overly excited, he could easily crash into a tree. This had happened before, but Duke had managed to swat him aside just in time, preventing a collision. Otherwise, Duke would have had to journey alone as a solitary cat. In the thick fog, the indistinct human voices faded to a whisper, yet Duke carefully remembered the direction from which the sounds emanated, guiding Shursan towards it. As they pushed through the dense fog, Duke's whiskers twitched, and his expression grew serious. He bit gently on Shursan's ear, signaling him to slow down. Though Shursan was puzzled, he complied, reducing his speed and transitioning to a crouch. Duke's nose twitched, and his furry face scrunched in response. There was a strong scent of blood, a pungent aroma, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. After a moment of searching, Duke leaped down from Shursan's back, biting the scruff of his neck, and dragged him towards the nearest tree trunk. Climbing up and placing Shursan on a sturdy branch. Clinging tightly to the branch with all four legs, Shursan cast a resentful glance at Duke. Must you always throw me into a tree whenever danger arises? I'm still young, and this could leave me with psychological scars. What if I develop a fear of heights? Duke paid no heed to the dog's grievances. A dog, no matter how swift or enduring, would be no match for a fierce beast. Thus, over the past 5 days, whenever Duke sensed danger, he would hoist Shursan onto the nearest tree, using the fog as cover to conceal their presence while he ventured forth to assess the situation. After securing Shursan, Duke leaped from the branch, vanishing instantly as he activated his stealth technique. Hidden within the vast fog, he swiftly approached the source of the blood scent. As he left the mist behind, the cat perched on a branch, wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Several mutilated corpses lay sprawled on the cold, muddy ground. Not just one, but a grim total of 12 or 13 bodies littered throughout the forest. The corpses lay dismembered. Some had their arms torn off. Others had their thighs broken, and some had gaping holes pierced through their chests, leaving a clear passage from front to back. One head had sunk into the chest cavity. Blood was splattered everywhere, on the ground, tree trunks, and stones, filling the air with a thick, metallic scent of death that caused Duke to click his tongue in disbelief. No wonder he had heard voices from such a distance earlier. It must have been the agonizing screams of these souls in their final moments. Only the most heart-wrenching cries, filled with despair, could carry so far. But what had caused their demise? The cat descended from the tree, carefully avoiding the bloodstains while examining the attire of the deceased. Some wore simple garments, others donned long linen robes, some were clad in fitted leather jackets, and others in cotton armor. At first glance, they resembled a ragtag band of soldiers. As Duke navigated through the bodies, he paused before a large, sinister-looking blade. Its surface marked with distinct fingerprints, so clear that individual ridges were discernible. The marks were mere inches from the blade's edge. The corpse holding the weapon bore a gaping wound in its chest, a brutal reminder of its violent end. Just by observing the fingerprints on the knife and the grievous wound, Duke could surmise the manner of this person's death. It was apparent that while the individual had been swinging the knife, their attacker had seized the blade, leaving behind the prints in the moment before delivering a fatal punch that pierced the victim's chest. Following the position of the fallen figure, Duke noticed blood splattered on the trees, as well as visceral remnants clinging to the bark or dangling from the branches. What a devastating punch it must have been. It suggested that the assailant was at least a martial artist of significant prowess, perhaps at the pinnacle of the foundational realm or a nascent warrior of internal mastery. However, the likelihood of them being at the foundational realm was slim, as it would require extraordinary talent and innate strength akin to that of a bull, capable of delivering a punch fierce enough to penetrate a chest. Such individuals were exceedingly rare. It was more plausible that the attacker had achieved a high level of internal mastery, wherein their strength, vitality, and essence converged to produce formidable internal energy. The cat silently analyzed the scene before it. The Xianwu strategy elucidated clearly that the four realms of martial artists represent a gradual perfection of oneself, a process of cultivating true energy. The fleshly realm involves sealing oneself, locking away one's essence, blood, and vital energy, creating a cycle within the body while allowing for the possibility of interacting with the external world. Duke, in his current state, could achieve this. After mastering the water and fire celestial garment, even arrows shot from a powerful bow could not pierce his skin, though that would require a certain distance. Up close, he would not survive. Moreover, once the water and fire celestial garment is perfected, it signifies that he has attained a body without leaks, solidifying his essence and preventing the internal energy and blood from escaping. The foundational realm, on the other hand, entails refining every bone in the body, cleansing the marrow, and transforming the blood while merging vitality, strength, and essence to give rise to internal energy. The emergence of the first trace of internal energy from one's organs signifies the attainment of the internal mastery realm. At this stage, a martial artist's combat effectiveness multiplies exponentially, allowing one individual to contend against dozens of armored warriors, capable of inflicting such terrifying lethality that only those who have cultivated internal energy can achieve. With the support of internal energy, even a light punch could fell a bull, let alone the final stage of true energy, which allows its wielder to manifest it externally. Those who have mastered true energy can kill from a distance. The primary distinction between internal energy and true energy lies in their propagation. Internal energy requires direct contact to spread, while true energy can be freely released and manipulated from afar. The innate realm represents an entirely different paradigm. Duke had expected to find a guiding light to escape the forest, but instead, he stumbled upon a grim scene of unfortunate souls. After surveying the area, the concealed cat turned to leave, determined to distance itself from any chaotic entanglements. However, just as it pivoted, it spotted a man dressed in the garb of a minor official, fiddling with an abacus and stroking his chin, gazing pensively at the scattered remains. In an instant, the cat's fur bristled in alarm. When had this man arrived, and why had he been completely oblivious to his presence? Chapter 47, The Tongue-Transforming Herb. In the innate pill amidst the dense mist, a multitude of corpses lay scattered, their faces contorted in grotesque agony, a sight of utter devastation. A middle-aged man, clad in an official's robe, his chin adorned with a mole sprouting black hairs, clutched a calculating device in his hand as he surveyed the scene of carnage before him, his fingers idly twisting the hairs of his mole, seemingly lost in thought. Jia Yuan, why do you not pursue further? Instead, you linger here among the remains of these young ones? The scavengers have long been eyeing these carcasses. Do you intend to vie with them for scraps? A rasping, cackling laughter suddenly echoed through the fog, and an elderly blind woman emerged slowly, leaning on a cane, her figure draped in a magnificent cloak woven from vibrant feathers. Alas, her frail stature rendered the grand cloak cumbersome, accentuating her diminutive appearance. As she walked, the edges of her cloak brushed against the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. Jia's family is prosperous and disdainful of such dead wealth, yet here you remain. Old hen, why do you not pursue? Jia Mingsheng retorted with a scoff, casting a glance at the old crone, who grinned toothlessly and replied with a low, eerie chuckle. The old body is weary and cannot endure such turmoil any longer. Is it truly exhaustion, or merely a pretense? Another voice cut through the air from a distance, swift as lightning, and before the words settled, a masked figure had already breached the grove. The newcomer, draped in a cloak, his arms extending past his knees, bore a hunched back and a sinister gaze. Old hen, where are those few hen-dragon chicks you raised? I see none in your company. Sun Hong, you inquire too much. The old crone's expression darkened as she struck her cane forcefully against the ground. The cane's tip resembled a chicken's claw, albeit with several branches protruding, akin to a perch for birds in a cage. Come now. We are all here for the tongue-transforming herb. No need for such pretenses, Sun Hong chuckled darkly, swinging his long arms, the whooshing sound of his movements echoing in the air, accompanied by his sinister laughter. That tongue-transforming herb is in the possession of that barbarian, who, having been raised among beasts, possesses immense strength capable of staving off 5 chariots. With his formidable martial prowess, who could snatch the herb from him? Jia Mingxing sneered. To which Sun Hong echoed, who could indeed? But who does not know that you, Jia Yuan Wai, are a master of calculations, never willing to suffer a loss? If that barbarian were truly so formidable, why would you find yourself here at Xingyun Mountain? Is it not for the bountiful reward of the innate pill offered by the Chiu family for the herb? Son, spare us your sardonic remarks. We are all aware of each other's intentions now that we are gathered here, interjected a gruff voice as a towering figure burst through the mist, forcing his presence into view. Clad in chainmail and wielding a large blade upon his back, he exuded an aura of ferocity. "Ah, if it isn't Leopard Blade Yunlai!" Sun Hong exclaimed, flailing his arms like an overly active child. "What brings you to desire the innate pill as well? To ascend to the innate level? There are but two paths. One is to cultivate divine will independently, the other to use pills as a stepping stone. I do not consider myself a prodigy. Thus, I must rely on the innate pill as my aid. Now that the Chiu family has issued a bounty, whoever secures the tongue-transforming herb shall obtain the innate pill. Are we not all here at Xingyan Mountain for the price set by the Chiu family?" Yunlai grunted, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyes scanning the others like a predator surveying its prey. "I am unlike you three ancient beings who claim disinterest yet cannot resist following. I truly have no desire." The old crone chuckled, leaning on her cane. "My signature technique stems from the Inzi beast-taming sect. The few hen-dragon chicks I have raised are dear to me. Now that I hear the tongue-transforming herb has appeared, how could I refrain from joining the pursuit? It is said that the tongue-transforming herb allows beasts to penetrate the 12 layers of the tower, enabling them to speak human language." Jia Mingxing toyed with his calculating device, speaking slowly. "You, old hen, have 7 hen-dragon chicks, but there is but one tongue-transforming herb. How do you intend to share this herb among your 7 chicks to grant them the ability to speak? Moreover, the esteemed beings above will not permit the herb to fall into the hands of the unworthy. A single tongue-transforming herb can do much more than grant mere speech to animals. It can also transform them into demons. Demons, such entities, I believe all understand well. Old hen, while you have mastered the Inzi beast-taming sex technique, do you intend to defy the heavens and nurture demons?" In response to Jia Mingsheng's mockery, the old crone merely chuckled. "Ah, Jia Yuanwai, you possess a sharp tongue. The old woman finds it difficult to contend with you. I shall seek my hen-dragon chicks now." With that, she turned and vanished into the mist, her figure fading from sight. "Ah, that old hen remains as cunning as ever," Sun Hong muttered with a low chuckle, while Yunlai remarked coldly, "I shall not get entangled with you further. The tongue-transforming herb is mine to claim. How you wish to proceed is of no concern to me. Delay any longer, and a host of other unsavory characters will arrive, leaving us with naught." With his declaration, Yunlai departed, and Jia Mingxing, shaking his head, fiddled with his calculating device, pondering the difficulty of attaining the innate level. As he spoke, he moved with an air of mystery, swiftly vacating the scene, leaving Sun Hong alone, who scratched his chin, the pressure from the cloth wrapping it causing discomfort. Though the innate level is elusive, it does not signify the absence of hope. The realms of martial arts are akin to ascending a heavenly ladder. Each stage a significant leap. One must strive. Without striving, how can one glimpse the faintest glimmer of opportunity? Even for the sake of extending my lifespan, I must fight. These rascals speak of their intentions with such eloquence, yet when true conflict arises, one must tread carefully. As Sun Hong scratched his chin, the foul discharge seeping through the cloth wrapping it went unnoticed, and he leapt into the mist, disappearing from view. Once all had departed, an unseen figure, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, swiftly glided along the ground, a tempest of emotions brewing within. The tongue-transforming herb, the fabled herb that allows beasts to speak human language. While I may have stumbled into a scene of carnage, reeking of misfortune, this unexpected fortune is indeed remarkable. Yet those present are at the very least true Chi-level martial artists. How can I possibly hope to compete against them? Should I involve myself in this chaotic affair? Should I? In a state of turmoil, Duke returned to his previous location, searching for his dog. However, upon reaching the spot where he had concealed his canine, his eyes widened in disbelief. The dog, which should have been hidden among the trees, was nowhere to be found. Staring at the empty branches, Duke scoured the vicinity, yet no trace of his dog could be found. Where the devil is my dog? His eyes widened in fury. Yet he forced himself to restrain his anger. I must remain calm. As Duke engaged in an internal monologue, he took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. Although he had previously harbored disdain for the foolish dog, their prolonged companionship had undoubtedly forged a bond. Particularly since this silly creature had saved his life and tirelessly carried him forward, it had become akin to family in Duke's heart. Now, adhering to the customary routine of assessing the situation, he found himself returning to discover the dog was missing. This revelation diluted much of the excitement and confusion that had arisen from uncovering traces of the elusive variant grass. The dog had been placed upon a branch 5 or 6 meters high. It was impossible for it to move about freely, and if it remained still, it would not fall. The surrounding area bore scarce signs of wild beasts, and the dense fog rendered it unlikely for a tiger or leopard to have snatched the dog away. Thus, it became evident that someone had discovered the dog and taken it away. But who would do such a thing? Could it be those martial artists flocking to Steam Cloud Mountain in search of the variant grass? Yet, what motive would they have to capture his dog, which held little value in their eyes? Suddenly, Duke fell silent. Although he perceived the dog merely as a husky, to the people in this region, it was regarded as a spirit dog of the northern lands. Such spiritual canines were traditionally sought after by esteemed families like the Sioux clan or noble royalties, and they rarely appeared in the outside world. In the eyes of these mundane martial artists, the value of a northern spirit dog was comparable to that of a variant grass. In other words, the seemingly despised foolish dog was, in reality, a veritable treasure trove. Furthermore, the dog feasted upon his moonlight pill, elevating its worth even further. This implied that someone had recognized the dog's value and had seized the opportunity to take it away. Damn it! The realization struck Duke, and he cursed inwardly for his negligence. He understood he had to act swiftly to retrieve his dog. With this thought in mind, he began to calmly search for the lingering scent of his companion. Having spent day and night with the dog, he had memorized its unique aroma. As long as he could trace its scent, he would be able to locate it. As Duke focused intently on searching, his eyes brightened, and he leaped from the trees, pursuing the scent towards the east. As for the scoundrel who had stolen his dog, this matter was far from over. Meanwhile, at a certain location on Steam Cloud Mountain, a young man with a sharp face and a broad grin was gleefully toying with the captured spirit dog. I never expected that Lou would have a day when fortune smiles upon him. He laughed heartily. Even if I gain nothing from this, possessing this northern spirit dog is a tremendous windfall. The spirit dog, struggling against the young man's grasp, emitted a low howl. Master Cat, come save me. It seemed to plead. Oh, little darling, do not fret. Let me see if you are male or female. The young man pried open the dog's hind legs for a glimpse, but was promptly met with a kick to the eye from the struggling creature. Gasping in surprise, he clutched the dog by the scruff of its neck, wincing as he rubbed his injured eye. Damn it! No wonder it's a northern spirit dog. It possesses remarkable strength. However, he deemed the encounter worthwhile, as he discerned that the dog was male, suitable for breeding. Even if paired with an ordinary domestic dog, it could produce exceptional hunting hounds. His fortune had indeed multiplied. Chapter 48. Not only ruthless, but even more so than others amidst the swirling mist, Duke left everything behind. Maintaining his state of blending with the light, his figure became indistinct, moving with such stealth that not even a whisper of wind would be disturbed. He left no traces, no signs of his passage. This was the effect of his unique ability, akin to that of a spirit cat, and it was for this reason that Duke's martial art, the Shiyu Xiophilian, was listed among the 4 great spirit cats. As Duke's martial prowess deepened, this ability would only strengthen. Upon awakening, he had vanished without a trace, evading a pack of spirit hounds while simultaneously subduing them without being detected. Now, having mastered the water and fire immortal garment, Duke was beyond the detection of ordinary warriors. The scent of 13 lingered and extended deeper into the mountains. Who could have taken him away so swiftly? As Duke pursued the scent of 13, he navigated rapidly through the forest. In the vast sea of clouds, the scent of 13 was becoming increasingly faint, indicating the richness of the moisture in the air. In such an environment, scents dissipate quickly until they vanish completely. However, Duke's senses were exceptionally acute, having grasped 13's scent. It was as if he saw an infinitely extending ribbon leading deep into the misty sea. This ribbon was, in fact, the trace of 13's scent left behind. Being a feline, Duke possessed an acute sense of smell, allowing him to perceive various lingering scents from different entities. For instance, the previous scent of blood manifested to Duke as a dark red trace. At this moment, as Duke pursued the scent of 13, he had penetrated deeper into the steaming clouds of the mountain. Originally intending to descend, he now found himself straying further from his initial purpose. Suddenly, a crisp clang of metal clashing echoed through the air, prompting Duke's ears to perk up as he sprang up a nearby tree. With his claws gripping the rough bark, he effortlessly ascended. The scents began to intensify. Duke raised his head, closing his eyes to carefully inhale. In the air ahead, 13's scent was being obscured by other mingling aromas, the stench of blood, sweat, grease, wine, and smoke, all blending together, masking 13's trace. What could have caused such an overwhelming array of scents to emerge? Duke's ears twitched as he pondered, then leapt down from the tree, feeling the rush of weightlessness before extending his front paws to grasp a branch of another tree, leaping forth once more. After a few bounds, he arrived at the source of the most potent scents, and through the mist, he spotted several warriors armed with blades, gathered together, conversing jovially. Oh, this time we owe it all to Brother Wang. Without him, we wouldn't have stumbled upon such a lucrative venture, a young man with a mouthful of pastries exclaimed. Crumbs flying everywhere as he praised a man at the center of the group. The man held a wine pouch in his hand, the aroma of alcohol wafting from it. Indeed, we are all warriors. Mutual support is only natural, Brother Wang replied, taking a hearty swig from the pouch, the Adam's apple bobbing as he savored the drink. This brew from Old Donkey Head is truly delightful. Brothers, let us share a bit. In this early spring of the steaming Clouds Mountain, with the dense fog and chill, a drink will fend off the cold and warm our spirits. Brother Wang generously passed around the wine pouch, and the man to his right silently raised it to his lips for a drink. Once we've rested, we'll continue to scout ahead. Those experts have spread numerous rumors chasing after that barbarian, attracting many to steaming Clouds Mountain. Though our skills may be modest, we can still scavenge some leftovers. As Brother Wang spoke, an elderly man who had just taken a sip of wine pulled out a small porcelain vial from his pocket. Hey, even these leftovers will suffice. I've managed to acquire a blood chi powder. It will be perfect for my grandson. Old man Ma, at your age. Shouldn't you be thinking of saving for your own funeral? Someone nearby teased, prompting the elder to chuckle as he tucked the vial back into his pocket, thumping his chest. I'm too old to worry about that. While I can still move, I'll leave something for the family, so they aren't bullied after I'm gone. Uncle Ma, rest assured, if you stick with me, you'll never suffer a loss, nor will I let any of my brothers go hungry. Brother Wang laughed heartily, and the others echoed in agreement. Brother Wang, we've already gained much from following you. Wherever you lead next, I'll follow, even through fire and sword. One man declared, praising Brother Wang's keen instincts and sharp eye. Indeed, among us, Brother Wang possesses the most acute sense of smell and insight. If it weren't for him, how could I have found such a fine blade? A man drew forth a ghostly dagger, its blade still bearing fingerprints. As the dagger emerged, Duke's brows rose in recognition, if he was mistaken. This was the weapon belonging to a corpse he had previously encountered in a nearby forest. He recalled hearing about scavengers from Old Hen and Mr. Jia, who spoke of the spoils of the dead. It seemed these individuals were akin to scavengers. Wherever there was bloodshed, they would go, rummaging through corpses to extract their final value. Were resources so scarce outside? Duke tilted his head. During his time at the Sioux residence, he had access to an abundance of elixirs and delicacies, not to mention the service of a devoted feline attendant. But now, away from the Sioux residence and observing this band of scavengers, he suddenly grasped the meaning behind the words of the long-armed stranger named Sun Hong before he departed. In the realm of martial arts, one must compete, and compete fiercely. Meanwhile, the wine pouch circulated back into Brother Wang's hands. He weighed it thoughtfully, a peculiar smile creeping across his face, a smile that sent a chill down Duke's spine. Suddenly, the young man who had been devouring pastries pressed his forehead, swaying as he murmured, "Why do I feel so dizzy all of a sudden?" Me too. Not only is my head spinning, but I also feel weak. Could it be the wine from that pouch? Brother Wang. Someone quickly deduced the source of their malaise. The suspected Brother Wang stood up, drawing his long knife with a cold glint as he smiled. Brothers, don't hold it against me. When my master took me in, he said martial arts must be fiercely contested. But who are we fighting against? As Brother Wang spoke, he slowly approached one of the men beside him, the long knife raised and plunged into the man's back with a soft thud. Of course, we are competing against each other, competing for techniques, elixirs, weapons, and even sometimes the women of the brothels. So, don't blame me. Blame yourselves for trusting too much. As he spoke, Brother Wang swiftly dispatched several men, including the young pastry eater. Brother Wang, we are all scavengers in this heap of corpses. Aren't you afraid of incurring a taboo? Old man Ma croaked, but Brother Wang showed no concern. As he approached his adversary, the blade pierced the man's neck while his hand swiftly delved into the old man's bosom. Old Master Ma, you must care for your family. And I must also look after myself. The man named Wang extracted a porcelain vial from the old man's grasp, but Old Master Ma firmly seized Wang's wrist, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, refusing to relent. You cannot take this. It belongs to my grandson. You cannot take it. The vial contained a mere essence of vitality, sufficient for only 3 days of cultivation. Rather than bestow it upon your mediocre grandson, it is better suited for me. With a forceful kick, the man toppled the old man and snatched the vial, wiping it clean across his chest. The expenses for my bone tempering are considerable. Concurrently, the man named Wang eliminated the remaining individuals, leaving behind only lifeless corpses with unclosed eyes. Ah, what a bountiful harvest. The man, having sheathed his blade, began to rummage through the clothing of the deceased, gathering weapons, elixirs, gold, silver, and coins without hesitation. Perched upon a tree, Duke watched this scene unfold, his mouth agape in disbelief. Earlier, he had gleaned some insight, but reality swiftly delivered a harsh slap to his face. While the conflict among warriors is indeed a reality, the immortal martial strategy emphasizes that warriors must contend not only with others, but also with the heavens. Yet, the brutal tableau before him sent a chill through the feline's heart. The companions who had previously shared amicable drinks and meals had swiftly become fodder for the insatiable ambitions of the greedy. It is no wonder that Su Xiao Wu had once warned of the dangers lurking in the outside world, regardless of the strength of those beyond. The malice within their hearts surely surpassed that of the Su family's disciples. Although the rivalries within the estate may have fractured bonds, they still connected bone to sinew. However, the outside world was starkly cannibalistic. Duke trembled slightly, an indescribable shiver spreading through his core. Stranded alongside the dog, the only ally he could rely upon was his companion. Though he possessed some strength, it was insufficient for self-preservation. Moreover, he was one of the 4 spirit cats, while the dog was a northern spirit hound. The journey home would not be peaceful. There were already those who recognized the dog's lineage and sought to steal it away. This scene was a stark reminder for Duke: trust no one easily, and do not readily believe in the kindness of others. In this world outside, he lacked the luxury of capriciousness or reckless abandon. He must tread carefully, step by step, with a vigilant heart, and possess a darker resolve than that of the man named Wang. Chapter 49. The big fish eats the small fish eats the shrimp, and the shrimp eats the mud. Hiki. The man surnamed Wang peeled the clothes from the corpse, shaking them to remove the bloodstains. Although stained with blood, the garments could still fetch a few coins. He rolled the clothes into a ball and stuffed them into his large bundle, only to suddenly feel a pang of regret as he muttered, "A dose of tiger bone powder costs 2 taels of silver. It's truly exorbitant. This harvest could at least be sold for 20 taels of silver, equivalent to 10 doses of tiger bone powder. Toiling away for a mere 20 taels is exceedingly arduous." Squatting on the ground, the man surnamed Wang busied himself with his bundle, grumbling incessantly. Concealed in the branches, Duke watched him with disdain, realizing the depths of his ingratitude. This man possessed no sense of compassion, a true scoundrel. However, the pressing matter at hand was to locate Shirsan. The scent lingered, offering a trail to follow. The cat, having turned away, leaped from the branch and sprinted a few steps, only to halt and gaze at the man surnamed Wang, who was now inspecting the corpse's mouth. No. This was quite unsatisfactory. The cat narrowed its eyes, observing the man's back. Damn it, though I owe this fellow for revealing the world's dangers. Where human hearts are even more ruthless than beasts, I still find him repugnant. In the depths of its thoughts, the cat lunged forth like an arrow, its paws extending to strike the back of the man's head. With a crack, the man, still probing the corpse's mouth, wore a fading expression of excitement as his eyes glazed over, and he collapsed forward. Duke raised his paw to inspect it. The once pink pads were now smeared with a mix of crimson blood and white brain matter. With ordinary strength, he could leave a deep claw mark on the tree. But a human skull is no match for that of an ancient tree. Fueled by rage, he crushed the man's skull with a single blow, ending his life instantly. Disdainfully wiping his paw in the dirt, the cat glanced at the scattered corpses and turned away, feeling a considerable relief within. At the banks of a waterway near steaming Cloud Mountain, Lumao stood trembling, his back against the rushing, icy waters that cascaded downstream. Clutching a short knife in his shaking hands, he took a step back, causing the earth to crumble beneath him and forcing him to stumble forward. The wolf dog, wrapped in his bundle, poked its head out, its eyes tightly shut, clearly unconscious. Lumao, someone has had their eye on you for quite some time. A man in fine attire with a pale face approached, a smile gracing his lips, yet his voice was insidiously soft, sending shivers down one's spine. You little rat. Trained by that old rat Chi Ling. Though he may no longer move, his ability to release you signifies your graduation. That old rat may lack in many areas, but his gaze is piercing. He always gravitates towards wealth, and you, his apprentice, must have adopted his vile traits. As the man spoke, he produced a handkerchief from his sleeve, wrapping it around his fingers to dab at the corner of his mouth with a smile. But you, little rat, have barely arrived at steaming Cloud Mountain and already wish to descend. This is not in line with your and your master's usual ways. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences often lead to misfortune. Your demeanor suggests you must have stumbled upon something valuable. Allow me to assist you in discerning it. With each word from the man, Lumao felt a weight settle heavily upon his heart. He was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself for his foolishness. Although he had found a spirit dog that could be exchanged for a fortune, the lure of wealth had clouded his judgment, causing him to forget his master's teachings of caution. Had he known this eunuch dog would ambush him, he would have stayed hidden in the mountains for a while, waiting for the storm to pass before descending. Now, he found himself cornered by this eunuch dog. His master often warned that this creature was a smiling tiger that devoured its prey without leaving bones. Now, captured by them, it would be a light punishment to merely be skinned alive. The worst-case scenario could indeed lead to losing both his life and wealth. Speak, little rat. The soft-spoken man stepped forward, the handkerchief in his grasp flicking like a courtesan beckoning patrons at a brothel. I found nothing. Lu Mao forced a laugh that was more painful than tears, stubbornly insisting. Really, I found nothing. That is not entirely accurate. The man pressed forward, the handkerchief dancing in his grip. Just as he was about to speak, two clear voices rang out from a distance. Senior brother, it seems someone is over there. Let us go take a look. Junior sister, master instructed us not to wander. Junior sister. As the conversation unfolded, a pair of youths emerged from the forest. The girl was vivacious and charming, while the boy exuded a calm demeanor. Upon stepping into the clearing, they turned their gazes toward Lu Mao and the soft-spoken man. The latter squinted at the duo, recognizing their blue robes, and swiftly stowed away the handkerchief. People from the Qinxian sect, let us go. Recognizing the two, the soft-spoken man departed without a trace of hesitation, his swift actions contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Lu Mao, relieved by the man's departure, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to face the approaching youths, plastering a smile across his face, even as he retreated a step. Ah, thanks to your great fortune, I have escaped from that brigand. With clasped hands and repeated bows, Lu Mao ingratiatingly expressed, thank you both, thank you. I have nothing to repay you with, but I would gladly serve as your beast of burden in the next life. Wait, the girl interjected. And in the blink of an eye, she was standing before him, hands on her hips, leaning forward to scrutinize Lu Mao. Though he remained silent, he was acutely aware of her penetrating gaze. After a moment, the girl wrinkled her nose in distaste. You smell terrible and are quite ugly, junior sister. While he may be both foul and unattractive, he carries something of great value behind him. The boy stepped closer to the girl, glancing at the unconscious Shursan behind Lu Mao. Behind me is merely a wild dog from the mountains. I thought it looked appealing and intended to take it home. Hardly something valuable. Lu Mao denied vehemently, but the boy persisted. Brother, your words are misguided. Though this pup is young, the pattern of its fur resembles three flames. Its ears stand erect, and its nose is as black as ink. This is no ordinary mountain dog. It is clearly a northern spirit dog recorded in the Rare Beasts Compendium. A northern spirit dog, the girl exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. Is it true that they can carry 1,000 pounds and travel 1,000 miles when fully grown? Indeed, the boy affirmed with a smile. This spirit dog is specially bred by the northern tribes, and it is rare for anyone to even catch a glimpse of one. Even in our Longsheng heavenly dynasty, such creatures are typically found only within the residences of royal family members or esteemed immortals. As he spoke, the boy advanced towards Lu Mao. Good sir, you say this creature is a wild dog. Pray tell, from whence did you procure this wild dog? Enlighten me, so that I may seek one as well. Lu Mao's eyes flickered, and he retreated, but before he could utter a word, he was momentarily blinded. To his astonishment, the northern spirit dog was cradled in the maiden's arms. Ah, with a black back and a white belly, the girl lifted the eyelid of the creature, revealing its clear azure eyes. Indeed, it is the northern spirit dog. Do you like it? The young man inquired with a smile. The girl promptly nodded. I do. Then you should take this spirit dog to seek your master. I shall discuss the price with this gentleman. Very well, brother. I shall go find my father. The girl dashed away, clutching the spirit dog, leaving the young man and Lu Mao standing by the riverbank. If your junior sister likes it, then take it. I have no objections, Lu Mao thought uneasily. Yet the young man pressed on relentlessly. No, it is imperative that you provide compensation. How else can my Qinxian sect maintain its credibility in this Yinzhou? As he spoke, a glimmer of menace flickered in his eyes. After a moment, the young man turned and ventured into the forest. Lu Mao vanished from sight, leaving only a tangled mass of hair bobbing along the swift river, eventually disappearing from view. Half an hour later, why is there nothing here? Duke exclaimed, emerging from the woods, gazing at the rushing river with astonishment. By the stars, who has taken 13 away? How can they run so swiftly? The cat, with its nose twitching, carefully sniffed the air for 13th scent. The scent lingered. The pursuit must continue. Chapter 50. This sword is bound to my life. Within the dense forest, shrouded in mist, the air was thick with humidity and a chill was rising. Duke, who had become almost invisible, crept along the ground with silent precision, leaving no trace of his passage. The scent he sought grew ever stronger. It seemed he was close at hand. His heart swelled with excitement. He was finally on the verge of locating his beloved dog. This time, upon retrieving his canine companion, he would ensure it was secured. Another incident like this, and Duke would be utterly undone. How could he allow someone else to take his dog? Just because you find it appealing and valuable, does that give you the right to claim it? What if I admired your wife's beauty and decided to take her instead? Though his thoughts wandered, Duke's movements remained swift. As he traversed the thick fog, his ears perked up, and he suddenly halted, focusing intently ahead. In the obscured haze, several figures moved back and forth. Given that a cat is inherently much smaller than a human, even an adult cat must look up to meet a person's gaze. At that moment, Duke crouched beneath a tree, ears tilted back, eyes narrowed into slits as he observed the figures, attuning himself to their movements and overhearing their conversation. Why have we left the serene Qingshin Mountain for this desolate cloud, mist mountain? One voice murmured. Indeed, it seems strange. Just after the new year, and with the spring festival approaching, I wonder what the leader is thinking, bringing us here, another replied. Although Cloud Mist Mountain was one of the 8 scenic spots of Yunzhou, it was perpetually enveloped in fog, making visibility difficult and the cold and dampness unbearable. As Duke listened, he carefully advanced, body low to the ground, moving with deliberate slowness, his tail and torso aligned parallel to the earth. As he drew closer, he discerned the speakers more clearly. 3 young men clad in matching attire, each wielding a long sword, whispering among themselves. Glancing at them, Duke stealthily maneuvered past and ventured further ahead. After covering a few meters, a cacophony of voices erupted, causing Duke's eyelids to flutter in surprise. A throng of 20 to 30 individuals bustled around an open area, tents already erected, a bonfire ready to be lit, while freshly slain mountain beasts were being skinned and dismembered. Though the scene appeared chaotic, an underlying order permeated the activity, suggesting they were prepared for a protracted engagement. What could such a large assembly be planning? Duke blinked, contemplating the situation when a piercing howl from a distance caught his attention. It was the voice of 13. Rushing towards the source, Duke found the sound emanating from within a tent. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a string of eerie giggles. Little puppy. Don't bark, and don't be afraid. Come here, let your sister give you a kiss. If you do, I'll give you some tasty meat and milk. Resistance? It's futile, just surrender to me. The strange laughter sent shivers down Duke's spine as the camp's inhabitants continued their tasks, seemingly unfazed. What kind of twisted fate had befallen 13? Peering into the tent, Duke spotted a girl of 17 or 18, carelessly petting 13. The poor creature was trapped. Unable to escape the girl's grasp, Duke grimaced, contemplating the idea of knocking the girl unconscious and absconding with 13. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. There were too many people around. Even if he succeeded, 13 would not be able to run far, and they could easily find themselves in an even more perilous situation. Especially without a clear understanding of their surroundings, it was unwise to act recklessly. He resolved to observe the situation and act accordingly. With that, Duke squatted beside the girl, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Oblivious to his scrutiny, she continued to tease 13, who was now wearing an expression of utter despair, silently pleading for rescue. Where are you kept, brother? Come save me. 13 seemed to cry out in his thoughts. If you don't, I might end up lost forever. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and a young man with striking features stepped in. Upon seeing him, the girl sighed, Father, I just sat down not long ago. What more could you want? The young man smiled gently. It's nothing serious. The master simply wishes to see you. Reluctantly, the girl picked up 13 and followed him outside. Duke trailed closely behind, undetectable to those of lesser martial prowess. The disparity in their abilities rendered him invisible to all but the most skilled. Upon entering the central tent of the camp, Duke beheld a mature man of remarkable presence. Seated on a mat with a sword resting on his lap. Ling he called, and the girl, now identified as Ling rolled her eyes. Father, she replied, given the current turmoil at Cloud Mist Mountain, you must refrain from wandering about, he admonished. Ling pouted, but it's so dull here. The man sighed. You cannot roam freely. There are dangerous individuals lurking in the vicinity. You are only newly able to harness your potential. Should you encounter a villain, what would happen? Father, I have my senior brother with me. Nothing will happen to me. Ling retorted, hiding behind the young man. At that moment, the young man spoke up, Master, I will ensure she remains safe. Ah, you indulge her too much, the man replied, shaking his head. Ling Sensing the topic had shifted, chirped cheerfully, "Master, how long must we stay in Cloud Mist Mountain?" 3 to 5 days at the least, perhaps up to half a month, depending on when they locate that rogue. The leader of the Qin Xian sect sighed. "Is that rogue truly in possession of the precious tongue-transforming herb?" Linger queried, tilting her head. "It is not the herb that holds significance. It is the innate elixir mentioned in the bounty by the Chiu family," the leader mused, stroking the sword on his knee. "To attain innate abilities, one must follow 2 paths before he could elaborate," Linger interjected. "The first is to cultivate one's spirit and comprehend the forces of nature, breaking through the chaos within to manifest innate energy, returning to the state of being innate. The second is to use elixirs as a stepping stone, harnessing their power to breach innate thresholds." "Father, how many times have you repeated this?" "I have memorized it all." The young maiden Linger expressed her disdain for her father's incessant chatter. "We entered the Steam Cloud Mountains solely for the purpose of obtaining the tongue-transforming herb. Once we acquire it, we can exchange it for the primordial pill from the Chiu family. Must we linger on this? You are still quite young. What do you understand?" The master of Qin Xian snorted coldly, asserting that to seize the tongue-transforming herb, they must first subdue the barbarian. Yet, the barbarian is not so easily vanquished. Not to mention his unparalleled martial prowess, he was raised by the bears in the mountains, possessing instincts akin to a wild beast and innate divine strength. To conquer him, one must be thoroughly prepared. Setting up camp is merely the first step. "Junior sister, do not be impatient. Master certainly has his plans." The young disciple Zijing spoke soothingly to his sister, but Linger rolled her eyes. "What plans? Relying on that broken sword he hasn't drawn in over a decade? You foolish girl, this Qin Xian sword has been nurtured for decades with the sect sword cultivation method, and it is intertwined with my very life. When it is drawn, it will astound. No matter how formidable the barbarian's martial arts may be, they cannot rival the might of my blade. The essence of this matter is beyond your comprehension." Upon hearing this, the cat twitched its whiskers and glanced at the treasured sword resting on his knee. Life intertwined? Is that truly possible? Chapter 51. The Matter of the Cat. How can it be called stealing? Life and death entwined. The feline directed its gaze toward the seemingly unremarkable longsword resting upon the knee of the master of the Qin Xian sect. This sword appeared to be an ordinary item, akin to a common piece found in a blacksmith shop, worth merely a few coins. Yet, as Duke pondered over this unassuming weapon, an alternate thought emerged within his mind. If this sword truly possessed the prowesses claimed by the master of the Qin Xian sect, could it be utilized for alchemical concoctions? What sort of elixirs might it yield? Sword pills, perhaps? What would their effects be? Could they be ingested? How would one utilize them? A cascade of inquiries flashed through Duke's consciousness, causing his tail to involuntarily perk up and sway. Meanwhile, the young girl, Linger, pouted in displeasure, her dissatisfaction palpable. The master of the Qin Xian sect, wishing to curtail further discourse, waved his sleeve dismissively. "Enough. Depart now. I must tend to my sword." "Understood." Linger elongated her response, turning to exit the tent. Before she could fully leave, the master added, "That spirit dog you carry, keep it confined within the tent. Do not let it roam freely. Such creatures hold value akin to that of the tongue-twisting grass. Guard it well, and we shall deliberate further once we return to the sect." "Yes." Linger hastily exited, leaving the young man Ziqin alone with his father. "Master, my junior sister is still quite young. She is already 17, hardly a child." The master of Qin Xian interjected, glancing through the tent's opening at his departing daughter. He continued, "Lately, I have felt an unsettling premonition, as though something ominous is looming. Watch over Linger, ensure the disciples maintain vigilance over the camp, and prevent any mishaps." "Understood, master." "Proceed. After dinner, remind them to attend the evening class." "Yes." Ziqin departed, leaving the master alone within the tent. Duke sat cross-legged in a corner, fixated on the master of Qin Xian. The cat, extending its spiny tongue to lick its lips, strolled leisurely out of the tent, already formulating plans in its mind. Though lacking in strength, the feline was not without means. If it could not contend with the inner organs and true qi realms, surely it could withstand a mere bone? However, all would have to wait until nightfall. Slipping from the camp, the cat ventured to a nearby grove, maintaining a guise of harmony with its surroundings while retrieving a second refined bone-cleansing pill from its black cauldron space. In Duke's perspective, any elixir subjected to the flames within the black cauldron for a second refinement would not only purify the essence but enhance its efficacy, potentially even cleansing any toxic residue. Furthermore, after cycling through the sun essence and moon radiance pills, he sensed a subtle transformation within his body, though he could not precisely articulate what it was. Yet, an instinctive awareness told him that change was indeed occurring. Upon consuming the second refined bone-cleansing pill, the medicinal potency surged through his system, and in an instant, he felt a force unlike that of blood or chi coursing within him. This power penetrated his fascia and organs, directly influencing his bones, creating a tingling sensation. As the potency began to manifest, Duke commenced his standing meditation, transforming his strength into a resonant force applied to his skeletal structure, synergizing with the medicinal effects to refine his bones. The realm of bone cleansing demanded the purification of every bone in the body, a process of marrow washing and blood renewal, wherein the invigorated blood essence melded with chi and strength, birthing internal energy. With 200 bone-cleansing pills refined, he would be well-equipped to complete his cultivation within this realm. As the moon hung high in the sky, within the Qingxian sect's camp, the sound of damp firewood crackling in the bonfire filled the air, sending sparks flying as moisture evaporated, creating a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The disciples guarding the fire were soon beset by the thick smoke, prompting some to grumble at their comrades, "Be more careful, or you'll extinguish the fire." "Fear not. I know what I'm doing. It won't go out." One disciple, having added a branch the width of a child's wrist to the fire, stirred it to disperse the smoke and invigorate the flames. In this cold season, why did the master lead us to such a desolate place? Enough grumbling. The master has his reasons. We should obediently follow. I find this outing quite enjoyable. It's far more interesting than being cooped up at the sect. Yet this misty cloud mountain is nothing but fog and man-eating beasts, hardly worth our while. The disciples surrounding the bonfire exchanged banter while relying on the flames to ward off the chill. "Ah, I need to relieve myself. Anyone want to join?" One disciple stood, only to be met with disdain. "You, with your lazy demeanor? Surely not. All right, I'll accompany you." The elder brother insisted we go in pairs. "Fine. I'll go with you." The two disciples left the warmth of the fire, only to have a stone thrown at them moments later. "Are you foolish? That's upwind. Go downwind to do your business." "Understood." Reluctantly, they turned and followed the wind's direction. In the dark woods, shrouded in mist, visibility was severely limited, compounded by the dim moonlight. The two moved slowly, finally arriving at a secluded spot. "Quickly, do what you need to. We must return to our watch." "Yes, yes." As the urged disciple lifted his long robe, bending towards the trees, a sudden blow to the back of his head sent him crashing to the ground. At that moment, an invisible force caught him, gently lowering him to the ground. Well, it seems he is not dead. Duke, the cat, cloaked in an aura of tranquility, placed the unconscious disciple on the ground. After inspecting his own paw, which had struck the back of the disciple's head, he noted the absence of blood, indicating he had not inflicted serious harm. No blood means he should be fine. As for any internal injuries, crouching beside the fallen disciple, Duke began to remove his garments, internally musing, "This is my first time doing this. I lack experience. I hope this fellow is unharmed." Having stripped the disciple of his clothes and stored them in his black cauldron space, Duke silently ascended a nearby tree, swiftly leaping toward another disciple. In midair, his paw struck down upon the second disciple's crown. The moment contact was made, the individual collapsed without a sound. Duke landed gracefully, gripping the back of the second disciple's collar, and began to drag him behind the tree. After a short distance, he heard a tearing sound. His grip had shredded the disciple's collar. What kind of fabric is this? So poorly made. Spitting out the torn threads, Duke contemplated the urgency of his situation. Time was fleeting. He could not afford to delay. With a swift motion, he grasped the second disciple and rose to his feet, quickly retreating. Accustomed to moving on all fours, Duke found standing upright somewhat challenging, causing him to stagger backward. However, his past human experience quickly adapted him to bipedal movement. Though his cat-like physique made upright walking slightly uncomfortable, he managed to overcome the awkwardness. The cat, having dragged a person behind a tree, swiftly stripped them of their garments and discarded the belongings into the abyss of a dark vessel before making its way towards the bonfire. After covering a certain distance, the feline suddenly realized it was still standing upright in a human-like posture. While it could manage walking in this manner, it was undeniably slower than moving on four paws. Resuming its natural form, the cat hastened towards the fire, efficiently dealing with the remaining individuals, removing their clothing to stow in the dark vessel, while their bodies were left beside the fire. Having dealt with the night watchman, Duke swiftly infiltrated the encampment. The bonfire crackled energetically, yet all those gathered around it were rendered unconscious. Upon entering the camp, Duke perked up his ears and surveyed his surroundings, quickly slipping into the nearest tent. Taking advantage of the deep slumber of its occupants, he delivered a swift blow to incapacitate them, subsequently ransacking the tent for valuables. This was Duke's method of countering the group, If they intended to establish a prolonged presence, he would seize their possessions under the cover of night. By the time they noticed, the feline would already be perched nearby, relishing their predicament. Such actions would severely undermine the morale of the Qinxian sect, instilling suspicion and paranoia among them, ultimately leading to chaos. In that ensuing turmoil, the cat could easily retrieve its companion, akin to snatching a lollipop from a child. After pilfering several tents, Duke finally halted before the tent of the Qinxian sect's leader. The leader had proclaimed that his sword was intertwined with his very life. This statement piqued Duke's interest, prompting him to discover the sword's peculiarities. As the cat entered the tent, an inexplicable chill swept through the perimeter of the camp, causing the flames of the bonfire to flicker erratically, while the disciples nearby vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the bonfire continued to blaze fiercely, its sparks scattering, while the mist thickened around them. Chapter 52. The First Signs of Chaos. Inhale. Exhale. The prolonged and powerful sound of Duke's breath seeped through the seams of the tent as he stealthily entered the tent of the leader of the Qinxian sect. Inside, a dim oil lamp flickered on a low table, the tiny flame occasionally crackling softly. The leader of the Qinxian sect sat cross-legged on a mat, cradling a sword in his hands, his eyes closed, deeply immersed in a rhythmic meditation that stirred the air with each breath. This old fellow is quite accomplished. Duke marveled inwardly as he sensed the leader's breathing pattern and intensity, although it had not yet reached the level of stirring the stillness of the room. The subtle winds accompanying each breath indicated a formidable inner strength. The realm of internal cultivation aims to bolster one's inner organs, focusing on the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, each with its own principles of training. For instance, the lungs are associated with the stillness that generates wind, while the heart resonates like a drum. Mastering all 5 organs represents the pinnacle of inner cultivation, approaching its limits. At this stage, one can transform internal energy into true qi, circulating it throughout the body and embarking on the path of true qi cultivation. Upon achieving perfection in true qi, if one lacks the insight or innate talent to comprehend divine intent, and has no innate pills to assist in breaking through to innate levels, most true qi masters will opt to refine their inner organs anew. This process enhances their strength, stabilizes bodily functions, and may even prolong their lifespan. After all, when further breakthroughs seem impossible, it is prudent to refine oneself to extend life. Duke pondered the peculiarities of the sword held by the leader of the Qinxian sect as he circled around him, his feline eyes gleaming with curiosity as he reached a paw toward the sword sheath. Just as his paw grazed the sheath, the leader suddenly opened his eyes, their gaze piercing as it swept across the interior and exterior of the tent. The intensity of his stare froze Duke's movement, his paw suspended mid-air, hesitant to move further. This fellow shouldn't he be able to see me, so why? Duke's mind swirled with confusion, yet he dared not stir, maintaining his original stance as he observed the leader. After scanning the tent and finding nothing amiss, the leader murmured to himself, "Something feels off, but I can't quite place it." As he pressed a hand to his forehead, the leader felt a wave of heat, his eyelids twitching violently, akin to a facial nerve in turmoil. The unease within him intensified, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "Zijin." He suddenly called out for his eldest disciple, the name echoing in the stillness of the camp, only to be met with silence. He called out again, and after a third call, a disheveled young man rushed into the tent. As Zijin entered, he hastily adjusted his clothing and inquired, "Master, what is your command?" The leader frowned at the sight of his disciple, perplexed by his state, considering it was said they were to sleep fully clothed these past few nights. "My clothes were dampened by the mist, and I used my internal energy to dry them," Zijin explained, his cheeks tinged with red, though his gaze seemed evasive. Under normal circumstances, the leader would have noticed the oddity in his disciple's demeanor and pressed for answers. However, at that moment, he was preoccupied with his own disquiet. "I feel an unsettling presence. Go summon our disciples to patrol the area. Additionally, enhance the defenses around the camp, light more bonfires, and oversee the shifts personally." As Zijin acknowledged his master's orders with a bow, he hurriedly exited the tent, quickly fixing his attire as he left. The leader paid little heed, but Duke, observing the scene, found it peculiar. Earlier, he had caught a glimpse of a woman entering Zijin's tent. The excuse of damp clothing seemed rather flimsy. How scandalous! Duke, harboring disdain for Zijin, withdrew his paw, abandoning his earlier plan to stealthily acquire the sword for alchemical purposes. Having already indulged in enough mischief for the night, he resolved not to be greedy. Moreover, relying solely on his invisibility was ill-advised. He couldn't afford to be complacent. especially after witnessing the brutality of that man Wang against his comrades. It was essential to remain vigilant. As Duke prepared to leave the tent to check on Shirsan, he recalled that the dog had yet to eat. Back at the Sioux residence, he had a dedicated cook, and since their departure, he had been consuming blood essence condensed into nourishing food pills. Occasionally, he even received moonlight pills as treats. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, the dog had a discerning palate. Duke realized he had not checked on him, too preoccupied with his schemes against the Qingxian sect. I must feed him before plotting further. Just as Duke contemplated his next move, Zijin burst back into the tent, pale and breathless. Master, it's bad. The patrolling disciples are missing. Missing? The leader's heart sank at Zijin's words. He swiftly rose and exited the tent, urging, tell me what happened, and remain calm. Also, gather the other disciples. Yes, master. Zijin followed closely behind the leader as they made their way out of the tent. Duke, meanwhile, stifled a yawn. It seemed his earlier arrangements had been discovered. But something doesn't add up. Duke squinted, recalling that he had merely knocked out a few Qingxian disciples and left them by the bonfire. The first two had been hidden behind a tree downwind. How could they all have vanished? Had they awakened and fled? Duke's eyes narrowed as he made his way towards the tent entrance. After a few steps, he paused, his gaze sharpening on the items within the leader's tent. While the sword was off limits, it did not mean other treasures were. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he slapped his own face, chastising himself for forgetting his earlier resolve. He had already accomplished enough for the night. He must not succumb to greed. Yet, why did he always crave to pilfer something? Not taking anything felt like a loss. How peculiar. At the edge of the camp, near the flickering bonfire, the flames had weakened due to the oppressive fog, the embers flickering faintly. The leader of the Qingxian sect stood nearby, his sword in hand, scanning the surroundings intently, occasionally crouching to examine the soil for traces. Their boots were specially made, leaving unique impressions on the ground. To others, these marks might seem insignificant, but to the leader, they held profound implications. Before long, Zijin arrived with several disciples, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon arrival, he saw the leader standing before the dying fire, his face etched with concern. Which disciples were on duty tonight? The leader inquired, his voice stern. Zijin swallowed hard and replied, it was the Bamboo Clan's disciples, Zhu Qing, Zhu Yu, Zhu Shao, Zhu Hu, Zhu Li, and Zhu Ming. Did you inform them that they must always work in pairs? Inquired the master of Qi once more. Zijin promptly replied, I specifically cautioned them while assigning the night watch. Indeed, you did not speak falsely. I observed the traces in the earth and confirmed that 2 disciples' footprints departed from the campfire. Upon hearing her master's words, Zijin felt a pang of bitterness. Fortunately, she had adhered to her master's instructions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. When did they commence their watch? They began at the hour of Hai, and by the hour of Chou, a shift change occurred. What time is it now? It is already the hour of Z. Listening to her eldest disciple's response, the master of Qingxian further inquired, you appeared troubled just now. Has something transpired? Master, at least 12 disciples in the camp have been rendered unconscious. Their clothing and belongings entirely looted. Those individuals remain in a stupor, unable to awaken even with the use of awakening incense. Rendered unconscious? The master of Qingshuan's eyes widened, his imposing aura surging forth, his robe seemingly concealing a tempest as it billowed dramatically, causing the campfire to flicker as if caught in a gale. Amidst the dancing flames, the master of Qingxian, his countenance darkened, commanded, gather everyone, both those awake and those unconscious, to assemble in the center of the camp. Yes, master. Zijin inhaled deeply and turned to carry out the task, leaving the master of Qingxian standing alone before the fire, his expression fluctuating between stormy and serene. Encountering such an event on the very first night at Xinyun Mountain, was this a deliberate act of malice, or had they stumbled upon something sinister? Though Xinyun Mountain is renowned as one of the 8 scenic spots of Yunzhou, who could fathom the hidden dangers within? Amidst the thick mists, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on the master of Qingxian before the campfire, filled with insatiable hunger and desire. Chapter 53. This dog. Such profanity. In the dense fog, a bonfire blazed fiercely. Large chunks of firewood were tossed into the flames, causing the fire to flicker and emit a burst of sparks. These sparks ascended with the heat generated by the bonfire, only to extinguish and vanish upon encountering the shrouding mist of the forest. In contrast, the fierce bonfire dispersed the chill and fog within the Qingxian sect's camp, leaving only the ground illuminated by its glow. The disciples of the Qingxian sect gathered around the bonfire, each individual leaning against its warmth while facing outward. as the flames roasted their backs. The light filtered through the gaps between them, stretching across the ground before being consumed by the encroaching darkness. All disciples, heed my command. The sect leader stood beside the bonfire, his voice stern and icy. Remain vigilant and do not relax. Before dawn, no one is permitted to leave. Stay right here. Yes. The crowd responded fervently, as distant sounds of startled birds echoed through the trees. Dad, what on earth is happening? The young girl Linger, still yawning, inquired with confusion. The youth Zichin quickly hushed her. Junior sister, don't cause trouble. But why can't I? Just as Linger began to protest. She caught sight of her father's cold gaze and promptly fell silent, retreating behind Zichin. Looking around, Linger felt a surge of discontent but dared not voice it. Though she was headstrong, she could read the room and sensed her father's discomfort, so she subdued her complaints. Sitting cross-legged on the cold ground while clutching the dog she had dragged along for warmth. Despite being early spring, the earth remained frigid and wintry. As they say, spring chill is biting. After merely a quarter of an hour of sitting, Linger grew restless, squirming uncomfortably. The ground was too cold and hard, with small stones digging into her. The bonfire provided a modicum of comfort. Really, why are we all stuck here keeping watch at this hour? She rested her chin on the dog's head, gripping the little hound tightly, while Zichin sighed softly, now aware that the night watch disciples had completely vanished, leaving no trace. He and the sect leader were among the few who knew of the situation. The decision to keep the news contained stemmed from a desire to prevent panic among the other disciples, thereby preserving their composure and judgment. Junior sister, bear with it a little longer. Zichin draped his cloak over her shoulders. It will be dawn soon. All right. Linger sighed, hugging the dog and closing her eyes. What? You say I can't sleep. She was the sect leader's daughter, after all. She not only could sleep, but also cuddle a priceless northern spirit dog. Though it had a bit of a smell, it felt as warm as a furnace in her embrace. As Lingo drifted into a peaceful slumber, Duke, squatting at the tent's entrance, clicked his tongue. He had intended to feed the dog, but, upon entering, discovered it was absent from the tent. Before he could search further, the entire Qingxian sect was already in motion. I was too slow, Duke thought to himself, sighing. Many of his actions tonight had been unnecessary. He should have been more straightforward. Now, an unknown entity had whisked away the disciple he had knocked unconscious, and to make matters worse, it had been discovered. Everyone had gathered, standing at the ready, vigilant against further misfortune. In the novels he had read, protagonists handled such situations with ease. Duke lay on the waterproof tarp of the tent, pondering his circumstances. Why did it feel so challenging when it was his turn? Perhaps it was due to being a novice. Yet even so, his numerous missteps were undeniable. He should have acted more decisively, knocking the girl unconscious and taking the dog without hesitation. His greed had complicated matters unnecessarily. Reflecting on his prior actions, he reminded himself to avoid such mistakes in the future. Errors were inevitable, but failing to recognize one's own mistakes and learn from them was a grave error. Growth arises from the cycle of success and failure, does it not? It seemed he would need to seek another opportunity to take the dog. He wondered where the Qingxian sect would relocate after this night. As Duke observed the Qingxian sect's members, he suddenly perked up, standing alert. His expression grave as he raised his head, nostrils flaring to catch the scents in the air. At that moment, a sinister wind howled from the forest, rushing into the camp along with the mist. The wind violently shook the bonfire, casting the entire camp into a realm of flickering light and shadow. Everything within view was affected by the erratic dance of the flames. The interplay of light and darkness severely disrupted the vision of many Qingxian sect disciples. Who dares to play tricks in the night? The sect leader's voice thundered as he swiftly swung his arm, the wide sleeves billowing with the wind. In an instant, the sect leader's right arm lashed out, generating a powerful gust that surged through the camp. Within moments, the mist carried in by the malicious wind was dispersed by a strike. The oppressive force visibly shattered the fog, sending much of it spiraling away along the ground. Such power. This must be the result of a decade of cultivation. Duke gasped, secretly relieved he had refrained from acting recklessly. Had he been discovered, he would have faced dire consequences. However, as he inhaled the air, the previously faint scent had intensified with the arrival of the foul wind. Duke's eyes widened as he covered his nose. Is that the stench of a fox? At that very moment, the dog Lingo held, 13, began to thrash violently, barking incessantly. Awoo, awoo. The cacophony of yelps drew the attention of all Qingxian sect members. After unleashing a powerful strike, the sect leader turned to his daughter. Linger, quiet that spirit dog. Dad, I can't control him. Linger protested, clutching 13's neck, but the spirit dog remained in a frenzy. its small frame radiating strength that nearly overwhelmed her as a martial artist. Master, this spirit dog must have sensed something amiss. Zichin observed 13's frantic behavior and spoke up. The spirit dog is alerting us. The sect leader furrowed his brow. This was indeed a troubling omen. The sound of barking echoed through the tranquil night, stretching far and wide, while a pair of eyes in the forest narrowed in response. Mounting his horse, he exclaimed, "What kind of dog is this, barking so foully?" Chapter 54. The shadow of the demon appears. The howling of 13 echoed through the night, carrying far and wide. While the pungent odor of fox musk grew increasingly overwhelming, Duke instinctively flattened his ears, transforming them into a semblance of airplane wings, baring his fangs in a grimace. However, the members of the Qing Xian sect remained oblivious to the stench, focusing instead on the potential dangers lurking in the darkness. Their attention fixed on the loud barking of 13. Rare and exotic creatures, though often spoken of, are seldom seen. While there have been compendiums detailing these wondrous beings, few have had the fortune to witness them firsthand. Now, the northern spirit dog began to bark furiously without warning, undoubtedly signaling alarm to the members of the Qing Xian sect. The nature of this warning? Naturally, it pertained to the unseen perils hidden in the night. The leader of the Qing Xian sect tightened his grip on his sword, fully alert to the surroundings. Duke, too, cast his gaze into the mist-laden darkness. The campsite chosen by the Qing Xian sect was fortuitously located in a clearing amidst the trees. A swift clearing of vines and weeds had rendered it a suitable resting place. Yet now, the thick fog engulfing the forest obscured any visibility of what lay beyond. As time wore on, the fog thickened, its reach extending ominously closer. The members of the Qing Xian sect felt as if they were aboard a vessel slowly sinking into silence, helplessly watching the mist encroach upon them. Add more firewood. Stoke the flames. The leader of the Qing Xian sect commanded without turning his head. Immediately, someone tossed kindling into the fire to bolster its intensity. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched, eerie laughter emerged from the mist. The laughter, which had seemed distant moments before, now felt as though it was whispering directly into one's ear. As if someone were leaning close, blowing cool air against the earlobe while chuckling sinisterly. At the sound of this uncanny laughter, Duke noticed many disciples of the Qing Xian sect tremble involuntarily, their faces taut yet betraying no outward sign of fear. However, their slightly quaking legs revealed their unease. What is this? The leader of the Qing Xian sect bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing a reverberation in the ears of those nearby. Yet the eerie laughter continued unabated, swirling around the campsite, unsettling the disciples further. Dare to play tricks? Just as the laughter subsided, the leader struck with an open palm, the force of his blow scattering the mist and shattering several trees at the forest's edge. Wood splintered and some ignited spontaneously, showcasing his formidable prowess. However, the dispelled fog quickly regrouped, intensifying as it surged toward the campsite. A mournful, melancholy melody wafted through the air, resonating with sorrow and desolation, sending shivers down the spines of many. It was deep in the night, amidst the ancient woods, that such a haunting song emerged, a sound that no one could withstand. Even Duke felt every hair on his tail bristle, standing on end as if he were dragging a feather duster behind him. This is too strange. Duke swallowed hard. Hastening toward the crowd, sensing impending danger, he felt the need to stay close to the dog, lest he be caught off guard. As he sprinted to the side of the young girl, Linger, he noticed that the leader of the Qing Xian sect held a fist-sized, blackened projectile. The surface of the projectile was matte, devoid of any sheen, encased in a grid-like netting, instilling in Duke an inexplicable sense of dread. Go. The leader of the Qing Xian sect gripped the projectile for a mere moment before flipping his wrist, launching it into the mist. The instant the projectile penetrated the fog, Duke's instinct screamed at him to drop low, pressing his entire body against the ground. Just as he did, a flicker of red light ignited within the mist, rapidly expanding into a fireball the size of a cartwheel. In the blink of an eye, the fireball detonated. The explosion reverberated through the air, an earth-shattering sound accompanied by a cacophony of destruction as the shockwave and heat dispersed the fog. Duke could hear the splintering of numerous trees in the aftermath. What was that? Duke's eyes widened as he gazed upon a charred expanse, knowing full well that countless trees had been obliterated, leaving behind a massive crater in the ground. The edges of the crater bore radiating blackened marks, remnants of the explosive force. Some splintered tree fragments still smoldered, as if narrating the horrors that had just transpired. An otherworldly grenade? Duke's mind reeled in shock as the leader of the Qing Xian sect proclaimed, "I wonder if you have witnessed the might of my firebolt thunder? I possess many such devices. If you wish to avoid misfortune, I advise you to depart swiftly." His words were authoritative, a warning directed at the unseen entity concealed within the mist. Yet, No sooner had he finished speaking than a piercing scream erupted by the bonfire. Ah! All eyes turned to see a disciple of the Qing Xian sect being yanked into the mist by an unknown force. How dare you act with such impunity? The leader hurled another firebolt thunder into the fog, igniting another fierce explosion. As the explosion shattered the mist, nothing was revealed except for another crater. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground drew everyone's attention. A lifeless body, its chest torn open, lay before them, its eyes wide in eternal horror. Oh, it's Brother Zhu Xian. A disciple of the Qing Xian sect cried out, realization dawning. This was the very disciple who had just been taken moments before. Now reduced to a heartless shell, the terror etched upon his contorted face. Plop! A half-eaten human heart suddenly leaped from the mist, landing with a thud before the leader of the Qing Xian sect. This heart bore the unmistakable marks of sharp teeth, a remnant of its devourer's disdain, as if it found the taste lacking and discarded it. It resembled a finicky diner, overly particular about their meal, glaring at the heart. The leader of the Qing Xian sect gritted his teeth, forcing out two words, demon. Eerie laughter echoed once more from the woods, accompanied by a shrill, sinister voice that taunted, how lacking in flavor are the unrefined mortals. Eating their hearts is akin to gnawing on stale bread. Only the hearts of those above the inner organs realm are tender and delightful. Oh, how exquisite they are. As these words hung in the air, a chill ran through everyone present. Indeed, they were confronted by a demon, one that would devour men without leaving a bone behind. Duke stared at the half-heart, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Previously, he had witnessed the brutality of the battlefield without flinching, yet now, the sight of the half-heart stirred a deep-seated revulsion within him. Alas, speaking of food has made me hungry again, though I have little appetite for such delicacies. I suppose I shall not be picky given the numbers. Who shall be next? Amidst the eerie and unsettling laughter, the countenance of Master Qin Xian turned a deep shade of ashen. Simultaneously, atop the summit of Xingyun Mountain, a figure clad in a flowing white robe stood majestically, one hand cradling a large fishbowl, while the other rested nonchalantly behind their back. The visage, adorned with a fluffy countenance, revealed not a trace of emotion. As it gazed longingly at the waning moon in the sky, with an open mouth, the white-robed figure drew in a deep breath towards the moonlight, which, despite the absence of a full moon, distorted the surrounding air with its ethereal glow. Several wisps of moonlight, as delicate as strands of hair, infiltrated the figure's mouth and nostrils. Lured by a voice, raspy and grating like iron scraping against glass, emerged from behind the white-robed figure. The figure responded with a calm demeanor, "Speak. The demonic beings have commenced their hunt. Tonight we shall ensnare these mundane warriors in one fell swoop. This elaborate scheme has been in the making for over a month, all for this grand feast. Let them indulge. Indeed. However, we must adhere to the rules." The figure known as Lord Bai gazed at the fishbowl in hand, where two small fish swam gracefully, seemingly oblivious to one another, each occupying half of the bowl's space. "Our clan is weak, inferior to the human race. Whether great demons or lesser ones, any with demonic nature must not engage in mutual slaughter." Understood. How goes the preparation for the demon market? The news has already spread. It will commence shortly. Well done. I trust you with your duties. Furthermore, I must leave you in charge here tonight, as there has been a slight mishap in the capital. I need to investigate why the Yun family, instead of fulfilling their role as gatekeepers, has allied themselves with the Su family of Qingzhou. Chapter 55. Alas, how is it that such a terrifying presence resides here as well? The solitary goose returns, yet the winter and autumn elude me. You have departed, unaware of the sorrowful winds and bitter rains. The desolate and mournful melody twists and turns, as if it yearns to express its innermost feelings. Were one to hear such a tune in a theater, the audience might generously shower it with gold and silver, applauding fervently. However, amidst these deep, ancient woods, the haunting singing feels akin to the horror of encountering one's ancestors while burning paper offerings at their graves. As if the weight of the coffin lid is about to be overwhelmed. With a sudden twitch of his ears, Duke turned towards the sound, spotting a recent disciple of the Qingxian sect trembling, her legs quaking, the unmistakable scent of fear emanating from her. Observing her slender frame, it was evident she was a young woman. No wonder the scent was present. She must have lost control from fright. Yet, as Duke pondered, he couldn't help but sigh. All he and his companions sought was to descend the mountain and return home, yet they were caught up in this dreadful affair. First, his companion was abducted, and just as he managed to find her, they were confronted by a bloodthirsty demon. Ah! Another scream pierced the air as a disciple was suddenly enveloped by mist, vanishing right before everyone's eyes. The master of the Qingxian sect was both alarmed and furious, alarmed by how this demon utilized the fog to conceal its movements, striking unpredictably and demoralizing their spirits. Furious that the demon audaciously snatched a disciple right beneath his nose. Creak, creak. The unnerving sound of gnawing echoed through the mist, conjuring images in everyone's minds of a crimson-eyed demon feasting upon the recently taken disciple. Thud. The second corpse was unceremoniously discarded at the feet of the Qingxian disciples. The lifeless body, eyes wide with terror and despair, lay twisted, its innards completely devoured. As the last glimmers of life faded, the corpse locked eyes with the disciples, and one could no longer withstand the crushing weight of dread, initiating a desperate scream as they hurled themselves into the fog. I must leave this place. I want to go home. The scream was abruptly silenced, replaced once more by the chilling sound of gnashing teeth. Moments later, another lifeless body was thrown forth. The Qingxian sect master's expression darkened, as if he were about to weep. Gripping his longsword tightly, he bellowed, "Everyone, gather around the bonfire and draw your swords." In the midst of his command, the sect master unleashed a trio of firebombs, not just one, but 3, casting them into the fog, igniting a brilliant conflagration that dissipated the mist and obliterated everything in its explosive radius. As the fog was torn apart, a female disciple was seized by claws that emerged from the shroud. Her scream barely escaped as the sect master swiftly drew his sword, a flash of brilliant light erupting from the blade, severing both the captured disciple and the mist in one stroke. The blade's momentum was unstoppable, cleaving through the fog. Simultaneously, an enraged roar erupted from the depths of the mist. Clearly, the blood demon lurking within had been wounded, and the sect master's ruthless act of slaying his own disciple startled Duke profoundly. "Mortal, I shall devour you alive." A roar exploded from the fog, dispersing it, revealing a fox demon towering over a person. The fox demon stood upright, its backward-bending legs supporting its form, sharp claws stained with blood, its crimson eyes fixated on the Qingxian sect master. Duke also noticed a deep gash across the demon's chest, which revealed stark, white bones beneath the torn flesh, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Upon realizing the fox demon was injured, the Qingxian sect master let out a mighty howl. "Disciples, heed my command and slay the demon." Just as his words lingered in the air, the fox demon approached the sect master. "Today, none of you shall escape." The demon's maw split wide, revealing a row of sharp fangs as a strange, alluring scent began to waft through the air. As the scent permeated the surroundings, the Qingxian sect master faltered, his grip on his sword slackening. "You've poisoned us," he exclaimed, a mix of shock and dread filling his voice. Duke recalled the faint odor he had sensed earlier. It must have been the source of the sect master's sudden weakness. In that moment, the fox demon began to weave its web, applying psychological pressure and tormenting their mental defenses as time wore on. Had it not been for the sect master's sudden strike, the fox demon would have likely toyed with this group like a cat with a mouse, relishing the slow unraveling of their sanity. In this twisted game, the demon would indulge its sadistic cravings, akin to those who relish consuming live prey. "I'll devour you first, and then your disciples." As the strange fragrance enveloped the air, many disciples from the Qingxian sect collapsed, their bodies rendered weak and powerless. Yet, Duke remained unaffected, seemingly immune to the demon's effects. "You dare." The Qingxian sect master, although weakened, summoned his remaining strength and lunged at the fox demon. In that instant, a flurry of firebombs, each the size of an egg, slipped from his sleeve. As they struck the ground, the sect master cried out in a mixture of fury and anguish, "Zijin." The young disciple Zijin jolted awake, struggling to rise and assist his younger sister. The terrified girl, Lingo, unable to stand from sheer fright, was dragged along by her brother. Observing this, Duke could no longer remain passive. Now was the time for action. Like a cat leaping through the air, he struck Zijin on the forehead, causing him to stumble backward. Utilizing the momentum, Duke pivoted midair and kicked Linga squarely in the chest, sending her flying several meters away, tumbling over before collapsing, unconscious. After landing, Duke seized the collar of his companion and dashed away, knowing not what the fox demon might do once it had finished with these disciples, especially given the harsh words his companion had spoken earlier. At that moment, both the fox demon and the Qingxian sect master were left bewildered. The fox demon was astonished to discover another creature among them, while the sect master struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Why had his foremost disciple and daughter been struck down without provocation, and why had that dog seemingly flown through the air as if dragged away? Meanwhile, Duke raced 100 meters with his companion, though the journey was fraught with bumps and thuds due to their size difference. Hearing his companion's anguished yelps, Duke reluctantly set him down, standing upright and cradling him in his arms, resuming his frantic escape. The invisible Duke vanished into the thick fog, leaving the fox demon and the Qingxian sect master staring in disbelief. The sect master glanced at his daughter, whose fate was uncertain, and, in a surge of grief and fury, he lunged at the fox demon. "I will fight you." In the next moment, a firebomb infused with his energy fell from his sleeve, erupting into a brilliant blaze as the grid surrounding it shattered. As the remnants of the fallen thunderfire also lay within the explosion's radius, a cacophony of detonations shattered the tranquility of the night. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the earth-shattering roars, Duke couldn't help but marvel. The master of the Qingxian sect had truly perished alongside that fox demon. However, such mutual destruction was indeed fortuitous. With the Qingxian master gone, he would no longer pose a threat. Furthermore, if the fox demon had met its demise, his own concerns would diminish significantly. It was imperative to find a sanctuary. As the unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations, lost in thought, the cat darted out from a thicket that had been reduced to mere branches. No sooner had it emerged than it found itself at the edge of a mountain stream. As it crossed the brook and regained its footing, it was suddenly met with the sound of crunching. Following the noise, it beheld a large white pig seated upon a slab of green stone, voraciously consuming a human hand. Nearby lay several peculiar avian creatures, resembling chickens yet adorned with scales and feathers. Duke directed his gaze towards the enormous pig, which, upon noticing him, widened its eyes in astonishment, seemingly perplexed by the sight of a dog levitating in midair, concealed from view. Duke observed the pig feasting on the human hand and instinctively shifted his course, sprinting away. Goodness, was there truly a man-eating blood demon lurking here? Could it be that tonight, at Mount Jingyun, a blood demon was hosting a buffet? Chapter 56. Just escaped the tiger's den, encountered a malevolent wolf. Spare me. The fierce gaze of the leopard-headed figure, exuding an aura of intimidation, belonged to the bloodied Yunlai, who lay prostrate on the ground, emitting soft whimpers. I have always been fond of warriors who carry their weapons with them. A towering, blue-faced giant ape bared its fangs, showcasing its jagged teeth, while toying with Yunlai's renowned weapon. Deliveries to the doorstep are one thing, but it even comes with cutlery. No, spare me. Upon hearing this plea, Yunlai struggled to turn his head, only to be met with the chilling gleam of a blade. As the knife sliced through his throat, blood gushed forth along the blade's trajectory, splattering onto the blue stone and creating a grotesque tableau. "Hey," the giant ape sneered, reversing its grip on the long knife as if wielding a cleaver, and began to strike at Yunlai. Amidst the rustling of branches, a black and white spotted wolf dog leapt from the thicket, colliding with the giant ape that had just dispatched Yunlai. The giant ape paused, observing the floating canine, and absent-mindedly scraped the blade against its chin. "Whose is this?" Before it could finish its thought, Duke, cloaked in invisibility, dashed in another direction with the dog. 13. Why are there blood demons here too? Cursed the giant ape. When did Jinyun Mountain become infested with so many blood demons? I thought only mundane warriors inhabited this place? This was the third beast he had encountered on his journey. If he encountered a fourth, it would truly be disastrous. Once could be a coincidence, twice an accident, thrice a mere happenstance, but a fourth time would spell trouble. As Duke made his escape, the giant ape tilted its head and clicked its tongue, its temper flaring. "Forget it, let's eat." The giant ape shifted its gaze to the lifeless Yunlai, its lips curling back to reveal rows of teeth. The flesh of human warriors is a great delicacy. "Awoo." 13 howled, but Duke paid no heed to the foolish dog. Did it not understand the gravity of the situation? They had already encountered 3 blood demons. Did it know what blood demons were? Those fiends feasted on humans, using them as sustenance for their cultivation. What could come from this? If the demons grew interested in a change of flavor, could he and the foolish dog serve as mere appetizers? Maintaining his invisible state, Duke, carrying 13, sprinted past a boulder, only to behold a gray wolf feasting on a corpse. The wolf noticed Duke's approach, pausing its meal, and lifted its head, its green, glimmering eyes fixated on him, licking its blood-stained muzzle. "You." Before the wolf could utter a word, Duke swiftly changed direction, fleeing once more with 13 in tow. 13 curiously glanced back at the wolf, which tilted its head in confusion, blinking as if pondering, whose peculiar pup is this? However, the wolf quickly dismissed such thoughts, for the rich scent of blood tantalized its palate, prompting it to return to the carcass, eagerly devouring its insides. The fourth one, Duke cursed inwardly. Had Jinyun Mountain become a den of demons? Why were there so many blood demons? Blood demons rarely gathered in groups due to their erratic nature. Moreover, Those that consumed humans for sustenance were often not the sharpest. When multiple blood demons congregated, they would surely clash, for even among themselves, they viewed each other as potential prey. It was akin to two tigers not coexisting on the same mountain. Even a male and female could not share the same space. The presence of so many blood demons was abnormal. Initially, Duke had thought he was caught in a typical martial arts pursuit. But now it seemed the depths of this matter were far more profound than he had anticipated. Duke guided 13 to a secluded hollow, slowing his pace as he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no blood demons lurked nearby. Taking several deep breaths, he verified the absence of the metallic scent of blood in the air before finally relaxing. At last, he could catch his breath. Duke set 13 down, revealing himself while pulling out a bearskin mat, a blood food pill, and a water pill. Upon seeing Duke's sudden appearance, 13 bounded over excitedly, showering Duke with affectionate licks to express his longing for his feline companion. Though only separated for 2 days, 13 felt as if he might perish from missing Duke. Wherever Duke was, 13 would fearlessly traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames. Duke, feeling rather annoyed after being pounced upon, pushed 13 away. Aren't you too old for such childish antics? Be careful, or you might end up without a mate. Although Duke thought this, he still handed 13 a blood food pill. Knowing it had been nearly 2 days since 13 had eaten, the poor pup had been mistreated by those humans. It was a pitiful state indeed. After consuming the blood food pill, 13 was further pampered with water from a pill Duke pressed into his mouth. Yet, this did little to calm the excitable pup, who continued to leap around Duke, barking joyfully. Ultimately, Duke had to give 13 a firm paw to bring him back to calmness. Nevertheless, 13 lay beside Duke, pressing against him. Duke cast a disdainful glance at 13 but remained still, knowing that any movement would cause 13 to cling to him like a piece of sticky candy. Sighing, he recalled his past life where he had raised a Siberian husky, which had been adorably plump as a puppy but had grown into a face reminiscent of a donkey, often gazing at him with profound seriousness, especially during its bathroom breaks. That expression seemed to ponder the very essence of canine existence. Sigh. Such thoughts were hard to articulate. As Duke contemplated, he tucked his paws in and consumed another blood food pill, chewing thoughtfully. The sudden influx of blood demons within Jinyun Mountain was decidedly abnormal. Clearly, behind the martial pursuit and the search for the mysterious plant lay a conspiracy shrouded in darkness. And the waters run deep, deep enough that even any noble of the Sioux family would find it impossible to navigate easily. The initiates are powerful, but they are not invincible. Otherwise, the caravan would never have been ambushed. Bright arrows are easy to evade, but hidden daggers are not. After deliberation, Duke concluded that they would need to remain in Jinyun Mountain for a time, at least half a month. After that, they would devise a plan to escape and return to the Sioux family. This was the most prudent course of action. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint tremor suddenly approached from afar, rapidly intensifying. In but 2 breaths, a heavy object plummeted before Duke and 13. The sound akin to a boulder crashing into a river, reverberating and causing Duke's ears to ache. What has now emerged? Duke gazed at the suddenly materialized enigmatic figure, his heart lamenting as a pair of enormous hands tore through the dust that had risen from the ground. Simultaneously, a pair of fierce and savage eyes turned towards him. More precisely, they fixated on the bearskin rug beneath Duke. With a low growl reminiscent of a bear's, a visage brimming with primal ferocity emerged before Duke, its nostrils flaring as it intently scrutinized the bare skin beneath him. This was the scent of the elder brother. The roar erupted like thunder on a clear day, and as Duke's blood surged, his ears rang with a deafening buzz, overwhelmed by an indescribable malevolence directed at him. Why was the elder brother's pelt lying beneath you? Chapter 57. Though I am unattractive, I am quite gentle. Why is my elder brother's fur beneath you? The towering man bellowed, his fierce gaze causing Duke to flinch. The bear he had slain belonged to this iron tower of a man. Surely, this was a mistake. Wait, Duke suddenly recalled previous conversations. The leader of the Qinxian sect and the merchant Jia had mentioned that the barbarian they were hunting was raised by a wild beast, a bear, to be precise. In other words, this imposing figure before him was the very barbarian who had drawn many martial artists to the steam-clouded mountains, the same one everyone was pursuing? Good heavens! Realizing this, Duke felt a shiver run down his spine. How could he be this unlucky? Just when he escaped a tiger's den, he stumbled upon a lone wolf. However, many of his previous confusions were now elucidated. No wonder, after he had cleaned up the blood from the badger that had burst, that bear had come to block their path in the tree hollow. The bear was not wandering aimlessly nor drawn by the scent of the badger's blood. It was lured by the essence of the blood sheep pill. This meant that the barbarian had likely been feeding the bear martial artist elixirs for quite some time. Otherwise, a bear raised in the wild wouldn't have reacted in such a manner after consuming a blood-chi pill. Moreover, the bear's intelligence was nearly that of a mythical creature. In summary, the bear he had previously slain was likely one of the cubs nurtured by this barbarian's bear mother. This barbarian possessed a transformative herb that could enable beasts to articulate human speech. It seemed that this herb was intended for the bear. Duke, seeking to catch his breath, had instinctively used the bear's fur as a cushion, unknowingly attracting the barbarian's attention with its lingering scent. The realization drove Duke to a frenzy. How could so many coincidences lead to his predicament? Why was reality more absurd than fiction? Speak. The barbarian roared again. Why does my elder brother's fur lie with you? What has happened to him? Faced with the barbarian's accusation, Duke's expression stiffened. Nevertheless, he tilted his head, offering a sheepish grin, and raised a paw, letting out a soft meow. As the barbarian observed Duke's feeble attempt to evade responsibility, his eyes reddened with fury. I shall tear you apart. The giant hand, akin to a fan, descended towards Duke, who quickly sprang up from the ground. Simultaneously, he shoved the dog aside. The young pup, caught off guard, tumbled away, while Duke leaped high, vanishing into thin air. Boom! The heavy fist struck the ground like a cannonball, shattering the earth beneath it. The force pressed the soil downwards, creating a crater, and simultaneously obliterated the bearskin cushion. As fragments of the bearskin flew in all directions, the barbarian's eyes blazed with intensified rage. Elder brother! The barbarian's roar resonated, echoing like that of a bear. As soon as the sound reverberated, Duke, who had been poised to flee with the dog, staggered and fell to the ground, emerging from his invisible state. The roar struck Duke's mind like a sledgehammer, leaving him dazed, and he expelled blood from his mouth, clearly injured by the shockwave. Damn it! Duke's vision blurred, and a relentless ringing filled his ears. In his haze, he lamented his misfortune. Why must I encounter such calamities? The barbarian, having expelled Duke from his invisibility, advanced towards him. The weight of his footsteps made the ground tremble. Speak. What has happened to my elder brother? Duke struggled to open his eyes, the swaying figures before him slowly coming into focus. The cat spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing, damn it. I was the one who killed him. What is it to you? With anger surging within him, Duke let out a sorrowful, yet fierce cry. His desperate yowl carried a hint of rage and intent to kill. An inexplicable aura began to rise from him, albeit faintly, yet it was nonetheless awakened. Having grown up among beasts, the barbarian understood the significance of Duke's roar. Sensing the underlying meaning in Duke's cry, the barbarian exhaled a hot breath. I shall crush you. Raising his foot, the barbarian aimed at Duke, who was just regaining his footing, and the young pup staggered over, barking fiercely at the barbarian. Woof! Woof! The barbarian's attention shifted to the half-grown pup, his eyes narrowing with malice. Let us crush them both. What will you crush? The harsh voice echoed, causing the barbarian to hesitate. Just as he was about to act, a monstrous hand descended upon him, severing his head from his body. His massive form froze in place, blood gushing from the jagged neck, spraying 3 feet high. The splattered blood stained the young pup and Duke's fur. Simultaneously, a titanic figure appeared before Duke, holding the enraged barbarian's severed head. Having sensed the aura of the supernatural, he had intended to investigate, but little did he expect to arrive just in time. The mysterious figure's voice was raspy, yet his gaze upon Duke was gentle. Tossing the barbarian's head aside, he lifted the injured Duke from the ground. As the bloodied hand gently stroked Duke's fur, an indescribable coolness seeped into Duke's lungs. The cat, injured from the earlier roar, coughed up blood. The peculiar figure spoke softly. Just let it out. Just let it out. This barbarian employed a martial artist's sonic technique. A master can kill from a distance. You, little one, have merely sustained internal injuries from the shockwave. Your cultivation is impressive, far exceeding your peers. As Duke's senses gradually returned, he opened his eyes to behold a face of deep indigo. Additionally, the figure's head was swollen and protruding, resembling layered mountains, with fiery red hair and a mouth filled with sharp teeth, capable of silencing a child's cries. This was surely a Yasha, a creature of legend. Duke quivered at the sight of the Yasha's visage, wondering what manner of being had come to his rescue. Fear not, fear not. The Yasha spoke softly, continuing to stroke Duke's fur. Alas, little one, you have yet to enter the path. Why are you here, far from your catkin's domain? This is not a place for you. Know that the Steam Cloud Mountain is a banquet ground designated by the esteemed by Gong, a reward for all blood demons. How could a mere raccoon spirit, just beginning to manifest its aura, find its way here? The Yasha paused, seemingly noticing something. Lifting Duke's chin, The Yasha scrutinized Duke's golden eyes, his brows arching in surprise. The Jade Chi flight technique. Seeing the Yasha's expression shift, Duke tilted his head and smiled. Employing his signature charm. Rebellion seems futile. Perhaps it would be wiser to attempt a ruse to slip by unnoticed. It should prove effective. Or so one might hope. However, Duke did not anticipate that the moment he adopted a coy expression, the Yasha would tremble violently, its nostrils flaring with fervor, steam billowing from its crown. Duke, too, felt a surge of alarm, as though he were teetering on the brink of an erupting volcano. My apologies. I startled you. The Yasha quivered as it set Duke down, simultaneously clenching its fists and stamping the ground. As its foot struck the earth, creating a sizable crater, Duke's heart skipped a beat. Could this Yasha be unhinged? Yet, to his surprise, the Yasha crouched down, extending a hand toward Duke, seemingly yearning to touch but hesitant to do so, as if fearing to frighten him further. Duke blinked, and upon seeing his reaction, the Yasha clutched its chest, its breath quickening once more. This creature. Duke blinked again, and 13 approached his side, casting a wary glance at the Yasha, apprehensive of any potential harm it might inflict on Duke. Still, the Yasha remained in a state of uncontainable excitement. At last, the Yasha erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. You, the roguish thief, how can you declare that in spite of my grotesque appearance, no feline would ever smile at me? Yet here I stand, not only graced by the laughter of a cat, but also that of the illustrious Shiuxiophilion, one of the 4 great spirit cats, no less. Did you ever imagine such a thing? Wahaha! Truly, today is a day of unparalleled joy. Amidst the Yasha's jubilant laughter, Duke found himself struck by an unexpected realization. This crimson-haired, blue-faced creature with its colossal maw and fearsome fangs appeared, perhaps, to be a fervent feline enthusiast. Indeed, it was the kind of fiercely contrasting enthusiast, intimidating yet tender-hearted. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Beast Skin. Ha 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 ha. The nightmarish figure of the red-haired, blue-faced Yiksha laughed with a sound as grating as a screeching owl. A truly dreadful sound. Especially when he erupted into laughter, a faint red glow emanated from the summit of his layered hair, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Nonetheless, the creature appeared to be in high spirits. Therefore, it seemed that Duke and his canine companion were likely safe. For now, just as Duke contemplated this, the Yiksha swept him off the icy ground, lifting him high into the air, cradled in hands that could easily sever a human head. Duke found it impossible to remain calm. However, when he glanced down, he saw the Yiksha grinning broadly, eyes squinted in delight, prompting a resigned sigh from him. Perhaps being rescued by a Yiksha fond of cats might be a turn of fortune. Meow, dear cat, smile a little more. The Yiksha, while hoisting Duke aloft, spoke in a hushed tone tinged with impatience. It was akin to the desperate plea of a person waiting in line for a public restroom, clutching a tissue, legs crossed, begging the occupant to hasten and conclude their business, instead of idly scrolling through videos. At this moment, the Yiksha exhibited a somewhat humble demeanor. Faced with the Yiksha's earnest request, Duke could only comply, widening his eyes, drooping his ears, and emitting an adorably plaintive sound. The soft, tender mew sent a shiver through the Yiksha, causing warmth to rise from his forehead into the night sky, lingering in the air. With trembling hands, the Yiksha's eyes glistened red, tears welling up, and a pair of fleshy wings unfurled from his back as he soared into the night sky with Duke, spiraling joyfully through the air. His exuberance was unmistakable. Duke, cradled in flight, turned to glance at the ground, feeling a jolt of trepidation. He was not afraid of heights, provided he could maintain his balance and control his landing. However, being whisked away by this Yiksha was nerve-wracking. What a stark contrast this Yiksha presents, he thought. For the legendary Yiksha was known for their savage nature and penchant for violence. Yet this one was entirely different. Moments later, the Yiksha gently descended, crouching down to carefully place Duke back on the ground. Once on all fours, Duke felt as if his heart might leap from his throat. What a thrill! At that moment, Little Ha came bounding over, his demeanor hostile as he positioned himself protectively in front of Duke, tail drooping, ears flattened, baring his undeveloped teeth in a fierce glare at the Yiksha. Awoo! Awoo! The dog's howls prompted Duke to cover his face with a paw. Was he cursing again? His language had become even more colorful. The Yiksha, taken aback, glanced between the dog and the cat, seizing the opportunity while the Yiksha was distracted. Duke leapt onto Ha's back, striking a pose as if riding him. However, as soon as Duke mounted, Ha turned and bolted away. Indeed, the dog was now running with Duke on his back. In the blink of an eye, they dashed 100 meters away, leaving the Yiksha momentarily stunned. Recovering from his surprise, he mused aloud. A dog carrying a cat. How rare indeed. With that, the Yiksha spread his wings and effortlessly retrieved the fleeing duo. Once back on the ground, Ha continued to bark furiously at the Yiksha, blocking Duke with his body, eyes radiating hostility as he barked with fervor. The Yiksha, amused, seized Ha and delivered a light smack to his forehead. You little creature, you are quite loyal. In the midst of this, Ha coughed up a clot of blood, having been previously startled by the roar of that barbarian. After the Yiksha healed him, Ha's growls became even more robust. Duke, exasperated, covered his face. When had this dog become so clingy? You, little cat, have an amusing companion, the Yiksha remarked after setting Ha down. Duke hurried over to restrain Ha, who, feeling Duke's grip, glanced between Duke and the Yiksha before puffing out his chest and sitting beside Duke, paw draped over him. Yet, Duke swiftly pushed him away. This dog was becoming overly affectionate. Witnessing this spectacle, the Yiksha burst into hearty laughter, finding the antics of the cat and dog exceedingly entertaining, unlike any he had encountered before. You, dear cat, must have come here on the back of this dog. Sitting cross-legged, the Yiksha adopted a serious expression. However, it is wrong to wander away from home. Upon hearing this, Duke rolled his eyes. Did the Yiksha think he had desired to escape? It was merely an unfortunate accident that had cast him into this desolate mountainous region. Even though a spirit cat is inherently free, straying too far from home is ill-advised. I shall return you home later, the Yiksha declared. Duke paused, surprised. Home? Where was that? But before he could ponder further, the Yiksha suddenly fixed his gaze to the south, his expression turning grave as his wings unfurled. The White Sovereign has decreed that the demon clans must not harm one another. How can there be such a foolish creature disregarding the order? With that, the Yiksha soared into the sky, calling back to Duke, stay here and do not move. As his words faded, the Yiksha vanished into the night, leaving only Duke and Ha behind in the hollow. Once the Yiksha departed, Ha barked relentlessly at the direction of his retreat, brimming with bravado. Duke, however, paid little mind to Ha's howling, instead contemplating the Yiksha's earlier words. It was evident that the Yiksha had a fondness for cats. From his earlier demeanor, he seemed to have faced mockery in the past, leading him to believe no cat would ever approach him. Yet, through sheer happenstance, Duke had won his favor. The Yiksha's protective intentions were unmistakable. But who was this White Sovereign? Did the blood demons roaming the Jinyun Mountain have any connection to him? Duke's thoughts swirled chaotically, and after a moment of reflection, he sighed. Regardless, he needn't worry about being targeted by blood demons, martial artists, or any other troublesome entities. With the Yiksha's protection, both he and the foolish dog should remain safe. Moreover, there was another pressing matter at hand. Duke turned his gaze to the headless corpse of the bear-like barbarian, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. This bear had been pursued due to his possession of the transformative tongue herb, which could be exchanged for a primal elixir. While Duke had little interest in the primal elixir himself, he would merely use it as cat litter upon returning to the Sioux family. The transformative tongue herb held significant value for him. With this thought in mind, Duke disregarded Ha's barking and dashed toward the corpse of the bear-like barbarian. After barking for a while, Ha, seeing the Yiksha did not return, turned smugly, only to find Duke had already abandoned him to approach the lifeless body. Woof, woof. Ha rushed toward the corpse, urgency lacing his barks. Master Cat, you can't leave your dog behind. Meanwhile, Duke had already begun to pry open the clothing of the bear-like barbarian with his claws, revealing a wooden box nestled within. Upon extracting the feline from its wooden box and sliding open the lid, Duke beheld an extraordinary herb nestled within. This plant measured merely 3 inches in length, its roots resembling a trachea, while its leaves mimicked the form of lips and tongue, exuding an inexplicable fragrance that stimulated his salivary glands. The stem, akin to a trachea, and the leaves, like a tongue, indeed suggested that this was the fabled transformative tongue grass, capable of endowing beasts with the power of human speech. Overwhelmed with excitement, Duke hastily secured the herb. With this transformative tongue grass in his possession, he could refine it into a pill, consume it, and transcend the 12 realms, transforming his very essence to articulate human words. At that moment, little Ha began to whimper, burrowing into Bear Aman's garments, emerging with a piece of beast hide in its mouth. Proudly, little Ha presented the hide to Duke, brimming with an expression that seemed to implore praise. Duke scrutinized the hide, his mind clouded with curiosity. Its material was indiscernible, the fur on the reverse side silky as if alive, while the front bore an imprint of a tattooed figure. Gazing intently at the image, Duke felt a momentary daze, as if his consciousness were drawn toward the figure. Suddenly jolted back to awareness, he retreated a few steps, bewildered by the strange power that seemed to ensnare his very spirit. Shaking his head, Duke cautiously rolled up the beast hide and tucked it into his black cauldron space. Whatever it was, he would examine it later. If he could not discern its nature, he would simply refine it and consume it. Suddenly, a whoosh sliced through the air, accompanied by a howling wind, as Yasha swiftly followed. The blood-soaked Yasha, with cold eyes and a grim countenance, softened slightly upon seeing Duke. After all, a cat servant's nature is hard to alter. Now that I have some leisure, I shall escort you away from the misty cloud mountain and back home. Remaining here may prove perilous, as that frenzied horde of bloodthirsty demons could pose a threat to you. Meow? Duke blinked, and before he could grasp the situation, Yasha had seized him and Little Ha. Soaring into the sky, struggling against the forceful grip, Duke found the claws of Yasha to be as unyielding as forged steel. No. I am grateful for your intention to extricate me from Misty Cloud Mountain, but at the very least, could you inform me of our destination? Chapter 59. The sound of meows resonates through the heavens. The city is filled with cat owners at the break of dawn. The eastern sky revealed a pale light. A figure descended from the heavens, landing on the walls of a city. Upon touching the ground, the Yasha placed the cat and dog on the battlements. All right, little one. You're home now. After setting down the animals, the Yasha crouched down, and not far away, the sounds of commotion could be heard. Something seemed to have fallen nearby. Let us go check it out. As the voices fell silent, the Yasha gently patted Duke's head. Next time, don't wander off, you might get snatched away. After playfully poking the cat's nose, the Yasha glanced towards the pale light of dawn, unfurled their wings, and soared back into the sky. Circling in the air for a moment, the Yasha flashed a toothy grin at Duke before swiftly returning in the same direction, creating a sonic boom in their wake. Watching the Yasha depart at such incredible speed, Duke gaped in astonishment. How could the Yasha be so fast? When they had flown with him and the dog, they must have been cautious, not using their full strength. But after a brief moment of dazed reflection, Duke began to curse inwardly. Where the hell have you brought me? My home is in Qingzhou, at the Su family estate. As Duke wrestled with his frustration, 3 soldiers approached along the city wall. The leader, with a feathered blade at his waist, was flanked by 2 others wielding spears. The disturbance came from here. Search thoroughly and leave no stone unturned. As the soldier issued his command, Duke and 13 caught their attention. Seeing the soldiers, Duke suppressed his emotions momentarily, tilting his head to observe them, and let out a harmless meow. The soldier with the feathered blade knelt before Duke, scrutinizing the cat with a serious expression that soon melted away like spring snow. Oh dear, whose precious pet is this up here playing? As the soldier gently stroked Duke's head, the other 2 soldiers exchanged intrigued glances. Indeed. Whose pet is this that has been left unattended? Look at his eyes. They gleam like gold. Yes, this cat's physique, fur, and eye color are all splendid. The 3 soldiers continued their animated discussion around Duke, while 13, noticing the attention on his feline friend, glared at the soldiers and barked loudly. What kind of dog is this? I'm not just any dog. I'm the beloved companion of the cat. Where did this foolish dog come from? The soldier named Shui remarked disdainfully upon seeing 13, while the other 2 soldiers echoed his sentiments. There aren't many dog owners in the city. A thorough investigation should reveal the truth. But this cat seems to be with the dog, so they must belong to the same household. Did the pet take the dog out for a stroll? Let us take them down from the wall. This isn't a place for pets to roam freely. All right. I'll take this cat down myself. You handle the dog. After clearing his throat, Soldier Shui picked up Duke, handing 13 over to his 2 subordinates. The soldiers, watching their superior carry the exquisite cat away, exchanged glances of discontent. What kind of person takes such a lovely pet, but leaves us with this smelly dog? Come on. Let us go. One soldier grabbed 13 by the scruff and followed Soldier Shui down the wall. Once they reached the ground, Soldier Shui squatted down, allowing Duke to leap from his arms. The cat was cold and damp from the soldier's armor. As Duke regained his footing, 13 was unceremoniously tossed out by the earlier soldier. After rolling on the ground, 13 sprang up, seemingly unbothered. He rushed to Duke's side, then turned to bark furiously at the soldier who had thrown him. How dare you call me a foolish dog? I'm the cat's most cherished companion. Enough of that. Let us return to our duty. While conversing, Soldier Shui reached into his pocket and produced a small dried fish, offering it to Duke. Duke hesitated momentarily but accepted the treat and nibbled on it. After this little snack, let us hurry home. Stay away from here in the future and don't wander around anymore. After patting Duke's for a couple of times, Soldier Shui stood up and led his men back up the wall. As Duke chewed the fish, he leaped onto 13's back. Where exactly had that Yasha taken him? Yet, Judging by the Soldier S and the others' attitudes, the people here seemed quite fond of cats. As these thoughts traversed his mind, 13 carried Duke away from the wall and into the city. At this moment, the sun rose, casting golden rays that shattered the darkness, dispelling the cold and ushering in warmth and light. The previously unknown city suddenly came alive. As they moved away from the walls and onto a street paved with bluish stones, the lively shouts and bustling voices instantly filled Duke's ears. Upon exiting the street corner, Duke's eyes brightened, and 13 opened his mouth in surprise. Before them lay a broad avenue running through the city, teeming with people, and the clatter of carts and livestock created a vibrant market scene. Steamed buns, freshly made buns, flatbreads, still steaming hot, braised lamb. Come warm yourself with a bowl of braised lamb. Firewood, just gathered firewood. Master Chun, have the silks I ordered earlier arrived? Orchids, fresh from the mountains, still glistening with dew. Amidst the calls, the sense of breakfast wafted through the air, enticing every passerby's taste buds and stomach. The sounds of the livestock pulling carts filled the air. Yet, the most prevalent presence was cats. Duke glanced around, spotting countless cats mingling on the morning streets, each with distinct colors and forms. Cats were everywhere, on the streets, atop buildings, beside stalls, within shops, in trees, among the flowers, on carts, and in the arms of passers-by. Moreover, the townsfolk seemed accustomed to the cats scattered about. Some shopkeepers even offered food to the cats. Restaurants and breakfast stalls welcomed a variety of cats, and no one appeared to find it unusual. "Who does this beautiful kitty belong to?" a soft voice exclaimed. Duke turned to see a slender woman clad in coarse linen, carrying a basket filled with vegetables, glancing at him. A cat's head peeked out from the basket, curiously observing Duke, while the woman affectionately scratched her cat's ears. "Flower Slave, do you also find him attractive?" The cat, named Flower Slave, closed its eyes and began to purr, thoroughly enjoying its owner's affection, paying no attention to Duke. "Ah, you." The woman paused to gaze at Duke for a moment before continuing on her way. However, she was not the only one to notice Duke. A young man from a nearby stall selling braised lamb had just served a steaming dish to a customer when he casually spotted Duke perched on 13. The young attendant's eyes brightened as he took a couple of steps towards Duke, only to be called back by his master. "Xiaoluer, why are you dawdling instead of attending to the guests?" the shopkeeper exclaimed. "But master, there's a snow-white raccoon dog standing at the street corner, perched upon the back of a wolf dog. It's truly a marvel." The shopkeeper, bewildered, retorted, "Have you lost your senses? Which family's raccoon dog would associate with a filthy, smelly mutt?" The shopkeeper stepped out of the store and into the awning outside. Xiaolua pointed at Duke, saying, "Master, look." The burly shopkeeper turned his gaze towards Duke and exclaimed, "Oh my, whose raccoon dog is this? It's astonishingly beautiful." Not only the shopkeeper, but even the patrons who were breakfasting turned their attention to Duke. "Wow, what a handsome creature this cat is," they remarked. "Indeed, just look at that coat, that stature. My goodness, those eyes shine like gold, simply exquisite." The snow-white cat that was selected last year pales in comparison to this one. The sight of the cat riding atop the dog was even more amusing. "I've heard that the esteemed Mr. Wu from Chang'an has a white cat named Snow Lion, with fur as white as freshly fallen snow in early winter, but having seen this one today, Mr. Wu's Snow Lion cannot hold a candle to it." The patrons gathered around Duke, offering their enthusiastic praises, some even picking up a piece of lamb, holding it beneath for Duke to partake. "Xiaolua, Xiaoluer," the shopkeeper called out repeatedly as the earlier attendant emerged from the room. "What is it, master?" "Go fetch some lamb for that raccoon dog. Remember to rinse it. Avoid salt and vinegar, or it will shed its fur." "Understood, master. I shall attend to it right away." Xiaoluer turned and re-entered the room, while nearby patrons laughed, saying, "Haha, our Master Chun is certainly splurging today." "Indeed, such a beautiful cat deserves a treat," another chimed in. "Well said. Today's expenses for this cat are on my tab. Haha, we want to let the guests bear the cost. Ah, how fortunate we are in Maocheng, blessed by countless raccoon dogs, free from warfare and calamity. Yes, year after year, the weather is fair and the granaries are full, all thanks to the raccoon dogs. This cat is simply too beautiful, just like the 4 legendary spirit cats described by the storyteller." Exactly, exactly. If I could see any one of the 4 legendary spirit cats, I would die content tomorrow. Chapter 60. Finally able to speak. "Come, it's time for dinner." The young servant, Xiaolu, placed a steaming bowl of boiled mutton in front of Duke and Shursan, affectionately patting Duke on the head. After the gesture, Xiaolu sighed. "Ah, this feeling is truly no different from silk." Xiaolu, after serving the meal, "Hurry back to work and don't slack off," the owner called out. I'm coming, Xiaolu replied, giving Duke one last pat before returning to the kitchen to attend to the customers. The mutton piled high in the bowl emitted steam, the savory aroma wafting into the noses of the cats and dogs nearby. Duke heard the sound of Xiaoha swallowing hard. Looking down, he saw Xiaoha's drooling expression and couldn't help but chuckle, giving him a light smack on the head. If you want to eat, then eat. No need to dawdle. With Duke's encouragement, Xiaoha eagerly devoured the mutton, while Duke, opting not to eat, hopped off his back and moved to the side of the restaurant. Owner, the raccoon is here, a customer exclaimed upon seeing Duke enter. The owner, who had just stepped out, regarded Duke with curiosity. What, is it not to your taste? Duke stood tall, bowing slightly in gratitude. The surrounding diners and the owner were taken aback. Goodness, such intelligence. Most cats eat and run, yet this one is so spirited. The owner, in a grand gesture, offered a meal for free, and Duke gracefully acknowledged the kindness. This was surely a tale to be shared. Amid laughter and chatter, the owner bowed in thanks to all the patrons. Thank you, everyone, for your generosity. After expressing his gratitude, the stout owner squatted down, reaching out to pat Duke's head. But noticing his greasy hands, he withdrew, laughing. If you're hungry in the future, just come by. I'll make sure you have a piece of meat. Duke bowed in thanks once more. By this time, Xiaohao had finished the mutton but was burping incessantly. Burp, burp, burp. Xiaohao approached Duke, looking pitiful as he continued to belch. Seeing the silly dog in distress, Duke covered his face with a paw. Nevertheless, he raised a paw to gently pat Shirsan's back, easing his discomfort. This scene drew curious glances from the other diners. Xiaolu, bring some soup. The owner saw that Xiaohao was choking and called for his servant. All right, you two, rest here for a while. Remember to come back when you're hungry. The owner chuckled, then turned back to his shop, busying himself once more. Shortly after, Xiaolu returned with warm soup, and Shirsan eagerly drank it down, while the dog was preoccupied. Duke took a moment to settle down beside him and entered the black cauldron space. Within the black cauldron, the tongue-transforming grass remained in the wooden box. With a thought, the grass flew out and directly into the cauldron, enveloped by flames as it began to be refined into a pill. Duke waited patiently as the tongue-transforming grass shriveled and twisted under the fire's heat. Impurities burned away, leaving only its essence. Before long, the cauldron trembled, and a thumb-sized pill soared out. Still warm, Duke tossed it back into the cauldron for a second refinement. Though one refinement was sufficient, why not exert a little more effort for something even better? As the tongue-transforming pill entered the cauldron, Duke felt his energy being drained once again, swaying slightly. Is this second refinement particularly taxing? At that moment, Shirsan had finally eaten his fill. Oh woo. Energized once more, Shirsan circled around Duke. Understanding the dog's intentions, Duke climbed onto Shirsan's back and settled in like a rider, allowing the dog to carry him out of the restaurant. The diners still enjoying their meals were taken aback by this display. Typically, cats and dogs are sworn enemies, yet this pair was a sight to behold. I wonder where this extraordinary creature came from. Oh dear, the raccoon festival is approaching. I hope to see this cat participate. Surely, although our city is governed by humans, everyone knows that here, cats reign supreme. Last year's champion cat was even called the Snow Tracking Lord. I wonder what title this year's will earn. Let us wait and see. There's still time. Indeed, indeed. Come back, Sugar Raccoon. In front of a yellow-walled, black-tiled house, a plump woman shook a bell in her hand, calling her cat home. Just then, a large orange tabby, resembling caramel, scampered along the wall, meowing loudly. However, a black and white wolf dog, carrying a white cat on its back, dashed past the tabby, causing it to leap in fright. Duke paid no mind to the startled tabby and instructed Shirsan to lead them through quieter streets. Exiting a narrow alley, Shirsan entered a long street, moving swiftly. Perched on the dog's back, Duke adjusted his position, syncing with Shirsan's movements while observing the colorful decorations and shadow puppetry along the way. The street was a tapestry of life, with courtesans leaning against elegant buildings, singing sweet melodies. Cats of all varieties, white, black, spotted, and raccoons, could be seen everywhere. Many cats couldn't help but gaze at this unique member of their kind. For while fierce cats are common, one that rides a dog is a rarity indeed. Shirsan swiftly led Duke out of the long street and finally stopped at a levee. The willow trees planted there had yet to sprout new buds, and the river's surface, still partly frozen, carried floating ice downstream. As Shirsan paused beneath a willow, Duke opened the black cauldron space once more. He retrieved 2 blood food pills, breaking one in half, one half for Shirsan and the other for himself. Gulp. After swallowing the blood food pill, Duke felt warmth spread through him as his energy quickly replenished. He tossed a clear water pill to the eager dog, while he himself prepared to consume the second refined tongue-transforming pill. Gazing at the pill, barely the size of a soybean, Duke took a moment to inhale its fragrance. Feeling his mouth water, unable to resist, he swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his throat, it transformed into a surge of medicinal energy coursing through his body, finally settling in his throat. Just as the effect began, Duke coughed suddenly. Ha! Ha! With each cough, Duke felt as though his throat was being tickled by a swarm of caterpillars, making him cough even more. Cough, cough, cough. As Duke continued to cough, his eyes squeezed shut, expelling thick phlegm. Seeing Duke's distress, Xiaoha stopped drinking and anxiously circled around him. Under the influence of the tongue-transforming pill, the itch in Duke's throat intensified, and he coughed out a white glob of phlegm. Thick phlegm congealed into clumps, falling to the ground without dispersing. Truly a most repulsive sight. However, after expelling this thick phlegm, Duke felt the itch in his throat begin to subside, replaced by an indescribable coolness. This refreshing sensation permeated his throat and tongue, leading Duke to instinctively stick out his tongue. Under the influence of this coolness, his tongue became icy and numb, akin to having a throat lozenge that had melted and then been chilled. While his throat felt cool and refreshing, his tongue was both cold and numb, prompting Duke to involuntarily curse aloud. Damn it, how can this elixir be so unbearable? Immediately after uttering this exclamation, Duke froze, realizing that he had not merely thought it, but had genuinely articulated the words. Duke tentatively began to speak, and as he uttered a syllable, his ears twitched in astonishment, a wave of indescribable joy flooding his entire being. I can talk? I can speak again. Oh my, what a relief. I can finally open my mouth once more. 13. Duke jubilantly shook little Ha, exclaiming, I can talk again. I can speak again. Ha ha ha. I can talk again. Chapter 61. The Meditation of Sealing Demons. A cacophony of ghostly wails emanated from the dam of Mouse City, startling several birds along the riverbank and drawing the attention of the nearby residents. What could be causing such a ruckus? It was peculiar, as the riverbank was generally devoid of people. Indeed, with the floating ice still unmelted, fishermen had yet to venture there. Who would be howling in such a desolate place? Could someone have accidentally fallen into the water? Oh dear, let that not be the case. Duke, unaware of the attention he was attracting while caught up in his exuberant laughter, muttered to himself, I wonder how the girl will react when she finds out I've learned to speak. He pondered. The customer at the lamb shop mentioned this is Mouse City. But where exactly is it? Is it far from Chizhou? As he lost himself in thought, he recalled that the girl had gone to visit her grandfather in Yunzhou. Although their caravan had been attacked, they had already entered Yunzhou's territory and would certainly not turn back midway. They would resume their journey after addressing the situation. At that moment, Duke had jumped onto the roof of the carriage to escape a foolish dog, only to be caught off guard by the first wave of the assault, which flung him away. Had it not been for the dog's timely reaction, he might not have survived. Yet, reflecting on it, had he not been pulled away by the dog, he would not have found himself stranded in the Steam Cloud Mountain, nor would he have acquired the transformation herb. Everything seemed to be part of a grand cycle of cause and effect, intertwined with fate. He needed to devise a way to leave Mouse City and journey to Chizhou. But currently, he had just completed his bone tempering and lacked sufficient strength, and the foolish dog had yet to mature. He must find a place to stay for a while, to cultivate diligently, and allow the dog to develop, thus enabling their return to Chizhou. Furthermore, as Mouse City revered cats, much like his previous life where San idolized the divine cow, perhaps finding a suitable place to cultivate here would prove beneficial. Duke spoke to the dog. 13, let us find a place to stay for a while. Woof. 13 nodded vigorously, shouldering Duke's burden as they departed the dam. No sooner had they left than a group of people arrived at the dam's edge. Wasn't there someone howling just now? Where did they go? Have they been swept away by the river? Mouse City, Linshian Square. Inside a certain shop, the sound of a blade gliding over a whetstone echoed clearly in the dimly lit room. A pair of exceptionally beautiful hands held a pair of scissors, meticulously honing them against the stone. Suddenly, a pair of emerald-like eyes illuminated the shadows, with dark pupils that seemed to absorb the vibrant green light, leaving only a luminous halo. A howl reverberated through the room like a tiger's roar, causing the hands sharpening the scissors to pause. An elderly man, his face etched with the passage of time, lifted his gaze. What is it? A low growl followed, and the old man chuckled sadly. I know that the night demon has visited. I am aware of this matter. But I also know that Jeannie chose to leave with that white monkey of her own volition, a decision we cannot alter. Is there a little one who has come to the city? The old man suddenly grew intrigued, unleashing a roar reminiscent of a tiger's. Very well, if you seek him, bring him here. After all, your lineage has endured much since I brought you here. It has been hard for you. He sighed, recognizing the dwindling numbers of the spirit cat lineage over the years due to the changes in the world. If you can find another, it would be fortuitous. Bring them back and teach them well, so they do not fall into the wrong hands. The emerald eyes in the shadows vanished, and the old man reached for a gourd ladle from a nearby bucket, scooping water to wash over the whetstone. With a splash, the stone was cleansed, and the old man resumed honing the scissors, his focus unwavering as if the world had narrowed down to just that pair of scissors. Mouse City, southwest corner. This place will do nicely. Duke nodded as he surveyed the sealed entrance before him. He wished to rest in Mouse City temporarily, cultivate for a time, and nurture 13 the cat. He had 13 guide him through the city, seeking out abandoned residences. At last, he had found one. Woof! 13 tilted his head curiously. But Duke ignored him, stepping onto 13's back to peer over the courtyard wall. Inside, the withered weeds lay like a carpet, and a roofless pavilion was ensnared in cobwebs, surrounded by ominous-looking decayed trees. It appeared desolate, likely untouched by human presence, making it a perfect hideaway for himself and 13. Nodding in approval, Duke leaped down from the wall, landing upright while cradling the dog. He jumped again, vaulting over the courtyard wall into the yard. After depositing the dog on the ground, Duke urged 13 to explore while he ventured into the collapsed pavilion. The entrance was thick with dust and cobwebs, and the interior was shrouded in darkness. Quite dusty, but a little cleaning will suffice. Duke squatted at the entrance, watching 13 navigate through the weeds while he immersed himself in the black cauldron space. Inside, everything was meticulously organized. During his recovery in the steam cloud mountain, Duke had taken to tidying up the black cauldron's contents while reading. At that moment, the pelt 13 had scavenged from the bear-like creature caught his eye, appearing particularly conspicuous. Ah, I nearly forgot about this hide. Duke recalled the tattoo etched into the pelt that had captivated his attention. With a thought, the pelt emerged from the black cauldron space, unfurling before him to reveal it was as large as an adult's back. Examining the edges, Duke gasped. Is this made from human skin? But how could such dense fur originate from a human? As he fiddled with the mysterious hide, his gaze fell upon the tattoo, depicting a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, obscured features, and indistinct heads on its shoulders, each arm forming different seals. As Duke stared at the tattoo, his expression grew dazed, and the world around him began to warp. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, jolting him awake. Something feels amiss. Duke recoiled, standing alert as he scrutinized the hide. It exuded an unsettling aura, as if it were not of this world. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he leaned closer, storing the hide back into the black cauldron space, casting it into the flames within. The flames enveloped the pelt, swiftly refining it. As the hide burned, an unknown liquid dripped from it, vanishing into nothingness the moment it touched the ground. Before long, the hide transformed into a small black pill, the size of a child's fist, still covered in fur. Duke gazed at the pill that had flown out from the furnace, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered a pill adorned with such peculiar fuzz. Was it moldy, or had it deteriorated? Nevertheless, it could still undergo a second refinement. Duke cast the black-furred pill back into the black cauldron and commenced the process anew. Once the pill entered the cauldron, the flames quickly scorched away its surface hair, akin to a freshly shorn head, revealing the tender pill beneath. As the pill was subjected to the flames, its color transformed rapidly, shifting from white to red, and then from red to black. Simultaneously, its size expanded from that of a child's fist to that of a jujube, its hue changing from black to a dark golden shade. The surface was intricately inscribed with strange characters resembling birds and beasts, and a mere glance seemed to draw one's very spirit away. When the dark golden pill soared from the cauldron, Duke swiftly retrieved it. However, at the moment it touched his claws, he felt a tremor. The pill's weight was beyond description, utterly formidable. Staring at the pill held in his grasp, Duke opened his mouth to devour it. Yet, no matter how large a cat's mouth may be, this jujube-sized pill was simply too much to swallow. He resolved to crush it instead. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the pill suddenly burrowed into Duke's throat, vanishing within. In that instant, the focus in Duke's eyes faded, leaving him frozen in place. Meanwhile, within the recesses of his mind, a cascade of memories that did not belong to him surged forth. Through these vivid recollections, he uncovered the origins of the beast's skin. It had once belonged to a humble farmer from 3 centuries past, taken from the skin of his back. This farmer had previously lived a normal life. However, while gathering firewood, he encountered a celestial red star falling from the sky, landing not far from him. Driven by curiosity and poverty, he approached the impact site. There, he discovered a book page within the crater formed by the star's descent. And upon reading it, the farmer grasped a profound technique. After cultivating this method, the pages of the book transferred to his back. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, he was ultimately slain, and his skin was flayed to serve as the vessel for the technique he had practiced. Then, the vision abruptly halted, and a segment of the technique flooded into his consciousness, imprinting itself as a page of knowledge. When Duke's gaze regained clarity, his expression morphed into one of complexity and astonishment. The Sealing Demon Contemplation. This was indeed a technique for demon cultivation. Chapter 62. The Awakening Cat Misses Out on Billions. This is actually the technique of the demon cultivators. Duke opened his eyes, whispering in disbelief, the brilliance in his gaze flickering incessantly. According to the records within the alchemical elixirs he had refined, the beast's skin obtained from Baramon was, in fact, a product of a rural farmer's cultivation hundreds of years ago, who, after studying a mysterious tome that descended from the heavens, ultimately fused the essence of that tome into himself. To an ordinary individual, this beast's skin would merely appear as an enigmatic and obscure method of body refinement. The formidable skills of Baramon likely stemmed from the tattoos on that beast's skin. However, those tattoos merely served as a threshold, a means to discern one's qualifications for cultivation. If an unqualified individual were to forcibly attempt cultivation, while there might be some miraculous effects, they would most likely end up damaging themselves severely. Once past that threshold, fulfilling the requirements for cultivation, if one were to practice improperly, the consequences could be dire. If the cultivation were superficial, one might merely develop a robust physique with peculiar traits in certain aspects. Yet, if one were to forcefully cultivate and advance without meeting specific conditions, they could transform into a grotesque hybrid of human and beast. For instance, the first farmer to acquire this page from the tome not only went astray in his practice, but also became a wild man. Ultimately, he veered off course, integrating the page into the skin of his back, only to meet a tragic end, flayed alive and perishing in the process. After Duke refined that beast's skin, he acquired all the teachings inscribed within the concealed page. This inheritance, as Duke described, was named the Demon Sealing Meditation, primarily focusing on physical cultivation, with spiritual cultivation as a supplementary aspect. The term sealing in the meditation does not signify confinement or restriction, but rather denotes a formal recognition or establishment. Practicing this demon sealing meditation would lead the practitioner towards a transformation akin to that of a great demon of the heavens and earth. Throughout the cultivation process, the practitioner would gradually unearth their bloodline potential, awakening innate abilities. However, the conditions for cultivating the demon sealing meditation are stringent. The threshold for practice is secondary, with the primary requirement being an abundant supply of sunlight and moonlight essence, along with a vast quantity of flesh and blood essence. While this sunlight and moonlight essence may seem unattainable for most demonkind, for Duke, it posed no challenge whatsoever. For ordinary demons, absorbing sunlight and moonlight essence without the right approach would lead to futile efforts, leaving them with nothing but the winds of the northwest. As for the flesh and blood essence, this was even simpler for Duke. In terms of both quality and quantity, he could meet the requirements effortlessly. Previously, he had been troubled by the lack of subsequent techniques for body cultivation, as the tiger-leopard stance only addressed the realms of flesh and bones, neglecting the later stages of internal organs and true energy. Now, with the acquisition of the demon sealing meditation, his urgent need was resolved. Although it was not a martial arts technique, utilizing it for demon cultivation would enable him to reach the threshold of enlightenment with ease. However, he still needed to devise a way to find subsequent martial arts techniques to address his current shortcomings. One cannot compare the ease of walking on two legs to that of just one. Duke exhaled deeply, realizing that this period of wandering had unexpectedly yielded such benefits. Some things, like the demon sealing meditation or the transformative herb, he could never obtain near the Sioux family or in the company of the girl. Not to mention the demon sealing meditation, even if the Sioux family could find the transformative herb, they would likely not provide it to him, and might even caution the girl against seeking it out. After all, the third elder of the Sioux family, Su Xiu, had long stated, humans and demons cannot coexist. This fundamental ideological divergence left no room for negotiation. As a family of cultivators, the Sioux family would certainly not raise a demon without due cause. Regardless of the depth of the girl's feelings for him, they would not permit it. Thus, this misfortune had turned into an incredible stroke of luck. At that moment, Shursan dashed out from the courtyard, evidently having completed his patrol of the premises. Approaching the cat, Little Ha had bits of grass stuck to his fur, yet Shursan paid it no mind, settling down beside Duke and panting heavily. Noticing Little Ha's state, Duke understood he was hungry and needed sustenance. He retrieved an old badger pelt from the black cauldron space and laid it on the ground for Shan to rest upon, shielding him from the chill. He also produced a few blood food pills, dividing them between the cat and the dog. After Little Ha had eaten his fill, he curled up and fell into a deep slumber. Seeing Shan begin to rest, Duke opened the black cauldron space and took out bone refinement pills, blood cheat pills, and moonlight pills, promptly consuming them. He first ingested the bone refinement pill, followed by the blood cheat pill, and finally the moonlight pill. Once the 3 types of pills settled in his stomach, Duke assumed the posture of the tiger leopard stance, lowering his eyelids to concentrate fully on envisioning a 3-headed, 6-armed demon deity in his mind. Having practiced the tiger leopard stance countless times, it had become instinctual for the cat. Each movement flowed seamlessly, responding to his thoughts and physical form. As the tiger leopard stance commenced, Duke's mind slowly delineated the image of a towering, 3-headed, 6-armed demon deity, extending from his feet upward through his calves, thighs, waist, abdomen, arms, and head. As Duke crafted this mental image, he felt a sudden tightness in his throat, followed by an involuntary tremor resonating within him. The tremor resonated through Duke's entire being, eliciting a deep resonance in his abdomen. Buzzing sounds filled the air, as if thunder rolled within him, causing his bones and muscles to vibrate, significantly accelerating the speed of his bone refinement and body cultivation. Simultaneously, the practice of the demon sealing meditation caused Duke's flesh to ripple as if a serpent slithered across his surface, emanating an indescribable aura. Though weak, this aura displayed a hint of brilliance, accentuating Duke's demonic allure, chilling demeanor, and inscrutable authority. Time flowed steadily, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the land, Duke finally opened his eyes, ceasing his cultivation. Exhaling a plume of white mist, the cat instinctively shook its body, its bones cracking and popping as if awakening from a long slumber. Duke, too, felt a vitality he had never experienced before. Not only was he brimming with energy, but his physique had also grown significantly stronger. The demon sealing meditation surprisingly enhanced his martial arts practice. Duke's eyes widened in astonishment. Practicing the demon sealing meditation alongside the tiger leopard stance yielded results that far exceeded the sum of its parts. The tiger leopard stance activated his vital energy, harnessed his strength, and refined his bones, while the demon sealing meditation, through visualization, fortified his spirit and body, stimulating the flow of vital energy and absorbing the mysterious forces from the cosmos to expedite his cultivation. Duke squatted at the entrance of the pavilion, lost in contemplation. If only resources were sufficient, achieving perfect bone structure would merely be a matter of time. However, he needed to ensure a steady supply of flesh essence, along with the essential moonlight and sunlight. Reflecting on this, Duke glanced at his black cauldron space. Realizing that the moonlight pills he had previously concocted were now in short supply, leaving only a few remaining. He had originally planned to consume one every 3 days, totaling 10 a month. However, it now appears that this quantity is utterly insufficient. Duke, having swallowed a blood food pill, allows his stomach to absorb the essence of its sanguine flesh as he emerges from the pavilion. Following the direction of the crumbling structure, he ascends to the rooftop, gazing up at the moon, which hangs in a state of near fullness. Must one wait for the moon to be full to cultivate? A sudden thought leaps into Duke's mind as he contemplates the moon. Wherever the moonlight reaches, there must be a flow of lunar essence. The distinction between a full moon and an ordinary night lies solely in the concentration of this essence. On the night of the full moon, the illumination is magnified, whether it be moonlight or lunar essence, rendering the absorption process for beasts and demons exponentially more efficient. Conversely, during ordinary nights, the lunar essence is sparse, making absorption laborious. Thus, most demons opt to cultivate on the night of the full moon. Yet, for me, this is inconsequential. With my black cauldron, I can perform secondary refinement. Even with a lower concentration of lunar essence, I can distill it, extracting its quintessence. The self-reflective cat abruptly pauses, striking its own face in a moment of self-reproach, lamenting, I need not adhere to the conventional cultivation schedule of ordinary demons and beasts. Whenever the moon graces the sky, I can harvest the lunar essence. Understanding this, Duke feels a pang of regret. Why did I come to this realization so late? Had I grasped this sooner, I would have consumed an immeasurable quantity of lunar essence by now, undoubtedly advancing my cultivation significantly. Damn it, what a loss. As the heart-wrenching realization weighs heavily upon him, a shadow suddenly leaps from the night, landing before the courtyard entrance. The figure, squatting at the door, reveals eyes like emeralds. These eyes stare unblinkingly at the courtyard's sealed gate, radiating a sense of frustration. This little rascal, how can he run so swiftly? I scoured the entire city only to find him. Chapter 63. If we're going to fight, why the spectacle? Within the dilapidated courtyard, atop a crumbled roof, a cat with pure white fur bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight gazed unblinkingly at the bright moon with its golden eyes, exuding an ethereal aura. Indeed, it was effective. Duke, multitasking, observed the moon while witnessing the continuous influx of moonlight into the black cauldron, his heart a tumult of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that the moonlight elixir no longer required waiting for a full moon, while the sorrow arose from the fact that it had taken him so long to comprehend this, a significant loss. The moonlight poured steadily into the cauldron, and after being refined by the flames, the moonlight elixirs began to emerge from the black cauldron. Duke, whose stamina was being relentlessly drawn upon, simultaneously concocted elixirs while devouring blood food elixirs within the cauldron space, blending them with the moonlight elixirs, envisioning a three-headed, six-armed demon in his mind. As Duke was absorbed in his alchemical pursuits, a shadow leaped silently from outside the courtyard, landing gracefully like a bird. Upon landing, it revealed a pair of emerald eyes, fixated on the white cat atop the roof, moving with the stealth and grace of a prowling tiger, exuding an indescribable aura. The shadow traversed the overgrown weeds in the courtyard, leaping more than 3 meters to land atop the roof. It approached Duke silently, stepping on the grime-covered tiles. At this moment, Duke remained engrossed in extracting the moonlight to refine into elixirs. The black cauldron demanded stamina, thus he alternated between alchemy and cultivation. The process of refining elixirs drained his energy while cultivation replenished it, creating a perpetual motion akin to a cat's self-sustaining mechanism. Of course, this was merely a jest, as there were limits to cultivation. Exceeding those limits necessitated rest and recuperation, lest one damage their foundation. While Duke was engaged in his alchemical and cultivation endeavors, the shadow crouched beside him, its emerald eyes quietly observing. The gaze conveyed a complex array of emotions: anger, curiosity, and affection. As time passed unnoticed, when the moon began to wane, Duke jolted back to awareness, his mind still focused on the shimmering moonlight elixirs within the cauldron. He could not help but break into a radiant smile. Although these moonlight elixirs were not gathered during a full moon, they could be refined further to enhance their purity. Just as Duke smiled broadly, the emerald eyes narrowed, and a paw swiftly struck Duke's forehead. Startled by the unexpected hit, Duke leaped 3 feet into the air and turned to face the assailant. In a single glance, Duke's eyes widened. The culprit was a black cat, entirely ink-black with emerald eyes and ink-like pupils. Under the ethereal glow of the starlit sky, a faint golden line appeared on the cat's forehead, extending down its spine to the tip of its tail. Upon seeing the full form of the black cat, Duke's eyes grew wide. To an ordinary observer, it might seem merely an exceptionally striking black cat. However, having previously seized and refined the prized beast's essence into elixirs, Duke was acutely aware of its significance. For this black cat was none other than the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger, one of the 4 legendary spirit cats. The bestiary included a verse describing it. The black dragon gazes through golden threads, while shadows envelop the body like ink. Its claws are sharp enough to tear tiles, and its tail, divided into 7 segments, commands the winds. This aptly described the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger. Its most notable features were the distinctive black eyes and the golden thread that only appeared under the starlit glow. Yet, a new question arose in Duke's mind. What could the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger possibly want from him, and why had it inexplicably struck him? As Duke scrutinized the creature, the black cat approached him, moving with an air of authority and grace that was decidedly uncat-like. With a fierce roar, the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger caught Duke off guard. "What do you mean by asking me to follow you?" Duke began, but the tiger's brow furrowed at his words. Duke's astonishment stemmed from his ability to comprehend the meaning behind the tiger's call, while the tiger was bewildered by Duke's ability to articulate human speech. "What do you mean? Why can I speak?" Duke retorted, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Is it a problem for you?" With a low growl, the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger pressed its paw down, shattering a tile from the roof. The sudden noise startled the dog below, who opened its eyes and looked up, puzzled by the commotion. What was the cat up to? What did it mean by spirit cats have their own paths, untainted by others? Duke furrowed his brow again. What did the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger mean? Was there a secret cultivation method unknown to the world among the 4 legendary spirit cats? With a booming roar, the Moonshadow Black-Eyed Golden Thread Tiger flicked its tail, causing the surrounding tiles to shatter into pieces. What does that mean? Duke blinked, bewildered. What do you mean by saying I've gone astray? Who are you to judge me? Despite being one of the 4 legendary spirit cats, Duke had never encountered this one before. Today, The tiger had struck him without provocation, and now it was meddling in his cultivation path, which felt utterly intrusive. The moon-shadow black-eyed golden thread tiger, enraged by Duke's words, let out a fearsome roar, its aura shifting drastically. Duke's pupils narrowed into slits, sensing an indescribable sense of danger. The tiger's presence became as formidable as a mountain lion. According to the bestiary, the moon-shadow black-eyed golden thread tiger possessed a natural disposition that allowed it to recognize and vanquish malevolent spirits. In other words, when confronted by sinister entities, the moon-shadow black-eyed golden thread tiger could dominate them entirely, dictating their form and actions, in a manner akin to Duke's own unique abilities. The moon-shadow black-eyed golden thread tiger wielded extraordinary powers, yet Duke questioned whether a cat whose talents lay in combating malevolent spirits could truly surpass his own martial prowess. You wish to fight? Duke lowered his stance, claws bared, baring his teeth. Do you think I won't pluck your fur out? The moon-shadow black-eyed golden thread tiger let out a thunderous roar, its voice echoing like a lion's, striking fear into all who heard it. Yet, for Duke, it was of little consequence. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself at the black cat, shattering the tiles beneath him as he soared forward. The black cat, however, regarded Duke with evident disdain. As Duke closed in, the cat leaped effortlessly into the air, its long tail creating a powerful gust that shattered the air with a resounding crack. Duke, having endured a lash, merely grinned, untouched and unfazed. Cloaked in the ethereal attire of water and fire, he was impervious to the potent arrows of the 5 stones, which, from a distance, could not even pierce his fur. As Duke missed his target, his forelegs brushed against the shards of tiles shattered by the black cat, prompting him to pivot swiftly. The moment his hind legs made contact with the debris, he exerted force, treading upon the rooftop, leaving a trail of cracks as he lunged toward the black cat. The black cat, astonished by Duke's swift reaction, widened its eyes in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an agile maneuver. Yet, in that fleeting moment of surprise, Duke tackled it with force, descending from the rooftop. In his descent, he clamped his jaws onto the creature's fur, delivering a flurry of strikes with his claws, each blow landing upon its cheek. Not satisfied with a mere exchange, he unleashed another powerful kick, akin to a rabbit thrusting at an eagle, sending the black cat soaring through the air. The black cat, struck hard, flew horizontally, while Duke landed gracefully, absorbing the impact and turning his gaze toward the fallen feline. Well, do you still dare to confront me? Duke taunted. The black cat, having been kicked to the ground, managed to rise again. The moon-shadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger shook its dazed head and then looked up at Duke. Duke stood upright, his forepaws positioned in front and behind, while his hind legs spread apart, striking an awkward yet defiant stance. Wing Chun meow? Please enlighten me, he exclaimed, concluding with a chuckle. Now? Don't say I'm bullying you just because you have 2 legs. Seeing Duke's antics, the black cat's eyes flashed with anger, baring its sharp fangs. Simultaneously, its fur bristled, and the inky depths of its eyes expanded, the darkness swirling outward, dissipating into the air. Observing this, Duke halted in his tracks, sensing something amiss with the black cat. In the next moment, the moon-shadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger let out a fierce roar, from its paws emanating wisps of black and gold smoke. As the smoke coalesced above its head, it formed a creature as dark as ink, save for a singular golden line tracing from head to tail. With eyes as black as coal, Duke instinctively lowered his claws, staring in bewilderment at the moon-shadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger and the spectral beast hovering above it. We were merely sparring. Why have you summoned such a spectacle? Do you fancy yourself a Nico ninja? Chapter 64, In the Dead of Night, Disturbances Abound. And one cannot escape the claws of the black cat. Duke, standing upright, gazed at the moon-shadow golden-eyed tiger, which was merely 15 paces away. The creature's fur bristled, and wisps of smoke billowed from its limbs and back, forming a dark smoke beast above its head. This smoke apparition, though only the size of a tiger, emanated an ineffable aura of intimidation. Duke swallowed hard, confronting this feline apparition as though he were in the presence of a divine being. The pressure was overwhelming. With its inky gaze, the moon-shadow golden-eyed tiger opened its mouth in synchrony with the smoke beast above. A thunderous roar erupted, sending the weeds and earth in the yard flying. Duke's hair was whipped by the gale generated by the roar, leaving him feeling unsteady. What on earth is this creature? The chill at the back of his head made him abandon his earlier bravado. Duke could easily handle 100 ordinary cats or dogs, and even a novice warrior would fall before him. Yet, the moon-shadow golden-eyed tiger before him surpassed all expectations. Its might suggested it had entered the realm of enlightenment, a spiritually enlightened feline, exhibiting a form of power unlike anything he had ever encountered. Duke's heart raced as he contemplated the true meaning behind the tiger's earlier words about spiritual cats following their own path. If that were the case, how could one cultivate such power? Duke yearned for that dazzling strength. However, it seemed the creature was genuinely angered, and the situation had escalated. As Duke retreated a step, the moonshadow golden-eyed tiger advanced. The smoke beast floating above it bared its fangs in a menacing display. I cannot fight this. Duke quickly assessed the disparity in their strengths, his gaze sharpening as he inhaled deeply. Though he could not prevail in battle, he could still flee. With a sudden burst, he activated his stealth and vanished. At that moment, the moonshadow golden-eyed tiger's eyes glinted with disdain. A mere cub, yet to elevate its abilities to true powers, dared to flaunt its talents before me? Moreover, its application was entirely misguided. Anger flickered in the tiger's eyes as it pondered how this young one had strayed so far from the path of spiritual cats, muddling its energy with both warrior vigor and demonic essence. It even took pride in speaking human language, utterly misguided. Duke was oblivious to the tiger's thoughts. And even if he were aware, he would protest his innocence. The environment he had emerged from offered no access to authentic cultivation methods. The celestial martial strategies? He could only peruse them as a reference book, unable to practice them. He was merely feeling his way along, gradually forging a path suited to himself. Like seeking light in the dark, lost and bewildered. Yet, Duke could not afford to speculate on the tiger's thoughts now. After vanishing, he dashed towards 13. The small dog, nestled on a badger skin, had just noticed the commotion caused by the moonshadow golden-eyed tiger when Duke snatched it up and threw it over his shoulder, sprinting away. Duke vaulted over the 2-meter-high courtyard wall and landed on the street outside. Just as he steadied himself, the sound of a bell ringer echoed nearby. Following the tolling, he dashed away, covering more than 100 meters in just a couple of breaths. The moonshadow golden-eyed tiger lightly landed atop the courtyard wall, its smoke beast swirling about it, its form shifting unpredictably. Watching the spirited dog whisk away, the black cat's eyes glimmered with amusement. This little one even kept the dog. How fitting for a spiritual cat's temperament. There was something commendable about this. However, as Duke ran towards the bell ringer, did it think I would hesitate to pursue out of concern for mere mortals? How naive. At the stroke of midnight, a resounding voice rang out, bolstered by the clang of a copper gong. The bell ringer, holding the gong and drumstick, struck the gong again, yawning as he completed his rounds. With dawn approaching, he looked forward to a bowl of soup noodles before returning home for a well-deserved rest. As he quickened his pace, he suddenly spotted a black and white wolf dog speeding towards him. The bell ringer blinked in disbelief, wedging the drumstick under his arm and rubbing his eyes. No doubt about it, it was indeed flying. The wolf dog, belly up and tail tucked, was hurtling towards him at great speed. My goodness. The bell ringer's scalp prickled as he screamed and tossed the gong aside, sprinting away. Yet, after just 2 steps, he remembered he had left the gong behind and hurriedly turned back to retrieve it. In that moment of hesitation, the wolf dog zipped past him, racing down the street behind him. Stunned, the bell ringer neglected to reclaim his gong, instead turning to watch the wolf dog's retreating form. This is truly a ghostly encounter, he thought, snatching up the gong and clanging it frantically, stifling his fear as he shouted, "Ghost! Ghost! Help! Help!" His cries, mingled with the sound of the gong, reverberated for miles, rousing the residents from their slumber. Some, hastily donning their clothes, stepped outside to investigate, only to witness the black and white wolf dog gliding past their doors. "Ghost! Ghost! Help! Help!" The bell ringer's piercing shouts sent those who glimpsed the floating wolf dog reeling in shock. Some collapsed against their doors, too stunned to react. This is truly a haunting. In homes where fear gripped the inhabitants, the more timid quickly shut their doors, trembling as they retreated to their beds, covering themselves with blankets and refusing to utter a word. The bolder among them armed themselves with kitchen knives and pitchforks, lighting torches to assess the situation. As Duke sprinted further away, the number of disturbed households multiplied. Torches flickered like a flowing river through the streets. While the moonshadow golden-eyed tiger observed the chaos Duke had unleashed, wrinkling its nose in irritation. How could this little cat stir up such trouble? Realizing time was of the essence, the moonshadow golden-eyed tiger revealed its true form, allowing the smoke beast to manifest, leaping down from above. Duke, still clutching 13 and relishing the commotion behind him, felt a surge of pride. Such a ruckus would surely deter the black cat. If only he could find a place to hide with 13, avoiding the black cat for the next few days should be manageable. As for the mysterious powers exhibited by the black cat, Duke was envious, but his immediate priority remained evading it. Everything else could wait. He had long resolved to be more cunning, ruthless, and dark-hearted than anyone he encountered. As Duke contemplated the notion of ensnaring a sack, wielding a cudgel, scattering lime powder, and administering a soporific, he was abruptly interrupted by the unsettling barks of Shursan. The howls echoed momentarily before ceasing abruptly. The ebony feline, controlling the smoke beast, enveloped both Duke and Shursan within its smoky embrace, concealing them from view. The black cat, having secured its captives, vanished once more into the shadows. A short while later, a throng of villagers armed with torches and weaponry arrived at the scene, diligently scanning their surroundings. I just heard barking. It came from this direction. One exclaimed. In Mao City, domestic dogs are a rarity, with only a handful scattered throughout the town. The sound of a dog barking is exceedingly uncommon. Thus, the recent disturbance must have originated from this very spot. Search meticulously. Leave no stone unturned. Release the tracking cat to aid in the search. If that proves ineffective, we must deploy the guardian cat. Meanwhile, Duke, feeling ensconced in a cocoon of cotton, gazed at the black cat that deftly maneuvered through the air while commanding the smoke beast. As the feline advanced, it cast a glance downward, meeting Duke's gaze. With a sly grin, Duke curled his lips, squinting his eyes to reveal a row of gleaming teeth. So, is it possible to refrain from striking my face? He inquired playfully. The black cat responded with a smile. Well, you tell me. Is it possible? Chapter 65. Want to learn? First, learn how to be a cat. Ugh. My head hurts. Duke, just opening his eyes, groaned as his three-part mouth twitched. The first thing that greeted him was the beam of the room, or more accurately, a beam from which a rope dangled. Duke found himself ensconced within a basket suspended by this very rope. What is this? Duke rolled over and stood up from the basket, looking down to discover a pile of assorted items, realizing he seemed to be in a storage room. This cluttered space was filled with everything imaginable: furniture, paintings, pots and pans, with the most abundant items being whetstones used for sharpening blades. He was nestled in a bamboo basket, the bottom cushioned by some tattered clothing. The basket hung from the beam by a hemp rope, and on the side where the beam met the wall, a wooden board resembling a cat tree was wedged into the wall. Last night, as Duke recalled the events of the previous evening, his expression involuntarily twitched. That black cat was ruthless. How could it be that, as fellow spirit cats, there was no mercy shown? In this train of thought, Duke entirely forgot how he had approached the black cat and unleashed a fierce beating upon it. Right to its face. Stretching lazily, Duke felt the bamboo basket sway beneath him, yet he remained blissfully unaware. He was grounded in his stance. Leaping from the basket, Duke landed directly on the beam, traversing it for a while before descending along the wooden board that was embedded in the wall, exiting the storage room. Upon leaving, Duke's ears perked up. The sound of blades being sharpened against whetstones was resonating from ahead, a rhythmic clang that reverberated like music in the small courtyard. The one honing the blades was an elderly man, clad in a blue robe and with white hair, appearing to be around 60. Although lean, he bore the long robe gracefully. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of the cloudiness or dimness typical of someone his age. Instead, they sparkled with the clarity and focus of a child. The old man, deeply engrossed in sharpening a kitchen knife, pressed his thumb against the blade while his other fingers gripped the handle, methodically rubbing it against the long whetstone. His hands were remarkably elegant, with rounded knuckles and long fingers, the crescent-shaped nails devoid of any dirt. They resembled the hands of an artist, a musician, or a physician more than those of a knife sharpener. Awake? Without lifting his gaze, the old man spoke as he continued his task. You caused quite a stir in the city last night, and that girl Chien Sui was furious. She went to the spirit cat shrine at dawn to consult the muffled gourd about a solution. Duke tilted his head, his eyes filled with curiosity, yet he remained silent. The words of your dog are in the doghouse at the entrance. Given the commotion you caused last night, I took the liberty of dyeing him. If you're concerned, feel free to check for yourself. Also, there's leftover food from breakfast in the kitchen. If you're hungry, you may help yourself. My means are humble, and I cannot afford to provide you with lavish meals. If you desire flesh and blood, earn it yourself. At this point, the old man finished sharpening the knife. He poured a ladle of water over the blade, washing away the rust and revealing a pristine edge. He placed the newly sharpened knife on a nearby rack, blade facing upward, the back resting down, in a specially designed groove that secured it. Having set the knife down, the old man stretched his arms and then ladled water over the whetstone, rejuvenating its fine texture. What? You don't believe me? The old man set the ladle down and turned his clear, bright eyes towards Duke. The moment their gazes met, Duke's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. The old man's eyes were so clear that Duke could not see his own reflection, all he perceived was a blinding whiteness, akin to looking into a mirror under the sun. Duke stood frozen, as if he had forgotten how to breathe, his entire being captivated by the old man. Indeed. He was still young, yet to awaken the powers of his own eyes. The old man shifted his gaze away, sighing, and continued. Qian Sui brought you back last night and complained for quite a while. She said you were growing wild, practicing haphazardly, resulting in a chaotic flow of energy within you. And yet you take pride in speaking human language. At this, the old man shook his head, seemingly in agreement with the words of Qian Sui. Duke remained silent, merely squatting at the door of the storage room, observing the old man. Noticing Duke's silence, the old man chuckled. Why so quiet? Aren't you capable of human speech? Or do you not trust this old man? After a moment of contemplation, Duke spoke. Where is this place? Now that's a clear voice. The old man responded with a grin, pointing towards a door leading to the front hall. Go take a look for yourself. Duke followed the direction indicated by the old man, spotting a door draped with a blue curtain. Through the fabric's gaps, a faint light was visible. Turn back and look, Duke said, retracting his gaze. Why did you bring me here? It was Qian Sui who brought you. Although I consented, this is ultimately a matter concerning your spirit cat lineage. Qian Sui? Duke tilted his head, recalling the moon-shadowed black-eyed golden-striped tiger. Indeed, that's her. Her name is Qian Sui, a young lady in her 30s. The old man licked his lips, pondering whether he would ever hold a cat grandchild in his lifetime. That girl was quite stubborn. The black cat, Duke began, only to be interrupted by the old man. Her name is Qian Sui. Fine, Duke sighed, covering his forehead. What did Qian Sui use last night? I saw her emitting smoke, which transformed into fierce beasts. With those beasts guarding her, she soared through the skies. How marvelous. Want to learn? The old man discerned Duke's thoughts immediately. Duke nodded earnestly. I wish to learn. If you desire to learn, seek out Qian Sui. She will guide you. However, in your current state, it will be quite difficult for you to succeed. What do you mean by that? Duke furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier remark about his chaotic energy flow, and now being told that mastering the art of smoke beast would be tough. What was the underlying meaning? Look at yourself. Do you possess any semblance of a cat? The old man pointed at Duke, chiding, you resemble a human 7 parts and a demon 3 parts. But there is not a trace of a cat within you. You attempt to learn martial arts while cultivating a demon's form, yet you have not integrated the two. Instead, they clash chaotically, akin to a bowl of black sesame interspersed with a handful of white sesame seeds. Is my practice incorrect? Duke frowned, contemplating. The old man shook his head. It's not that it's incorrect. Rather, it is too disordered. Disordered? Duke pondered. Was his training really that chaotic? With the black cauldron as his foundation and the tiger-leopard stance as his martial basis, he had indeed navigated his path cautiously, each step solid. Furthermore, he had the demon sealing meditation to refine his demon spirit and solidify his soul. The combination of the demon sealing meditation and the tiger-leopard stance yielded results greater than the sum of their parts. He also had the blood food pills, moonlight pills, sun essence pills, and other elixirs he refined with the black cauldron as aid, allowing him to focus on his cultivation without the worry of pill toxicity. Advancing at an extraordinary pace, the old man surprisingly remarked that his practice was rather chaotic. Observing Duke's expression, he discerned the thoughts swirling within Duke's mind and chuckled. Hasn't Qian Sui mentioned that the spirit cat possesses its own unique method of cultivation? She did mention it, albeit only in passing, stating that the spirit cat follows its own path, untouched by others. Upon hearing this, Duke smacked his lips in contemplation. Such words indeed exuded a sense of pride. Naturally, the cultivation methods of the spirit cat lineage are unparalleled, if not unmatched in the world. My dear boy, why would you forsake the foundational for the trivial? Why abandon what is most suitable for you in favor of a path that is exceedingly rare? Faced with the old man's teasing gaze, Duke pondered his words. Can you teach me? Do you truly wish to learn? I do. Duke nodded vigorously. The old man, however, smiled and replied, if you wish to learn, you must first understand how to embody a cat. In your current state, I must reiterate, you resemble a human 7 parts, a demon 3 parts, yet not a single part of a cat. Chapter 66, The Sunder a Black Cat. 7 parts human, 3 parts demon. Duke passed through the door draped with a green curtain and entered the front hall, still pondering the words of the old knife sharpener. As he stepped into the hall, he was immediately struck by a series of frantic whimpers. Following the sound, Duke was rendered speechless. The once distinctly black and white little Ha 13 had now been transformed into a striking ginger hue. Not only that, but even the scent emanating from 13 had undergone a fundamental change. To the naked eye and by scent, there was scarcely a resemblance between the current 13 and the one he had known. However, those intelligent blue eyes remained unchanged, chained by an iron link. 13 rushed towards Duke upon spotting him, tautening the chain in the process. Duke then observed that 13 was bound with a chain no thicker than an adult's finger and about 3 feet long, tethered beside a water tank. This tank, placed at the shop's entrance, contained water for fish in its upper section, while the lower part served as a small den. Duke leaned closer to examine 13, particularly the peculiar water tank. The tank was partitioned, allowing for the dual purpose of housing fish above and a dog below. All right, it's okay. Duke gently soothed 13, patting the little dog's head while squinting to survey the shop's interior. The front hall was quite sparsely decorated. Aside from the water tank that housed 13, there were merely rows of shelves. These shelves displayed an assortment of knives, farming tools, scissors, and other items, each labeled with a wooden plaque inscribed with corresponding names. Additionally, there was a counter beside the green curtain, stacked with thick tomes, most likely account books or client lists. This establishment seemed dedicated to sharpening tools. One could only wonder how much the old man earned each day, and whether it sufficed for his own sustenance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, 13 nuzzled against Duke's neck, letting out soft whimpers. Duke glanced at the small, chipped bowl beside the water tank, which still bore a sheen of grease. It dawned on him that 13 had not yet had his fill. The old knife sharpener had fed him breakfast, but it was likely a mere afterthought. Whatever scraps were available, tossed to the dog, with a bit left for the cat, being spoiled since birth. 13's appetite had been cultivated to expect rich, blood-based delicacies. Ordinary food merely whetted his appetite. To truly satiate him, only blood food pills would suffice. Duke opened his black cauldron space, retrieved a blood food pill, and deftly placed it in 13's mouth. With something to chew on, 13 ceased his whimpering, settling beside the water tank and crunching the pill until it was completely ground, swallowing it down with a slurp. Meanwhile, Duke also took a couple of pills for himself. The cat, having finished its breakfast, glanced toward the black cauldron space. The supply of blood food pills was dwindling. It was no surprise, considering both the dog and he required sustenance, and his appetite had been growing. The initial batch of pills he had prepared had not yet been exhausted, largely due to his foresight in making ample provisions. It seemed he needed to find a place to procure some meat and refine more blood food pills. His cultivation of the demon sealing meditation also required blood food. As for moonlight pills and sun essence pills, there was no need for concern, as he could gather materials to refine them daily. However, blood food pills demanded more effort. With these thoughts in mind, Duke couldn't help but recall the old man's earlier words, 7 parts human, 3 parts demon. TSK, it feels as though that old man was insulting me. What does he mean by not cat-like? Duke leapt onto the edge of the water tank, balancing gracefully as he looked into the water. The reflection revealed a white cat staring back at him with golden eyes. Simultaneously, Duke's movement startled the fish within the tank, causing a flurry of splashes that shattered his reflection. Quite normal, Duke muttered to himself, lifting his gaze toward the outside. A small child caught his attention, donning a tiger-striped hat and a colorful coat, clutching a pinwheel tightly in hand, with a stream of snot running down his rosy cheek. Upon noticing Duke's gaze, the child waved the pinwheel enthusiastically. Duke couldn't help but smile. However, when the child saw his grin, their expression faltered, their eyes reddening, and they turned to run away, crying, "Mama, that white cat scared me." As the child's cries faded, Duke's expression fell. "What do you mean, I scare you? My smile is quite amiable. Thank you very much." Duke turned his attention back to the water tank, grinning once more, mimicking his reflection. Yet, something felt eerily off about it. Suddenly, a black paw shattered the reflection in the tank. Duke looked up to find the black cat from the previous night sitting on the opposite edge of the tank. The cat had somehow appeared on the other side, now facing him. Upon meeting Duke's gaze, the cat, Qiansui, tilted her head and let out a huff. "What are you huffing about?" Duke rolled his eyes in annoyance, retorting, "Do you not recall how I made you fluff up last night?" At his words, Qiansui narrowed her eyes, rising from her seated position and pacing along the edge of the tank. As she walked in a straight line, her sleek form approached Duke. Her eyes narrowed with ink-like fluidity, as if they might overflow. "Hey, I was merely teasing you a bit. No need to get all ruffled," Duke said, taking a silent step back. The black cat, noticing Duke's retreat, huffed again and began licking her fur. At that moment, the old knife sharpener entered the front hall, carrying a box of knives. The moment he stepped inside, Duke sensed an immediate shift. The bustling sounds from the street outside vanished as if an invisible barrier had segregated the shop from the outside world. This reminded Duke of how he had heard the old man sharpening knives when he entered the storage room earlier, given his auditory perception. It was impossible not to hear. In other words, it was the old man himself who muted all external disturbances. Lost in thought, the old man set down the box and began selecting knives, placing them one by one on the shelves, tagging each with a nameplate. After completing this task, he turned to the counter, picking up a ledger and preparing ink to grind. While grinding, the old man remarked, "Qian Sui, this child wishes to learn the cultivation methods of the spirit cat lineage. You should guide him and help cleanse the demon scent and human aura clinging to him. This little one seems to have been raised in a chaotic environment. If he wishes to learn the ways of the spirit cat, he must relearn how to be a cat. As the current inheritor of the spirit cat lineage, it is your duty to teach him well." Upon hearing the old man's words, Qian Sui let out a call and acknowledged the task. In truth, even without the old man's prompting, she would have taken the initiative to guide Duke in the cultivation of the spirit cat methods. After all, a spirit cat should not pursue martial or demonic paths, but rather focus on their own lineage's practices. Only the spirit cat cultivation methods would be most suitable for them. With this in mind, Qian Sui turned her gaze toward Duke, who happened to be looking back at her. As their eyes met, Qian Sui leapt down from the water tank and headed outside, prompting Duke to click his tongue in surprise. This black cat is a bit too self-centered. Without even a greeting. Yet, under the eaves, the cat must bow its head. In pursuit of the elusive feline's cultivation methods, I endure. As Qian Sui and Duke exited the shop in succession, Shursan yearned to follow, but the chains bound him, forcing him to circle near the water tank. Straining against the taut chain, Shursan gazed at the vanishing figure of Duke, desperately howling, "I want to go too. I want to go too. Master Cat, you cannot leave your dog behind." Chapter 67, The First Lesson of Being a Cat. Crisp pears, large and round, bursting with sweetness upon the first bite. Aged Huaiyao wine. Guests, do sample a taste. If you do not find it intoxicating, you own nothing. The freshly arrived tiger skin dumplings from Yuezhou are simply divine. Amidst the lively calls of vendors along the street, two cats, one black and one white, saunter side by side. The black one is Qian Sui, a moonlit-eyed golden-striped tiger cat, while the white one is naturally Duke. As Duke trails behind Qian Sui, his ears perked up high. He finds the cacophony of street vendors filling his ears, a delightful symphony rather than a nuisance. During their previous journey from the Su residence to the city limits, despite traversing the bustling city, the Su family's long-standing influence rendered the streets eerily silent, devoid of any vibrant market atmosphere. All he encountered was a stifling stillness. At that time, Duke perched atop the carriage, absorbing only fear and reverence, far removed from the warmth of human life. But now, in this lively city, Duke is acutely aware of the bustling essence of human existence, savoring its unique flavor. As he takes in the sights around him, he unconsciously slows his pace, falling significantly behind Qian Sui. Noticing the distance, Qian Sui turns her head and sees Duke lagging, gazing around with curiosity. "Hey!" Qian Sui furrows her brow and calls out, urging Duke to catch up. Duke flicks his ears and smirks, thinking that Qian Sui is being overly strict. However, as a cat beneath the eaves, he must yield. Complying, Duke quickens his pace to rejoin Qian Sui, who soon leads him down a narrow alley. At the alley's entrance sits a ragged old beggar, unkempt and slumped against the wall, with a tattered bowl before him and a tabby cat nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. The beggar strokes the cat's fur, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of contentment. As Duke follows Qian Sui into the alley, he glances at the old beggar, who responds with a toothless smile. Such a handsome cat. The beggar sighs, his gaze lingering on Duke. The tabby stirs awake and meows softly. "Yet, it is you who captures my heart." The old man coughs, his voice strained, causing the tabby to stir with concern. "Cough, cough. No worries, my dear. Nothing to fret about," he reassures, struggling to rise and placing the tabby onto his shoulder. "It's nearly mealtime. I must find you something to eat." With that, the old beggar picks up his bowl and shuffles away, the tabby perched on his shoulder, disappearing into the crowd, leaving only the faint echo of his weary calls. In the alley, Duke shakes his ears and glances back toward the entrance, but sees nothing. It feels like two worlds exist, one inside, one out. "Hey!" Qian Sui, now perched atop a wall, looks back at Duke, who has been lost in thought. I know, I'll hurry," he responds, leaping effortlessly onto the wall. As the surrounding voices fade, Duke follows Qian Sui, inquiring, "What shall we do today? I even left my foolish dog behind. Why must you ask so many questions?" Qian Sui retorts, rolling her eyes. Is it so wrong to converse? Duke protests, only to be met with a playful growl from Qiansui. As they proceed, Duke notices a child with a tiger hat, squatting in a yard, his pants down, staring at Duke with wide eyes. Clearly, he had overheard Duke's earlier conversation. Have you eaten? Duke asks the boy, who bursts into tears and runs into the house. Mother, that white cat followed me home. Duke, slightly offended, thinks. This child is hardly charming. Such a foolish child. Qiansui mocks, quickening her pace along the wall, with Duke following closely behind. By the time the boy returns with his mother, the yard is empty save for a steaming pile of excrement. Where's there a talking white cat? The mother scolds, tugging her son inside. Learning to line now, and you soiled your clothes. No, mother, truly. The boy protests. Unaware of the child's troubles, Duke continues to follow Qiansui. This black cat, adept at traversing rooftops, is not alone. Duke notices many cats doing the same, as if this were a feline-exclusive pathway. Having been discovered for his ability to speak, Duke remains silent, trailing behind Qiansui. Her movements are sprightly, her paws landing gracefully in a straight line, with Duke following. Resembling a fierce tiger. After traversing several streets, Duke spots 4 cats basking in the sun atop the wall. They huddle closely, tails entwined, resembling a cozy ball of fur. Upon sighting them, Qiansui leaps over, and Duke naturally follows suit. The 4 cats remain unfazed by their leap. However, Qiansui halts afterward, settling on the wall. Seeing her stop, Duke follows suit, curling his tail around himself and resting his front paw atop it. Ah, this is quite comfortable. Leisurely perched atop the wall, Duke surveys his surroundings. The wall faces a tavern, specifically its rear entrance. The street below is sparsely populated, with a few idle men leaning against the wall, scratching themselves. As time passes, more cats gather, and soon the 4 cats he previously jumped over are joined by others. Some larger cats leap directly over, while smaller ones wait for their chance to scurry beneath the larger cats. Before long, more than 30 cats occupy the wall, with Duke and Qiansui sandwiched among them. What is happening? Duke furrows his brow, just as Qiansui suddenly calls out. Meow? Startled, Duke turns to her. What do you mean by first fill your belly? Qiansui tilts her head mockingly, letting out a soft yowl. Duke blinks, puzzled. What is this nonsense about starting the first lesson by filling our stomachs? Moreover, Duke gazed at the back entrance of the tavern before shifting his attention to the surrounding cats, his expression gradually growing more displeased. You expect me to compete with these felines for the remnants of the tavern's meals? How absurd. Qiansui nodded in agreement, deeming him not entirely foolish. Yet Duke's frustration reached a boiling point as he roared in exasperation. How could you possibly suggest such a thing? Does your conscience not ache at the thought? Chapter 68. Do you truly have a conscience? Why did you compel me to do this? Does your conscience not ache? Duke, visibly exasperated, whispered fiercely at Qiansui, drawing the attention of several curious cats who seemed bewildered that this white cat could articulate like those 2-legged creatures. Meow? Qiansui taunted. You can't even manage this? Duke rolled his eyes and gestured towards the surrounding felines. Though I have merely attained the initial stage of bone refinement, my strength is such that I could effortlessly fell an ox with a single blow. You expect me to compete for food with them? Are you trying to incite me to eliminate them all? Upon hearing this, Qiansui raised an eyebrow, having just contemplated how to enlighten this young one. She had forgotten that he possessed martial prowess. His formidable strength could turn him into a menace if left unchecked. Yet, a solution was not beyond reach. The black cat regarded Duke and nodded slightly, acknowledging, You are quite right. This is indeed a point I overlooked. Now, let us proceed directly to the main issue and dispense with the frivolities, shall we? Duke's words were laced with trepidation, but to his surprise, Qiansui's eyes darkened, resembling an ink wash painting as tears brimmed at the corners of her eyes. Meow? Qiansui exhaled sharply, releasing a cloud of smoke that drifted towards Duke, infiltrating his nostrils and vanishing without a trace. The moment the smoke entered his body, Duke shuddered, overwhelmed by an indescribable weakness, as if his very backbone had been extracted, leaving him devoid of strength, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, with only the faintest trace of power remaining, one that befitted his age. Struggling to maintain his balance, the white cat croaked. What have you done to me? Why do I feel so feeble? Duke paused, then continued, so utterly drained? Meow. Qiansui observed Duke, who appeared as though he had lost his backbone, her expression turning serious. Just then, the door to the tavern's courtyard swung open, and a young server clad in short attire emerged, carrying 2 buckets of leftover food. Have you sealed my powers? Duke's eyes widened in disbelief. How could martial prowess be sealed? His current strength was built upon his innate abilities and martial training, the former allowing him to move unseen, while the latter constituted his very foundation, enabling him to wield the strength to fell beasts with a mere touch. Yet now, all of this power had been suppressed by this moonshadow black-eyed golden-threaded tiger. Were those who entered the path truly so unreasonable? Duke glared at Qian Sui through gritted teeth, but she remained unfazed by his demeanor, thinking that he had no semblance of a cat if he wished to learn the art of the spirit cat. At that moment, the server had poured the leftover food into 2 troughs outside the tavern. As the remnants hit the troughs, the 30-odd cats that had gathered on the wall stirred, leaping down and hastening towards the food. Having completed his task, the server returned inside, leaving the group of cats to feast. Meow. Qian Sui urged Duke as the cats sprang into action. Duke clicked his tongue, realizing that the black cat's heart was as dark as her fur, severing his escape route. However, one must break in order to build anew. To obtain something, one must sacrifice something. Everything comes at a price. Was it merely a matter of competing with a horde of cats for food? His powers were sealed, but he was not dead. With this thought, Duke leaped from the wall, and as he landed, a hum resonated within him, dissipating the impact. Although his martial powers were sealed, his martial achievements remained intact, having been forged into his very being that could not be so easily suppressed. As he dashed towards the trough, he found the cats already positioned according to size, devouring the leftovers. Duke's arrival, however, left him with no opportunity to squeeze in. Any attempt to force his way would result in the resident cats bristling with indignation. Hey! Duke's eyes widened as he tried to push through, but a cat quickly raised its leg and kicked him, sending him tumbling. Rolling on the ground, Duke, now dusty and disheveled, stood up and shook off the dirt. The kick had not harmed him. He had lost only his martial powers, not his martial skills, such as the fire and water garments. That blow had not injured him, yet its force had been difficult to withstand. In his current state, Duke resembled a character in a MOBA game, high armor but low attack and speed. The opponents could not penetrate his defenses, yet their attacks and speed surpassed his, with their size providing an additional advantage. Faced with the cat's onslaught, he could only rely on his high armor to endure. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Duke charged again, attempting to slip through a gap, only to be kicked out once more. With each failed attempt, his pristine white fur became increasingly sullied with grime. By the time he reached the trough, he found it utterly bare, with not a single morsel remaining. Is this a joke? Not a scrap left? Duke stared at the empty trough, glancing at the cats perched nearby, licking their lips and savoring their feast. Are you all pigs? Even pigs don't clean their plates this thoroughly. In his indignation, Qian Sui leaped down from the wall to Duke's side. Observing the dust-covered Duke, she smirked, her expression a mix of mockery and disdain. Meow, can't you even manage to eat properly? In response to Qian Sui's taunt, Duke gritted his teeth. If only my strength were still intact. Meow meow. Qian Sui's tone grew more severe. Without your so-called martial prowess, you are utterly incapable of accomplishing anything. What are your claws, your teeth, your tail, and your body for? She raised a paw and tapped Duke on the head, exclaiming in exasperation. Meow, you are a cat, not a human. You must rely on your own claws, your own teeth, and your own body to survive. Duke opened his mouth, wanting to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ever since he had traversed into this world, despite inhabiting a feline form, he had never truly considered himself a cat. In battle, he instinctively strategized, seeking to achieve maximum results with minimal cost. He had seldom utilized his claws or teeth. Even when rescuing the dog at the Qingxian sect's encampment, he had instinctively used his paws to pat rather than scratch. In his subconscious, he still perceived himself as a human, not a mere cat. Perhaps this was why the old blade maker had remarked that he resembled a human 7 parts and a demon 3 parts. Seeing Duke lost in thought, Qian Sui did not press him, allowing him to ponder and digest his thoughts. After a moment, when Duke raised his head, Qian Sui ambled down the street in silence, leaving without a word. Duke, observing this, promptly followed suit, eager to discover what further challenges Qian Sui had in store for him. The duo of the black and white cats exited the tavern without causing a ripple in the world around them. The pace of Qian Sui was remarkably swift, and Duke, gritting his teeth, could only manage a hurried jog to keep up. Stripped of his martial prowess, he now felt akin to a half-grown kitten. Following Qian Sui through the labyrinthine streets, Duke traversed a significant portion of the city until they arrived at the base of the city wall. What was the purpose of this journey? Breathless and panting, Duke instinctively sought to communicate with the Black Cauldron space, intending to retrieve the clear water pill and blood food pill to quench his thirst and satiate his hunger. However, just as he was about to do so, He abruptly halted. The existence of the black cauldron space was a secret even the girl was unaware of. If he recklessly utilized it, he would undoubtedly be discovered by the astute Qiansui, whose heart was just as dark as his fur. As the saying goes, one's heart is hidden deep within. He could not reveal his secrets so easily. Enduring his thirst and hunger, Duke refrained from extracting the pills and simply looked towards Qiansui, who offered no intention of responding. Instead, he continued along the city wall until they reached a drainage ditch embedded with iron bars. Observing Qiansui slip through the gaps of the iron bars, Duke had no choice but to follow suit. As he entered the cramped space, Duke squinted, overwhelmed by the pungent odor emanating from the drainage ditch. Slowing his breath, he trailed behind Qiansui, his paws sinking into the wet, slimy muck, while filthy water lapped over his feet. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, he advanced through the ditch, his unusual feline vision enabling him to see clearly despite the dismal surroundings. Similarly, Qiansui navigated the darkness with ease. After traversing a distance, Qiansui suddenly tilted his body and vanished from Duke's sight. Hurrying a few steps, Duke discovered that Qiansui had not disappeared, but rather found an opening to slip through. As he glanced over, he caught sight of Qiansui's emerald eyes shimmering in the darkness, leaving him with no opportunity to retrieve the pills. Only a resigned sigh as he leaped into the opening. Upon entering, Duke was taken aback by the hidden wonders within. The opening led to a narrow crevice that descended steadily, and as he moved along, he felt the flow of air brushing past him from below. After a brief passage, Qiansui turned once more, and Duke closely followed, acutely aware that he was unfamiliar with the terrain. Losing sight of Qiansui would spell disaster. After nearly an hour of navigating the labyrinthine passage, Qiansui led Duke to an underground cavern. They found themselves on a steep slope overlooking a basin of indeterminate size. The basin was sparsely vegetated, littered with bizarre rocks, and riddled with holes that released eerie, ghostly wails when the air flowed through them. "Where's this place?" Duke instinctively inquired, to which Qiansui responded with a soft call. "Owl, what does picnic spot mean?" As Duke spoke, the meaning of Qiansui's words quickly dawned on him. With his keen eyesight, he discerned a multitude of mice scurrying in and out of the holes within the basin. The sheer number of them sent shivers down his spine. Each mouse was as large as a bench, their bodies covered in bristly, needle-like fur, with tails as long as their bodies, adorned with ring-like scales instead of hair. "Owl." Qiansui squatted on the ground, gazing intently at Duke. "Are you asking me to catch mice?" Duke pointed at one of the bench-sized rodents below, his fur bristling in alarm. "I have lost my martial prowess, ran across half the city with you, am utterly exhausted and parched, and now you want me to catch mice? Mice of that size? Are you teaching me to be a cat or simply asking me to serve them as a meal? Do you truly have no conscience?" In response to Duke's protest, Qiansui's intentions were unmistakable. With a swift swipe of his paw, he sent Duke tumbling away. The force propelled Duke down the steep slope, rolling like a gourd, and he managed to shout out one final exclamation. "Qiansui, you rascal." Chapter 69. Now, that resembles a cat. Duke, the hapless feline, tumbled down the steep slope, transforming into a rolling gourd as he descended into the basin below. The drop was approximately 10 meters, and as he rolled, he collided headfirst with a stalagmite protruding from the ground. The impact sent him bouncing away like a ball, landing heavily on his back, staring up at the sky. Groaning in discomfort, Duke felt as though everything around him was swirling, and nausea threatened to overtake him. Though protected by his water and fire celestial garment, which spared him from injury, the tumultuous roll had still left him feeling dizzy and breathless. A sudden yell echoed through the basin, causing Duke's ears to perk up. What mischief was the black cat up to now? Despite his overwhelming discomfort, he managed to rise to his feet. The cat's earlier howl seemed devoid of meaning, merely a cry for the sake of crying. Although their interactions had been brief, Duke sensed that this enigmatic creature possessed powers that surpassed his own in certain aspects. What did it mean to resemble a cat? Why not simply state it plainly instead of weaving such elaborate riddles? Now, it felt as though he had been carelessly thrown from a great height without any forewarning. Had he not attained the protection of the water and fire celestial garment, he would have been reduced to a mere heap of flesh from the fall. Just as he regained his footing, Duke heard a rustling sound. He looked up to see a multitude of green, bean-sized eyes peering at him from the dim distance. A chill ran down his spine as he realized that his fur bristled and his size seemed to swell 2 or 3 times over, his tail resembling a feather duster. So many mice. Duke's heart raced as he contemplated whether he would be the hunter or the hunted. As he remained frozen in place, he exchanged glances with the horde of rodents. However, he soon discovered another alarming truth. The number of mice was steadily increasing. The basin was teeming with them. and the space before Duke was now completely occupied by the ravenous creatures. Each mouse was the size of a stool, their eyes glimmering hungrily as if they hadn't eaten in days. As the rodents pressed forward, the ones at the back pushed those in front, creating a relentless tide that surged towards Duke. With a low growl, Duke turned to flee, but the steep slope loomed behind him, weakened and disoriented from his earlier tumble. He struggled to regain his strength. Just as he attempted to leap up the incline, a mouse clamped onto his tail, pulling him down. Duke's eyes widened in shock as he let out a pained cry. Although the water and fire celestial garment shielded him from the bite, the pain was undeniable. The mouse's sharp teeth sank into his tail, and instinctively, he swatted at it, using his strength to send the creature flying. Yet, one mouse dispatched was hardly a solution, for the throng surrounding him was vast, over 100 strong and growing in number. Meanwhile, Qian Sui sat atop the slope, her gaze cold and indifferent, much like a hawk observing its prey, as she watched Duke succumb to the onslaught of mice. Duke found himself buried beneath a mountain of rodents, the stench of their bodies overwhelming his senses. The cacophony of squeaks filled his ears as he fought against the relentless tide, biting and clawing at the creatures that swarmed over him. Each mouse was comparable in size to him, with some even larger. Desperate and in agony, Duke exerted every ounce of strength he had left, feeling the very essence of his being teetering on the brink of despair. Should he fail to escape, he feared for his life. Would they gnaw through his flesh, devouring him entirely? In that moment of sheer terror, Duke's pupils narrowed to slits, his claws extended, and he let out a roar that echoed like that of a tiger. With that single cry, he forcefully expelled all the mice atop him, feeling a surge of power coursing through his veins. His golden eyes glowed with an otherworldly light as the latent potential within him awakened. As this aura began to rise, Qian Sui perked up, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. This little creature had potential after all. Though she had sealed away his energy and cultivation, he still possessed a strength that, under the right conditions, could rival that of an ordinary adult cat. After a day of running through the city without nourishment, being thrown into peril had pushed him to his limits, much like a tightly wound string on a violin. Amidst the pressures of the physical, mental, and environmental, Duke's dormant bloodline potential began to erupt, manifesting as an ethereal, jade-white flame that enveloped him, visible only to those with exceptional sight, such as a spirit cat. As the jade-white aura ascended, Duke's figure began to blur, reminiscent of gazing at flowers in a mirror or admiring the moon's reflection in water, becoming increasingly insubstantial and unreal. His very presence seemed to diminish rapidly, akin to a pebble by the roadside, a splash by the lakeside, or the wild grass within the forest, unnoticed by the common passerby. Simultaneously, as Duke's form started to waver, the surrounding mice appeared like headless flies, aimlessly flitting about, although Duke was right before their eyes. This motley crew of rodents remained oblivious to him, much like the hounds that once pursued him, completely losing his trail and essence. For Duke, the world before him seemed as if it had been refreshed. Once, after he had merged with the light, his vision had been obscured by fog, akin to viewing flowers through mist. He himself felt shrouded in dense vapor. Yet now, that sensation had vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily lucid reality, where he could discern every detail, whether it was the dust dancing in the air, the lice scrambling through the fur of the nearest rat, or the myriad shadows lurking in the distance. Everything was laid bare before his gaze. Moreover, he felt an unparalleled lightness in his body, as if some shackles had been cast off, enabling him to accomplish anything without relying on martial prowess. He could also perceive an inexplicable flow of energy surrounding him. What could this be? Duke pondered, absorbing the essence of this energy. It was omnipresent, floating in the air, embedded in the earth, nestled within stones, and even clinging to the repugnant rats. His very being instinctively craved this energy, as if its presence promised immense benefits. However, Duke, confined to mere perception, could not reach out to disturb this energy. He could only sense and contemplate its existence. At that moment, Qian Sui descended from the steep slope, landing gracefully before Duke and circling around him. As a practitioner, sensing Duke's presence was a trivial endeavor. Being of the same lineage as the spirit cats, Qian Sui could distinctly locate Duke. With keen eyes, Qian Sui observed the jade-white aura emanating from Duke, satisfaction growing ever more pronounced. With a playful paw, Qian Sui gently tapped Duke's head, nodding in approval. Now you truly resemble a cat. Chapter 70. Spiritual Essence, Roots, and Feline Grace. As night descended, the moon rose gently, casting a soft glow upon the dimly lit stars. A plume of inky smoke swept across the sky, leaving no trace of disturbance in its wake. The smoke settled in the courtyard of a shop, rapidly retracting to reveal two feline figures, one large and one small. Why did he bring me along on foot when he could have flown? Duke mused, having just separated from Qiansui, shaking the dried mud that clung stubbornly to his paws, making his steps uncomfortable. In this moment, he found himself reminiscing about the little black plump one. Despite his darker skin, rotund figure, and shorter stature, that fellow had an undeniable knack for attending to both cats and dogs. Qiansui cast a sidelong glance at Duke but remained silent, choosing instead to delve into the kitchen in search of dinner. Observing the black cat's independence, Duke clicked his tongue, surmising her demeanor. Such pride. No wonder she was destined to remain single for decades, unable to find a partner. As he silently scrutinized Qiansui's retreating form, he noticed a swirling dark aura emanating from her. Even after she disappeared into the kitchen, Duke could still feel that aura lingering. This aura, Duke murmured, turning towards the front hall. Just as he stepped through the curtain, the sharp sound of grinding steel reached his ears. Approaching, he found an elderly man seated under the flickering candlelight, diligently sharpening a pickaxe. The rusted head of the pickaxe glided along a long whetstone, shedding its layers of rust with each stroke, revealing a gleaming edge. Duke quietly sidestepped the elder, making his way to his dog, who energetically bounded towards him upon his return. Indulging the dog's affection, Duke kept an eye on the sharpening elder, pondering why the old man was so secretive. "Why are you sneaking around?" the elder suddenly remarked, placing the finished pickaxe on a nearby rack, its blade glinting menacingly. "Who has sneaking?" Duke rolled his eyes, a mischievous thought bubbling to the surface. "Old man, tell me, do I look more human or demonic now? I see a mischievous monkey who is itching for a beating," the elder retorted, prompting a casual chuckle from Duke. Yet, upon a closer look, Duke's eyelids fluttered. He sensed an unusual absence of energy surrounding the elder. Before he could ponder further, the elder sighed. "You are rather different from the Shiyu Xiaophilian I know." "In what way?" Duke blinked, curious. "You have a sharper tongue," the elder huffed. "TSK." Duke clicked his tongue. After being mute for so long, how could I not relish the chance to speak? The elder sighed, seemingly lost in memories. "Are the Shiyu Xiaophilian you know also somber?" Duke inquired, reclining against his dog, exposing his belly. He adjusted his position, raising his tail for modesty. "Indeed. The lineage of the spirit cats is diverse. The moonshadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger is cold yet warm-hearted. The four-eared brocade flower is cunning and clever. The lion-faced arhoot is reserved and introverted. But the Shiyu Xiaophilian is proud and noble, refusing to wallow in the mundane." "Oh, so our branch possesses such integrity," Duke exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Yet the elder countered, "You are you, they are they. Do not flatter yourself." TSK. Duke clicked his tongue again, finding the elder rather unlikable. "However, you do exhibit some feline qualities now," the elder mused, finally lifting his gaze to meet Duke's, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "You mean the feline qualities you refer to are connected to the full awakening of one's lineage?" Duke surmised, grasping the elder's intent. Qiansui's actions today were clearly designed to push him to his limits, urging a breakthrough for a second awakening. No, second awakening was a misnomer. It was a complete awakening. Previously, Duke felt enveloped in a fog after engaging with the light and dust, perceiving everything through a hazy lens. Yet after his recent experiences in the caverns, he realized that his engagement with light and dust should not mirror his past, but rather align with his current sensations, hinting at even greater potential. "That's not entirely correct." The elder shook his head, scooping a ladle of water and drenching the whetstone before him. "What is it then? Please, enlighten me," Duke urged, sensing that he was nearing the crux of the matter. "Spiritual essence," the elder pronounced softly, explaining, "This is what I mean by feline qualities. And it is precisely what you have been lacking. Understand that spiritual essence is the essence of the spirit cat. Without it, how could one claim to be a spirit cat? Spiritual essence is the foundation of the spirit cat. Awakening your lineage is merely a fade. The true purpose is to connect with the spiritual essence of all things." The elder continued, "With spiritual essence, you can embark on your path of cultivation. Otherwise, even if the sacred texts were laid before you, you would remain oblivious. Spiritual essence is the key, unlocking the spirit cat lineage. Only those who can perceive spiritual essence can cultivate the fundamental techniques of the spirit cat. In contrast to ordinary beings who rely on sight, sound, smell, and touch, the spirit cat perceives differently, as you have begun to realize." The elder glanced at Duke, who exuded a pale white spiritual essence that billowed around him. Yet he could not control it, merely allowing it to disperse. Could the spirit cat? Duke's heart raced, and the elder nodded, affirming, indeed. The spirit cat disregards external appearances, focusing instead on the cultivation of spiritual essence. When your spiritual essence was dormant, naturally, you lacked feline qualities. Ah, spiritual essence. Duke furrowed his brow, contemplating this term and recalling the aura he had witnessed emanating from the black cat. But what about the spiritual essence of all things? At this, the elder's tone grew serious, though he refrained from answering Duke's question, instead shifting to another topic. You should have witnessed Qiansui's essence. Duke immediately recalled the ethereal being Qiansui had previously manifested. Are you referring to that smoky creature? To be precise, it is the essence. The smoke is merely its external manifestation. What you term as the smoky creature is actually Qiansui harnessing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, using her heart as the brush and her thoughts as the blade to outline her spiritual essence. Furthermore, does every other entity also possess the essence? Every being in this realm possesses spiritual essence, but only the spirit cat lineage can truly comprehend, perceive, and utilize it. Duke fell silent, absorbing the elder's words. Spiritual essence, a concept he had never encountered before. Warriors cultivate through elixirs and resources, demon tribes draw upon the essence of sun and moon. But does the spirit cat indeed rely on spiritual essence for its cultivation? If so, how should we proceed? The elder inquired further. Duke shook his head, replying, Aside from myself and Qiansui, I have not encountered a third. Currently, there are 4 in existence. Counting you, 3 reside in Mouse City, while the 4th has been lured away by the wild monkeys outside. Due to this incident, Qiansui holds you in considerable esteem. Moreover, your previous chaotic aura and lack of spiritual resonance worried her. She fears you may stray from the path, missing the opportunity for the spiritual cat's cultivation. If the spiritual cat fails to awaken its inherent resonance, it is no different from an ordinary wild cat, thus rendering half of its potential wasted. Ah, Duke scoffed lightly. I can somewhat fathom her motives, yet this truly seems like an arduous trial for a cat. After all, she had traversed this path herself, merely compelling you to retrace the trials she once faced. This path was pioneered by the first generation of spiritual cats, hidden within Mouse City, concealing 3 formidable challenges. It is precisely because of this path that Mouse City has earned the title of the ancestral city of all cats, the home of the spiritual cat. You have merely taken the first step, and yet have managed to awaken. That is commendable. It is worth noting that during Qiansui's time, she endured several months on that path, teetering on the brink of life and death multiple times before successfully awakening her resonance. The elder's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he smacked his lips. Ah, back then, Qiansui was but a small, fluffy creature cradled in my hands. And now look at her. Suddenly, a piercing wail from Qiansui interrupted him. The elder paused, casting an awkward glance at the black cat. Have you finished eating? Qiansui glanced at the elder, huffed through her nose, and leaped onto the water tank, playfully teasing the fish while watching the elder intently. Under Qiansui's scrutinizing gaze, the elder sighed in resignation. I am merely conversing with him. You need not be impatient. Hearing this, Qiansui nodded in satisfaction. Well then, please continue. Duke reminded the elder, you've strayed off topic. Ah. Old age leads to wandering thoughts, the elder lamented, resuming the earlier discussion. As for the origins of spiritual cats, you are still quite young, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Upon hearing this, Qiansui shot a meaningful glance at the elder but remained silent, continuing to play with the water, all the while keeping an eye on the elder and Duke. However, it is well established that spiritual cats have long cultivated their essence through spiritual resonance. When they first appeared in the world, they began to gather the spiritual resonance of heaven and earth for their own cultivation. Spiritual cats inherently possess a robust resonance. To cultivate, they must first awaken their own resonance to connect with the spiritual energies of the world. This brings us back to what was previously mentioned. Your lack of a cat-like demeanor stems from the fact that your inherent resonance has yet to be awakened, leaving your spiritual roots concealed. Without an understanding of resonance, one cannot grasp the fundamentals. Now that you have awakened your resonance, you have begun to exhibit a semblance of a cat's essence. The elder paused momentarily before adding, the essence of a spiritual cat. In future conversations, please articulate fully. I initially thought you were referring to a wild or domestic cat. The distinction between a spiritual cat and an ordinary feline is profound. One is born of innate essence, while the other is a product of nurture. The two are fundamentally different and cannot be conflated. Now that my resonance has awakened, how shall I proceed with my cultivation? Duke's primary concern remained the cultivation of the spiritual cat. Having understood the prerequisites, he was now eager to learn how to gather resonance and engage in cultivation. Qian Sui will naturally guide you in this, the elder replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. What I have shared with Duke tonight is sufficient. Any additional information you must seek for yourself. Then please provide me with some insight. Where shall I cultivate? Duke looked up at the black cat, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although I have endured a day of your antics, I have also gained some benefits. I shall not dispute further for now, but if tomorrow unfolds in the same manner, I may lose my temper. At that point, I might just pluck your fur out. Qian Sui bared her teeth at Duke, revealing a playful defiance. Very well. I shall await your vengeance. As for the location of tomorrow's cultivation, Qian Sui howled, providing the answer to Duke's query. The spiritual cat shrine? Duke raised an eyebrow, pondering the destination for his cultivation. Chapter 71. Within the spirit cat shrine, the spirit cat sits while the soul lingers, returning to the fragrance. As dawn broke, the sun ascended, casting myriad golden rays that pierced through the clouds, adorning the world in a gilded hue. Duke basked in the warmth of the rising sun. His white fur shimmered under the golden light, resembling a coat of gold leaf. His spirit, immersed in the black cauldron space, transmuted the light of dawn into this mystical realm. The moment golden elixirs leapt from the cauldron, his mouth slightly parted before closing once more. In that brief interval, several elixirs rolled down his throat and into his being. The effects of the Sun Essence Pill, Moonlight Pill, Bone Refinement Pill, and Blood Feast Pill ignited within him, causing Duke's eyes to widen in astonishment. As the effect surged through his body, he assumed the tiger-leopard stance, and in his mind, an image of a formidable three-headed, six-armed demon god took shape. His flesh quivered, resonating with a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger and leopard. The tiger-leopard thunder, once spoken of by Dr. Sun Xiang, had unwittingly been cultivated within him. Whether it was the influence of the demon meditation or the earlier consumption of the second refinement tongue pill, he could not discern. However, the mastery of the tiger-leopard thunder was now an inevitable reality. With this newfound thunder, his bone refinement speed surged significantly, and the completion of bone refinement was now within reach. The tiger-leopard thunder reverberated through his bones and muscles, and amidst the symphony of resonating sinews, the potency of the elixirs he consumed was rapidly assimilated. Although he had initiated the spirit cat cultivation method and awakened the spirit resonance, he understood that the path of martial arts could not be neglected. The spirit cat cultivation was undeniably powerful. Yet the inherent frailty of the cat form was a fundamental hurdle that all spirit cats could not circumvent. On the night he first encountered Qian Sui, the black cat had been caught off guard by his approach, resulting in a rather vigorous confrontation. That first-hand experience, coupled with Su Xiaowu's teachings on surpassing peers through martial prowess, instilled in him the understanding that even with the emergence of new cultivation methods, he could never forsake the martial path. Duke, with a dual focus, envisioned the demon god while practicing the tiger-leopard stance, ceaseless in his efforts. Meanwhile, Qian Sui had ascended to the rooftop, perched upon the ridge, grooming her fur while observing the agile white cat as it leaped and bounded across the rooftop. As a spirit cat with martial prowess and the ability to perceive through spirit resonance, Qian Sui was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within Duke. A flicker of irritation flashed in her eyes, and her claws retracted. Why did this creature remain steadfast in his pursuit of martial cultivation? What kind of environment had he been raised in before arriving in Mount Wang City? Clearly, he had been led astray. However, she thought, let him practice. After all, her spirit resonance was awakened, and once she began her own cultivation, he would likely abandon his martial pursuits. With this in mind, Qian Sui lay down on the ridge, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Duke's training. As the sun reached its zenith, Duke finally completed his practice. The white cat, steaming with heat, resembled a delicacy just retrieved from a steamer. His body radiated warmth, and he shook himself, releasing a formidable tiger's roar that echoed far and wide, drawing the attention of many. It was unheard of for someone in Mawang City to keep tigers. How? Qian Sui inquired, wondering if he was done. Done. Are we heading to the spirit cat shrine now? Duke replied, not forgetting their plan for the day. Qian Sui turned away without further comment, prompting Duke to roll his eyes. This proud creature, would it truly perish from uttering a single additional word? Despite his internal grumbling, he followed closely behind her. The black and white cats departed the shop, while Shursan sat expectantly before his doghouse, gazing longingly at the curtain-draped door, awaiting the appearance of the white cat. Minutes turned into an hour. Yet the white cat remained absent. Only the old man sharpening his knives and customers coming and going broke the silence. Shursan whimpered softly, surely, The cat had been enticed away by that little black cat. How infuriating. Had he forgotten his old companion for a new feline? No. It must be the black cat's fault. Indeed, how could such a wonderful cat forget him? It was undoubtedly the black cat's fault. In Mawang City, at Shinli Alley, streams of people filled the bustling market at the city's heart. Pilgrims, travelers, pedestrians, merchants, and officials all mingled together. Within the market, the roads were straight and wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side. Shops and stalls crowded the sides, their calls mingling in a cacophony of sound. The lively and prosperous streets generated a whirlwind of human activity, overwhelming the masses. Among the throngs, cats were plentiful. In Shinli Alley, the number of cats was even greater, with specially constructed catwalks adorning the eaves of the street-side shops for their convenience. Cats of various colors populated the alley. An orange cat sat majestically at a shop's entrance, its round body sinking into the cushion beneath it. A demure white cat lounged under a tree, its clear eyes reflecting passing pedestrians. Meanwhile, playful calico and cow cats frolicked atop roofs, their antics creating quite the ruckus. Amidst this chaotic scene, the black and white cats appeared particularly inconspicuous as they traversed the streets, heading straight for the center of Shinli Alley. Duke followed closely behind Qian Sui, eliciting curious glances from the surrounding cats. A shopkeeper emerged, carrying a basket filled with dried fish, scattering some to the crowd of cats, momentarily diverting their attention. In that instant, the black and white cats vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, Duke and Qian Sui arrived at the front of a temple. The temple, with its pristine white walls and black tiles, stood free of dust, its eaves elegantly curved, and copper bells hanging high as tiled cats lounged lazily. The temple doors welcomed pilgrims from all directions, the incense burning profusely, with tendrils of smoke spiraling skyward. In front of the temple stood 4 statues of cats, each embodying different traits, one noble and proud, another cold yet warm-hearted, a third cunning and clever, and the last somber and reserved. Qian Sui paid the statues no mind, clearly accustomed to their presence, while Duke observed them closely. Despite the wear of time, it was evident that these 4 statues represented their respective spirit cats. Upon entering the temple, a cross-shaped bridge spanned a pond teeming with fish, their movements creating ripples across the water's surface. At the center of the bridge stood a statue with a hazy visage, bearing a 3-foot-long box with 4 cats positioned at its feet. Duke lingered on this statue a moment longer, while Qian Sui remained indifferent. After all, aside from the solitary figure of the silent gourd, other cats seldom frequented the shrine. Spirit cats, by nature, cherished their freedom and were averse to constraints, and this was especially true for the spirit cats. Consequently, aside from the silent gourd, it was rare to encounter other spirit cats residing here. Qian Sui did not enter the main hall, but instead led Duke to the rear. As Duke passed by the hall, he peered inside. The hall was illuminated by flickering lights, with countless spirit tablets adorning the offering table, the air filled with the scent of incense, creating an ethereal atmosphere. With his keen eyesight, Duke could easily discern the carvings on these tablets, particularly those situated at the forefront, which he observed with clarity. The memorial tablets inscribed with the names of Huang Yunu, the guardian of serpents, and the cunning raccoon, the rescuer in times of peril, chronicled the remarkable deeds of felines throughout the centuries in Maocheng. Though composed of but a few succinct characters, they reveal the profound reverence and affection the people of Maocheng have for their beloved cats. The Cat Spirit Temple houses not only the 4 revered spirit cats, but also countless other enchanted felines, ensuring their eternal presence and protection over the inhabitants of this city. Indeed, the words of that yaksha resonate in Duke's mind. Maocheng is my ancestral home. It is true, for within this city, cats are cherished and celebrated, their legacies meticulously recorded and honored. The significance of this place transcends mere reverence for spirit cats. It is a testament to the countless stories of the cats that have thrived and lived in this land over the centuries. Maocheng, the ancestral home of all cats, truly deserves its esteemed title. Chapter 72. The Arhat in the shrine observes all beings' father. Look at that cat. It is so strikingly handsome. The child nestled in her father's embrace, pointed at the white cat with her little finger, causing her father to chuckle and gently bounce her. When it comes to discerning the appearance and nature of cats, no one can rival the people of Maocheng. As the saying goes, one must nurture a love for cats from a young age. Despite her tender age, this little girl already possesses a keen eye, much to her father's delight. In the future, I shall find you a cat as lovely as that one. All right? The man spoke softly as he carried his daughter away, eliciting a chorus of melodious laughter from her. As for Duke, the center of attention, he felt no particular stirrings in his heart. He had grown numb to the compliments about his appearance. Following Qian Sui, He and the black cat navigated around the main hall of the spirit cat shrine, passing through several moon gates and archways, eventually arriving at the courtyard behind the shrine. Behind the shrine, a grove of trees flourished, with climbing frames scattered all around, teeming with countless cats. Atop the climbing frames, ropes crisscrossed, each adorned with numerous wooden plaques. The plaques cascaded down from the ropes, forming a canopy under which various cats meandered. The sound of the wind rustled through the plaques, creating a muffled clattering noise. The sound was dense and prolonged, immersing one in a languid atmosphere, invoking an irresistible desire to lounge among the multitude of cats and squander precious time. Indeed, many visitors lingered in this serene space, enjoying rare moments of tranquility alongside the numerous cats in the backyard. Duke trailed behind Qiansui, glancing up at the wooden plaques overhead. May my eldest son's health improve. Blessed by the spirit cat. May my descendants enjoy health and safety, free from afflictions. May our elder raccoon live for many more days, enjoying peace and prosperity before returning to the shrine. I wish to catch more fish to feed our raccoon. Most of the plaques bore beautiful wishes, with a few dedicated to prayers. Roughly counting, there were at least thousands of plaques, possibly even exceeding 10,000. The incense offerings at the spirit cat shrine, it seemed, had never waned since its establishment. As they passed beneath the canopy of wooden plaques, Qiansui paused beneath a large tree, noticing the proud black cat's stillness. Duke followed her gaze. Qiansui groomed her paws, allowing Duke to observe. Before them stood a small temple, barely a meter high, adorned with red walls and green tiles. Its eaves curving upward, a copper bell hanging from the apex. On either side of the temple door were couplets. The cloud platform god stabilizes the four corners. The jade cat on the cloud platform displays its might. The front bore the inscription Cat Hall. Although the hall was modest, the incense burner before it was bustling with activity. Each incense stick fell into the ashes, their flames flickering in the gentle breeze, with wisps of blue smoke rising toward the heavens. Judging by the rust on the incense burner and the ashes within, Duke surmised that it had likely stood for over a century. Moreover, the spiritual essence emanating from the burner was remarkably potent, enough to leave Duke astounded. At that moment, as Duke contemplated the concentrated spiritual essence within the burner, a piercing gaze struck him like lightning. Startled, the fur on his tail bristled as if it were a feather duster. Oh. Qiansui let out an irritable yowl, clearly displeased with the one who cast that scrutinizing gaze. Hearing her cry, the owner of the gaze gradually withdrew it, though the wariness remained palpable, as though a beast were guarding its prey from other predators. Once the gaze shifted away, Duke's ruffled fur slowly settled. Though still shaken, curiosity compelled him to look towards the source of the gaze. The owner was none other than a large cat residing within the cat hall. This magnificent creature resembled a bodhisattva, sitting cross-legged on a mat. Its form was lion-like, with the ears of a golden boy, the waist of a jade maiden, and the back of an immortal, its eyes deep and profound, yet filled with compassion and empathy, reminiscent of a divine gaze. Upon witnessing this majestic feline, Duke's ears perked up, for it was clearly the lion-faced Arhat, the most enigmatic of the four great spirit cats. He vividly recalled the tone in which the chubby black fellow, Yuyun, spoke of this Arhat, as if recounting a legendary tale. Yet now, this mystical creature, known for its profound aura, resided within the courtyard of the spirit cat shrine in Maocheng. This realization amused Duke, leaving him somewhat speechless. He wondered if the visiting worshippers were aware that they were venerating one of the four great spirit cats. Just as Duke became engrossed in observing the lion-faced Arhat, Qiansui let out a loud call, startling him. She urged him to pay close attention to what the Arhat was about to do, and how he would proceed. After a brief moment of shock, Duke curiously turned his gaze back to the Arhat. The lion-faced Arhat sat in the cat hall, his expression stoic. Though the hall was small, Duke felt as though he were gazing up at a great statue in a grand temple. This being possessed formidable strength. Duke mused, realizing that since Qiansui had already entered the realm of enlightenment, this Arhat must also be exceedingly powerful. He pondered the capabilities of the four-eared golden thief mentioned by the old knife wielder. If that thief were also enlightened, then perhaps he would be the weakest among them. At that moment, an elderly woman, cradling a dark wooden basket, led a little girl with twisted pigtails to the door of the cat hall. The old woman knelt before the entrance, pulling her child down with her, placing the basket before the door for the lion-faced Arhat to see its contents. "O spirit of the pond, please save my dear child," she implored, lifting the thick cloth from the basket. Inside lay a frail kitten, scarcely larger than a child's palm. Its ribcage was visibly outlined, its eyes encrusted with thick discharge, breathing weakly, occasionally emitting faint tremors. The kitten struggled for breath, appearing to be on the brink of death. "This is the posthumous child of my raccoon," the old woman lamented, eyes filled with love and sorrow as she gazed at the kitten. "We live near the mountains, surrounded by snakes, insects, and mice. The raccoon was brought home to guard our house, and for many years it served diligently without a hint of negligence. Tragically, it lost its life while protecting my playful granddaughter from several serpents. This child is the raccoon's legacy." I consulted a raccoon doctor, who said it is weak by nature, and without a mother cat to nurture it, it will not survive beyond 3 days. I beseech the spirit of the pond to grant my child strength to overcome this dire situation. As she spoke, the old woman and her bewildered granddaughter bowed deeply before the lion-faced Arhut. At that moment, Duke's eyes widened in astonishment. For despite the old woman appearing to have one foot in the grave, she exuded a strong spiritual essence. As this essence emerged, the lion-faced Arhut silently raised a paw and pointed at the little cat. Immediately, several cats dashed forth, peering into the basket to retrieve the kitten. Once the kitten was taken away, the old woman's face lit up with joy, realizing her beloved pet had been saved, and she promptly offered her thanks once more. With her gratitude, the spiritual essence from her was drawn into the Arhut's being, causing his expression to deepen and his aura to swell significantly. Witnessing this scene, Duke finally understood why the lion-faced Arhut resided within the cat hall. He was emulating the deities, alleviating suffering, and gathering the spiritual essence of the worshippers who came to him for blessings and aid. If the practice method of the lion-faced Arhut is thus, what then is the cultivation approach of the 1,000-year-old? And what of the departed 4-eared golden flower bandit? Must he follow the same path? As Duke pondered, 1,000-year let out a howl and playfully tapped Duke's little head with his paw. "Oh, my dear, how does the cultivation of this spirit cat compare to your martial arts training?" Chapter 73, The Stone Carving Transmission of Dharma, the chapter of celestial intuition and resonance. "How?" Qiansui gently patted Duke's small head, inquiring about the dazed expression on Duke's face. "How does the cultivation method of the spirit cat compare to his martial arts practice?" After being jolted by Qiansui's paw, Duke finally regained his senses, rendered speechless for a long while. The scene he had just witnessed was overwhelmingly shocking. The lion-faced Arhut had directly emulated the deities, listening to prayers, dispelling calamities, and collecting spiritual resonance. The intensity of the spiritual resonance emanating from the old woman as she prayed to the lion-faced Arhut left Duke astounded, ever since his bloodline truly awakened, allowing him to sense spiritual resonance. He had never encountered anyone whose resonance surpassed that of the old woman. Although the spiritual resonance contained within the incense burner was formidable, it gave Duke a feeling akin to confronting a mountain, perceptible, yet not easily shaken. In contrast, the resonance radiating from the old woman was ethereal and agile, readily accessible. As for the question posed by Qiansui, Duke already had the answer in his heart without needing to ponder. A martial artist's cultivation, apart from innate talent, requires medicinal resources and skill manuals, forming a series of thresholds. Warriors must compete not only against the heavens, but also against one another. The events unfolding within the steaming cloud mountain have starkly illustrated the ruthless rules governing martial practitioners. The strong prey upon the weak, and the cycle continues. Moreover, upper-tier martial artists maintain a tight grip on resources, while mid-tier practitioners may have means of acquisition. The lower tiers find themselves devoid of options, forced to gamble with their lives. Those fortunate might leap through the Dragon's Gate, while the unfortunate languish throughout their lives, reduced to mere farmhands. As for the path of the cultivator, Duke hesitated to make judgments, primarily because he had not been exposed to such teachings within the Su family. The cultivation hall's instruction focused solely on innate and acquired aspects, leaving the post-ascension journey unaddressed. However, regarding the spirit cat's cultivation method, although Duke had yet to grasp its fundamentals, the scene he had just observed led him to conclude that the spirit cat's practice might solely require time and dedication. If one finds the right path, they could sail smoothly towards ascension. Even if they stray, it would merely be a matter of time lost. With this thought, Duke's heart brimmed with anticipation for the spirit cat's cultivation method, yet he remained resolute in his commitment to martial arts. Children make choices. Cats choose to embrace all. Currently, apart from his martial arts training, Duke also pursued the path of demon cultivation through the demon sealing meditation. Fortunately, the practice of demon cultivation and martial cultivation could complement one another, not significantly increasing his burdens. With only the essence of sun and moon and blood food requiring his attention, With the presence of the Black Cauldron, these issues became mere trifles. Having witnessed the spirit cat's cultivation firsthand, Duke felt an undeniable restlessness within. After all, the Black Cauldron could refine all things, and spiritual resonance should be among them. If he could transform spiritual resonance into elixirs, his journey on the spirit cat's path might progress at an astonishing pace. The black cat beside Duke cast a sidelong glance at him, a slight smirk gracing her lips. She had perceived the fluctuations of Duke's emotions through his spiritual resonance. This child was indeed still young, now realizing he had taken a wrong turn. However, while he was still young, he could still correct his course. Yet, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on him to prevent him from becoming ensnared like that fool. Sierre. Currently, there were only a few spirit cats. Why not stay home instead of wandering aimlessly? Life was far more comfortable at home. In this flourishing city, they spirit cats were akin to deities. Why venture outside, rolling in the mundane world for childish ideals, only to return battered and bruised? The black cat's thoughts remained concealed from Duke, who was merely focused on when he could obtain the spirit cat's cultivation method. Watching the lion-faced Arhit interact with the worshippers in the cat temple, collecting spiritual resonance for practice, Duke felt an insatiable itch. When would he be granted the cultivation method? Duke squeezed out a phrase between clenched teeth, and Qian Sui shot him a glance, responding nonchalantly with a howl. Just wait patiently. Wait until when? How? At the very least, until the silent cauldron finishes its work. Receiving Qian Sui's reply, Duke lay down on the ground, silently observing the lion-faced Arhut's practice, while quietly sketching the demon god codex in his mind. Although he had not practiced the tiger-leopard stance, the demon god codex was a visualization technique that could be practiced in silence. As the spiritual resonance within Duke stirred, Qian Sui's ears perked up, and the black cat, noticing the shift in Duke's energy, clicked her tongue in realization. This child was beginning to grow restless again. However, she decided to observe for now. Once Duke acquired the cultivation method, he would understand the difference between paths. Duke remained unaware of Qian Sui's thoughts, focusing solely on silently operating the demon sealing meditation. Even if he were aware, he would likely remain steadfast in his decision. Having made a choice, he would pursue it unwaveringly. To backtrack midway, that would be no different than being a fish out of water. As the cat envisioned the demon god codex in his mind, his energy fluctuated continuously. A subtle force from the heavens began to converge upon him, while a certain essence within him gradually transformed and refined. As evening approached, the melodic chimes resonated from the spirit cat shrine's courtyard, prompting the cats in the rear courtyard to disperse in search of their evening meals, while the worshippers lingered reluctantly. In the span of merely an incense stick's time, the entire rear courtyard of the spirit cat shrine was left with only Duke, Qian Sui, and the lion-faced Arhut. Of course, a few stray cats remained, but they too prepared to seek their familiar caretakers for food and a place to rest for the night. Thud, thud, thud. Upon hearing the sound of wood striking wood, Duke lifted his head, halting the visualization of the demon god codex in his mind. The sound originated from the lion-faced Arhut, who was tapping on a hard wooden surface with his paw, producing a resonant thud. The surrounding spiritual resonance became disturbed, and Duke's ears perked up as he discerned the meaning embedded in the sound of the wood striking. Qian Sui, have you taken him through a trial? The lion-faced Arhit inquired of Qian Sui, who responded with a howl infused with her thoughts. He merely awakened after a brief journey. The lion-faced Arhit, upon hearing Qian Sui's words, glanced at Duke with surprise, continuing to tap the wood. His aptitude is quite exceptional. He will likely ascend swiftly. Much stronger than you were back then. How? Qian Sui shot a fierce glare at the lion-faced Arhut. Are you looking for a fight, you silent brute? All right, follow me. The lion-faced Arhut did not respond to Qian Sui, but continued to strike the wood, conveying his intentions. Duke couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. Qian Sui communicated her thoughts through howls. The lion-faced Arhut relied on the rhythmic wood strikes to convey his ideas. Could he not utter a single word? Was it so difficult to speak? Grumbling internally, Duke stood up, shook off his limbs, and followed in the footsteps of Qian Sui and the lion-faced Arhut. With the lion-faced Arhut leading, Qian Sui trailing, and Duke bringing up the rear, they left the rear courtyard with ease, heading towards the back door. Duke followed quietly until they stopped before a shadow wall standing at the entrance. The wall was adorned with engravings of 4 distinct cats, each with unique postures, for colors, and expressions. On this shadow wall, the 4 cats displayed their individual stances. The far left cat, adorned with 4 ears and fur resembling brocade, lay beside a pond, its tail hanging down to fish for the reflection of the moon in the water. Fur-eared brocade thief. Duke's gaze shifted again to a cat as dark as ink, roaring to dispel the ominous spirits. Moonshadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger. With a gaze imbued with compassion and a formidable physique, the cat, elevated upon its sacred pedestal, surveys the multitude of worshippers below, delicately raising its right paw. This is the lion-faced arhat. Yet, to its far right, another feline figure shrouded in mist reveals only the glimmer of its claws and a pair of golden eyes, locked in an ethereal gaze with Duke beyond the shadowed wall, exuding a chilling indifference, reminiscent of the celestial moon, overlooking the mortal realm without stirring the dust. As Duke beheld the engraved depiction of his lineage, a tremor coursed through him, and his focus wavered, lost in the depths of reverie. The cat within the stone seemed to draw ever closer, as if intent on enveloping him entirely. Indeed, in a mere moment of distraction, Duke found himself extending beyond the mist, embraced by the flowing, ink-like clouds, drifting serenely within. With each step he took, myriad voices resonated around him, and blurred visions flickered in and out of existence. Each pause transported him to varied landscapes, be it mountaintops, lakesides, grasslands, or the very essence of humanity itself. As diverse spiritual nuances converged upon him, Duke soared through realms, yet remained elusive, like a dragon whose tail is never seen. Occasionally, when a supplicant called for him to linger, it was but a fleeting glimpse before he resumed his journey, collecting spiritual essence with each stride, untouched by the mundane world, untainted by the affairs of others. A cat is simply a cat, and I am distinctly myself. As the cosmos unfolds and transforms, my original intent remains steadfast. Boom. In an explosive awakening within his mind, a realm of pristine white jade was unveiled deep within his consciousness. Yet this vast expanse measured merely a foot in circumference. Within this realm, words of jade white flowed gently, inscribed between the heavens and the earth. No sooner had the inscription been completed than Duke felt a profound tug upon his very soul, drawing him backward, away from that ethereal domain, out of the boundless mists, and away from the sacred stone carvings, returning him to his corporeal form. Blinking, Duke's eyes shimmered with an intensified golden hue, as a surge of divine law coursed through his heart, embodying the chapter of celestial resonance. This was the exclusive cultivation method of the spirit cat. Chapter 74. Take as much as you can. In the backyard of the spirit cat shrine, before the shadow wall, the lion-faced arhat and the moonshadow black-eyed golden tiger stood at either end, silently observing the figure of the white cat, who was ensconced in the middle. The white cat's eyes had lost focus, becoming vacant and distant, as if its spirit had been drawn away. Both the arhat and the Ancient One understood the cause of this phenomenon. The change in the white cat was due to the spiritual essence of the spirit cat's cultivation method contained within the stone carvings of the shadow wall, which had ensnared Duke's mind to impart the teachings. Both the arhat and the Ancient One had experienced this before. Yet witnessing their kin's offspring receiving such profound teachings evoked a different sentiment. Awu. The Ancient One suddenly howled, drawing the arhat's attention. Thud, thud, thud. The arhat tapped the blue stone bricks beneath its feet, looking inquisitively at the Ancient One. Awu. Our kind is seldom seen. Now that we have encountered the offspring of the Chi-Yu-Xiophilian lineage, do you not intend to present a token of our meeting? The Ancient One exchanged teasing glances with the arhat, who blinked and responded with a series of taps on the stone. A token of our meeting? This is merely an outdated custom passed down from our forebears. As the custodians of our respective lineages, we cannot be bound by antiquated traditions. Oh, you are simply stingy, unwilling even to offer a small gift. Remember, the very first strand of spiritual essence you cultivated was bestowed upon you by the previous Chi-Yu-Xiophilian. The Ancient One's brows twitched as it howled at the arhat, the frustration evident in its voice. Oh, moreover, you lion-faced arhats place great importance on the cycle of cause and effect. Do you not intend to repay this debt? Upon hearing this, the arhat's expression turned grim. Its claws raised to tap the stone, producing a dull sound that echoed in the air. It is not easy to amass what little fortune I have. Previously, the four-eared was always coveting it, and now you too? Thud, thud, thud. Besides, did you come to inquire if I was prepared? The Ancient One disregarded the arhat's words and turned to stare sternly at the arhat. Awu, I am still preparing, but today you must offer something. The four-eared had been taken away, and the Ancient One wished to say no more. However, this offspring had finally returned home, and his elders and kin. How could they not offer a gift? Moreover, how long had the Chi-Yu-Xiophilian lineage been without a custodian? Nearly 60 years of emptiness. If they did not secure this offspring's heart, what if it followed in the footsteps of that scoundrel four-eared and was taken away again? The arhat's face grew more troubled. This mother cat was indeed unreasonable. Nevertheless, it understood the Ancient One's intentions. The Four-Eared, as a custodian of the Four-Eared Jinhua lineage, had been abducted by external spirit demons, leaving a lingering grievance in the heart of the Black Cat. Now that this lost cub had returned home, the Ancient One wished to provide it some benefits to bind its heart and prevent it from wandering off again. However, the spiritual essence radiating from this cub did not suggest a compliant nature. Offering a gift? Was that not akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog? Oh, will you give it or not? The Ancient One urged, and the troubled Arhat could only nod in resignation. I will. Upon seeing the lion-faced Arhat acquiesce, the Ancient One nodded in satisfaction while contemplating what to prepare for the White Cat. The spirit cat lineage was already waning, particularly the Chiyu Xiophilian, and they could not allow this cub to be taken away again. Should misfortune befall it outside, the spirit cat lineage would dwindle further, and there would be nowhere for her to weep. At that moment, Duke trembled, his eyes losing focus before regaining clarity, golden light emanating from his gaze. So it is, Duke murmured. After acquiring the Heavenly Spirit Essence Induction Seal, the previous confusions dissipated like clouds parting, revealing clarity. The spirit cat emphasized spiritual essence because the authentic cultivation of a spirit cat solely required spiritual essence, rendering all else unnecessary. The spirit cat clan, capable of perceiving spiritual essence, could absorb the spiritual essence contained within all of nature, utilizing it for their cultivation. Yet, to perceive spiritual essence, one must genuinely awaken the spirit cat bloodline. Duke's earlier state did not constitute a true awakening. It was merely an instinctual response, causing his bloodline to manifest extraordinary traits, enabling him to wield its power for self-preservation. The true capabilities of Chiyu Xiophilian were not merely about invisibility. Only upon genuine awakening, as the spirit cat collected spiritual essence, would the potential of his bloodline gradually unfold. Moreover, when a spirit cat receives profound teachings, it would facilitate the opening of the spirit cat's soul to gather spiritual essence. While all beings possess spiritual essence, the methods of collection vary. Thus, the spirit cat lineage evolved unique cultivation methods. Natural formations like mountains and rivers possess dense spiritual essence. While spirit cats can absorb it, it requires relentless effort, akin to the tale of the foolish old man moving mountains, collecting bit by bit. Such toil is burdensome. Human creations, such as paintings, instruments, and tools, generally possess shallow spiritual essence. Only aged artifacts or masterpieces infused with heartfelt devotion possess strong spiritual essence. And these are rare to find. Among all living beings, humans stand out, endowed with potent spiritual essence that is easily collected. Akin to harvesting chives, once cut, they regrow. This is particularly true for humans, as they are considered the pinnacle of creation, naturally favored by the heavens, their spiritual essence pure and readily accessible. Thus, the earlier lion-faced Arhat's cultivation method entailed listening to the prayers of patrons, responding to their wishes, and gathering spiritual essence. As the saying goes, humans raise cats, and cats raise humans. For a spirit cat to collect human spiritual essence, it must listen to the individual's wishes and respond accordingly. Once the individual's desires are fulfilled, the spirit cat can absorb their spiritual essence. Of course, one could also directly slay the individual and forcibly seize their essence. However, such spiritual essence is tainted with malice, harming the balance of nature, and is detrimental for the spirit cat, yielding no benefits. Duke had previously sensed the difference between the spiritual essence of the incense burner and that of the old woman, akin to the distinction between fixed-term and demand deposits in a bank. The former requires time, patience, and gradual collection, while the latter allows for immediate access upon entering the correct password. This password consists of fulfilling human desires and needs. Once spiritual essence is collected, it nurtures the essence embryo within the newly opened realm of the soul. The essence embryo is akin to a clay form, which must be nurtured to perfection. When the spirit cat achieves clarity of mind and awakens its true self, it can transform its thoughts into a pen and carve its essence body. The essence body is profoundly influenced by one's mind and true self. The nature of the essence body reflects the clarity of one's mind. Thus, what one realizes as their true self will shape the essence body accordingly. Theoretically, if a spirit cat awakens to a different true self, the essence body it manifests will also differ. If, in the future, a spirit cat perceives itself as a dog, its essence body will indeed take the form of a dog. If it perceives itself as a fish, the essence body will be that of a fish. If as a bird, then a bird. All of this is dictated by the spirit cat's thoughts and feelings, for there are no two identical leaves in the world, just as there are no two identical spirit cats or essence bodies. All phenomena arise from the heart's movement, leading to reflection. The essence body can be seen as a manifestation of the spirit's reflection, an externalization of the true self. Once Duke fully nurtures the essence embryo and carves out the essence body, he shall have entered the Tao. At that point, the essence body will manifest, capable of traversing the heavens and earth, summoning water and fire, with everything at Duke's command. However, before the essence body is nurtured, while Duke may not yet possess extraordinary abilities, he can still evoke the spiritual essence of all things for his own use. Oh, the Ancient One's howl jolted Duke back to reality. Looking at the Ancient One, Duke furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "Who is to present me with a token of our meeting?" Qian Sui gestured to Duke to observe the sullen figure of the muffled gourd, whose expression was now one of profound sorrow, devoid of the compassionate demeanor it had displayed during the day. "Is the muffled gourd offering me a greeting gift?" Duke pondered, perplexed by the sudden mention of this matter. Knock, knock, knock. The muffled gourd tapped on the azure stone bricks, the sound reverberating as it conveyed its thoughts. Not merely a greeting gift, but also a congratulatory present for your acquisition of the spirit cat's fundamental technique. The muffled gourd raised its paw, pausing momentarily before delivering a forceful knock. "Follow me." With an expression laden with grief, the muffled gourd departed from the shadow wall, and Qian Sui gave Duke a gentle push from behind, urging him to hasten his pace. The muffled gourd, resembling a pai xiao with a nature of only receiving, made it a rare opportunity to procure something from its grasp. Seeing Qian Sui's insistence, Duke had no choice but to comply. The three cats traversed back to the Cat Pond Palace, where the lion-faced Arhat stood before its hall, his countenance marked by anguish. Yet golden spiritual essence shimmered within his eyes. As the golden spiritual essence diffused, it intertwined with the muffled gourd's own spiritual essence, transforming into a majestic three-headed lion that perched atop the muffled gourd's head. At that moment, the muffled gourd reluctantly waved its paw towards its own hall. As the muffled gourd gestured, ripples erupted before the Cat Pond Palace, and everything within swiftly transformed, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Upon witnessing the emergence of the tunnel, Qian Sui promptly shoved Duke into the darkness. Although caught off guard, Duke was no longer the sealed figure he once was. He moved forward, covering some distance before halting within the tunnel of the Cat Pond Palace. The lion-faced Arhat, witnessing Duke's entry, appeared even more sorrowful. Yet words spoken could not be retracted easily. The muffled gourd, sighing silently within, stepped into the tunnel, closely followed by Qian Sui. Once the three cats vanished into the tunnel, the Cat Pond Palace swiftly reverted to its former state. On the other side, Duke followed the lion-faced Arhat and Qian Sui deeper into the tunnel, which culminated in a space the size of a basketball court. Within lay an immense pile of assorted items: tiger head hats, rattles, short swords, jade pendants, wheels, spiritual mushrooms, embroidered balls, flower baskets, and an array of other objects, resembling a colossal cluttered storeroom. Despite the chaotic accumulation, each item resonated with a potent wave of spiritual essence, causing Duke to salivate at the sight. "Oh, whoa." Qian Sui halted before the pile, letting out a howl directed at Duke. Duke's expression shifted, tentatively inquiring, "Is it truly possible to take as much as one desires?" The lion-faced Arhat exploded in indignation at this notion. "What do you mean by taking as much as one desires? Clearly, one may only take one." Qian Sui cast a sidelong glance at the muffled gourd. "One item?" The muffled gourd's face contorted in pain. It tapped the ground, suggesting, "How about two?" Qian Sui revealed its claws. "Two?" The muffled gourd was on the verge of tears. "Isn't two enough?" Qian Sui extended its claws further, causing the muffled gourd to shudder. Three. The black cat narrowed its eyes, baring its fangs. "3 items?" The muffled gourd trembled, exclaiming, "You intend to strip my skin, extract my bones, and drain my blood." Yet, under the black cat's unwavering gaze, the muffled gourd grit its teeth and struck the ground, producing a heavy sound. "Take what you can, as much as you can." Chapter 75, The Cat's Might surpassing mountains. With a resounding thud, the lion-faced Arhat's head, resembling a gourd, struck the ground, his expression a portrait of sorrow. This disturbance of spiritual resonance led Duke to a profound realization of his innermost thoughts. Take what you can. Take it all. Carry away the meager savings of this old cat. Beside him, Qian Sui cast a sidelong glance at the gourd-headed figure, bemused by his stinginess after all these years. It was one thing not to seize the abundant treasures for the sake of gathering spiritual resonance, especially with the cat temple capable of collecting offerings. And with the impending passage, a lapse in cultivation seemed trivial. Yet, this individual clung to his possessions as if hoarding wealth, willing to let them rot rather than part with even a single item. How had such a miser emerged from the lineage of the lion-faced Arhats? The previous Arhats had all been quite generous, indifferent to material wealth. This gourd-headed figure, however, was a peculiar exception, a miserly hoarder. Duke observed the lion-faced Arhat's demeanor and couldn't help but blink. The poor child appeared truly pitiable. However, pity aside, he had to take what he could. He cast an eager gaze at the heap of miscellaneous items, his emotions shifting, altering the spiritual resonance around him. This transformation caused the lion-faced Arhat's tail to flick in surprise. Did this child truly intend to empty his domain? As he lifted his head, the Arhat felt a tremor in his heart. A jade-like figure leaped into the air, twisting and diving headfirst into the trove of treasures. With a crash, the white cat dove straight into the jumble. Within the pile, Duke began to sift through the items that caught his fancy. The notion of utilizing the black cauldron space had never crossed his mind. That secret must be kept hidden. Moreover, even in the absence of Qian Sui and the lion-faced Arhat, he would not dare to use it recklessly. Only under the cover of secrecy would he consider such actions. Cautiousness held no grave error. As for transporting these items, with Qian Sui around, enlisting the assistance of this black cat seemed reasonable. Even if the black cat refused to help, his martial prowess had not been in vain. He possessed sufficient strength. And what if some treasures disintegrated upon extracting their spiritual resonance? Many potent items, once their resonance was drawn out, would simply crumble to dust. Indeed, it is said, the finest treasures are not durable, colorful clouds are fragile, and glass is brittle. In the current world, items imbued with substantial spiritual resonance were exceedingly rare. Largely due to the previous generation of spiritual cats having scavenged most of them, compounded by the fact that many immortal sects and nobility collected them, often unknowingly. Thus, such treasures had become exceedingly scarce. Consequently, most spiritual cats sought out individuals to gather resonance for their cultivation. As for Duke's own cultivation, the white cat had already devised a plan. Upon returning to the Su family, he would first drain the powerful items within the Langia Palace of their resonance, while also calling upon the maid to explore other locations for similarly potent treasures, gathering everything back to the Langia Palace for extraction. Once all these items had been assimilated, he would then instruct the maid to find a group of impoverished martial artists willing to pawn their belongings for medicinal pills. By diluting a single blood-chi pill, he could refine dozens of inferior ones, distributing 10 to each, satisfying their yearning for resources while simultaneously collecting resonance. The principle of wealth and martial prowess is not mere rhetoric. However, those were matters for another time. For now, he would first peruse the treasures the gourd-headed figure had to offer, selecting his initial supplies for cultivation. A tiger-headed hat? The resonance was not overwhelmingly strong, but given its size, it should fit the dog. He had neglected the dog recently. This hat would be a fitting gift. Take it. A red embroidered ball. Strong resonance. Take it. A rusty copper mirror. Strong resonance. Take it. A spirit fungus the size of a human head. A splendid find. Even without extracting its resonance, it could be used for alchemy. Take it. A brasserie. Strong resonance and seemingly possessing additional uses. Take it. A short sword in its sheath. Strong resonance. With ample sword chi, it would be a pity to extract its resonance, but he had previously considered refining a weapon into a pill. Take it for experimentation. Oh, here was a set of Wang Wali cabinets. While the resonance was not particularly strong, they were useful for storage. Take it. The lion-faced Arhat and Qian Sui watched as Duke selected his chosen items from the clutter, tossing them onto the open ground. This scene brought heartache to the gourd-headed figure. How had he ended up with such a little rascal? Qian Sui, however, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This child was indeed audacious. It seemed impossible for the gourd-headed figure to escape this without significant loss. Yet, witnessing this spectacle brought her joy. He was a clever one, unlikely to be deceived in the future. Excellent, continue to gather. Duke emerged from the pile, standing upright, and with his paws, he lifted the previously found Wang Wali cabinet. Placing it before Qian Sui. Thud. The cabinet landed with a dull thump, causing both the gourd-headed figure and Qian Sui's eyelids to flutter. This child possessed considerable strength. Simultaneously, Duke shook his paws. While he could move the cabinet, his joints lacked the flexibility of a human's, making the task somewhat laborious. Once the cabinet was set, Duke stuffed all the items he had previously selected into it. The sight made the lion-faced Arhat's heart ache so intensely, he bit down on his own tail. How much longer would this little rascal persist? His heart. It hurt. Oh, how it hurt. With his tail clenched in his jaws, the lion-faced Arhat watched as Duke dove back into the heap of items, his heart feeling as though it were being sliced by a blade. No, this could not continue. If this persisted, he would be completely emptied by this little kitten. With this thought, the gourd-headed figure released his tail and rushed towards Duke, biting down on his tail to drag him out. As he pulled Duke, the lion-faced Arhut struck the ground with his tail, stirring the spiritual resonance to convey his thoughts. Enough. You've taken plenty. Stop. Just one more. The very last one. As Duke was dragged backward, his hind legs dangling, he used his powerful forelegs to cling to the ground and burrow deeper into the pile of items. Inside, he did his utmost to fling every appealing object he could see out into the open. Hearing the sound of the treasures hitting the ground, the lion-faced Arhut's eyes brimmed with hot tears, pulling Duke's tail with even greater force. Enough. You've truly taken enough. The white cat was once again pulled from the debris. Yet Duke took a deep breath and dove back in. However, just as he grasped a shield the size of a child's chest, the lion-faced Arhut yanked him out once more. One cannot bite off more than one can chew. My appetite is insatiable. Night falls. You must rest soon. I am a night owl. It matters not. The roads are slick at night. Return home early. With Qiansui beside me, I fear nothing. You may not fear, but I do. Enough already, child. There are plenty of spiritual items outside. You need not covet this small trove of mine. Just one more, truly the final one. As the two cats tugged at each other, the lion-faced Arhut finally managed to drag Duke out of the pile. Exhaling in relief, the lion-faced Arhut marveled at the strength of this kitten. Without using any supernatural powers or resonances, he was still unable to restrain him. Just as he secured Duke to prevent any further mischief, the gourd-headed figure looked up and gasped in shock. This little rascal clutched a lantern in his mouth and held a shield in his arms, atop which rested 4 or 5 more items. He was relentless in his quest to empty the family coffers. Who had raised such a little scoundrel? Duke and Qiansui, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths curving into a delightful smile, their eyes sparkling with joy. This moment truly warmed her heart. The myriad of spirit cats, their playful scuffles between clans were scenes she had witnessed upon her birth. Now, looking at the present, each of the 4 clans of the spirit cat lineage was left with but a solitary member. As for the ancestors, alas, at this moment, the lion-faced Arhut guarded his possessions closely, his gaze warily fixed on Duke. He discerned that this white cat harbored a heart darker than that of the moonshadow black-eyed golden-striped tiger and a cunning more pronounced than that of the 4-eared golden flower thief. Were it not for the constraints of the celestial energies in this realm, hybrids among spirit cats would not easily manifest. He truly suspected that this white cat bore the bloodline of the 4-eared golden flower thief. Seeing the lion-faced Arhut so protective of his belongings, Duke could not help but roll his eyes at his pettiness. Nevertheless, today's haul was quite substantial. With so many items to sift through, the extracted spiritual resonance was sufficient for the first step of his cultivation. With this thought, Duke discarded the light in his mouth onto the shield, standing upright as he grasped the shield with his claws and stuffed it into the Wang Wali cabinet. At this moment, Qiansui's smile vanished. As if she had never smiled at all, her demeanor as perpetually frigid as ever. After stowing everything into the cabinet, Duke circled it a few times before rising again, wrapping his claws around the base of the cabinet and lifting it with sheer force. Although he had yet to fully cultivate his bone foundation, his mastery of the water and fire celestial garb, coupled with his robust vitality and the essence of the sun and moon, rendered the task of moving several hundred pounds a triviality. However, Qiansui and the lion-faced Arhut were left astounded. The spirit cats prioritized the cultivation of spiritual resonance over physical strength, relying on their innate abilities and talents during combat. A careless approach could lead to dire consequences if caught off guard at close quarters. Yet now, Duke had shattered their preconceived notions. This kitten's physical prowess likely surpassed that of both tigers and leopards. Exchanging glances, Qiansui and the lion-faced Arhut, the latter subtly manipulating his spiritual resonance, bypassed Duke to communicate directly with Qiansui. Is this the wayward cub you spoke of? With all these items weighing in at 500 to 600 pounds, are you suggesting he can lift them without relying on resonance or divine abilities? If we were to confront him and he managed to close the distance, without the opportunity to utilize our innate powers and resonance, he could easily crush us both on the spot. You claim this cub has strayed from his path. Such a path is one he ought to embrace. Alas, the aperture proves too diminutive to permit the egress of this cabinet. Duke, exerting his strength, attempted to maneuver the densely packed Wang Wali cabinet through the entrance of the subterranean vault. This aperture, though sufficient for a feline's passage, was far too narrow for the towering cabinet. Muddlehead, how did you manage to bring this cabinet in here in the first place? Duke inquired, turning towards the bewildered Muddlehead. who was just then recovering from his astonishment. Muddlehead, in turn, resolved to later discuss Duke's extraordinary physique with Thousand Years. For the feline race places greater emphasis on spiritual essence than physical prowess. Should Duke's training methods be replicable, it could potentially address a significant weakness within their lineage. It was a known fact that Thousand Years, despite her mastery of the Tao, had been effortlessly subdued by Duke's relentless assault, highlighting the frailty of the feline physique. Of course, Duke's triumph over Thousand Years was partly attributed to her lack of malice and underestimation of his abilities. Furthermore, Thousand Years, upon observing Duke's concealed spiritual essence, robust vitality, enigmatic demonic aura, vibrant life force, and diverse energies, had initially dismissed him as a misguided feline of little consequence. However, Lionface's revelation had prompted Thousand Years to reconsider Duke's formidable physique. Without resorting to her spiritual form, divine powers, or spiritual essence, neither she nor Muddlehead could even budge the cabinet, as felines, though agile, are inherently limited in strength. Dong. Dong dong. Lionface struck a nearby gong, and as its resonant sound filled the air, Duke understood Muddlehead's method. The cabinet had been transported using the power of the spiritual form. Spiritual techniques. I haven't mastered those yet, Duke exclaimed, just as a dark pouch was hurled at him, landing squarely on his face. Meow. Thousand Years, raising her claws, emitted a casual cry. It's a storage pouch used by human cultivators. Just put the cabinet inside. Duke removed the pouch from his face, examining its unfamiliar texture. The meticulously stitched pouch was adorned with cryptic symbols that made his eyes swim. I can't use this, Duke protested. He possessed only vital energy, lacking the inner force or magical power required to operate a cultivator's storage pouch. At that moment, Lionface burst into a fit of rasping laughter, drawing Thousand Years' attention. Though her dark fur concealed her emotions, a hint of annoyance and embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Despite her inner turmoil, the black cat snatched the pouch, breathed upon it, and effortlessly stored the cabinet within before flinging the pouch back at Duke's face. With a disdainful humph, Thousand Years turned her back on Duke, presenting him with her posterior. If you're going to help me store things, why get so worked up? Duke, clutching the pouch, glanced at Thousand Years, who was glaring at Muddlehead for daring to laugh at her. Moreover, Muddlehead had actually spoken. Lionface's utterances were always harbingers of misfortune, a consequence of their innate ability that they couldn't control. Thousand Years furrowed her brow, flicked her tail, and nudged the ground, signaling Duke to leave so she could discuss matters with Muddlehead. Duke understood that the enigmatic feline intended to strategize behind his back. However, he was unconcerned, for some knowledge was best left unacquired until one possessed sufficient strength. Duke, pouch and paw, exited the tunnel, while Thousand Years, listening intently for Duke's spiritual essence, waited until the white cat was completely gone before turning to Muddlehead with a grave expression. Meow. What's so funny? Have you forgotten that you're not supposed to speak? Muddlehead flinched, flicking his tail and manipulating his spiritual essence to communicate with Thousand Years. I couldn't help it. That laughter was involuntary, triggered by my instincts. Upon receiving Muddlehead's explanation, Thousand Years grew agitated, swishing her tail anxiously. The Lionface lineage possessed the ability to perceive worldly events without leaving their abode, discern good from evil, and sense and avert impending disasters. However, their ability to avert disasters was contingent upon their awareness of them. Lionface's utterance signified the imminent arrival of a major event. Thousand Years paced back and forth, while Muddlehead remained silent, his ears drooping. Among the feline race, it was said that better to hear a thief cat laugh than a lionface roar. A thief cat's laughter might only result in the loss of some belongings, which could be recovered, whereas a lionface utterance portended a significant event. Meow. Thousand Years halted, turning to Muddlehead. I'll consult with the elder to determine what's about to happen. The lionface lineage had remained silent for nearly a century, the last time one of them had roared. It was due to the emergence of a malevolent dragon that threatened to flood Mouse City, turning the land into a watery playground for its amusement. On that occasion, 3 of the 4 feline elders had perished in battle, while the 4th had been gravely wounded in their efforts to vanquish the dragon. Now, Muddlehead's utterance suggested that another misfortune was imminent. Muddlehead nodded in acknowledgement. Thousand Years glared at him before departing the tunnel, leaving Muddlehead to assess the extent of his missing treasures. Muddlehead delved into his hoard, disregarding the mundane items as he searched for specific objects. After a quick search, he retrieved a few peculiar items: a sword's broken tip, a lock of hair bound with animal sinew, and a piece of silk adorned with paint stains. Having found these 3 items, Muddlehead sighed in relief. For these 4 treasures were the most valuable in his collection, acquired during his past escapades with 1,000 Years and 4 Years, which involved ambushes, kidnappings, and dungeon delving. Wait, there should be 4. Muddlehead's eyes widened as he frantically searched his hoard. After a thorough search, he slumped atop his pile of possessions, his nose twitching, unable to express his distress. The most precious item, the dragon bone, was missing. It was a fragment from the remains of a dragon slain a century ago. Brimming with vitality, a mere wolf could save a dying patient, and if used in medicine, it could revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. That damned little rascal must have taken it. The pain was unbearable, yet he couldn't even cry out. His plight was truly lamentable. Within Old Man Miller's residence, 1,000 Years. Upon landing in her black spiritual form, unceremoniously dumped Duke before rushing inside. Noticing her hasty departure, Duke quickly exclaimed, "Wait, release the cabinet from my storage pouch first." 1,000 Years halted, summoning Duke's pouch, emptying its contents, and tossing the pouch back to Duke, who caught it with his paw and gave it a shake. This object is quite remarkable, yet regrettably, it lacks the finesse required for proper utilization. I remain uncertain whether it possesses the capacity for alchemical refinement and what effect such a process might yield. Nevertheless, Duke quickly dismissed his preoccupation with the matter, opting instead to focus on his cultivation. With a storage bag in his grasp, Duke transported a precious Wongwali cabinet into the storeroom. After positioning the cabinet to his satisfaction, he closed the door of the storeroom and proceeded to open the cabinet before him, selecting items to extract their ethereal resonance for his cultivation. Duke meticulously sifted through the contents, ultimately selecting a red cord. As he withdrew the cord, a bone, roughly the thickness of an adult's wrist and the length of a child's arm, tumbled out. Observing the bone, Duke blinked in recognition. It was the very piece he had carelessly unearthed during a prior encounter with a hidden gourd, which he had subsequently placed beneath his shield and later haphazardly stuffed into the cabinet. Setting the cord aside, Duke's gaze fixated on the bone, an intuitive sense urging him that something was amiss. Leaning in closer, he merely inhaled its scent, and instantaneously, a wave of dizziness washed over him. A surge of vibrant life force surged into his being, melding seamlessly with his very bones, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. The sensation was exhilarating. Once Duke assimilated the life force, his eyes glimmered with intensity as he regarded the bone. This was indeed a remarkable find, a truly valuable treasure. Should he succeed in refining it into an elixir and consume the resultant potion, he might propel himself to the pinnacle of bone refinement, thus commencing the ultimate mastery of foundational essence, the cultivation of mercury blood and silver marrow. This discovery could potentially save him a great deal of effort, perhaps even granting him entry into the realm of demon sealing meditation. This time, he had truly struck gold. Chapter 77. The inside is suddenly clear. This time, I truly struck gold. Duke gazed excitedly at the pristine white bone before him. Although he was uncertain of the origin of this bone, there was no doubt that he had struck a remarkable deal. Under normal circumstances, with ample medicinal elixirs, a typical person would require no less than 3 months for bone tempering, while those with exceptional talents could complete it within a month. However, with this bone and the assistance of the Black Cauldron, Duke believed he could achieve bone tempering in 3 days or even less. What a treasure indeed! Duke gently caressed the bone and, after a few moments, stored it in his Black Cauldron space. With this bone, he could swiftly advance to the inner realm. Nonetheless, he still needed to devise a plan for the extreme realm elixir required for the mercury blood silver marrow. He wondered how the girl was faring, judging by Chinsue's demeanor. It seemed she would not allow him to leave Mouching any time soon unless he could demonstrate convincing strength. Being entangled with such a proud feline elder is both a blessing and a source of frustration. With this thought, Duke shifted his gaze to the pile of items before him. The yellow rosewood cabinet was brimming with treasures, with no less than 80 spiritual items. His immediate priority was to commence the cultivation of spiritual resonance. He would attend to martial arts training another day. Duke picked up the red string and inadvertently caught sight of the tiger hat. Upon seeing the tiger hat, he blinked and couldn't help but smile. Oh dear, I have been neglecting my pup lately. Setting the red string down, Duke picked up the tiger hat and exited the storage room. Although cultivation should be pursued diligently, one cannot neglect those around them, even if the companion happens to be a dog. After leaving the storage room, Duke went directly to the front hall. As he entered, Shirsan, who was lounging in his dog bed, perked up his ears. Silly dog. The white cat approached the dog bed, and Shirsan leapt out, pouncing on the cat, showering it with licks and affection, embodying the very essence of a spoiled pet. All right. Duke reclined back, chuckling as he pushed the dog away and sat up, revealing the tiger hat. "Look what I brought for you," he exclaimed. Upon seeing the tiger hat, Shersan tilted his head, instinctively preparing to gnaw at it. However, Duke swiftly prevented him, rising to his feet and placing the hat atop the dog's head. The craftsmanship of the tiger hat was exquisite, resembling a lively little cub. Utterly adorable. The two tiger ears on the hat were hollow, perfectly accommodating Shersan's ears. Additionally, decorative knots adorned the sides, featuring embroidered balls shaped like tiny tigers. Duke exerted some effort to secure the tiger hat on Shersan's head. The hat slightly obscured the dog's eyes, so he gently adjusted it back, revealing the dog's eyes while ensuring he looked presentable. Let me take a look. Duke stepped back a few paces, admiring the sight of Shersan wearing the tiger hat. He nodded vigorously, praising, our Shersan looks splendid in this tiger hat." Hearing Duke's words, Shersan's eyes narrowed with delight as he joyfully leapt towards Duke. After indulging in playful antics for a while, Duke finally departed the front hall, leaving Shersan to relax in his bed. As the cat ventured off to practice, Shersan lay in his bed, facing outward, keeping a watchful eye on the entrance and the backyard. After observing the doorway for a while, Shersan pawed at his tiger hat, unable to suppress a goofy grin. He chuckled to himself, "Kiki, the cat still loves me. That black cat certainly does not." With this thought, Shersan touched his tiger hat again, breaking into another silly smile. In the storage room, Duke sat cross-legged before a collection of spiritual items, with the red string positioned in front of him. After taking a deep breath, the white cat cleared his mind of distractions and silently chanted the heavenly mechanism spiritual resonance sensation verse, as golden light began to emanate from his eyes. The golden light diffused from Duke's gaze, transforming into delicate resonance patterns that floated ethereally in the air, reminiscent of mist, boundless and elusive. Drawing in a deep breath, Duke directed his focus towards the red string, and a thread of spiritual resonance was extracted and seamlessly absorbed into his being, vanishing without a trace. As the spiritual resonance entered his body, Duke's spirit trembled with the influx, yet he dared not relax for even a moment, guiding the resonance into his spiritual void. The resonance rapidly filled the dimensional space, and an area of jade-white dimension shimmered, trembling momentarily before a flickering wisp of resonance appeared. The resonance meandered within the dimensional space as the heavenly mechanism spiritual resonance sensation verse emanated a gentle glow, coalescing it into a nebulous orb. Once the resonance was gathered, it began to descend swiftly, burrowing into the soil of the spiritual void. With the infusion of this wisp of resonance into the earth, Duke opened his eyes, marking the completion of his initial cultivation session. The resonance had transformed into the embryonic form of the resonance seed, the precursor to the resonance embryo. As long as he continued to absorb resonance and enrich the resonance seed, he would complete the first stage of cultivation. The nurturing of the resonance embryo constituted the second stage, while the resonance body would follow as the third stage. Duke could not foresee the path that lay ahead, as if the journey of the spiritual cat had abruptly halted. However, such matters were not what Duke needed to contemplate at this moment. He had merely begun and should cultivate gradually. With his eyes now open, Duke inspected the remnants of red ash scattered before him, which were the byproducts of the red string's resonance extraction. Truly, the treasures of the world are often fleeting. Duke casually brushed aside the ashes and commenced the extraction of the next spiritual item for his practice. This cultivation continued throughout the night. It wasn't until just before dawn that Duke ceased his training. He had consumed nearly 70 to 80% of the spiritual items acquired from the gourd, leaving only a few unrefined pieces, which he cast into the black cauldron space. With a long exhale, Duke blew away the ashes before him, stretching his neck and moving his body as the sound of cracking bones resonated. He let out a contented sigh and exited the storage room, making his way to the rooftop to await the sunrise. While waiting for dawn, Duke began to reflect on the results of his training from the previous night. The resonance seed's embryonic form had been filled to more than half its capacity. With just a bit more resonance, it would fully take shape, paving the way for nurturing it to completion. Though Duke had yet to establish a resonance body, he could now communicate with the spiritual resonance of the world and perform certain actions based on it. For instance, he could convey emotions and intentions through resonance, interact with sentient beings, and engage in unique spiritual resonance perception. In the pitch-black night, Duke's eyes shone with a golden hue as he faced the east, speaking to himself, "While I have made strides in spiritual resonance, I cannot forsake my martial training." In the coming days, he would utilize the bone to advance his martial prowess to complete bone tempering. He would also devise a plan for the extreme realm elixir, and perhaps the demon sealing meditation could be initiated with the aid of that bone. With this thought, Duke felt a sense of calm, yet he couldn't help but reminisce about the girl. He wondered if she would be searching for him with tearful eyes, whether she was eating well, and if anyone had bullied her. Sighing, he resolved that once his cultivation improved, he would find a way to leave mouching. Just after Duke's thoughts settled, the crowing of roosters resonated throughout the city, their calls echoing in a vibrant chorus that awakened all of mouching. In the distant east, a beam of golden light pierced through the clouds, dispelling the darkness. The sun had risen. Duke concentrated his mind, absorbing the first rays of sunlight while simultaneously channeling it into the black cauldron for refinement. Before long, a sun essence pill sprang forth from the cauldron, and the first ray of sunlight vanished in an instant. As Duke prepared to consume the pill he required, his expression suddenly shifted. Setting aside the bone-cleansing pill and blood-feeding pill, he discovered that both the sun essence and moonlight pills contained hidden spiritual resonance. This resonance was subtle yet intrinsic, and Duke found he could evoke and manipulate it. It appeared that I may have discovered another method for extracting spiritual resonance, he mused, as he began to experiment with the moonlight pill's resonance. With an abundance of moonlight pills at his disposal, he could afford to extract the resonance from a few without consequence. However, Duke could never have anticipated that as he activated the resonance within the moonlight pill, it would suddenly explode with a resounding crack, akin to a luminous pearl shattering. In that fleeting moment, as the moonlight wafted and the essence dissipated, a veil of silvery light enveloped Duke's face. Though this moonlight was quickly dispelled by the sunlight, Duke remained rooted in place, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he stored the remaining pills in the cauldron's space and gazed toward the rising sun, resuming his refinement of the sun essence. Soon, several sun essence pills were produced, and he withdrew one, cradling it in his hand. Unlike the earlier refined pill, which bore a purple pattern, this one resembled a golden orb. Duke scrutinized the sun essence pill, attempting to invoke its spiritual resonance. In the next moment, a loud crack like a firecracker erupted, scattering through the roof and drawing the attention of curious cats and passers-by. With his face darkened and his mustache curled, yet his eyes glimmering brightly, Duke exclaimed, "By the heavens, that truly took me by surprise. But what an explosion! It's splendid. This has completely shattered my thoughts wide open. Ha 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 ha."